Chapter 1. The night was shrouded in darkness and gloom, with the cold wind howling outside. Even within the confines of the wooden cabin, the rustling of leaves could be distinctly heard. A solitary kerosene lamp cast an insufficient glow, illuminating the sparsely decorated interior, which consisted solely of a wooden stool that a young man sat silently upon. This stool, the moonlight streaming through the window, reflecting a harsh glare off the round lenses of his glasses, reminiscent of a demon's gaze. However, upon closer inspection, one could observe the subtle tremors coursing through his body. Yuan's face was flushed, his hands fidgeting aimlessly, palms slick with cold sweat. At long last, it has come to fruition. Years of perseverance and planning have finally yielded results. Yuan's gaze settled on the brightest spot in the cabin, where two figures were bound tightly to the floor. They were tall, one boasting a mane of golden hair and a robust physique, while the other, with dark hair, was exceptionally towering. Under the dim light of the kerosene lamp, their mouths were stuffed with rags, secured with ropes, and their hands were bizarrely bound into large bundles, with not a single finger. Visible that Yuan's expression was complex. These two were renowned characters from an island nation's famed manga. Point one was Reiner Braun, known as the Armored Titan and a wielder of formidable power, while the other was Berthold Hoover, the Colossal Titan. How could an ordinary individual like Yuan encounter such illustrious beings? The answer lay in his extraordinary circumstance had traversed dimensions. Years prior, upon returning to his rented apartment, Yuan discovered an unusual pair of brightly colored shoes mysteriously positioned within his abode. They were of vivid orange, with yellow-tipped toes. After a long day of toil, Yuan was utterly exhausted. Upon inspecting his belongings, he noted the only anomaly was the presence of the peculiar shoes, and he thought little of it. After freshening up, he picked up a volume of the Attack on Titan manga from his shelf and began to savor its pages. Yuan had a penchant for comics and anime, often collecting various volumes in his apartment. As he immersed himself in the manga, his brows lifted in delight, as though the weariness of the day had dissipated, but time swiftly passed, and soon he felt the weight of drowsiness. His gaze shifted from the pages to the peculiar shoes, which appeared quite new. A strange voice within him seemed to whisper, "Why not try them on? They might just fit perfectly." Rising, Yuan donned the flamboyant shoes and was astonished to find them an impeccable fit. Just as he intended to take a few steps, he inadvertently knocked over a manga volume that was resting by the bed. Scrambling to retrieve in a moment of clumsiness, his foot caught the edge of the comic. At that instant, Yuan froze, as if his mind had short-circuited. Suddenly, the manga transformed into a black hole, pulling him into its depths. That Yuan opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his body. He propped himself up, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. A colossal river stretched out, surrounded by a melange of traditional Chinese and Western-style houses, with distant ramparts seemingly reaching for the heavens. That moment, Yuan was both bewildered and oddly familiar with his surroundings. As a fan of the renowned Japanese anime Attack on Titan, he could hardly mistake the iconic architecture before him. "Why am I here?" he pondered. Finding himself in the world of Attack on Titan, Yuan was initially engulfed in confusion, but soon steadied his mind, dedicating several days to contemplation and validation. He concluded several key insights. The peculiar orange shoes that had transported him here were likely the catalyst. Upon reflection, he recalled a particular gadget from his childhood viewing of the Japanese animated series Doraemon that bore striking resemblance to these shoes. Having been brought into this comic realm, Yuan discovered that the body he now inhabited did not belong to him. It was that of Jess Bryan, the son of a merchant named Johnny Bryan, residing in the outer district of Walsena. Though a native of the Attack on Titan universe, the visage of this body bore a remarkable similarity to his own, albeit with a fuller countenance. This peculiar circumstance was both strange and comprehensible. Yuan had previously been an ordinary worker, lacking the advantageous physique he now possessed. His father, Johnny Bryan, was a man of considerable means. In the ensuing days, Yuan sought ways to return to his original world. The shoes that had transported him to this alternate realm now felt as though shrouded in a gossamer mist, an illusory effect that rendered them unattainable. However, he found solace in the fact that, apart from himself, no one else could perceive these shoes. Upon further investigation, he noted that while the shoes bore resemblance to a Doraemon gadget, they were not an exact match. For instance, they could not be utilized at present, anchoring him firmly in the attack on Titan World, with numerous details absent from the original animated series. In a realm brimming with supernatural abilities, Yuan, an ordinary individual, was engulfed in both confusion and exhilaration. Over 20 years of age in his original world, he had always considered himself unremarkable, perceiving himself as extraordinary yet too timid to take a bold step forward. Lingering on the fringes of society, within just a few days, Yuan devised a plan to seize the power of the Titans. Even if his lifespan was limited to a mere 12 years, he refused to resign himself to mediocrity. He yearned to advance, to fight. During his time in the district of Walsina, Yuan searched for the Jaeger family, discovering that Eren, at this moment, was still a child, just as he had been at the beginning of the story, due to the fact that the ancient source's body has matured into that of a youth in his teenage years. Even within the confines of the new recruit training camp, the cohort of recruits that includes Eren is remarkably unique, gathering the powers of the 6 Titans. The founding Titan, the attack Titan, the armored Titan, the female Titan, the colossal Titan, and the cart Titan. In the world of Attack on Titan, there exist only 9 intelligent Titans in total, and here, 6 of them converge, making it arguably the most opportune place to seize Titan powers. Should one fail to be part of Eren's cohort, it would be exceedingly troublesome. Over the subsequent years, the ancient source, leveraging his father Johnny's connections, acquired syringes and other apparatus from local physicians to prepare for the acquisition of Titan powers. He enrolled in the new recruit training camp. Yet due to his rather mediocre talent, he did not secure a place among the top 10 and was relegated to the ranks of the garrison as a mere soldier. Johnny, the father of the ancient source, had repeatedly expressed his desire for him to return home and inherit the family fabric business. However, with preparations firmly in place, the ancient source was far from willing to relinquish his ambitions, especially with the imminent breach of the Trost district in a matter of months. Though Johnny harbored dissatisfaction regarding his son's involvement in the garrison, where he engaged in mysterious activities, he nevertheless supported him in silence. This situation stemmed from over 4 years prior, when the Shiganshina district fell to the colossal Titan. The ancient source's foresight enabled the Bryan family to swiftly and safely board lifeboats while preserving some of their assets. At that time, the ancient source, albeit from a distance, witnessed the grotesque and comical Titans. The sheer presence and oppressive aura of these Titans instilled a fear that rendered the then ordinary ancient source somewhat rigid. Yet he still proclaimed, how truly alluring. The ancient source had interacted with and met the Bryan family several times, and they exhibited no strange reactions to their own transformations, seemingly mirroring the ancient source's character through Jace Bryan. Apart from receiving advance notice of the Titan assault, the Bryan family harbored no suspicions about him, which led the ancient source to marvel at the formidable power of foresight. Supported by his family, many of his plans unfolded with remarkable ease, such as infiltrating the resource department of the new recruit training camp, where he was responsible for the equipment, training grounds, and provisions. This access allowed him to easily engage with the main characters of the original narrative. In the forest, the ancient source, acting as a support for the recruits, was setting up a colossal target to simulate the Titans. At that moment, a lively and excited voice rang out, prompting a subtle smile from the ancient source. Brother Jace, a young boy with striking dark hair, a handsome face, yet resolute eyes, approached with quickened steps. The ancient source set down his tools and greeted him with a smile. Eren, you've arrived. Yes, Brother Jace. There's only a month left until the new recruit training concludes. I will soon join the Survey Corps and venture beyond the walls. With a subtle smile on his face, Yuan contemplated, indeed, in just a month, Hoover and the others will commence the second siege. The plan is about to unfold. Yuan had been part of the new recruits training camp for nearly a year and had grown familiar with most of the other recruits. In this world devoid of mobile phones, aside from conversing with others or engaging in contemplation, the days often felt rather mundane. Had it not been for the arduous training endured by the recruits, which necessitated rest at night, he might have endeavored to befriend everyone to facilitate the execution of the plan. Eren Yeager, the protagonist of the Titan world, harbored aspirations of joining the Survey Corps to confront the Titans, a sentiment that diverged sharply from the views of most soldiers. Although he was immensely diligent and resilient, Earning the respect and acknowledgement of his peers, he was not particularly sociable among the new recruits. Yuan, however, resonated with Aaron's ideology of joining the Survey Corps, and gradually, through seemingly casual interactions, he forged a friendship with Aaron. "Hey, Aaron," at that moment, two individuals approached from behind. Yuan, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Aaron, your companions have arrived." Aaron, Mikasa, and Armin were inseparable within the ranks of new recruits. Armin expressed his apologies. "Sorry, Jace, Aaron can be quite reckless. It's no trouble after all. We are friends. I heard your training is coming to an end time. Truly flies." The arrival of the trio invigorated the conversation. Jace, Aaron, and Armin were among the most free-spirited individuals in the training camp, leading to an open exchange of thoughts. The discourse among the three did not disturb Mikasa, who quietly observed from the side. Her gaze remained fixated on Aaron, laced with a hint of vigilance, directed towards Yuan, although he feigned ignorance. In contrast to the knave Aaron and the gentle Armin, Mikasa was composed and focused, primarily concerned with Aaron's whereabouts and his safety. In truth, with Mikasa's presence, Yuan had no intention of being the first to seize Aaron's Titan power. Lacking in combat prowess and innate talent, Yuan stood little chance against Mikasa. Any potential disappearance of Aaron would undoubtedly provoke a swift response from Mikasa, leading to inevitable failure. Thus, Yuan set his sights on the Colossal Titan and the Armored Titan as the primary targets for acquiring the Titan power. These two individuals, unlike others, had Aaron under Mikasa's protection. Emer, the Titan of the Jaw Titan, was inherently cautious due to her past experiences. Although her combat strength was relatively weak, Yuan found it challenging to engage with her, making it difficult to take action. The female Titan, possessing sharp observational skills and a strong sense of purpose, exhibited formidable combat capabilities that could easily overwhelm Yuan. Among the colossal beings, there exists both a Titan and an extraordinary Titan. One appears to have seamlessly integrated with the new recruits, earning the trust of his comrades, while the other exhibits a lack of enthusiasm and is easily swayed by the kindness of others. Perhaps he is haunted by the sins he has committed. Thus, among all, these two are the most susceptible to manipulation. Moreover, the Armored Titan and the Colossal Titan possess the most formidable combat prowess among them all. Although Reiner, as the Armored Titan, has a rather lackluster track record concerning the wall's defenses, the audience must concede that the Armored Titan is undoubtedly powerful. That as for the Colossal Titan, its nuclear-like devastation is no trivial matter. All right. Today's training concludes here. With the command of the weary-eyed instructor Shotties, the training session for the recruits came to an end. Reiner and Hoover walked side by side, when from the shadows, a smirk appeared on the lips of Guren. "Caught you alone. Hey, Reiner, Hoover, are you heading back?" Reiner and Hoover were somewhat taken aback by Guren's sudden appearance. Reiner recalled that this logistics soldier named Jess had a good rapport with the recruits. "What's up, Jess? I heard that your training was wrapping up, so I prepared some late-night snacks and need your strong backs to help carry them." Reiner paused, suddenly thinking how thrilled the sweet potato girl would be if she were here. He quickly agreed and followed Guren to the kitchen, accompanied by the indecisive Hoover. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Guren pointed to the neatly arranged snacks and bread. "These were made from surplus materials, a little treat for our recruits tonight." Hoover exclaimed, "This looks delightful. It smells amazing." Guren served 2 bowls of soup, saying, "Here you go, soldiers. You've worked hard. This is your reward for ferrying the snacks." The steaming soup radiated warmth, reflecting the light brilliantly. Seeing the rich, piping hot soup, Reiner and Hoover felt a surge of happiness, as if everything were perfectly normal. However, Reiner noticed his vision becoming blurry, and he struggled to maintain control over his body, feeling an overwhelming desire to succumb to slumber. Glancing towards Hoover, the tall and timid boy had already slumped over the table. "This dosage can incapacitate even the most robust of beasts," Guren remarked coldly, adjusting his glasses. Inside the small cabin, Guren cradled his head in his hands. Despite having endured this brutal world for several years, the remnants of his ordinary and frail self kept him teetering on the precipice of violence, unable to advance. He reminisced about his parents' quarrels, standing in the corners of school observing the brilliance of others, and his timid demeanor after entering the workforce. Guren was acutely aware that the shoes bestowed upon him a tremendous opportunity. Once embarked on this path, there could be no turning back. He would continue to forge ahead, to fight, If he were to abandon this pursuit, what would the years of meticulous planning amount to? From this moment on, Yuan would seize every opportunity, relentlessly forging ahead. With a countenance twisted in fury, Yuan's expression mirrored that of Aaron's father, who was poised to slay the royal family of Rice. He had finally resolved to take decisive action. Trembling, Yuan rose to his feet and retrieved the syringe he had meticulously prepared, positioning himself before the slumbering Reiner, ready to extract his spinal fluid. According to the intelligence Yuan possessed, the serum capable of transforming a person into a titan could only be found within the bloodline of royalty. Yet, in this desperate gamble, he would directly draw from Reiner. Should he fail, all his previous efforts would be rendered futile. In this post-transformation existence, being an Eldian was already a stroke of luck. Even if Reiner's spinal fluid failed to grant Yuan the power to metamorphose into a titan, what then? All Yuan could do was to press forward. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "I'm already on my path, and even in death, I shall have no regrets." With a glint of cold steel, the needle pierced his arm. This moment had been rehearsed countless times in his mind.
Golden light blooms brilliantly. Yuan has succeeded. The armored titan and the colossal titan have achieved their goals. The wooden cabin was violently uprooted by the transformation of the giant. The immense force shattered the floorboards, and a giant with a disproportionately large head and small body appeared, crawling towards Reiner and Hoover with a sinister smile. The effects of the potion were potent. Both Reiner and Hoover remained unconscious. Yuan had no penchant for posturing before his foes. The mouth of the pure titan gaped wide like a massive claw, akin to a bulldozer. As it clamped down on Reiner and Hoover, a torrent of blood erupted like falling snowflakes. Reiner and Hoover met their end without anguish, their journeys concluding in silence. In truth, Reiner and Hoover were pitiable souls, mere tools for humanity beyond the walls, victims of war. The Eldians once ruled the world with brutality, inciting voices of rebellion. The 145th king of Eldia, burdened by guilt, sought to cease the cycle of bloodshed and conflict, retreating to Parody Island to construct 3 great walls, isolating themselves from the world. Yet, many Eldians were left behind, treated as livestock by Marley and nations across the globe. From a young age, they endured discrimination and were brainwashed by the Marleyan military, becoming wielders of the Titan power. Upon arriving at the 3 great walls, they breached the gates, believing they had vanquished the demons, only to discover that these so-called demons were, like themselves, innocent and unfortunate beings. They were tormented by the sins they had inflicted. Yet, the longing to reunite with family compelled them to endure their suffering. In the future, Reiner contemplated ending it all countless times, wishing to escape the torment. However, the world is inherently cruel and beauty is a rare commodity. To become enraptured by the fleeting happiness that life offers is to risk losing oneself, enduring a lifetime of pain. The titan that consumed Reiner and Hoover collapsed immediately. The colossal form gradually transformed into steam, dissipating into the air. Only Yuan, dressed in a shirt, lay unconscious on the ground. In the mist-laden morning, the air was damp and desolate, and on the distant eastern horizon, a glimmer of dawn emerged. Yuan gradually opened his eyes and propped himself up to sit. After undergoing giant transformation, humans tend to lose a brief fragment of their memory, a phenomenon that varies from person to person. Yuan had long been aware of this intelligence. He glanced around at the shattered wooden cabin, the bloodstains on the ground, and the immense pit before him. As memories gradually came into focus, Yuan swiftly discerned the current circumstances based on his surroundings. Yuan could not help but break into a smile. At long last, he had succeeded. Indeed, after years of perseverance, he had transformed from an ordinary office worker and tenant into a meticulous, cunning predator, embodying the formidable strength of a titan. Henceforth, an unremarkable individual had acquired extraordinary power. The first phase of his mission had been accomplished. Now, he was poised to enter the second phase, which entailed seizing the powers of all giants and lifting the curse of Ymir. While the power of the giants was undeniably formidable, it came with a grave drawback. From the moment one acquired such power, their lifespan was limited to merely 12 years. This predicament was exceedingly dire. Yuan possesses shoes that allow entry into comic books, which bestow upon him a myriad of possibilities. Over the years, these miraculous shoes have undergone transformation, evolving from an ethereal transparency to a tangible form, though they remain unseen by others. Yuan senses that in a few months, he may be able to return to his modest dwelling in reality through these shoes, blessed with boundless opportunities. Yuan remains unaware of how much time he has to seek the chance for immortality. Thus, he endeavors to address the inherent flaw in the giant's world, where those endowed with giant abilities can only live for a mere 12 years. This limitation stems from the fact that the progenitor giant, Ymir, perished 12 years after acquiring her powers. However, Yuan hypothesizes that this so-called curse is merely a tactic employed by the progenitor. She possesses the capability to abolish this curse. Indeed, even after nearly 2 millennia, the youthful Ymir, the progenitor giant, continues to exist, albeit in a unique manner, within a mysterious realm. The giants in reality are mere constructs fabricated by Ymir within this enigmatic space. Yet, encountering Ymir is not something Yuan can accomplish at will. It necessitates either royal blood or Ymir's desire for a meeting. Currently, the only opportunity lies in seizing the powers of all giants. Contemplating his next steps, Yuan has donned the three-dimensional maneuver gear and swiftly retreated along the preordained route. Yuan gazed at the increasingly bright sky. Time was running out, and he needed to conceal himself swiftly. Even with the powers of the two colossal giants at his disposal, being besieged within the walls would pose significant trouble. Yuan traversed the vast expanse of the forest. Although the space within the walls was limited, not all areas were suitable for human habitation. There existed numerous uninhabited zones, along with forests and grasslands. For instance, this new recruit training camp was not established within the urban confines, but nestled deep within the mountains, allowing for the simulation of giant combat scenarios in the wilderness, thus facilitating the soldiers' training. At this moment, however, the forest served as the most effective cover for Yuan's retreat. As an ordinary individual, Yuan has always navigated this colossal world with remarkable caution, for it is a realm steeped in reality, where each person harbors their own intentions and thoughts. No individual should ever be underestimated. By the time Yuan arrived in the town, the sun had fully risen, and the streets were bustling with people. Yu held the prepared evidence and remarks, making his way directly into the city. The dawn light pierced through the dense fog, illuminating the dormitory of the new recruits. Alan was awakened by the blinding sunlight, raising his hand to shield his eyes from its glare. What is happening? Has the day broken so soon? It seemed to be the time of the early sunrise, and the dormitory was already awash with brightness. At that moment, Alan noticed that the two beds that belonged to Reiner and Hoover were inexplicably empty. He grumbled, "Are those two already up so early?" Soldiers gradually gathered together, reporting, "Sir, 2 soldiers are missing." Although Shadis's face was illuminated by the sunlight, it was shadowed by a cloud of unease. The fact that 2 members of his training unit had vanished was no trivial matter. Beneath his deep-set eyes, he pondered how to discipline the 2 lazy soldiers. However, he could never fathom that those 2 had already met their demise at the hands of a Titan. Nor would he suspect they were soldiers from an enemy nation. Everyone, immediately find those 2 soldiers. Shadis's face darkened, resembling a large black pot. The soldiers sprang into action, searching frantically. Here? There? Instructor, Reiner and Hoover are nowhere to be found. Shadis's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The 2 soldiers had likely encountered some misfortune. What circumstances could lead to the sudden disappearance of 2 soldiers? Shadis's mind raced with thoughts, but his commands flowed incessantly. Quickly search the surrounding forest and outposts. As the search area expanded to the forest training camp, the difficulty of the search escalated significantly. By midday, the new recruits and instructors surrounded a dilapidated wooden cabin. The remnants of the cabin appeared as though it had been bombarded, and the earth beneath seemed to have been traversed by some colossal creature. "Are you joking? Could it be that a Titan has entered?" the soldiers exclaimed, recognizing that this was an anomaly beyond rational explanation. Shadis's expression fluctuated between anger and concern. "Silence, foolish recruits. A 50-meter-high wall is not something that a mere Titan can breach easily." He hastily intervened, observing the crowd's increasingly dire speculations. Yet, 2 individuals stood apart from the rest. Annie's petite frame trembled slightly, her palms drenched in sweat. While the others indulged in conjectures and fears, she possessed certainty. As a wielder of Titan powers, she understood more about the Titans than anyone else present. The signs surrounding her revealed the truth with alarming clarity. Someone had been here. In this wooden cabin, a transformation into a giant has occurred. However, it is neither Reiner nor Berthold. If it were either of them, this diminutive cabin would have been reduced to mere splinters. The bloodstains on the ground add to the grim reality that Annie dares not contemplate further. She is engulfed in profound dread, fearing that Reiner and Berthold may have perished, their Titan powers stripped away. Of the 4 wise Titans dispatched by the Marleyan military to the island, She is the sole survivor. No matter how composed Annie usually is, she now finds herself in utter disarray. Could it be that the royal family within the walls has intervened? Only those of royal blood possessing the founding titan could seize Reiner and Bertholdt's powers in such a short span of time, could they not? Annie's mind is plagued with countless questions. Among the trio from her homeland, Annie was the first to awaken her powers. She remains the most lucid, acutely aware that this world is intrinsically brutal. Unlike Reiner, who aspired to be a hero, to achieve success and earn the approval of others, trapped in his choices and oblivious until the death of Marco and his interactions with Eren led him to rediscover his humanity, Annie's resolve had nearly crumbled. If not for Reiner's insistence, she would have surrendered long ago, especially upon the death of the armored titan. She merely wished to escape. Now, left alone, the battle for the founding titan seems futile, and retreat is her only option. As her trembling body begins to calm, she murmurs, "Father, I will return." Amidst the tumult of her inner conflict, another presence encircles the cabin, Ymir. A wielder of titan powers, she was originally one of the mindless titans, wandering outside the walls for approximately 60 years. By fortuitously consuming Marcel, a Marleyan warrior endowed with the powers of the Jaw Titan, she regained her humanity and acquired titan abilities. As a fellow titan shifter, Ymir perceives the dire situation unfolding around them. Her back is soaked with cold sweat, and her heart races like tumultuous waves. She never expected titans to draw so near. What will become of Historia if the titans suddenly appear? Indeed, at this moment, Ymir was not contemplating escape. Rather, her thoughts were devoted to Historia. The countless shadows of her early experiences and the harsh realities had caused Ymir to lose her sense of direction in life. However, the arrival of Historia illuminated a new purpose for her. While various thoughts occupied the minds of others, Grisha had already begun to wander outside the walls. Having anticipated that the female titan might abandon her original intentions and head directly towards Marley. Thus, Grisha resolved to observe from within the walls, lying in wait outside, with the intention of consuming the female titan, Annie as well. Moreover, a matter of utmost importance was Grisha's determination to enhance his physical capabilities and combat skills. Lacking any innate talent in these aspects, he found himself unable to secure a position among the top 10 in the training camp, and his proficiency in the three-dimensional maneuver gear was rather mediocre. He had previously placed his focus on the power of the Titans, consequently neglecting the nuances of maneuvering. In the world of Titans, individuals possess physical attributes far superior to those of people in reality. The three-dimensional maneuver gear propels a person into the sky, allowing for movements that would ordinarily result in injury in the real world. However, such concerns are non-existent in the Titan realm. It appears to be a norm in that universe. Today, Grisha must adapt to the powers of the Titans and the capability to combat them. With the acquisition of Titan powers, Grisha exhibited a newfound boldness. Despite the 12-year lifespan, the formidable regenerative abilities of the Titans provided him with confidence to confront them. At the slightest hint of danger, he could unleash his Titan transformation, obliterating those monstrous adversaries. In the presence of those endowed with Titan powers, the once formidable threats outside the walls became considerably less daunting. Within the new recruit training camp, Shadis perused 3 documents in his hands, pondering the connections between the trainees Reiner Braun, Bertholdt Hoover, and the logistics soldier, Jess Bryan. As the former commander of the Survey Corps, the most powerful force among humanity, he possessed formidable connections. Within a mere day, comprehensive information regarding Reiner, Bertholdt, and Grisha had been unearthed. The two, Reiner and Bertholdt, hailed from remote regions, and their prior life details were sparse, with few individuals acquainted with them. They had entered alongside the refugees after the breach of Wall Maria. Following the breach, the number of unidentified individuals had surged. Information within the walls was not freely circulated, with many remote, underdeveloped areas and small villages contributing to the influx of unknown persons. After the walls were breached, numerous families and acquaintances had been devoured, leading to an overwhelming number of newcomers whose origins remained a mystery. Thus, the information regarding Reiner and Hoover remains incomplete, yet this is hardly surprising. Consequently, the reasons behind their disappearance elude speculation, and the identity of the bloodstains at the scene remains ambiguous. Jess Bryan, a merchant of considerable repute, is associated with the formidable Johnny Bryan of the Wall of Rose. Yet it is essential to note that within the confines of the wall, true strength is seldom attributed to merchants. Therefore, the details of the Bryan family's life were swiftly unraveled. As a prominent family of native residents, their status was above reproach. However, It was noted that the Bryans had transferred their assets shortly before the breach of Maria's wall, suggesting a foreboding awareness of the impending catastrophe. All of this raises numerous suspicions. Shotty's felt a splitting headache. Since departing from the Survey Corps, he had not experienced such distress in quite some time. In the training camp, the usually boisterous mess hall was eerily quiet, save for the clinking of spoons against plates, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was charged with anxiety, as the majority lacked the extraordinary resolve and capabilities of the main characters. 3 well-known figures were now missing and presumed dead. No one knew who might perish next. Were it not for the lockdown imposed by Shotty's and the other officers, many would have fled the camp to return home. Although inherently cheerful, Connie, despite his timid nature, could not bear the tense atmosphere any longer. He stood up and exclaimed, "Hey, everyone, let us not be so anxious. We must trust the officers. They will handle this, and as long as we unite, the perpetrator will not prevail." Connie trembled yet spoke with defiance. A provocative voice interrupted. "What if the murderer is one of the officers? Or perhaps someone among us?" This sudden remark deeply unsettled Jean, who had long strived through diligence to rank among the top 10 and was on the verge of exiting the training camp to join the garrison, thus evading the grotesque and terrifying Titans to lead a fulfilling life. But now, a murder case had emerged. Setting aside the fear of death, his future seemed jeopardized. Failure to enter the garrison smoothly would send him into despair. Observing Jean's emotional turmoil, his friend Marco quickly intervened, attempting to calm him. "Jean, don't say such things." Meanwhile, Aaron, along with his companions, was making his way back to the dormitory. At this moment, Aaron struggled to regain his composure. Both Reiner and Hoover were individuals he shared a good rapport with, while Jess was a senior whom Aaron greatly admired for his appreciation of free thought. Conversations with Jess always illuminated Aaron's perspective. What was wrong with striving for one's aspirations? However, the thought that this long-acquainted elder may now be deceased weighed heavily on Alan's heart, deepening his melancholy. The passing of yet another familiar soul perhaps reveals the harsh reality of this world. Meanwhile, Yuan had already departed from the Wall of Rose, having taken with him the supplies he had meticulously prepared in advance. Currently, the ancient source is not the Survey Corps, devoid of steed to ride forth. One can only venture into the vast forest of colossal trees equipped with the 3-dimensional maneuvering gear and substantial baggage, navigating along the walls. Beyond the breached Maria wall lie numerous remnants of human strongholds, undoubtedly harboring consumable provisions and spare 3-dimensional maneuvering devices. Yuan's thoughts, "It is time to take the next step. I must swiftly find a means to adapt to the might of giants." Walking along the wall, I prepared to react and counterattack should I encounter a giant. Fortunately, there had been no perilous encounters for nearly 5 years. The giants had dispersed significantly, and along the way, I only spotted a singular 6-meter-tall giant. This size of giant was easily dispatched with a series of fixed techniques. Compared to those towering over 10 meters, these smaller giants were relatively manageable for well-equipped soldiers. The larger the giant, the greater its explosive power, strength, and body heat, accompanied by a distinct sense of oppression. Only a select few, at least those holding the rank of squad leader within the Survey Corps, could take down giants exceeding several meters in height. It is only after true combat that one realizes that those who remain in the new recruits training camp possess extraordinary talents. However, many will perish once they reach the battlefield. Ultimately, only the elite will endure. After several days of travel, Yuan finally arrived at the human settlement within Wall Maria. Yuan ascended to the rooftop. From this vantage point, he observed that 8 or 9 giants still roamed the expanse of the human city. This was indeed the place. Yuan had chosen this site as his arena to unleash the power of the giants. Unlike Alan, who lacked pertinent information, Yuan possessed extensive knowledge regarding the giants. Their transformation necessitated a profound sense of purpose and a catalyst of injury. Perhaps sensing Yuan's presence, the nearby giants began to draw closer, inch by inch. Yuan gazed calmly at the colossal giants, deftly maneuvering his 3-dimensional mobility device to soar through the air. A magnificent golden radiance erupted in the sky, as a bolt of golden lightning descended from above. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled, and the fierce winds generated by the transformation shattered the glass of the surrounding dilapidated buildings. As the smoke cleared, a towering figure emerged, a 15-meter giant adorned with small demonic horns and clad in armor that appeared to be an extension of sinewy muscles, sharpened to a point. As Yuan opened his eyes, he was struck by an entirely different perspective. The once massive structures around him now appeared diminutive, resembling colossal paper toys. They reminded him of the desks from his school days, stable yet easily toppled with a mere nudge. The sense of strength emanating from his giant form was utterly transformed. Is this what it means to be extraordinary? Yuan excitedly surveyed his newfound giant physique. The ancient source has not manipulated the Gundam. However, he dares to assert that the experience and intricacies of wielding a giant's physique surpass that of operating machines like the Gundam. The transformed giant appears to possess a distinct allure, as the once sluggish behemoth seems to have instantaneously pinpointed its target. Recently, the three giants have rapidly approached. Yuan stirred his colossal form, and beneath the spiked, demon-like visage of his armor, his entire face was shrouded in a layer of flesh and blood, resembling the intricate data lines of neural connections. With a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth, Yuan launched himself directly towards the three colossal titans, their armored forms towering at 15 meters. Even in his initial stride, it seemed as though he had summoned a tempest in his wake. The colossal armored giant, manipulated by the ancient source, charged towards one of the titans with a speed that far surpassed that of the pure giants. With a thunderous crash, the 12-meter-tall pure giant was obliterated like a mere rag doll, its blood cascading around like a torrential downpour. In the midst of this sanguine deluge, Yuan finds himself enveloped in the vapor emanating from the evaporating blood of the colossal, untainted giant, rendering the armored giant an embodiment of hellish demons. The sheer exhilaration of power is intoxicating. As an individual of modest aptitude, Yuan, despite his rigorous training, remains merely a frail human. However, upon connecting with the armored giant, the overwhelming disparity in strength nearly overwhelms him, stirring a tempest of emotions within. In a single stride, Yuan leapt before another colossal giant, delivering a powerful punch. The head of the pristine giant crumpled like a deflated ball and immediately exploded. Its body lost all support and fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Following this, a straightforward yet formidable strike ensued. Had the pristine giant possessed sensation and intellect, it would have felt as though it had been struck by a locomotive. Within the span of merely 1 minute, all three giants, each towering over 10 meters, were vanquished. Yuan remained astonished by his own power. Had he relied solely on the combat prowess of his human form, the outcome would likely have been a desperate struggle to vanquish one giant, only to become entangled with another, ultimately falling prey to a third giant, resulting in his demise. The ancient source emerged from the nape of the giant. My strength has been severely depleted, and I now feel as though I have just completed a 3-kilometer run. Yuan sat high within the confines of the building, resting while contemplating the sensations of the Titan's power. Before long, he rose once more, ready to attempt the extraordinary feat of the colossal Titan. This town, abundant with shelters and resources, offered a stark contrast to the uncertainties of the wilderness. There was no need to dwell on the potential for leaving traces. In the plans he had devised years prior, Yuan had not intended to obscure his actions, for he was preparing to depart from the world of the Titans. Time was running short. He had to seize the opportunity to acquire more Titan power and engage in dialogue with the progenitor, Ymir. Though he had recently exhausted a significant amount of energy, there was little time to rest, especially since the port leading to Marley remained undiscovered, and it was uncertain whether Annie had managed to escape. Beneath the expansive sky, free birds soared among the ethereal clouds. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, transforming the entire heavens into a resplendent hue. The birds, startled, flapped their wings desperately, fleeing into the distance. Following the light was a tremendous explosion boom. A colossal shockwave, accompanied by a terrifying rush of heat, surged outward like a wild beast. When Yuan finally opened his eyes, it felt as though the entire world had shrunk. The houses beneath his feet appeared as mere toys, easily torn apart. As Yuan shifted his gaze, the city walls beneath him were painted a vivid crimson, flames reaching for the heavens. Vast structures lay in ruins, reduced to mere pillars by the force of the shockwaves, while the ground was charred black by the ravenous fire. Observing the debris strewn about, Yuan felt a profound sense of awe. Truly, this was the destructive power befitting a deity of ruin. Such devastation, not only in a world still grappling with steam technology, but even within the realms of high martial arts depicted in comics, is indeed terrifying. The colossal Titan, in contrast to the armored Titan, which boasts immense strength and top-tier defensive capabilities, possesses a vastly different nature. Utilizing the colossal Titan demands considerable stamina. Even a mere gesture feels like an exertion. Certain regions of its body move with great difficulty. For instance, the head shifts slowly, and the torso is cumbersome to maneuver. In stark contrast, Titans such as the Armored Titan, Attack Titan, Female Titan, and Warhammer Titan, all of the 15-meter class, can perform numerous intricate actions with ease. However, The colossal titan presents a far more cumbersome challenge. The ancient origins harbor a wealth of intelligence regarding the giants, such as the steam eruption of the colossal titan, which rapidly vaporizes and vanishes, the incomplete transformations, and the full-force metamorphosis. If one were unaware of these abilities, it could take an eternity to uncover them. However, possessing this knowledge alters everything completely. Yuan lay feebly upon the 50-meter city wall. The exhaustion he experienced differed from that of the armored titan. After attempting numerous techniques, he ultimately could no longer endure. Not a single drop of energy or stamina remained, leaving him utterly fatigued. Although Yuan felt exhausted, a smile graced his lips. Ha. After 5 years, an ordinary individual has transformed into a possessor of the strength of 2 colossal giants. No one knows the countless trials and efforts Yuan has endured. In a world fraught with peril, he had always been an easily killable commoner. Yet he has now ascended to the status of an extraordinary being. In a desolate expanse of lifeless desert, a deafening crash resounded as the headless corpse of an untainted giant collapsed, exuding a copious amount of steam. With a single step, Yuan crushed the nape of the immaculate giant. Although devoid of intelligence, the immaculate giant possessed formidable regenerative abilities. Unless its nape was severed or shattered, it would continuously regenerate. Surrounding the colossal demonic armored giant lay numerous decapitated corpses, exuding steam, marking the 11th head thus far. As Yuan contemplated, the deeper he ventured into the desert, the more giants he encountered. It seemed he was nearing the harbor. After more than a month of relentless searching, Yuan had finally discerned the correct path. Along the way, he had vanquished numerous giants, and his mastery of the giant strength had grown increasingly sophisticated. Upon traversing a sandy ridge, a vast expanse of azure unfolded before his eyes. A subtle ripple stirred within Yuan's heart. Yuan, having lived in a coastal city, had always adhered to societal norms, lacking both the ambition and resources to explore the beauty of the world. He had only beheld the ocean once before, and this foreign realm marked his first true foray into the unknown. Gazing at the sea, a multitude of memories flooded back, grounding him in reality as he silently affirmed, "I am already on my journey." Yuan sat on the observation platform at the harbor. The platform was remarkably pristine, devoid of any soldiers stationed there or supplies placed about. Yuan is eager to discover how the trio from his hometown can return to Malai, especially since there are no regular boats available. If they wish to return immediately, it seems quite impossible, as they lack even the most basic supplies, and without mobile phones. How can they make their way back? After much contemplation, Yuan suddenly recalled that the multitude of giants in this vicinity must be a consequence of the repeated deployments by the Marleyan military. This implies that naval vessels may occasionally arrive here, or perhaps the Marleyan forces have a set schedule for their visits. Guyan Shao, Ani, I await your arrival. The giant tree forest, a unique landscape on Paradis Island, is the domain of the Eldian royal family, due to the influence of the power of giants. Many aspects of the island are intertwined with these colossal beings. For instance, this giant tree forest, towering at approximately 80 meters, can be described as a canopy that obscures the sun. Standing upon its trunk feels akin to traversing a flat expanse of ground. A tent was erected on a tree at the edge of the ancient forest of towering trees. Wang gazed contentedly at his current position. This place is an essential thoroughfare leading to the harbor. One need only wait for Ani to arrive. Yuan was convinced that Ani would inevitably flee. At this moment, he was perched on a tree trunk, elevated and overlooking the surroundings. From his vantage point, he could see everything, while those below were oblivious to the scene above. He was now merely waiting for Ani's appearance. After enduring a tedious wait of over 10 days without a sight of Ani, doubt began to creep into Yuan's mind regarding his judgment. Could it be that Ani had lost his way? The silence of those long days, devoid of conversation, stirred an unsettling agitation within him, prompting a resolute decision to seek out Ani. He promptly donned his three-dimensional maneuvering gear and gathered his belongings in preparation for departure. At that moment, a small dark figure appeared in the distance. Yuan was taken aback, swiftly narrowing his eyes to observe a giant with golden hair. His body adorned with a muscular exoskeleton yet devoid of any bulk, was sprinting across the plain. In the ancient origins of great joy, there exists a female giant, undeniably characterized by the distinct traits of the 9 illustrious titans of wisdom. Her streamlined physique starkly contrasts with the grotesque and absurd form of the unblemished giant. As Annie maneuvers her colossal body on her journey, a sense of unease envelopes her, leading to unspoken grievances against Shadis for the disappearance of the 3 recruits from the training camp. The camp is fortified with formidable defenses, rendering any immediate escape impossible for Annie. After enduring a prolonged wait of over 10 days, the turmoil subsides, and the training camp resumes its evaluations, signaling the imminent departure of the recruits. The moment training concludes, Annie swiftly leaves the confines of the wall, activating her Titan powers to hasten her escape. A thunderous roar reverberates through the sky, momentarily stunning Annie. The expansive plain resonates with a deep, rhythmic sound. With her azure eyes wide open, she gazes towards the horizon. A fearsome giant, its head resembling a demonic mask, is sprinting towards her at full speed. It is none other than the new armored Titan. Despite its normally slow and cumbersome nature, its velocity astonishes. Akin to a high-speed train, Annie halts abruptly, adopting a combat stance as the armored Titan, with its spiked fists, launches a powerful strike towards her like a rocket. With a piercing gaze, Annie swiftly sidesteps the formidable blow from the armored Titan and retaliates with a whip-like kick aimed at the Titan's head. Yuan was momentarily stunned by the forceful kick, retreating several steps. Had it not been for the considerable weight of the armored Titan, he might have been sent flying. Annie gazed at the demonic figure of the armored Titan before her, a twinge of sorrow gripping her heart for Reiner Braun. Even though Annie harbored a deep disdain for Reiner, he, like all of them, had joined the ranks of the Marleyan military's Titan warriors for reasons steeped in hardship and ambition. The loss of a comrade, who had labored alongside her for over 5 years, stirred a profound sadness within her, even amidst her notoriously callous demeanor. Yuan felt a sense of admiration. Ani's martial arts prowess was far beyond his own meager skills. The speed at which Ani responded to his fierce onslaught was truly remarkable. Thus, the two stood in a tense standoff. Yuan surged forward, taking a stride while twisting his waist to unleash a powerful punch aimed at Ani. Ani swiftly sidestepped to evade Yuan's assault, poised for a counterattack. At that moment, a fist materialized before Ani, causing his pupils to constrict as he hurriedly raised both hands to shield himself. Bang! The formidable fist of Yuan struck heavily against Ani's arm, sending her flying despite her defensive posture. A sense of foreboding settled in Ani's heart. Indeed, it was merely a feint. Yuan was no fool. He understood that dealing with a female giant whose speed surpassed his own required a different approach than recklessly charging at an unblemished giant. Ani's arm, battered by Yuan's powerful blow, emitted wisps of steam. Although the armored Titan was slow, its strength was immense, and a single strike inflicted considerable damage. The female giant sprang forward, her body resembling that of a cheetah, lunging toward Yuan with crystalline armor encasing her fists, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Yuan sought to evade but found it impossible. It was too swift. Unlike Eren, Annie's approach to Yuan appeared different. During the battle in the forest, Annie did not wish to kill Eren. Her intention was merely to capture him alive. Similarly, during the conflict within the walls, her sole focus was on fleeing and retreating. Thus, the full extent of Annie's prowess in her Titan form had yet to be revealed. However, in this moment, Yuan bore witness to the formidable capabilities of the female Titan, which possessed the unique ability of localized hardening, enabling each of her strikes to shatter Yuan's armor. Ancient Source could only passively defend himself, his entire being resembling an unyielding boulder. Ani, employing both hands and feet, seemed to wield every part of her body as if it were a formidable weapon. The fist of the giantess struck like a tempest. The armor adorning Ancient Source shattered, dispersing like confetti around him, while within the colossal form of the armored giant, he felt as if he were experiencing an earthquake. Let out a furious roar, charging towards Annie while bracing against her fist. Annie swiftly leapt aside, akin to a frenzied cat scratching at its opponent, only to dart away at the last moment to evade an incoming strike. At that moment, appeared exceptionally wretched. The once formidable and terrifying armor now lay in tatters. After a fierce exchange, Annie was also gasping for breath as the two faced off. Annie pondered deeply, realizing that the armor of the armored Titan was far too thick. If this continued, her stamina might not suffice to defeat him. Meanwhile, felt a sense of relief, recognizing that although Annie possessed hardening abilities, her strength paled in comparison to Eren's. In the later episodes of the anime, Eren had relentlessly battered the armored Titan, with a single strike from his hardened fists capable of shattering Reiner's facial armor. Had just witnessed the hardening on Annie's hands and felt a surge of panic. Their previous battle had revealed Annie's remarkable speed, yet the power of her hardened punches was not on par with Eren's. Had Eren, in his later form, unleashed a combination of attacks like the one just executed, feared he would have been reduced to mere rags. Annie once again soared into action, her hardened legs sweeping towards him, causing Guyu to stagger from the impact. As her strength increased, does she intend to knock me down directly? Yuan remained composed, maintaining a defensive stance. Ani's close-range assaults persisted, yet one could sense that their intensity was gradually diminishing. Suddenly, an eruption of steam burst forth from Yuan, accompanied by a flash of golden light. Amidst the swirling smoke, a colossal fist, flushed with crimson muscle, emerged and struck Annie with tremendous force. The 15-meter-tall female giant was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a rag doll. In the spot where the armored titan once stood, a towering figure loomed, its half-revealed form reaching an impressive height of 30 meters, radiating a deep red hue. This transformation marked the emergence of a super-colossal titan, a remarkable feat of consecutive metamorphosis. The super-colossal titan undoubtedly served as an unparalleled weapon of destruction. Unlike Berthold and Reiner, Yuan had harnessed the power of the titans repeatedly, mastering the prowess of both titans. Even if his combat skills were inferior to Annie's, he would not succumb to defeat. The female giant, propelled away by the force of the blow, crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Her body sprawled as if bereft of bones, motionless and exuding copious amounts of steam. Ancient forces guided the colossal armored giant as it approached Ani with deliberate slowness. The continuous transformations had rendered him nearly incapable of movement. Yuan turned the female giant over, tearing open the flesh at the nape of her neck, revealing Annie's form. Her golden hair danced in the wind, and her pale face bore tightly shut eyes. Ancient Source let out a sigh, succumbing to unconsciousness. Being struck by the colossal fist of a giant is no trivial matter. The overwhelming heat and force shattered the very form of the female giant, causing a tremor upon impact. If Annie emerged unscathed from such devastation, she would truly be superhuman. Although the characters in Attack on Titan possess a resilience surpassing that of ordinary humans, it is not without limits. Annie felt an unbearable discomfort in her body. Unable to move, while the crackling of flames consuming the firewood echoed in her ears, accompanied by the distant calls of unknown insects in the forest. With great difficulty, she opened her eyes. The blurry scene before her gradually came into focus. A familiar man sat by the fire, and her severed limbs were slowly mending. "We meet again," Annie said, her voice tinged with recognition. As she gazed at the man before her, a realization dawned. "It's you, the logistics soldier from the training camp." "Indeed." "It is I," he replied. After uttering this, Annie fell silent, lying there as though resigned to her fate. She was utterly drained of strength, her limbs still in the process of healing. It was likely that she would be unable to transform for several days, leaving her at the mercy of the man standing before her. Annie's thoughts drifted back to her childhood, her father's harsh training, the moment she had broken his leg, his tearful plea for her to return home safely. Closing her eyes, she felt a pang of regret. "Father, I fear I may never return." Yuan gazed at the petite girl, who bore an expression of despair, and his vigilance slightly diminished. He smiled. "There is no need to be so disheartened. I never mentioned anything about killing you." A flicker of life returned to the girl's vacant eyes as she regarded the man before her. It was only now that she truly examined this individual whom she had previously overlooked. He possessed a mane of jet black hair, features suggesting an East Asian heritage, and stood over 1.7 meters tall. His physique was unremarkable, save for the eyes that shone with a fiery reflection, betraying an undeniable ambition. He appeared to be an utterly ordinary person. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous individual had slain two highly trained Marley warriors, Reiner and Hufwa. "Are you of royal descent?" Ani inquired, voicing the question that had long occupied her thoughts. At present, the only entities capable of accessing giant intelligence and conducting experiments on giants, apart from the high-ranking officials of Marley, were the royal family residing on the island. The question of whether I, Yuan, am of royal descent is inconsequential. What truly matters is that, Ani, your father still resides in Marley, correct? Upon hearing this, Ani's complexion turned pale, yet she resolutely suppressed her emotions, asserting, "What father? I am an orphan raised by Marley. Your performance is woefully inadequate. You yearn to return home, do you not? Assist me in a particular task, and I shall spare your life, granting you passage back to your homeland." Outside the Wall of Rose, within the garrison of Tros district, a throng of citizens gathered, forming a queue beneath the city gates. Is the Survey Corps preparing for another expedition? I cannot fathom the royal family's intentions, utilizing my hard-earned coin to sustain a cadre of inept individuals. Upon their return, the toll of casualties will surely be staggering. The chorus of discontent among the crowd ignited a surge of indignation within the newly enlisted members of the Survey Corps. Aaron tightened his grip on the reins, veins bulging on his forehead, while Armin, standing beside him, urgently cautioned, "Do not act impulsively." Mikasa, ever by Aaron's side, incessantly reiterated, "Aaron, once we venture out, stay close to me. Do not stray from my sight." Among the onlookers, two figures cloaked in black, their hoods drawn, lurked in the shadows. Is the objective concealed within this mass of people? Ani found it difficult to comprehend that the Titan she had lost was so near, and she could not fathom how Yuan had acquired such intelligence. Driven by the desire to return home and reunite with her father, this 16-year-old girl reluctantly consented to aid Yuan, hoping to hasten her return, even if it meant gambling on the chance that he would not take her life, allowing her to truly return to her father. Gu silently observed the Survey Corps, noting the presence of numerous newcomers who had recently joined. Many of these recruits had not experienced the harrowing battle in the Tros district, and thus remained largely ignorant of the terror that the Titans instilled. Even those who had faced the Titans before had nearly forgotten the overwhelming sense of dread they inspired. It was likely that many would perish in their upcoming endeavors. Even he, remaining outside the walls, had faced death countless times in the absence of Titan powers. Among the throng, there were few familiar faces. The steadfast trio of Aaron, Mikasa, and Armin resolutely joined the Survey Corps. Those who were originally meant to enlist, such as Jean, Connie, and Sasha, potential future powerhouses, were dissuaded from joining due to Guyu's presence. Having never engaged in a true battle, they remained impervious to Aaron's attempts at persuasion, as he was not particularly adept at rhetoric. Yuan fixed his gaze upon the raven-haired girl with freckles amidst the crowd and said to Ani, "Prepare to take action." Ani responded, "Understood." Ymir quietly observed the anxious Historia beside her, silently vowing, "Historia, I shall always protect you." Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the air, followed by the ominous sound of collapsing structures. A colossal figure, standing 15 meters tall and clad in armor, emerged. Everyone near the city gate was rendered speechless. How could a giant possibly appear here? How did the giant gain entry? The ancient source, with eyes as red as a demon's, fixated on Ymir before swiftly charging towards her. After a brief silence lasting several seconds, the crowd finally reacted. "Run!" they cried, fleeing in a frantic rush. The ancient source paid no heed to the panicked individuals, barreling towards Ymir like a freight train. At that moment, Ymir discerned the intentions of her adversary. She forcefully pushed Historia aside and, seemingly conjuring a dagger from thin air, plunged it into her palm. A brilliant golden light erupted. From within this radiance, a colossal head of a giant emerged, lying upon the ground. The ancient source hurled a fist, akin to a rocket, directly towards the giant with an oversized head. In a remarkable display of speed, the giant deftly evaded the blow, leaping to the adjacent rooftop. Yuan's powerful assault once again met with adversity. Since his debut, Yuan has consistently contended with the swift and astute behemoths, rendering the advantages of the armored titan ineffectual. The two giants stood in a tense standoff beneath the city walls. The titan of Ymir, manipulated by the formidable figure, exhibited remarkable speed. In merely 2 encounters, the armor of Yuan's armored titan had already been marred by numerous deep gashes inflicted by the sharp claws of his opponent. As they faced off, poised to launch their respective attacks, the titan of Ymir made the first move, a leap. Like a high-velocity fireball, it hurtled toward Yuan's face, claws extended. Yet, Yuan was no longer the ordinary individual he once was. The control over the armored titan exuded a sense of unity akin to the merging of sword and wielder. The ancient source, encased in formidable armor, unleashed a powerful fist that struck the colossal figure of the armored titan, sending the 7-meter giant soaring like a mere ball, crashing into a distant residential building with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, amidst the clash of these titans, numerous members of the Survey Corps remained, including Aaron and his companions. Although they experienced a whirlwind of emotions ranging from confusion to astonishment, Aaron quickly regained his composure. "It's been 5 years, you wretched giant. Did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you've donned new armor?" Indeed, due to a lack of intelligence, the soldiers present mistakenly believed that this demon-like armored titan was the same one that had breached the gates of Wall Maria. Aaron prepared to utilize his vertical maneuvering equipment to launch an attack on the armored titan, the very creature responsible for countless lost homes and lives. At that moment, Armin, the astute strategist, rushed to intervene. "Wait, Aaron, hold on a second. What is there to wait for? The enemy is right before us," Aaron retorted. The two titans were clearly engaged in a civil conflict. It would be prudent to assess the situation before intervening, to allow them to fight while awaiting the commander's orders. Indeed, the ancient source had chosen this crucial battleground, the strongest point among the three great walls of Eldia, to capture Emer, right where the majority of the Survey Corps soldiers had assembled. Commander Erwin, the current leader of the Survey Corps, renowned as humanity's strongest force, was depicted in the manga as a figure of immense charisma and intellect, deeply trusted by his subordinates. With his striking blonde hair and a blend of sternness and unique charm, Erwin's research on Titans and humanity was of the highest caliber. He had repeatedly formulated effective strategies against Titans, often yielding remarkable results, making him a formidable and tragically flawed character. Armin could discern the internal conflict between the two Titans. And how could the astute commander Erwin not perceive it? Alongside Erwin were the elite forces, including the strongest human, Captain Levi, all of whom were positioned at a distance on the rooftops, observing the armored Titan. With a serious expression befitting a leader, Captain Levi stated, "When do we attack?" "I will follow your decision." Erwin's eyes glimmered with intensity as he silently observed the movements of the ancient source. In another location, Hang was in a state of frenzy. Hang Zhou, the squad leader of the Survey Corps, would later rise to the position of commander and was known for her obsessive passion for Titan research. At this moment, she longed to charge forward and confront the ancient source directly. Her subordinates, 2 or 3 of them, struggled to restrain the frenzied scientist. "Captain Hang, please calm down and await Commander Erwin's orders." As the members of the Survey Corps concealed themselves, cautiously observing the two Titans, the tension in the air was palpable. Yuan gazed in the direction where the colossal creature of Edge had fallen, and after a brief moment of anticipation, he was met with an unexpected absence of its presence. Emer was somewhat bewildered. At that moment, the colossal figure of Eren swiftly maneuvered under the cover of the buildings. Emer's expression turned ashen. "How could they know that I am the giant from all those years ago? Damn it, Historia, wait for me." Emer engaged in a brief confrontation with Eren and quickly realized she was no match for him. Taking advantage of Eren's powerful strikes to create distance, she resolved to flee. Relying on her diminutive stature and remarkable speed, Yuan stood still, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed the commotion caused by the movement of the armored Titan, controlled by Emer. The Titan possessed sharp claws capable of effortlessly grasping the walls of buildings, enabling it to traverse with remarkable agility. Since Emer had reverted to her human form, she had seldom wielded her Titan powers. However, it was undeniable that she was a proficient user of such abilities. Within a mere span of minutes, she had become increasingly adept with the armored Titan. The swiftness of her movements blurred the scenery around her, rendering it slightly indistinct. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted beside her. A long, formidable leg descended from the heavens, striking down like a war axe. The diminutive armored Titan, under Emer's control, was swiftly crushed beneath the weight, its head squashed. The ground was violently impacted, creating a deep crater and stirring up a fierce whirlwind. Annie, an integral part of Yuan's contingency plan, was deployed to thwart any interference from the Survey Corps and to prevent Emer's escape. Unlike Annie, Emer harbored fewer concerns and lacked a strong desire to engage in battle, a point that Yuan had duly considered. Thus, it was imperative to have a backup plan in place. Annie, as the female Titan, was well suited to counter the armored Titan, which explained the earlier scene. Annie seized the armored Titan, aiming to deliver a biting strike to the nape of its neck. Just then, a hand intercepted her advance, leaving Annie momentarily stunned. Yuan's armored Titan had appeared at her side. She relinquished the limp, steam-emitting armored Titan into Yuan's care. The ancient source manipulated the armor of the armored Titan, causing steam to rise and revealing a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. It bit down upon the nape of the neck of the jaw Titan, blood gushing forth. Within, the ancient source felt no turmoil. Life was indeed fragile, further solidifying his resolve to seek immortality and the path to ultimate strength. Although controlling the Titan's form transmitted sensations, including pain, the Titan itself did not require sustenance. And thus, the ancient source did not experience the taste of blood. He endured the discomfort, attuning himself to the transformation of his body. Memories surfaced of a later scene from a manga, where Eren consumed the Warhammer Titan. Pain from Naruto's pain once remarked that without truly experiencing despair and suffering, people would never understand one another. Few take pleasure in the act of killing and devouring others. The compulsion to do so must be an agonizing experience. When he previously seized the armored Titan and the colossal Titan, he was devoid of consciousness, completely unaware of his feelings or actions at that time. However, the current sensation was entirely different. As the Jaw Titan's essence merged into the armored Titan's form, it transmitted a signal to the ancient source's mind. It felt akin to suddenly realizing one's own proficiency in swimming, as if this ability had become an intrinsic part of him. Fire. Just as the ancient source sensed the changes within the Titan's body, a deep, yet resonant voice of a human officer echoed through the urban expanse. Countless shells rained down upon him, and beside him, Annie's Titan arm was instantaneously obliterated. Quickly, she shielded her exposed nape with her remaining arm. Taking refuge beneath the ancient source's colossal form, Wang swiftly embraced Annie, transforming them into a compact sphere. He was astonished by the remarkable strategic prowess exhibited by humanity. As they had hastily deployed an array of heavy artillery, utilizing the turrets affixed to the walls and the stationed troops on the ground, they unleashed a relentless barrage of indiscriminate bombardment. However, the technology within the walls was woefully antiquated, lacking the advanced innovations of Marley depicted in the comics. Although Marley's reliance on the power of the Titans had hindered their technological progress, they still possessed weaponry designed specifically to combat Titans. At this juncture, the weaponry of the internal forces was pitifully inadequate. The Survey Corps arsenal could not penetrate Wang's armored form, and the thunder spears that emerged later in the comics had yet to be developed. The standard firearms wielded by ordinary soldiers were characterized by poor accuracy and minimal firepower. Nevertheless, the overwhelming rain of shells posed a significant nuisance for Wang. While the projectiles did not strike him directly, the surrounding structures were reduced to rubble. He and Annie now stood fully exposed beneath the guns of humanity. As long as the barrage persisted, Wang would inevitably falter. Moreover, he could not transform into the colossal Titan, for doing so would surely obliterate Annie beneath him. Yuan gritted his teeth, curling his body tightly to minimize the chances of shells striking the gaps in his armor. He shouted to Annie beneath him, "Annie, can you hear me? You may come into my mouth." Yuan is not a person who revels in slaughter. Rather, he pursues the goals that reside within his heart. He engages in no unnecessary killings, adhering to a principle that perhaps defines his humanity. Ancient Source opened the mouth of the armored Titan and shouted to Annie from within its colossal form. Despite the cacophony of artillery fire that left both individuals within the Titan's body dazed, Annie managed to hear him. Upon receiving his words, even Annie's typically cold demeanor faltered. She thought to herself, "How could you utter such a thing as entering your mouth? If you were to betray me and consume me whole, who would I turn to for justice?" Annie's mind was a tumult of conflicting thoughts. Although the female Titan possessed the ability to awaken other Titans and shared the armored Titan's formidable defenses, a counterfeit could never rival the original. If she were to extricate herself from Ancient Source's embrace, she would likely be reduced to mere fragments in an instant. Yet, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, there was little time for contemplation. Ancient Source continued to shout fervently. Indeed, in the current predicament, apart from the mouth encased in armor, all other parts were vulnerable to artillery strikes. With gritted teeth, Annie finally cried out, "I understand." Upon hearing Annie's voice, Yuan let out a sigh of relief. "If you don't respond soon, I shall be utterly battered." Annie emerged from the nape of the female giant, wriggling her way into Yuan's mouth, adjusting her position slightly as she informed him of her arrival. "I'm inside now. We must depart swiftly." At this moment, Annie could only place her trust in Yuan, hoping that he would not renege on their agreement and consume her instead. Yuan let out a hearty laugh as the colossal armored figure stood up, swaying left and right from the impact of the artillery shells. Observing Yuan's slow advance despite the bombardment, Levi coldly remarked, "What a wretched creature. It has endured nearly 5 minutes of cannon fire and remains unscathed. My sword proves ineffective against it." Alwyn also furrowed his brow in concern. Amidst the barrage of artillery, maneuvered away from the epicenter of the bombardment, while the surrounding soldiers recoiled in fear, in stark contrast to the reaction of the stationed troops. Alan and the senior members of the Survey Corps exhibited a sense of urgency. Alan, filled with frustration, thought, "Damn it, that giant is about to escape." He was so agitated that he longed to charge forward and kick Guyu back into the heart of the chaos. The high-ranking officials of the Survey Corps shared his anxiety. Levi looked at the person he trusted most, saying, "Issue the order, Irwin. I will intercept him." The various squad leaders placed immense faith in Irwin as well. "Indeed, Commander. Give the command. We will hold this fiendish giant at all costs. How dare he intrude upon our territory? We must show him the strength of humanity." This marked a significant advancement in humanity's exploration of the giants. Irwin observed the fervor in front of them, despite being the upper echelon of the military. Their hearts burned with a desire to contribute to humanity, even at the cost of their lives, and none were willing to retreat. Silently, Erwin pondered, indeed. Capturing this giant could unveil a monumental mystery of the Titans. The truth may soon come to light. The pace of Guyan quickened, while the number of shells diminished. Just as Guyan's foot landed in a particular spot, the commanding voice of Elvin, the highest authority on site, resonated. Tata, soldiers, offer your hearts. With that command, the members of the Survey Corps sprang into action without hesitation. Yuan found himself surrounded by a flurry of soaring birds. The sound of numerous three-dimensional maneuvering devices filled the air with a rhythmic whooshing. Soldiers encircled Yuan, engaging in a relentless melee. One group would charge and strike, only to be replaced by another, shifting positions to continue their assault on him. The ancient source now appears to be encircled by a whirlwind. Excuse me. Could you please refrain from being so bothersome? The ancient armor of Yuan, impervious even after enduring a barrage of cannon fire, remained unyielding against the blades and swords. With a burst of speed, Yuan surged forward like a locomotive. Cursed be that wretched giant, that spineless fiend. Halt in your tracks. The acceleration of Yuan rendered most soldiers incapable of mounting an effective attack, relegating them to merely trailing behind him. Levi glanced at the last blade in his hand and spat, "Damn tortoiseshell." Elvin, who had been closely observing Yuan from behind, called out to Hang, who was sprinting ahead, "Have you noticed? This Titan shows no interest in humanity. It solely seeks to escape." Indeed, this Titan must possess consciousness. Much like that new recruit of the Survey Corps, it was once human. Hang exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. A multitude of members from the Survey Corps had witnessed Emer's transformation. And after years of the Corps' existence, they had never been closer to the truth. The atmosphere was electric, as if they had all been invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Yuan pressed forward with unwavering determination, entirely disregarding the incessant assaults from the soldiers around him. Unlike Arnie, his armored giant remained impervious to harm. He had no need to retaliate or thwart the soldiers' futile attempts at irritation. In fact, any engagement with these soldiers would only serve to hinder his momentum. Guyan now yearns to hastily depart from this place. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, "Stop right there, you wretched giant." From a distance, a black-haired youth, filled with indignation, swung a blade towards the nape of his neck. It was Alan. Clang. Alan's furious assault proved utterly ineffective. Cursed be the armored fiend. Its shell was too formidable. Alan discarded the remaining fragment of his broken blade and continued to pursue the swiftly retreating Yuan. Meanwhile, Elvin and his companions observed Yuan intently from behind. Elvin wore a solemn expression, his mind racing like a well-oiled machine. The impenetrable exterior, which had withstood bombardment for several minutes, surpassed even the hardness of rock and steel. A mere blade in hand could not hope to penetrate this colossus. Due to a lack of intelligence, the Survey Corps and others were woefully uninformed about the Titan's intellect, leading to such a predicament. Had Yuan been aware of their turmoil, he would undoubtedly have felt a sense of delight. In both the manga and anime, the armored Titan's feats and prowess have been rather mediocre, aside from breaching the walls. It has not achieved any further victories. Whether it be the thunder spears developed after the walls, or the anti-Titan artillery and sniper rifles wielded by humanity beyond the walls, they could easily shatter Reiner's armor. Ultimately, the armored Titan's shell could not withstand the might of artillery. The recent artillery barrage was both inaccurate and indiscriminate, targeting the area where Yuan was located, yet only a few rounds actually struck him. Furthermore, the explosive power of the city's artillery shells was inferior, falling far short of the equipment developed after the walls reforms or the new anti-Titan technology introduced from outside. Ancient Source possesses the formidable strength of the armored Titan while simultaneously harnessing the power of the colossal Titan. The amalgamation of these two Titan powers results in a skeletal robustness and a corporeal weight that significantly surpasses that of Reiner's Titan. The outdated equipment within the walls makes it exceedingly difficult to breach defenses. However, it remains far from invincible. As the Survey Corps members observe Ancient Source, he, in turn, scrutinizes the individuals behind him, his gaze fixating on Eren. Initially, Ancient Source harbored no intentions of harming Eren, driven by his fondness for the boy and the unwavering protection of Mikasa. Those who have witnessed the entirety of Eren's life cannot help but feel a sense of sorrow for this youth, who, at merely 19 years of age, has transformed from an impassioned dreamer of freedom into a silent boy burdened with the responsibility of annihilating the world to save his companions. Even Ancient Source, who has spent 5 years navigating the intricate landscape of the Titan world and has now aged into his 20s, understands that if he were to adopt Aaron's perspective on the relationship between the Eldians and the world, he would struggle to conceive a viable solution. Moreover, Aaron, despite wielding the power of the founding Titan, remains irrevocably a 19-year-old boy. If Ancient Source were merely an observer, he would wish for the tragically fated Aaron and Mikasa to lead lives of tranquility and freedom. Yet, upon inheriting the power of the founding Titan, Aaron's life became irrevocably altered, rendering him anything but ordinary. Henceforth, he is bound by forces beyond his control. As Yuan gradually regained his senses, he was still surrounded by the furious shouts and curses of the Survey Corps. He couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. How pitiful it was to ponder the fates of others when one's own existence was in jeopardy. Mikasa, close beside Aaron, occasionally attempted to strike at the gaps in Yuan's armor. In contrast to Aaron's reckless and furious assaults, Mikasa moved gracefully like an ethereal sprite, transforming from a gentle and elegant being into a soaring eagle, sharp and precise as a dagger when she attacked. Yet, there was a hint of unease in Mikasa's demeanor. What could be the source of her discomfort? Suddenly, the colossal figure ahead, reminiscent of a massive tank, came to an abrupt halt, as if time itself had frozen. Yuan's armored giant lunged backward like a fierce tiger. Its enormous hand seemed poised to blot out the sky. Aaron, akin to a mere figurine, was effortlessly grasped by the Titan's colossal hand. All of this transpired in a matter of mere seconds, leaving everyone in a state of shock. The instant Yuan's hand seized Aaron, he felt his consciousness abruptly vanish, and the scene before him was abruptly severed. Before his eyes lay an endless desert, bathed in a peculiar, eerie azure hue. The atmosphere was dark and unsettling, and in the distance stood a colossal luminous tree, reaching toward the heavens. At this moment, Yuan's mind was still somewhat in disarray. His gaze shifted downward, revealing a strangely silent little girl before him. The peculiar desert, the vast road, and the girl standing right in front of him all contributed to an eerie atmosphere. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Emer came to realize her surroundings. This was a road, a unique high-dimensional space where the consciousness of Emer persisted after death. 2 millennia ago, a slave girl, pursued and exiled by her master for a pig that escaped from its pen, inadvertently encountered an ancient, bizarre creature in her final moments, granting her the divine power of the progenitor giants. Despite possessing such formidable strength, the slave girl, burdened by her servitude, became the consort of the very king who had ordered her exile and pursued her relentlessly, ultimately falling in love with him. She fought for this malevolent king for 13 years, and the terrifying might of her giant power transformed the kingdom into the most formidable nation of its time. Yet, throughout her 13 years with the king, the slave girl felt devoid of his affection. Despite her incredible regenerative capabilities, she chose to embrace death. However, the physical demise of the slave girl did not signify her true end. Instead, she continued to mold giants within this peculiar high-dimensional realm for the king's descendants. The giants manifesting in the external world, be they the pure titans or the 9 intelligent titans capable of transformation, were all crafted from the boundless sands by the progenitor Emer within this ethereal space. In this enigmatic realm, Emer not only shaped giants for the Eldians, but also awaited, anticipating that the uncontrollable attack titan would provide her with answers. After 2 millennia of waiting, Emer's plight was undoubtedly tragic as she toiled like a marionette, endlessly crafting giants for the Eldians in this desolate dimension. Ancient Source, take a deep breath. Lord Emer, I am a descendant of your bloodline. 2 millennia of anticipation has come to an end. You are not a deity, nor merely a giant. You are but a man, and you are free. Yuan chattered on for quite some time. After 5 years, he could hardly recall the exact words spoken by Alan, yet he retained a vague understanding of their essence. A gentle breeze stirred through the tranquil desert, creating undulating patterns in the sand beneath. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. The girl before him bore a vacant gaze, devoid of any sparkle, reminiscent of the lifeless eyes depicted in a comic strip after Alan's verbal escapades. Yuan remained silent, feeling a profound sense of helplessness upon unexpectedly entering this realm and swiftly encountering the progenitor Emer. It was indeed a disconcerting surprise. Clearly, Yuan lacked the ability to employ verbal cunning, rendering him unable to elicit any response from Emer. Was it truly the case that only those of royal blood could provoke a reaction from Emer in this place? The ancient source is tormented by the primordial ancestor, Emer. Do you wish to seek a different answer? Why have you waited in anguish for so long? Please lend me your strength. Yuan remains undeterred, making various attempts to persuade Emer. The girl, adorned in a delicate gray-white dress with golden hair, appears almost like a statue, standing utterly still. Gu Yuan gazed intently at the girl before him. Although she remained utterly still and did not respond to his words, he could sense that Emer was observing him, seemingly deep in thought. For a moment, Gu Yuan found himself at a loss regarding how to approach Emer. Suddenly, the scene before him flickered. The eerie desert vanished in an instant, leaving Gu Yuan momentarily stunned. At that moment, he still retained his grip on Eren. Beside him, Mikasa grew tense, swiftly maneuvering her vertical maneuvering equipment to strike at the arm of Gu Yuan's armored titan. "Release Eren. Let him go," she urged, as she expertly sliced through the gaps in the armor of Gu Yuan's titan's hand. Possessing the Ackerman bloodline, Mikasa was distinct from others. One could say that without Captain Levi's intervention, there were few present who could match her combat prowess. With a piercing gaze, the armored titan, despite its formidable defensive capabilities, is not entirely impervious to harm. A warrior of Mikasa's caliber can strike at the titan's vulnerabilities even amidst its erratic and rapid movements. The elite forces of humanity have discerned the connection points of the armored titan's armor, revealing the gaps as its current Achilles heel. In the brief span of mere breaths, Mikasa, disregarding the fuel consumption of her maneuvering gear, has relentlessly targeted the crevices of the armor. Although the armored titan, empowered by the strength of the colossal titan, possesses an unprecedented level of durability not found in Reiner's original form, Mikasa's strikes can only inflict damage upon the titan, failing to disrupt its control over its arm muscles. Nevertheless, the assaults from the Survey Corps resemble a swarm of vexatious flies buzzing around. Initially bothersome, they have now managed to bite into the flesh of the titan's face. Unable to endure any longer, the armored titan abruptly halts, extending its other arm to grasp the rooftop of a nearby building, shattering it into countless fragments that are seized by its colossal hand. Gu Yuan assumed a throwing stance, indeed preparing to unleash the technique of the beast titan, specifically that of the monkey titan. Observing Gu Yuan's movements, Erwin urgently shouted, "Advance. Continue to advance." He swiftly signaled the higher-ups of the Survey Corps beside him with instructions. Witnessing Gu Yuan's sudden counterattack as he paused, Erwin did not call upon his comrades to retreat as an ordinary person might. Rather, he pressed forward, commanding his subordinates to encircle Gu Yuan from all directions. The ancient source commanded the armored giant to sweep forward, casting fragments of stone and wood in its wake. The debris fell like rain upon the pursuing Survey Corps. Although the ancient source lacked the precise throwing accuracy of the beast titan, the countless shards still managed to strike down numerous members of the Survey Corps, reducing nearby buildings to rubble. Just as the ancient source observed the substantial impact and prepared to retreat further, a silver flash darted along the ground. At an astonishing speed, it executed a fluid motion that severed the muscle of the giant's hind leg, causing its blood to erupt forth like a fountain. Gu Yuan was taken aback, realizing that the giant possessed a profound tactile connection. The excruciating pain radiating from his hind leg prompted an immediate reaction. The shadow that had swiftly severed his hind leg seemed unwilling to relent, akin to a colossal wheel, as it hurtled back once more, striking at the same injured area. A successful hit. That shell-covered scoundrel. The relentless assault on the same spot had finally breached Gu Yuan's toughened skin, severing the tendons beneath. In a fleeting moment, Gu Yuan felt an abrupt loss of control over his calves, and the colossal form of the armored titan crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The earth was violently struck, creating a vast pit. The intense tremor sent Ani, who was trapped inside Gu Yuan's titan maw, tumbling around like a hapless ball. Furious, Ani pounded the interior walls of the titan's mouth with her small fists. "Hey, let me out. Hurry up and recover." Meanwhile, upon witnessing the fall of Gu Yuan's armored titan, Erwin swiftly rallied the troops to support the artillery unit stationed nearby. "Quickly, we cannot allow the titan to regain its strength." The human faction mobilized with alacrity. Suddenly, the titan's mouth opened, and the Survey Corps members watched intently. Tick, tick. The sweat from Armin's hands slipped from the handle of his blade, landing on the ground. At this moment, his and Mikasa's focus was no longer on slaying the armored titan, but rather on the unconscious figure of Eren, whose head was barely visible above the titan's lips. Eyes closed in unconsciousness. Damn it! What does this titan intend to do by opening its mouth? The gaping maw of the titan resembled a massive gate, dark as an abyss. Suddenly, a rope shot forth from within, and a small figure burst forth like a bird in flight. Upon seeing this figure, all the trainees who had trained alongside Eren stood in stunned silence. Armin was drenched in cold sweat. Hey, that's Ani, isn't it?" With a stoic expression, Ani maneuvered her vertical maneuvering equipment towards the nearby buildings. Ultimately, it seems I must take the stage. In this chaotic battlefield, where artillery shells whizzed past and the elite of the Survey Corps had gathered, she could not afford to relax, for a moment's inattention could lead to capture, loss of freedom, or even life. The instant Ani was spotted, the elite soldiers of the Survey Corps, including the likes of San Mao, lunged at her with the ferocity of tigers. Before Ani could even land, she found herself surrounded by several soldiers whose expressions were twisted with the hunger of predators. "You bastards, die?" Even the battle-hardened members of the Survey Corps began to succumb to fear, losing control of themselves. Noticing her comrade's state, San Mao furrowed his brow. This human must be captured alive. This situation was dire indeed. Alas, on the battlefield, there is little time for contemplation. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the area as a bolt of golden lightning descended from the heavens, revealing an agile figure amidst the radiance. Several Survey Corps soldiers nearby were instantly hurled away by the force of the blast. The crowd once again beheld the transformation of the Titan. Golden locks danced in the wind, while the peculiar exoskeleton intertwined with sinewy muscles, presenting a physique of perfect proportions that glimmered under the sun like a Valkyrie. Alas, this was no Valkyrie, nor did she embody the compassion of a goddess. Ani commanded the female Titan with a swift stride, seizing several tethered ropes of the Survey Corps that circled around her, spinning them like a yo-yo in her grasp. With a sudden pivot, she delivered a kick that sent a soldier flying like a crushed fruit bursting with juice, a torrent of blood erupting as he was flung away like refuse. From her transformation to a series of relentless assaults, a mere 2 minutes had elapsed, showcasing the female Titan's speed that far surpassed that of the armored Titan. The Survey Corps watched this brutal spectacle, their eyes filled with rage. "Damn Titan, cease at once." Amidst the chaos of battle with Ani, Erwin had already prepared the artillery. "Fire." At Erwin's command, the soldiers ignited the fuses, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs that rained down upon the ancient armor like a tempest. Within the colossal frame of the armored Titan, Yuan observed the transformations occurring outside, a smirk gracing his lips as he reflected on his earlier restraint during the bombardment, prioritizing Ani's safety over unleashing his full might. Now, he was prepared to unveil the power of the god of destruction. The fallen armored Titan radiated a brilliant light, swiftly expanding like a luminous sphere. Ani, along with the members of the Survey Corps, instinctively halted their actions, their gazes drawn to the burgeoning orb of light emanating from Yuan's direction. Ani seldom witnessed the transformation of the colossal Titan. She had only seen it once during the Marleyan military campaign, and again when Hoover transformed while breaching the wall. Each occurrence, no matter how many times she had witnessed it, was equally terrifying. How could such formidable power be bestowed upon an individual like him? With a grave expression, Ani crouched behind a building for cover. The luminous sphere rapidly swelled and then burst apart, plunging the battlefield into an eerie silence. A colossal shockwave radiated outward from Yuan, igniting structures in its path with searing heat, while a fierce wind propelled the debris skyward. Countless fragments of shattered buildings rained down like meteorites. The Tros district was transformed into a nightmarish landscape, reminiscent of a tempest's wrath. Armin felt as though he were adrift on water, unable to regain control. He struggled fiercely, yearning to escape the depths and return to solid ground, only to find himself plummeting further, a suffocating sensation enveloping him. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes, flailing his arms in desperation, shouting, "No!" The Tros district was now a desolate wasteland. The shockwave and heat from Yuan's transformation had obliterated half of the district, leaving only ruins and raging fires. As Armin gradually regained his composure, he surveyed his surroundings, witnessing the charred remnants of buildings and injured soldiers being laid out in open spaces. The air was thick with the anguished cries of the wounded. Momentarily, he seemed to forget the reason behind the chaos, instinctively reaching up to touch his head, where the bandage was soaked in blood. "Your head was struck by debris, rendering you unconscious." A deep yet unexpectedly powerful voice resonated nearby. Turning towards the source, Armin caught sight of a tall figure with flowing golden hair, accompanied by a small, expressionless officer with dark hair. "Captain Erwin," Armin exclaimed, hastily attempting to rise. Erwin raised a hand, gesturing for him to remain seated. "You are injured. There is no need to stand. Can you tell me why your companion, Eren Yeager, was taken by the armored Titan and the female Titan?" Taken aback, Armin's gaze darted around in panic before abruptly halting. "Is it true? Eren has been captured. I do not understand why this has happened." Cradling his head in his hands, he struggled with the painful memories. "TCH, I thought I could extract some information." but it seems no better than that little brat. Beside them, Captain Levi expressed his discontent. After his words, both Owen and Levi turned their gaze towards the shadow of a nearby house, where a dark-haired girl crouched with her arms wrapped around her legs. Her eyes were vacant, as if her soul had departed. Prepare yourself, foolish child. The Survey Corps is set to embark on a mission to pursue the armored Titan and reclaim Eren Yeager. Upon hearing Levi's words, a flicker of light emerged in Armin's otherwise bewildered and pained eyes. Is Eren still alive? Can we still rescue him? After a moment of contemplation, Erwin finally spoke. Indeed, although we are completely unaware of Eren's current condition, he may hold the key to our salvation. Even if it means that all the soldiers of the Survey Corps perish on the battlefield, we must retrieve him. Levi gazed at Erwin with an inscrutable expression, lost in his own thoughts. After the ancient source unleashed the power of the colossal Titan, it promptly ascended the 50-meter-high wall alongside the female Titan, vacating the battlefield. Thud, thud, thud. On the plain, Annie maneuvered the female Titan with graceful agility, her piercing gaze slightly shifting. Annie glanced at the expressionless figure of the ancient source resting upon her shoulder. If one were to inquire about the whereabouts of the captured Eren, the current scene provided the most unequivocal answer. Aside from the ancient source and Annie, no other living soul could be found on the plain. Unlike Reiner and others from the manga, whose mission was to reclaim the Titan power for inheritance, the ancient source harbored the intent to obtain the Titan's strength for himself. The free-spirited Eren had departed from this cruel world without anguish, while the ancient source, influenced by the digital realm, would never resort to the mindless villainy of rousing Eren merely to engage in futile discourse, thereby squandering their chance at victory. The ancient source's decisiveness and ruthlessness kept Annie on high alert. Although the ancient source appeared weary, perched on her shoulder as if a mere gesture could crush him, Annie dared not make a move. The enigma surrounding him instilled a sense of caution within her. Perhaps this man, despite appearing breathless, had every muscle taut, ready to transform into a nuclear bomb at any moment. Days later, as they traversed the plain, Annie sensed a peculiar disturbance, unlike any she had felt before, prompting her to slow her pace. Observing Annie's actions, the ancient source stood upright on her shoulder, directing his gaze towards the horizon where a green signal flare ascended. The Survey Corps had caught up, and due to supply issues, the duo was compelled to halt for replenishment, wasting precious time. Although the Survey Corps had endured the ancient source's nuclear bombardment, it seemed several of their ranks had survived, and given the sudden onset of war, the royal family had not received news in a timely manner. Consequently, Erwin and the higher-ups of the Survey Corps swiftly mobilized their forces to pursue the Titan's trail. Though they were at a considerable distance, it seemed as if the ancient source's gaze had locked onto Erwin's. Annie's expression darkened, as she had never anticipated that human steeds could match the speed of Titans. At that moment, Annie was not the same as depicted in the manga or anime. She had come to witness the Survey Corps, the pinnacle of human military might, in action on the battlefield. She glanced at the ancient source, who remained expressionless and lost in thought, before turning and sprinting away. On the Survey Corps side, an unknown soldier wielded binoculars and exclaimed, "Damn it! That Titan has accelerated." The initial excitement of closing in on their quarry began to dissipate among the ranks. Commander Erwin gazed ahead, his eyes sharp as a blade. The mood among the Survey Corps behind him was far from delightful. The soldiers who had witnessed the power of the colossal Titan in the Tros district trembled with fear, contemplating their fates. Among the ranks, a few individuals bore expressions that diverged from the rest. Mikasa's gaze was resolute. "Eren, hold on. I will surely bring you back to my side." Armin, filled with concern, pondered more than the others. At present, no one knew the purpose behind Eren's abduction, however. Most believed he was still alive. Clinging to this hope, they pursued relentlessly, battered yet determined, encountering numerous Titans along the way. And their numbers had diminished since their initial departure. At this juncture, the wall outside differed significantly from the one depicted in the manga, where the Survey Corps contended with Reiner for Eren. 5 years ago, when Wall Maria was breached, a substantial number of pure Titans were drawn near the human walls. Subsequently, the Tros district fell to the colossal Titan, luring even more Titans inside the walls. Later, thanks to Eren sealing the breach created by the colossal Titan's kick at the city gates, the Titans within were ultimately vanquished, significantly reducing their numbers on the island. However, the emergence of the founding Titan has disrupted the original narrative. After the breach of Wall Maria, Hang and the others did not proceed to breach the second wall. Wall Rose. Consequently, the numerous Titans roaming outside Wall Rose remained unchecked, and the ability to chase them across the plains attested to the formidable strength of the Survey Corps. Had they been faced with Marley's inexperienced forces, the losses would have been catastrophic. Both sides raced across the plains, the female Titan sprinting with all her might, her long legs moving like a windmill. The horses of the Survey Corps strained to close the gap, yet they could not diminish the distance. This exertion proved a tremendous test of endurance for both parties. After half an hour of relentless running, Annie was already gasping for breath. Standing atop Annie, Yuan gazed into the distance at the Survey Corps, a trace of helplessness etched upon his face. To be frank, he had no desire to engage in a protracted struggle with them. Meanwhile, at the forefront, Erwin scrutinized the horses beneath him, their breaths coming in quick gasps. His brow furrowed in concentration, his eyes, resembling deep-sea black pearls, fixated on the Titan sprinting along the distant horizon, lost in thought. With the ascent of a signal flare, the Survey Corps gathered and came to a halt in the clearing. Captain Levi, standing nearby, expressed his irritation, wishing he could sever the legs of those who ran faster than horses. In the rear, Mikasa observed the weary horses, her heart filled with an overwhelming urgency. Up until now, the Survey Corps had yet to spot any trace of Eren among the Titans racing in the distance. How could she find solace when Eren's fate remained uncertain? Armin, one of the few who understood Mikasa deeply, recognized her distress, yet he too could not conceive a solution. The current predicament was clear. Unless Yuan and Annie were willing to pause and duel with them, they would never be able to catch up. Without the possibility of pursuit, any tactical maneuver would be rendered futile. The retreat routes of Yuan and Annie were meticulously planned in advance, leaving no room for the possibility of taking shortcuts to catch up. As night fell, the duo found themselves in the giant tree forest, the nearest woodland along the route to the port. Parody Island is vast and based on Yuan's sense of journey. The area within the walls alone is at least twice the size of Japan on Earth, while the land beyond the walls is even more expansive. The world map here differs significantly from that of Earth. For instance, the size of Parody Island would be classified as a colossal island on the original planet. Previously, Yuan had wandered aimlessly for quite some time before reaching the port without a route or map. Now, armed with knowledge of the path, he was able to swiftly distance himself from the Survey Corps and arrive at the giant tree forest. Annie sat by the campfire, hugging her knees. So, what are your plans once you reach Marley? Yuan cast a fleeting glance at Annie, then rose to face the direction of the Survey Corps. This is not information you ought to possess. All you need to do is take me to Marley, and then you may depart. It is indeed the power of the Titans, isn't it? A subtle ripple stirred within Yuan's heart, yet his expression remained impassive. After 5 years, he had transformed from the naive youth who had just entered society into a figure not easily swayed. What is it you wish to convey? Annie inquired, lifting her gaze slightly towards Yuan. I can assist you in capturing the remaining giants. At this moment, Yuan was taken aback. In truth, it was not difficult to deduce his intentions from his series of actions. His objective was to amass the powers of the 9 Titans. As Annie, the female Titan, was also one of the 9 wise Titans, she too became a target for Yuan. It was implausible that after knowing Annie for less than a month, Yuan would relinquish the Titan power she possessed. Concerning Annie's own motives, Yuan found himself perplexed. Was she seeking her own demise? Ha ha ha. What are you plotting, Annie? Yuan's voice resonated through the forest, chilling and diabolical. Annie lowered her head between her legs, her voice barely audible, akin to the whisper of a mosquito. I promised my father that I would return. Yuan gazed intently at the curled-up little girl. Indeed, she was but a child. At this moment, Annie was merely a girl in her early teens. Was she truly just a child? With a gentle smile, Yuan exclaimed, puff, puff. Damn it. Die. A girl with slightly orange hair glided effortlessly past the nape of an unblemished giant, landing gracefully on the ground like a dragonfly touching the water. The light golden hair styled in a middle parting, Naruto, approached eagerly. Petra, splendid work. Mikasa observed the elite members of the Survey Corps assisting the new recruits in slaying giants. Even Mick, who was regarded as the foremost warrior, second only to Captain Levi, exhibited a flicker of concern in his gaze. Levi turned to Erwin, who was deep in thought while seated on a wooden crate. The dawn has arrived, issue the command. Commander. As daylight broke, the giants became increasingly active compared to the previous night. Most unblemished giants entered a state of dormancy at night, refraining from significant movements. With only a few exceptional aberrant types posing a threat, the safety during the night was often higher than in the glaring daylight. However, as soon as day broke, The unblemished giants commenced their activities. Within a brief hour, numerous giants had fallen near the Survey Corps encampment. "Commander, give the order. The giants will soon encircle us." Throughout the night, Erwin had contemplated various possibilities. Yet, the Survey Corps found themselves unable to advance any further. After days of pursuit, they had lost several elite soldiers at the captain level and a significant portion of their new recruits. The harsh wilderness had exacted a toll, with countless sacrifices leading to confusion and despair within the ranks. Despite Erwin's fervent desire to catch up with Yuan and uncover the truth, it was futile at this moment. Their position was now far removed from the breached wall Maria, marking the furthest distance the Survey Corps had ever ventured from the walls. Even Erwin found it hard to believe. Perhaps it was the glimmer of hope to unravel the mystery and discover the truth about the giants that had propelled him to this point. With a deep sigh, Erwin rose. "All personnel, retreat." The elite members of Levi's squad wished to say something, but ultimately refrained. After days of arduous travel, not only had resources dwindled, but the soldiers' resolve had also been severely tested. Each day saw their comrades reduced, and their sole focus remained on the figures of one another as they pressed on, forever unable to catch up. Even the few true warriors within the Survey Corps, willing to sacrifice their lives for humanity, struggled to voice the need to continue the pursuit, even if they were to catch up. The current strength of the squad and the complete Survey Corps would find it challenging to capture the power of the giants held by Yuan and Annie. Erwin gazed into the distance, sensing that Yuan would return to the walls, and they would meet again. If Yuan were to perceive Elvin's current thoughts, he might well burst into laughter, for the power of the Titans, which Yuan sought, had vanished from the island. This implies that Yuan is unlikely to return to Parody Island. After 5 years of meticulous planning, Yuan has now mastered the powers of 5 of the 9 formidable Titan shifters: the Armored Titan, the Colossal Titan, the Jaw Titan, the Attack Titan, and the Founding Titan. Even at this stage, if he is unable to harness the powers of the Founding Titan, possessing the powers of 4 Titans renders Yuan virtually invincible. Yuan stood atop the sleek sports car, gazing into the distance. The world faded away, and silence enveloped him. As a confluence of the powers of the 5 colossal giants, the ancient source experiences an astonishing transformation, one that even it finds incredible. It can hear the voices of the Eldians. Mali, once a formidable military power in the world, has witnessed a drastic transformation with the emergence of the Founding Titan, Ymir, which bestowed the power of Titans upon the Eldians, rendering them the most formidable beings on the planet. This led to the obliteration of Mali. However, after approximately 700 years of Eldian domination characterized by violence and suffering, the 145th king of Eldia grew weary of war. He resolved to end the Eldians' transgressions by instigating the Rumbling, which culminated in the cessation of hostilities and the retreat to Parody Island, where a portion of the Eldian populace was transformed into colossal titans to erect 3 great walls. Mali, under the stewardship of the Tiber family, became the custodian of the 7 titans, excluding the Founding Titan and the Attack Titans. As part of the 145th king's grand design, with the possession of these 7 titans, Mali emerged as the most formidable power, second only to the royal family of Parody Island over the course of the last 2 centuries. However, an over-reliance on Titan powers led to strained relations with multiple nations and a lack of emphasis on technological advancement, causing Mali to gradually fall behind industrialized countries. As Mali's strength waned, the allure of Parody Island's resources and the Founding Titan's power grew irresistible. Consequently, they dispatched 4 Titan shifters: Reiner, the Armored Titan; Annie, the Female Titan; Berthold, the Colossal Titan; and Marcel, the Jaw Titan, to seize the Founding Titan's power. Regrettably, these 4 were mere children, ill-prepared for the myriad challenges they faced, resulting in the loss of 1 member upon arrival on the island. The decision to send Titan shifters to capture the Founding Titan seemed profoundly naive to Eren. For in the world of Attack on Titan, only the Attack Titan, unbound by the Founding Titan's control, posed a genuine threat to it. Other Eldians remained entirely subjugated by the Founding Titan's influence, with those of royal blood capable of effortlessly commanding all Titans, save for the Attack Titan, without even transforming. With Annie's assistance, Eren successfully boarded a transport vessel bound for Mali. As a Titan shifter, Eren possessed numerous clandestine methods to embark on the ship. Upon arriving in Mali, he was struck by a wave of nostalgia. After residing within the walls for over 5 years, enduring a medieval existence, stepping into the modernity of Mali felt reminiscent of returning to Earth. Now, as Eren gazed upon the city adorned with European architecture, He narrowed his eyes in contemplation of how to seize the remaining titans. Though Mali's technology may lag behind that of other nations, it still stands as a global power, possessing 3 titan powers. Even with control over 5 titan powers, Aaron felt a sense of caution. The might of humanity should never be underestimated. After arriving in Mali, Annie was swiftly taken by the military, leaving Aaron as the sole surviving titan shifter of the original 4. Without needing to look, Aaron knew that Mali's authorities were undoubtedly enraged. Indeed, as Aaron had anticipated, the upper echelons of the Mali military erupted in outrage upon learning of the incident. How could this be? The power of the Titans has been seized by a mysterious individual. What a disgrace! What purpose does Marley have in cultivating you? A group of Eldians? Annie gazed at the high-ranking officials of the Marley military surrounding her, scrutinizing her as if she were a criminal. A shadow seemed to veil her expression. Had it not been for the presence of the Titan shifters, the Beast Titan and the Cart Titan, Annie would have genuinely yearned to crush this assembly of Marley officials who regarded Eldians as less than human. In the ensuing days, Yuan tirelessly sought the whereabouts of the Daba family's residence. It must be noted that the Daba family held significant prestige. Both Marleys and Eldians exhibited profound respect for them, subtly indicating their elevated status. However, at this moment, this very acclaim and renown transformed into a vulnerability for the Daba family. On a high slope, Yuan stood at a distance equivalent to half a large urban district from the family of Deba, peering through his binoculars. He observed a grand carriage approaching to escort Willie Debo away. This Willie Debo was the very man who had declared war on Parody Island in the comic, only to be ambushed and crushed by Aaron. At this moment, Willie appeared considerably younger than his comic portrayal. His youthful visage already bore the semblance of authority, suggesting he was on the cusp of assuming significant power within the Deba family. Following him were 2 maids, and Yuan's gaze lingered on one of them. She possessed a slender figure, and despite being clad in a maid's uniform, her piercing yet ethereal eyes radiated a unique charm. Indeed, she was none other than the inheritor of the power of the Warhammer Titan, Lara Deba. Yuan was not fixated on the petite maid merely to admire her figure. In comparison to the illustrations in the comics, this maid appeared more like a mere child. Though she donned the guise of a functional servant, she could not conceal her true nature from Yuan, who was well aware of the unfolding narrative. It appeared that she had already inherited the formidable powers of the Warhammer giants. Lowering his head, Yuan observed as Willie and the others boarded the carriage. He tightened his collar, expressing his regrets. I apologize. Though you are still so young, you stand in my way. Despite Annie being taken by the military, it seemed she had not divulged any information regarding Yuan. Yu has already spent several days in the nation of Marley, even locating the base of the Tiber family. Yet, there seems to be no significant movement from Marley, as if they believe the enemy remains far away on Parody Island, before an exceptionally opulent European-style edifice. A dark-skinned officer with a closely cropped black hairstyle, stubble, and furrowed brow stood under the sun, his sharp gaze radiating a sense of foreboding. At that moment, a carriage approached. Mr. Willie, you have arrived. Captain Magath, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. The officer waiting in the sunlight was none other than Dio Magath, the commanding officer of the Marleyan warrior unit in the latter part of the manga, renowned for delivering significant blows to the Titans. Mr. Willie, 3 of the 7 Titans have already fallen into the hands of Parody Island. What should we do? Indeed, it is the first time in a century that we have suffered such a substantial loss of Titan power. As a true high-ranking official of Marley, Willie raised his hand, and the assembled elite fell silent. Typically, these powerful dignitaries might not have shown Willie any deference, but the gravity of the situation compelled everyone to seek a resolution. Let us first dispatch a fleet of warships to Parody Island to ascertain the situation there, shall we? After a prolonged discussion, Willie emerged from the administrative offices of the Marley High Command, flanked by soldiers for protection. He gazed at the sky. When he arrived, the sun blazed fiercely. But now the sun was setting, casting the heavens in a rare shade of crimson. Willie pressed his forehead in contemplation and let out a deep sigh. What a tumultuous season this is. At that moment, Magath exited the meeting room and caught sight of Willie, who appeared somewhat overwhelmed. A flicker of empathy stirred within him. Having lost 3 of the warriors he had trained on the island, Magath had been in a gloomy state since receiving the news. Observing Willie, who seemed to share a similar burden, he felt a sense of camaraderie. Magath intended to approach Willie when suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. A tremendous tremor catapulted Willie and the others standing before the building into the air. What is happening? Everyone was bewildered. Magath turned sharply to Willie. who was rubbing his backside as he stood with the assistance of two young maids. Willie and Magath exchanged bewildered glances, both momentarily stunned. Just as they suspected it was an earthquake, they heard a soldier nearby tremblingly whispering, that is, what? In the distance. A colossal plume of smoke ascended, within which something immense appeared to be surging. If Willie and his companions were to gaze down from a height at that moment, they would witness the houses surrounding the smoke transformed into a desolate wasteland. Even for Marley, who had wielded the power of the 7 Titans for over a century, few had truly beheld the transformation of a Titan. The soldiers present were momentarily bewildered, unable to identify the Titan concealed within the smoke. However, Magath, who had trained Titan warriors for over a decade, could hardly be mistaken. The ancient source within the smoke fixated intently on Willie and his companions amidst the nearby European-style buildings, while the arm of the colossal Titan plunged into the earth as effortlessly as if it were piercing through tofu. Suddenly, Yuan raised his hand. The giant version of the table was forcefully overturned. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, and the uprooted soil shot towards Willie and the others like a colossal artillery shell. Magath, witnessing this, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. However, as a former army marshal, he possessed formidable willpower. He shouted, "Everyone, get down." As the clumps of earth struck the ground, the once resplendent edifices were shattered, resembling mere paper models. Logia-type, the wielder of the Warhammer giant's abilities, felt the earth shake beneath her. The objects before her were obscured by the violent shockwave, leaving her disoriented. When her vision finally steadied, she discovered that her surroundings had transformed into ruins, engulfed in flames with enormous stones embedded in the ground. Nervously, Lala glanced around, realizing that the tremendous tremor had pushed her away from Willie. Soon, she located him, but he was left with only half of his body. His legs and the right side of his abdomen were gone. Lala rushed to embrace Willie, a mere teenager, feeling utterly helpless. Miraculously, Willie, despite losing half his form, had not immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. His pupils trembled as they turned towards Lala, but soon, he lost his spark. Willie was dead. Compared to his fate in the original comic, where he was trampled into a pulp by Eren, this outcome was somewhat better. At least he had a half-corpse. Lala helplessly surveyed her surroundings, yet all she could see was a desolate wasteland, devoid of any standing figures. In that moment, she realized how incredibly fortunate she was to have survived, spared from being crushed by the massive stones. In the smoke and dust-filled sky, a pair of crimson giant hands, adorned with thorny armor, reached out towards Lala. She was seized like a figurine. Struggling, she looked at the enormous giant radiating overwhelming heat, her eyes filled with hatred. But being captured, she could not free her hands to transform with her dagger. Yuan amusingly observed the tiny ant before him when, all of a sudden, an eruption of blood gushed from his body, igniting his clothes in flames. Oh dear, this is not good. In an unprecedented event, Genshin found himself merging the immense powers of all giants within his being. At this moment, although the colossal titan retained its foundational appearance, it exhibited numerous characteristics reminiscent of the armored titan, along with the claws of the jaw titan. The amalgamation of such diverse powers left even Genshin momentarily astounded. The superheated atmosphere generated by Genshin's titan form incinerated Lala's flesh, causing her blood to evaporate under the extreme heat. A radiant golden light erupted from her eyes, mouth, and nose, transforming her into a diminutive golden figure. A bolt of golden lightning struck Genshin's hand from the heavens. Lala, having escaped the grasp of the colossal titan, landed upon the ground. "Brother, I shall avenge you." At this juncture, Lala was far from the composure portrayed in the manga. With a fierce countenance, she commanded the Warhammer Titan to deliver a powerful blow upon Genshin's colossal thigh, akin to a towering pillar. Yuan gazed at the toy-like Warhammer giant beneath his feet, his mind clouded with a multitude of questions. Could the Warhammer giant truly strike with its fists? Upon further reflection, it seemed rather straightforward at this moment. Lala was several years removed from her comic book counterpart, lacking the same level of transformation experience. While the Lala depicted in the comics was already somewhat inept, she still possessed the ability to wield the Warhammer's innate talent, manifesting solidified creations with ease. Despite her limited combat experience, she was still capable of engaging in battle. However, the current Lala appeared dazed, relentlessly pummeling Yuan's thigh with a flurry of punches and kicks. Yuan, feeling somewhat weary of the sight before him, raised both hands to seize the enormous warhammer, lifting it high above his head. With a powerful grip, he crushed the struggling form of the colossal hammer giant, obliterating half of its body, as a torrent of blood surged into the mouth of the giant under his control. In the narrative of Attack on Titan, aside from the Jaeger family, it appears that throughout the preceding history, there have been few possessors of the Titan power. Yuan believes that while such individuals may exist, they are undoubtedly exceedingly rare. The inheritance of the Titan's power, although necessitating the consumption of the previous wielder, involves a process wherein the successor directly injects the marrow of the Titan's power holder and subsequently transforms into an innocent Titan. During this metamorphosis, the body of the innocent Titan consumes the former wielder. Throughout this process, there is an absence of the sensation of cannibalism, and even a portion of memories may be lost, seemingly to shield the host from the unpleasantness of such an act, enabling them to forget the distress associated with the act of consumption. Yuan believes that no one desires to experience the sensation of cannibalism, although he has endured this harrowing experience twice before. This time marks a third encounter, yet Yuan remains unable to accept the grotesque feelings associated with such an act. The transformation of Yuan obliterated all surrounding facilities, swiftly dispatching the Warhammer Titan within mere minutes. However, Marley, being an industrialized nation, boasts an exceedingly rapid information dissemination system. In no time, countless soldiers began to converge, and tanks rolled in. Suddenly, a barrage of flying stones was hurled towards Yuan. The immense penetrating force caused the colossal Titan's body to stagger. "Ouch!" Yuan exclaimed, glancing in the direction from which the stones were launched. There stood a gigantic monkey atop a high wall, accompanied by a horse-like Titan burdened with massive boulders. "Goodness, this is terrifying," he thought. This creature, the beast Titan wielder Zeke, sent a shiver down his spine, even amid the warmth of the Titan's body, as cold sweat streamed down his brow. His stone-throwing prowess could easily shatter enemy fleets, yet it merely caused this Titan to tilt precariously. Despite the overwhelming shock coursing through him, he did not cease his efforts. His long, hairy arms continued to hurl stones towards Yuan like a relentless windmill. Ancient Source was compelled to raise his hand in defense. At that moment, the nearby tanks were also primed, unleashing shells that fell like rain upon him. How infuriating! Although this colossal giant, infused with a myriad of powers, was undeniably more resilient and immense than its predecessor, it remained vulnerable to such overwhelming bombardment. At this juncture, Ancient Source had undeniably transformed into a massive target. The shells descended in torrents. However, they inflicted little harm upon him, dispersing upon impact with the giant's form like water balloons. In contrast, the projectile force wielded by the Beast Titan proved somewhat more formidable, yet it still failed to breach his defenses. The supergiant, a fusion of the powers of the 5 great titans, reached an impressive height of 70 meters. At this moment, Yuan felt as though he stood atop a lofty peak. The vast perspective afforded by the colossal form surrounding him instilling a sensation as if he could effortlessly reach out and grasp the moon. Is this the essence of power? How exhilarating! Is this what freedom feels like? Having gained insight into the formidable might of the Malay military's artillery, Yuan's courage surged, compelling him to remain rooted in place and revel in the ecstasy brought forth by his immense stature and strength. As he surveyed the burgeoning ranks of soldiers, artillery, and tanks around him, he urged, "Hurry! Load the ammunition and obliterate this fiend. Fire! Fire!" The Ancient Source seemed to have reached its limit. "I shall no longer engage in banter with you, dear little ants." Suddenly, the colossal giant, standing at a staggering 70 meters, toppled to the ground. Its immense weight caused the usually solid and aesthetically pleasing surface of the road to ripple as though it were water. Large sections of the pavement were upheaved. The tremendous shockwave propelled nearby artillery and soldiers into the air. "Take cover. Quickly, take cover, soldiers. Seek shelter." The devastation wrought by the giant under the control of Yuan resembled a natural calamity. As the soldiers regained their composure and turned their gazes towards Yuan, the colossal crimson giant emitted plumes of steam, its extreme heat seemingly distorting the air, making the fallen titan appear as a massive fireball. Had that giant truly collapsed? No. It was too hot to approach. Soon, the fallen giant evaporated, revealing its skeletal structure. In the distance, Zeke scratched the back of his head like a monkey, eyeing the grotesque cart titan beside him. "Peak, that creature must be the one that claimed the lives of Hoover and Reiner, right? Indeed. I wonder what will transpire next." Perhaps the surrounding landscape has been irrevocably altered by Yuan's colossal giant. Zeke and Peak stood steadfastly behind the Marleyan soldiers, observing the transformations of the colossal titan on the battlefield, entirely unaware that a swift, arrow-like entity was hurtling towards them amidst the wreckage of the buildings. In a flash, Zeke sensed a distortion in his surroundings, something whizzing past him. He turned to look. A titan clad in dark crimson armor, adorned with explosive patterns, emerged beneath the cart titan. With a single, elongated claw, shimmering like silver crystal, it pierced through the neck of the cart titan. The creature was impaled as if it were being barbecued. Upon witnessing this, Zeke felt cold sweat saturate his back. The sudden turn of events nearly induced a moment of panic. Subsequently, the beast titan turned and unleashed a deafening roar. Peek! Zeke desperately hurled the stone he held towards Yuan. Regrettably, his usually effective projectiles seemed futile against the enhanced Jaw Titan under Yuan's command. The Jaw Titan leaped effortlessly, evading all of Zeke's thrown stones. Then, Yuan's Jaw Titan pressed its hands against the ground, causing the earth to convulse as if a dragon were stirring, rolling like waves. Suddenly, crystal-like spikes erupted from the ground, impaling Zeke's furry titan body, suspending him in the air. Damn it! I can't move. Zeke struggled fiercely, yet remained utterly immobilized. The assault by the ancient source transpired in a mere span of a few breaths. The soldiers surrounding the area had already detected the unusual occurrences behind them and swiftly turned their heads. What are those crystals? Has the power of the Warhammer giant been usurped? Officers with keen insight within the ranks recognized the anomaly. The ancient source, possessing the ability to wield multiple giant powers, had long since become a true adept in the utilization of such might, with prior experiences in harnessing other giant abilities. The moment the power of the Warhammer giant came into his possession, the ancient source had nearly mastered it. Once again, projectiles were launched towards the ancient source. Yuan, once again, executed a leap, as if his colossal form had taken flight. Witnessing Yuan effortlessly evade the artillery shells, the soldiers, disregarding the cost, unleashed a torrent of projectiles from their hands. In that fleeting moment, Yuan danced and darted with remarkable agility. Yuan incessantly evaded as the throng of individuals grew ever larger. With the passage of time, the advantage of numbers became evident as countless soldiers encircled him. Even with the formidable power of a giant, Yuan found himself compelled to evade continuously. After all, the current Yuan is not the same as the Aaron of the earth-shattering past. In this era, the earth-shattering force is an invincible entity. Had Aaron not granted the opportunity to the savior team depicted in later chapters, there would be no possibility of overcoming the earth-shattering menace in this world. A swift resolution is imperative. I senti it. Where is that monkey, Zeke? As Yuan frantically dodged, he intended to continue his assault on Zeke, only to discover that the beast titan, once suspended in the sky, had now evaporated, leaving only its skeletal remains. Yuan gazed into the distant horizon. A creature, with its rear end raised, was scurrying away at a remarkable speed. Yuan was momentarily stunned. Having just endured the recent ambush, he was able to transform once more with remarkable swiftness. Truly, the colossal titan, renowned for its endurance, lived up to its reputation. As Yuan clasped his hands together and struck the ground, a colossal crystal wall surged forth, effortlessly obstructing the deluge of cannonballs from the Malai soldiers. The defensive strength of this crystal barrier was formidable. There was no need to continue firing. Soldiers, quickly! Pursue them! Pick! With Zeke clenched between his teeth, surged forward. Suddenly, a noise from behind caught his attention. Turning around, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. Yuan was maneuvering the colossal titan, air, with astonishing swiftness. Its calves seemingly equipped with springs. Each leap resembled a flight close to the ground, allowing Yuan to match the speed of Pick's colossal machinery. It was utterly astonishing that this individual had managed to catch up. Pick, accelerate. We cannot let him overtake us. Zeke, peeking out, was alarmed at Yuan's relentless pursuit. I know. This is already my maximum speed. The chase between the two titans resembled two hyperspeed trains. As the cannonballs fired by the Malai soldiers struggled to keep pace with their incredible velocity, Yuan's speed surpassed all expectations, swiftly closing the distance to Pick's rear. Just as Yuan prepared to pounce with his claws, Pick executed a sudden stop, bracing himself with his hands on the ground and propelling himself forward with his hind legs. The ancient source, with a face adorned in armor resembling a demonic mask, was forcefully thrust onto the feet of Pick. The immense inertia and impact shattered the ancient visage, sending the giant of the earth, under its control, hurtling away. It fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, Yuan's mind resembled a muddled mass. What is that? Who am I? Where am I? The sudden strike from Pick caught Yuan completely off guard. In the comic, every individual who transforms into a Marleyan warrior possesses their own unique strengths and distinctive traits. The holder of the colossal titan, despite being generally passive, lacking assertiveness, and disliking conversation, is, in truth, a potential powerhouse on par with the Ackerman clan. The female Titan, Annie, is a master of martial arts, exhibiting a calm demeanor, formidable strength, and an unwavering resolve. Reiner, the armored Titan, may not have excelled in the comic, yet his actual performance is remarkably impressive, making him an ideal embodiment of the armored Titan. Zeke, the beast Titan, possesses royal blood, and despite initially lacking combat prowess, astonishingly wields incredible offensive capabilities, exceptional throwing skills, and the ability to command pure Titans transformed from his spinal fluid. Peak, the cart Titan, was primarily relegated to a supportive role in the early stages of the comic. However, she possesses remarkable endurance, capable of transforming into a Titan hundreds of times. Yuan's long-standing perception of the cart Titan led him to overlook Peak's own formidable prowess as a warrior, which should not be underestimated. As Yuan was poised to charge forward once more, a sudden, thunderous sound erupted from behind, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, as if an immense peril were imminent. Instinctively, he sought to evade the impending threat, yet it was already too late. The overwhelming force pierced through the nape of the colossal creature he commanded. The giant of E, with devastating precision. The right side of Yuan's body was shattered beyond recognition, leaving only his legs concealed. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Yuan nearly fainted from the pain, yet he persevered and held on. How infuriating. He had been too careless. Yuan dangled half of his body from the nape of the colossal giant, his figure inverted as he gazed backward. Before him loomed an astonishingly large artillery piece, its form strikingly dissimilar to any conventional human weapon, a veritable anti-giant cannon, reminiscent of the fantastical realms of comic books. To his astonishment, Marley had swiftly deployed this formidable apparatus. Suddenly, Yuan froze, for he recognized a familiar silhouette atop the cannon. It was Magath. In the comics, Magath had once served as a field marshal, presiding over the Titan warriors with remarkable marksmanship and an extensive repertoire of strategies against giants. He had repeatedly inflicted significant damage upon these titanic foes. Initially, Yuan had believed that during his assault on the Warhammer Titan, no ordinary individual could possibly survive such a widespread onslaught, save for Lala, who had miraculously endured due to Yuan's deliberate misfire. Yet, here was another fortunate soul. From a distance, he observed Magath preparing to reposition the cannon. Yuan winced in pain, using one hand to support the other half of his body, striving to prevent his internal organs from spilling forth. Should his innards escape and lead to excessive bleeding, even the regenerative capabilities bestowed by the might of a giant would be of no avail to save him. Yu utilized his lower body to establish a connection with the giant, commanding it to charge towards the nearby houses. A golden lightning streaked across the sky. A live figure descended, her golden hair billowing in the air. Everyone ceased their fire. That was our female giant. Annie delivered a swift kick to Guyu, sending the colossal entity soaring into the air in a V formation. Yuan crashed through several residential buildings before finally coming to a halt. Suspended in the air with half of his body, his injuries were exacerbated. His form was covered in dust and blood. Ah, and I, you wretched creature. Guyan suddenly coughed up a copious amount of blood, his vision beginning to blur. Was he truly destined to perish here? Not far away. Ani observed the colossal figure of Ej collapsed amidst the ruins and cautiously approached with a fighter-esque stance. Despite witnessing Guyan's disheveled state, Ani felt no semblance of relaxation. After nearly 2 months of interaction, she understood that this man was far from an ordinary adversary. Perceiving him through the lens of an average individual would be a grave misjudgment. If she had a choice, Ani would prefer to avoid returning to the battlefield. Although she bore the unfortunate tidings, the Malay military dared not act against her. Under their watchful gaze, she had finally reunited with her father. I apologize. Though my years are numbered, I yearn to spend more time with my father. I am not ready to embrace death. With her head bowed, Ani's gaze was resolute. She could not allow herself to be consumed. She was determined to survive. Yuan gazed at the approaching Ani, while in the distance, Maggot fixated on him. And even further away, the colossal chariot fled in panic. He felt as though time itself had slowed to a crawl. In this operation, Yuan recognized that he had made numerous missteps. Engaging directly with the forces of the Malay nation proved to be an overwhelming challenge. Was he truly unable to execute the plan to its fullest? Yet, he still held one last card to play. In a moment of determination, Yuan gritted his teeth and endeavored with all his might to extract more energy from within his body. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted. And I, witnessing the giant collapsed amidst the ruins emanating this golden radiance, instinctively threw himself backward without a moment's hesitation. Maggot, noticing the spectacle, disregarded any concern for Ain's safety and unleashed a powerful cannon shot without delay. In an instant, the entire world seemed to transform into a blinding white. Devoid of sound, a colossal mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and from the billowing smoke emerged a gaunt, 70-meter-tall giant, reminiscent of a demon. Yuan felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his body, as if the slightest relaxation would send him into a deep slumber. He roared fiercely, exerting all his strength to propel the giant forward. Under the overwhelming eruption of the ancient source, the colossal giant transformed, casting a crimson hue over all that lay within its gaze, igniting everything in the wake of the immense heat generated by its metamorphosis. Armin, positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, was reduced to an indistinguishable mass of darkness, rendering him unrecognizable. Meanwhile, in the distance, the colossal titan, flung away by the force of the blast and rendered unconscious, became a source of solace for the weary heart of the ancient source. Knowing that the explosion had indeed struck its target, bringing a moment of respite from the pursuit, ancient origins drew forth the scant reserves of strength from the body. Seizing the colossal figure of the steam-powered giant, sinking its fangs into the nape of its neck. Cease, you fiend. The ancient source's eyes subtly shifted. And not far from the formidable chariot giant, a figure, reduced to merely the lower half of his body, shouted vehemently at him. At that moment, Jike writhed like a worm, his face contorted with rage as he sought to thwart the ancient source. However, Jike was unable to muster the strength to transform in such a short span of time, leaving him to seethe impotently with fury. Do not fret, you shall be next. Guy Wang observed Jike's impotent tirade, silently orchestrating Jike's impending downfall in his mind. As for Jike's mention of demons, who among them is not a demon? The Savior Squad slaughters former comrades in the name of altruism for strangers, while the Marleyan warriors breach city walls under the pretext of the so-called island demons, resulting in the deaths of countless innocents. Guy Wang's transformation within Marley has wrought innumerable sins, devastating untold wealth and infrastructure. Who among them is not a demon? It is merely a matter of differing perspectives. The gaping maw of the colossal titan gradually opened wide. With a crunch, the nape of the cart titan was shattered. An indescribable sensation coursed through Guy Wang via the neural connections of the titan, granting him access to its formidable power. In an instant, Guy Wang commanded the titan's massive jaws to snap towards Jike like a formidable gate. With a resounding thud, the titan's head collided with the ground, echoing a tremendous sound. Yuan's heart was somewhat settled. He gazed at the multitude of hot air balloons and airships slowly drifting in the distance, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Ultimately, the ambitious plan to collect the 9 titans was unattainable. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep pace with changes. Just moments ago, Ani had been reduced to ashes amidst Yuan's transformation, and it was likely that the power of the titan had already been inherited by some newly born Eldian infant at this very moment. Guyan is utterly exhausted. After consuming the formidable power of Peak's colossal titan, his condition has not improved. Not only is he fatigued, but he is also plagued by an intensifying headache and profound weakness. Has his body reached its ultimate limit? Enormous steam erupted from the nape of the colossal giant controlled by Yuan, who then emerged from within. In the distance, the ground was teeming with Marleyan soldiers advancing towards Yuan, while a fleet of airships swiftly approached from the sky. Guyan slowly bent down, his hands reaching for his feet, his eyes filled with a myriad of emotions. At last, liberation was within grasp. The combat boots he had worn transformed. The originally dark green footwear twisted and morphed into a striking pair of orange shoes that now adorned Guyan's feet. After 5 years in the realm of Attack on Titan, the once ethereal and intangible shoes had evolved from mere figments to a tangible entity that he could now freely manipulate. As Yuan donned his shoes, an inexplicable surge of information coursed through his mind. How wondrous it was. He felt as if he could effortlessly leap into the sky. Indeed, that was precisely what transpired. Yuan made a gentle bound and found himself soaring gracefully into the air. Hey, what is this nonsense? Exclaimed a commander aboard the airship, his brow drenched in cold sweat. Hurry, fire. It's no use, sir. The range is insufficient, came the reply from the soldiers on the ground, who had also observed Yuan ascending. My God, that person is actually flying. They marveled. This is outrageous. The giants are already a bizarre enough phenomenon. Who would have thought a human could take to the skies like this? Yet, Yuan's airborne experience was fleeting. Yuan felt his vision begin to warp before him. as if he had passed through a translucent membrane, leading to a dramatic transformation of the scene before his eyes. The familiar sight of his rental apartment came into view. With his shoes firmly planted on the ground, Yuan immediately fell onto the bed upon feeling the earth beneath his feet, closing his eyes and succumbing to a deep slumber. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Yuan finally opened his eyes. Propping himself up with his hands against the bed, he quietly observed the layout of the rental apartment. Suddenly, a hearty laughter erupted from him. How splendid, truly splendid. After an arduous journey spanning over 5 years, it had all culminated at this moment, evoking the sensation akin to Zhuangzhou's dream of a butterfly. Yuan glanced at his attire, realizing he was clad in the pajamas he had worn in his former rental apartment, with peculiar shoes adorning his feet. He swiftly dashed into the bathroom and gazed into the mirror. 5 years ago, despite the weariness etched upon his face from long working hours and sleepless nights, he had still been a young man. Yet, the reflection before him now revealed a robust figure, a visage marked by ruggedness. Seemingly enveloped in an ominous crimson aura, a man who unmistakably bore the marks of having lived 5 years in the world of Attack on Titan. How could this be? Yuan gazed thoughtfully at his reflection in the mirror. Upon entering the comic world, would he assume the identity of the original characters, only to directly replace his own body upon exiting? It seemed as if the very essence of the comic's body had been transferred to him. Although his lifespan had diminished by 5 years, Yuan's fists were clenched defiantly before him. His strength had not waned. The searing sensation unique to the power of giants surged through his spine, igniting a profound excitement within him. As one who possessed the powers of multiple giants and had undergone transformations numerous times, this extraordinary signal shone brightly, akin to a beacon in the night. After a fleeting moment of understanding his physical condition, upon observing the state of the rental apartment over the course of 5 years, it is evident that the furnishings within, such as the table and bookshelf, remain untouched, devoid of any significant dust accumulation. It appears that the passage of time depicted in comics does not interfere with the reality of this space, suggesting the existence of 2 distinct realms. Aside from my own personal changes, everything else remains unchanged. Yu opened the curtains, and the blinding sunlight streamed in the rental apartment situated within the urban village. Once the window was opened, the sky remained concealed. A suffocating and oppressive scent wafted in from outside the window. Yuan furrowed his brow. The scent of the city was familiar yet not particularly pleasant. The environment of Parody Island in the world of Attack on Titan was indeed exquisite. Albeit during those 5 years, Yuan lived in constant trepidation. Yu donned a simple yet casual outfit and stepped out of his rented accommodation. The familiar streets unfolded before his eyes as he entered a restaurant. Upon spotting him, the owner in the kitchen warmly exclaimed, "Handsome lad, what would you like to order?" Yuan cast a glance at the proprietor. This establishment had been his frequent dining spot before his journey into the world of Attack on Titan. Although time and reality remained unchanged, the owner showed no signs of suspicion towards his face, which had aged 5 years. Ordinary individuals, even while existing in this world, exerted all their efforts. How could anyone possibly take notice of him? Yuan averted his gaze. "I would like an order of large plate chicken rice, please." "Certainly. Would you like it spicy?" After being rejected, Yuan sat down in contemplation. Once, Yuan was merely a young man who hoped to live a life devoid of significant events, a reluctant yet resigned salted fish. However, after 5 years in the world of giants, he had transformed. Life spans merely a century, and it is only natural for people to pursue power, wealth, and fame. Yet, when presented with the opportunity to witness extraordinary experiences, none would willingly relinquish it. The shoes that could transport him into a comic book held the promise of realizing his innermost desires. Previously, he had inadvertently entered the realm of Attack on Titan. But given a choice, he would never have stepped into such a world. Instead, he yearned for immortality and immense power. The extraordinary abilities within Attack on Titan came with drawbacks. The power of the Titans rendered the wielder akin to a fragile giant, vulnerable and weak. Furthermore, the possessors of Titan powers were cursed with Ymir's lifespan, destined to live only 13 years. While uncertain if the curse would lift upon leaving the world of Attack on Titan, he believed that within the vast array of comic books, a solution must exist. Thus, Yuan began to contemplate his next comic selection. He had amassed a considerable collection, yet not all comics were suitable. Some posed significant dangers, and he lacked familiarity with their intricate details. Consequently, Yuan turned his attention to the most popular comics of the moment: Naruto, One Piece, and Dragon Ball. Each of these series excelled in detail, providing him with abundant information, and their combat prowess was formidable, particularly that of Dragon Ball. At present, the most promising prospect in Gu Yuan's heart is One Piece. In Naruto, lineage is of utmost importance. Without the ability to seize bloodlines, it is exceedingly difficult for Gu Yuan to achieve renown solely through his own efforts. At best, he would be akin to a formidable yet ordinary individual like the third Hokage, but should he encounter a slightly more formidable adversary, he likely would not withstand the challenge. Dragon Ball possesses exceptionally high combat power, along with a vast worldview and advanced biological technology. If Gu Yuan could obtain the bloodline of the cosmic warriors within Dragon Ball, he could swiftly ascend to greatness. However, the associated risks are considerably high. Before beings of planet-destroying strength, he currently remains too weak. Gu Yuan is not inclined to place his safety in the hope that others might resurrect him. One Piece also places importance on lineage, where those lacking innate talent cannot compare to individuals endowed with exceptional gifts. Nevertheless, the overarching theme of One Piece leans towards the realm of dreams, emphasizing the power of the heart. If one's resolve is sufficiently strong, the impossible can indeed become possible. Moreover, the treasures of the sea, such as the devil fruits, can swiftly transform an ordinary individual into a master. This is it, Gu Yuan resolved. After a simple meal, he returned to his rented room. Glancing at the sparse rows of comics on the wooden bookshelf, Gu Yuan found himself in a quandary. Since childhood, Gu Yuan has harbored a fondness for comics. Although not exceedingly fervent, he has nonetheless amassed a considerable collection. The remaining comics before him are his absolute favorites. Many from his past have been discarded. Had he possessed a pair of shoes that could traverse the pages of those comics, he would undoubtedly have preserved those precious volumes. Gu Yuan reached out to take a comic book and laid it open on the ground, then slipped on the pair of shoes. To his astonishment, the shoes began to turn transparent upon nearing the comic. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow upon inspection. It appears that we must wait for a while longer until the cooling process concludes. Very well, this provides an opportune moment to make some preparations. Gu Yuan promptly opened his computer to search for relevant information on the One Piece manga. In comparison to Attack on Titan, the narrative of One Piece is far more extensive, with an abundance of intricate details and a greater variety of characters. Being well prepared and informed would undoubtedly facilitate Gu Yuan's journey towards becoming stronger. After spending several days indoors, Gu Yuan heard a knock at the door. Gu Yuan rose to his feet and stretched languidly. After spending several days at home, his body felt exhausted. Indeed, even with the strength of a giant, his human constitution remained unaltered. As Gu Yuan opened the door, the woman at the entrance was instantly captivated upon seeing him, her words unuttered. Lingering on the tip of her tongue, Gu Yuan gazed at the unremarkable woman before him, feeling a sense of bewilderment, unable to recall her identity for a moment. After a brief moment of surprise, the woman reacted, asking, "Gu Yuan, what has happened to you? Have you fallen ill? I haven't seen you at work these past few days." Upon hearing her words, Gu Yuan's memories, long buried for 5 years, began to resurface. It dawned on him that he was indeed supposed to be at work. 5 years had passed. In his heart, Gu Yuan silently contemplated. It turned out that the woman before him was Yin Yujing, a classmate from his university days. Coincidentally, they were now employed at the same organization, likely due to Gu Yuan's contact information left with the company. Recently, he had suffered a serious illness, leaving him considerably haggard. "Is there something you need?" Yin Yujing inquired. Observing the man leaning against the door with an expressionless face, "Is it not permissible for an old classmate to pay a visit? You've been ill. Why didn't you take a leave from work? Can I come in for a moment?" Gu Yuan was taken aback and released his grip on the doorknob. Yin Yujing stepped into the rental apartment, her gaze surveying Gu Yuan's living space. Although the overall ambience remained clean and pleasant, a vast array of comic books cluttered the table. As she glanced at these comic books, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in Yin Yujing's eyes. This was not what she had envisioned. Gu Yuan entered the kitchen and retrieved some beverages from the refrigerator, subtly observing Yin Yujing, who was seated. There existed a shared history between Gu Yuan and Yin Yujing. During his initial year at university, Gu Yuan had expressed a desire to pursue her. However, after several unsuccessful invitations, he came to understand her sentiments and subsequently relinquished his affections. Throughout their 4 years at university, Yin Yujing did not find a suitable partner, and it was rumored that her brief romantic entanglements ended abruptly. After graduation, fate led them to work at the same company. And perhaps realizing her own ordinariness after a year or two in the workforce, Yin Yujing began to extend gestures of goodwill towards Gu Yuan, though not long after. Gu Yuan found himself immersed in the world of Attack on Titan. After Gu Yuan sent beverages to Yin Yujing, he settled down to peruse a comic book. During this time, Yin Yujing endeavored to alleviate the awkward atmosphere by engaging in conversation, yet Gu Yuan remained dismissive. Gu Yuan, it seems as though, despite only a few days having passed, you have transformed into an entirely different person, Yin Yujing observed, gazing at the man before him, whose face had matured considerably and whose physique had grown robust. Is that so? Indeed, there has been a significant change, Gu Yuan acknowledged. Could I ask you for a favor? He continued, retrieving a sum of money and handing it over. Yin Yujing stared blankly at the banknotes before him. It's nothing. You can simply tell me what you need without offering money, he replied. Please assist me in resigning from my job and help me pack up my belongings. These tasks are quite bothersome. Just accept this money, Gu Yuan insisted. Yin Yujing, still pondering various inquiries, eventually decided to leave, perhaps feeling fatigued. Gu Yuan stood expressionless at the doorway, observing the slowly departing Yin Yujing. As he gazed upon this woman, adorned with heavy makeup and dressed in fashionable attire, it was as if he were beholding a reflection of himself. In comparison to those exceptional individuals, Yin Yujing appeared rather commonplace in both appearance and ability. Yet, she harbored an insatiable yearning, desiring to pursue endeavors beyond her reach, greedily coveting everything. However, her aspirations were ill-matched with her capabilities, ultimately succumbing to her own ordinariness and resignedly relinquishing her dreams and ambitions. Had Gu Yuan not been bestowed with the extraordinary power of the giants through the enchanted shoes, he might have faced the relentless pressures of life alongside this ordinary woman, leading a mundane existence. Yet now, presented with an opportunity, how could he ever consider surrendering? At this moment, Gu Yuan's heart felt akin to a piece of iron heated to a fiery red, relentlessly hammered until it became unyieldingly resilient. Standing tensely in front of the comic book, Gu Yuan stepped forward with both feet onto its pages. Here I come. One Piece. A sensation of tearing and distortion surged within him once more. In an instant, the surrounding environment shifted, and Gu Yuan felt as though he had traversed through a membrane. As Gu Yuan opened his eyes, the solid wooden ceiling came into view. Although his body was firmly pressed against the bed, he felt as if the surroundings were gently swaying. Gu Yuan sat up and began to examine his body. His appearance and age remained unchanged, yet his attire had transformed. The modern clothing he once wore had been replaced by a coarse, rudimentary shirt, and his shoes had been substituted with leather boots. Fragments of memory flickered in Gu Yuan's mind. This was the merchant ship of the prestigious Galan family from the kingdom of Dahai-Jioya. At this moment, Gu Yuan assumed the identity of the ship's original crew member, Feldgeis. In the ancient origins, this individual, Feldgeis, was merely a villager from Mark Village in the kingdom of Goya. Due to his extensive experience at sea, he caught the eye of the steward of a noble merchant fleet from the kingdom of Goya and was subsequently brought aboard, becoming a member of the merchant vessel. Gu Yuan glanced around, noting that a few crew members were still dozing nearby, wrapped in several blankets. The merchant vessel housed over 80 crew members, rendering it a modest ship, and given the substantial cargo on board, it was evident that not everyone could occupy a private cabin. As a mere deckhand, second only to the laborers, Gu Yuan could only sigh in resignation. The pungent odor of sweat emanating from the burly men around him made for an unpleasant beginning. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated through the air, and the entire ship violently swayed, sending Gu Yuan careening against the wooden wall. Several sailors, drooling and snoring loudly, were abruptly roused from their slumber. What is happening? Damn it, you're crushing me. The room erupted into chaos, accompanied by the hurried footsteps on the deck above. A startled cry pierced through the commotion. It's pirates. Pirates are attacking. The sailors surrounding Gu Yuan clamored as they donned their garments and fastened their belts, hastily rushing outside. Guyan hastily ascended to the deck. Upon the deck, the butler millman, clad in a black and yellow aristocratic attire, gripped a telescope as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. It is the gigantic hand pirate crew. This is disastrous. Observing the sailors aboard the ship swiftly transporting cannonballs, Guyan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the pirate ship, which had inexplicably drawn near to the merchant vessel. On the gigantic hand pirate ship, a towering figure, standing at 2 meters, rested his hand upon the statue of a colossal hand monster at the bow. A closer inspection revealed that the size of this giant's palm was astonishingly comparable to that of an adult's entire body. The giant erupted in a thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha. You fools, look at them scampering about like imbeciles. It is certain, our captain, Lord Hog, is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 11 million berries. The crew aboard the merchant ship was violently rocked by the fierce cannon fire from the pirates, with several sailors being flung overboard by the surging waves. The air was thick with tension as Yuan's expression darkened, revealing the formidable prowess of the opposing gunners. Several cannonballs narrowly grazed the vessel, inflicting damage that neither sank the ship outright nor allowed for a robust counterattack. The pirate ship, relentless in its advance, closed in swiftly while unleashing its barrage. The giant hand pirate crew, one of the few in the East Sea boasting bounties exceeding 10 million, was far from a mere band of amateur pirates. Their custom-built ship collided with the merchant vessel, causing it to tilt perilously, the hull creaking ominously as a substantial dent was formed. As a ship belonging to the noble faction of the Goya Kingdom in the East Sea, it was armed for defense. The sailors, in a frantic rush, brandished their antiquated firearms and hastily fired upon the pirates who had leapt aboard. Yuan observed the tumultuous scene aboard the ship, silently retreating behind the steward. The current combat strength of the ancient source primarily relies on the power of giants. If one were to transform aboard a vessel, setting aside the commotion accompanying the metamorphosis, the sheer weight of 15 meters could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences, endangering both the ship and its occupants with even the slightest movement. Yuan had no intention of engaging in combat. Should a battle ensue, it could spell doom for everyone aboard the vessel. At this moment, the steward appeared frantic, shouting in desperation, "Fire! Eliminate these pirates! If the cargo on this transport ship is seized, my future will be irrevocably shattered. Curse these wretched pirates!" Alas, the battle-hardened sailors proved no match for the fierce, agile, and fearless pirates. Before long, a dozen of the ship's deckhands had been felled by the marauders. "Clear the way, you scum!" roared the captain of the giant hand pirate crew. The formidable Hog, resembling a raging bull, charged forth, with a mere flick of his wrist. His colossal hand sent the sailors crashing against the walls like rag dolls. The steward, Milman, gazed upon the monstrous Hog, forsaking thoughts of cargo and future prospects, and shouted urgently, "Stop! Please, great hand! We surrender!" He fell to his knees before the pirates, pleading for mercy. "Ha ha! Just moments ago, you were shouting bravado. And now you beg for your lives?" A lowly pirate approached, disregarding the steward's pleas as he seized Milman by the hair. "Spare us, noble sirs. We will relinquish everything aboard the ship." Upon witnessing the steward and crew capitulating, Hog erupted into laughter. "Ha ha! You surrender so swiftly? You noble fools are truly disappointing." In no time, the pirates began to haul away the ship's cargo and treasures. At this juncture, a pirate wearing a Johnny hat approached the inebriated Hog, saying, "Captain, it is time for training. Is that so? Ha ha! Let the festivities commence." Before long, the sailors of the merchant vessel were herded together, trembling in anticipation, uncertain of what fate awaited them. In the midst of the crowd stood Yuan, his brow furrowed in confusion. What further mischief could these pirates be up to? It became apparent that the giant hand pirate crew harbored grand ambitions. After capturing the fleet along with its slaves, they intended to subject them to brutal shooting drills, utilizing their bodies to enhance the skills of their crew. Witnessing the sailors being herded into a cluttered corner of the deck, the raucous pirates raised their guns, ready to fire. How could this be? "Oh, divine intervention, save me. Spare me. I have a mother and children back in my hometown." Several sailors had already succumbed to fear, wetting their trousers. The sight of their disgrace only spurred the pirates to laugh more wildly, observing the scene before him. Even Yuan's anger ignited, for this was a repeated atrocity. Yuan approached the colossal hand of Hog with an unruffled demeanor. A pirate, still laughing heartily, taunted, "Don't dodge, or I might miss the shot." Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, and a brilliant golden light burst forth behind him. A massive armored arm from the ship swung towards Hog's enormous hand. The seasoned Hog reacted swiftly, yet the giant's strength was beyond his capacity to withstand. In an instant, Hog was struck, spewing blood as he was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the sea and creating a tremendous column of water. The ancient source stood on the deck like a towering spear, with a colossal arm extending from his hand. A partial transformation into a demigiant. The ancient titan, with its colossal arm raised high, struck the ground with tremendous force, causing crystalline formations to erupt, as hard as steel, yet reminiscent of icy frost. These crystalline spikes pierced through the pirates, claiming their lives, while the merchant ship, unable to withstand the pressure, suffered a significant rupture. The remaining pirates were momentarily paralyzed by fear. "What a monster!" they exclaimed, frozen in their tracks, neglecting to raise their weapons in retaliation. With another swift motion of its arm, the Titan sent the pirates flying. Cough, cough. Could this be the legendary treasure of the sea, the devil fruit? At that moment, a massive hand grasped the edge of the ship and began to ascend. Hog, coughing blood, hung limply, one arm clearly incapacitated. Yuan gazed at the individual who had ascended with but a single hand and shook his head. Had Hog not overstepped his bounds by indiscriminately slaughtering the sailors and even attempting to assault Yuan, he would have refrained from intervening. Due to the colossal hand's blunder, the formidable giant hand pirate crew, which had roamed the East Sea for years, met its demise today. Hog struggled to steady himself and charged fiercely towards Yuan. A massive crystalline spike pierced through the deck, impaling Hog from below. Yuan, with a stoic expression, upon entering this world, swiftly discerned that it was profoundly distinct from reality. The commonplace individuals appeared strikingly ordinary, yet the inhumane monstrosities were undeniably terrifying. Before him stood Hog, towering over 2 meters. With immense arms and formidable strength, attributes that far exceeded those of an average human. The multi-million reward was indeed well-deserved, for Hog's power transcended that of humanity. Unfortunately, despite Yuan's possession of the strength of multiple giants, his inherent combat prowess may not have been formidable. However, the scenario transformed entirely upon his metamorphosis into a giant. Yuan reclined upon a plush bed. Ever since he vanquished the colossal hand of Hog, the merchant vessel had succumbed to the insurmountable pressure, rendering it incapable of sailing. Yuan and his companions boarded the pirate ship with utmost resolve. After vanquishing Hog, his displayed prowess naturally commanded the loyalty of the sailors aboard. Yuan promptly ordered one of the 2 solitary cabins on the ship to be vacated for his own use. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside. "Everyone, we have arrived at Rogue Town." As Yuan opened his eyes and stepped out of the room, a vast harbor unfolded before him, dotted with numerous vessels anchored along the shore, a clear testament to the thriving prosperity of Rogue Town. The sailors, upon catching sight of Yuan, regarded their former comrade with a mix of awe and trepidation, hesitant to engage with him, aware of his formidable prowess. At that moment, the butler approached, rubbing his hands together. "My lord, Lord Jagas," he said, "we have arrived at Rogue Town. Is there anything else you wish to command?" Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him. "Arrange for the sailors to retrieve the corpses of the pirates for the bounty." "Very well, my lord guys," the steward replied, promptly turning to carry out the task. He made his way to the storage compartment at the bottom of the ship, where the remains of the giant hand pirates were kept. With a grim expression, the steward vented his frustration by forcefully kicking at the clutter. "Damnable scum! How dare they wait to see me humiliated?" he fumed. "I shall make them pay dearly." On the shores of Rogue Town, the strolling citizens paid little heed to the slowly approaching pirate ship. Such sights were commonplace. Situated near the entrance to the Grand Line, Rogue Town annually attracts a multitude of pirates. The town boasts a plethora of pirate enterprises, and the presence of the Navy is notably formidable, ensuring that most pirates refrain from causing disturbances here. Yuan disembarked from the vessel under the fearful gazes of the sailors. Yuan gazed upon the majestic town before him, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. He envisioned himself growing ever stronger, seizing opportunities, and becoming a force capable of shattering mountains with a single punch and cleaving the seas with a single sword. The mere thought of such grandeur filled Yuan with exhilaration. The path to strength, the journey of transcendence lay right beneath his feet. As Yuan strolls through the streets, he encounters the town of the pirate world for the first time, experiencing a sensation that starkly contrasts with the depiction in the manga. Although the overall aesthetic remains populated by numerous ordinary citizens, these common folk are remarkably unremarkable. A mere misfire from a rudimentary musket could lead one to meet their demise, and a fall from a great height would equally spell fatality. Yet, the presence of extraordinary individuals alters the landscape significantly, as many pirates stand apart from the mundane populace with their bizarre attire, eccentric visages, and exaggerated physiques. While such elements may appear novel within the confines of a comic, they take on a profoundly impactful quality in the realm of reality. Had it not been for his prior experiences in the world of giants, Yuan, possessing a relatively strong psychological resilience, might have found himself grappling with the unsettling sight of those fearsome pirates for quite some time. As Yuan walked along the street, a group of Navy personnel suddenly surged from the crowd. At the forefront stood a man with remarkably familiar emblematic features. Could this be Smoker? Gu Yuan remained composed. Observing the figure adorned with a large cigar and wielding an unusual long-handled weapon as he approached step by step. "Are you felt, guys?" he inquired with a resonant voice. "Thus far, there has been no intelligence regarding your nefarious deeds. However, I have received reports suggesting you intend to set sail as a pirate. Is that true?" Despite speaking with his mouth open, the cigar remained steadfastly in place. As Smoker's words resonated, the soldiers surrounding them tightened their grips on their firearms. Gu Yuan observed the imposing demeanor of his interlocutor and mused to himself, with such immense pressure, anyone would hesitate to admit their aspirations of becoming a pirate. However, one cannot discount the possibility of a man determined to ascend as the Pirate King. Naturally, these internal reflections would remain unspoken. Nevertheless, the unwarranted approach of Smoker and his associates suggested the interference of certain individuals, a detail Gu Yuan had silently noted. "Of course not, Commander Smoker. Do I appear to you as someone capable of becoming a pirate?" Gu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Admittedly, he had served as an Eldian soldier for 5 years. However, in reality, he was merely a healthy adult male. Yet, within the realm of piracy, the standards were markedly different. To the robust Smoker, Gu Yuan appeared nothing more than a frail wretch. Yet, Smoker, armed with information about Gu Yuan, was not easily deceived. "Is that so? You seem rather weak. Yet I possess intel suggesting you are a devil fruit user. Am I correct? Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to have annihilated the notorious hog pirate crew, who carried a bounty of 11 million berries." The surrounding Navy personnel, upon hearing this revelation, were instantly struck with anxiety, their voices rising in alarm. "What? The notorious pirate with an 11 million berry bounty has been defeated? Such a formidable pirate was vanquished by a single individual?" Upon reflection, Gu Yuan realized that utilizing the devil fruit as a guise might prove advantageous, perhaps even serving as a trump card in the end. "Indeed, Admiral Smoker. I have consumed the giant fruit, granting me the ability to alter my size at will. Is that so? Guys, would you be interested in joining the Navy to uphold the peace?" After listening, Gu Yuan fell into deep contemplation. To speak candidly, without lineage or background, the Navy indeed represents an excellent choice. If one has the opportunity to enter the headquarters and receive focused training, one could swiftly ascend to greatness. Perhaps the Navy could assist Gu Yuan in many endeavors that he could not accomplish alone. After a brief moment, Gu Yuan sighed. "I apologize, Admiral Smoker. I appreciate your invitation and harbor a favorable opinion of the Navy. Had I not my own aspirations, joining the Navy would undoubtedly be a commendable decision. However, I must decline." Smoker gazed intently at Gu Yuan, and the atmosphere grew still for a moment. "Is that so? I sincerely hope not to witness you become a pirate. Otherwise, I shall personally apprehend you." As a former student under a high-ranking officer at the headquarters, Smoker carried an air of pride, even though Gu Yuan had declined. It was not fitting to coerce him or to extend benefits to invite someone of such modest status from the East Blue, as it would appear beneath him. Moreover, he held absolute confidence. Should Gu Yuan turn to piracy, he was certain he would capture him and deliver him to prison. Had Gu Yuan been aware of Smoker's thoughts, he would have chuckled. Although he lacked a systematic understanding of the power hierarchy among pirates, possessing the strength of the 8 giants allowed him to unleash combat prowess capable of contending with some of the weaker warlords of the sea. In the Grand Line, such feats might be expected, but in the East Blue, there were very few who could eliminate him before he transformed. Smoker would inevitably regret underestimating Gu Yuan in the future. Soon, after Smoker and the Navy delivered the bounty for the giant hand-hog pirate crew's defeat to Gu Yuan, they departed. In the ensuing days, Gu Yuan sought information about the significant events unfolding across the seas. Although he had not deeply researched the timeline of the Pirate King, he discerned that, akin to the world of giants, he had entered at a time when the narrative was just beginning. At this moment, Luffy had already set sail, though his whereabouts remained unknown. After all, Luffy's initial bounty was 30 million, awarded for defeating the Fishman Arlong's crew. And the absence of intelligence regarding Luffy indicated that he had either not yet bested Arlong or had already moved on. Thus, it was imperative to quickly organize a journey to Orange Town, Nami's hometown, to intercept Luffy. Indeed, Gu Yuan's subsequent strategy was to align himself with Luffy, reaping the benefits of being in close proximity to the protagonist. As a first-rate troublemaker, Luffy's presence guaranteed numerous opportunities, and Gu Yuan's knowledge of the Pirate King's world was inherently framed from the protagonist's perspective. Following Luffy was the optimal way to grasp vital information. Straying from the main storyline, and wandering alone would equate to relinquishing his informational advantage. Gu Yuan did not possess a system capable of miraculously bestowing rewards upon him. Due to Smoker's public inquiry, Gu Yuan had gained a modest reputation in Logetown, being dubbed the bounty hunter giant Jaces. "Are you heading to Cocoa Village?" A bearded captain, filled with perplexity, inquired. "What seems to be the matter? Are we unable to proceed?" Gu Yuan replied with a calm demeanor. "As far as I am aware, there exists a formidable pirate faction in the village of Cocoa West, an affiliate of the 7 warlords of the sea along the Grand Line. This pirate group poses significant dangers to any foreign fleet, and the interests of Cocoa West are firmly under the control of these marauders, leaving no opportunities for profit." The captain stroked his greasy beard, squinting as he spoke. "So, we truly cannot go? I shall seek out other vessels." Upon realizing that the bearded man intended to gain an advantage, Gu Yuan promptly turned to leave. Xiao Dao, however, had his strategies, witnessing Gu Yuan's resolute departure. The bearded man grew anxious. It is uncommon for individuals to be so forthright and audacious. Why was Gu Yuan not adhering to conventional norms? Gu Yuan paused, turning his head in silence as he gazed at the bearded man. "If we are to organize a vessel specifically for the journey to Cocoa Village, it is imperative to note that such an expedition is not customary for us. Thus, the costs incurred for this unnecessary voyage must be borne. Moreover, the strength of that pirate crew cannot be easily countered by just any fleet. We must enlist the aid of formidable bounty hunter teams, which will inevitably require a substantial amount of funding." As the bearded man rambled on, Gu Yuan swiftly interjected. Hold on. What is the final amount required?" The bearded man stroked his beard, shaking his head as his eyes darted about. "Well, that would be 10 million berries." Gu Yuan furrowed his brows, realizing the exorbitant price at hand. Having just dispatched a pirate worth 11 million berries, the prospect of spending 10 million here was indeed contrary to his initial plans. Yet, in the realm of commerce, haggling is an inevitable process. 5 million berries. How could that be feasible? No. After a round of bidding between the two, they ultimately settled on 7 million berries and prepared to embark immediately. Gu Yuan wielded a wooden sword on the deck. Gu Yuan slowly ascended to the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance as the sea breeze tousled his damp, dark hair. Notably, this vessel was a dedicated passenger ship, distinct from the previous cargo ship, which he had procured at a considerable expense solely for his own use. Both the stability of the ship and the quality of the food provided were commendable. While in Rogtown, Gu Yuan had visited numerous martial arts schools and weapon shops, attempting to learn swordsmanship and other combat skills. However, he found most of the dojos to be lacking, with mediocre masters and apprentices who resembled ruffians. Left with no other option, Gu Yuan purchased some introductory materials on swordsmanship, along with various training tools and a well-crafted blade. He engaged in basic physical training and fundamental sword practice. After several days of diligent practice, he had improved his grip on the sword, but little else had changed. Nevertheless, Gu Yuan remained undeterred. If mastering swordsmanship were so effortless, the streets would be filled with masters by now. One must acknowledge that the number of true experts in the world of pirates is still uncertain, perhaps fewer than 100. The ship's captain, a man with a bushy beard, puffed on a pipe of indeterminate material, exhaling wisps of pale purple smoke. The captain cast a sidelong glance at the man on the deck, who was wielding a wooden sword. It was evident that this was a man capable of defeating a pirate with a bounty of 11 million berries. Such perseverance was commendable. If Gu Yuan were aware of this, he would merely smile. At this stage, his combat prowess primarily relied on the strength of giants, while his inherent abilities were akin to those of a robust, ordinary person. Of course, the captain had yet to encounter true pirates of the 10 million bounty caliber, individuals of remarkable prowess who could easily vanquish the average fighter. Suddenly, a sailor's cry rang out from the lookout on the sails. "Captain, there's a small boat ahead." Upon hearing this, the captain hurried to the bow. Gu Yuan, who had been swinging his wooden sword on the deck, felt a stirring in his heart and promptly followed suit. Not far ahead, a small skiff could be seen, with 3 figures aboard. Joseph, standing beside Luffy, formed a makeshift telescope with his hands and peered towards Gu Yuan. Upon realizing it was not a pirate ship, Joseph let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness, it's not a pirate. If it had been, this enormous ship would have been in serious trouble. Our little boat would have capsized in an instant. Sanji, nearby with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, observed the large ship with an unperturbed expression. Even if it were a pirate ship, He had spent enough time as a chef in the East Blue to gauge the average skill level of pirates there. He was confident he could handle a boat full of low-level pirates on his own. Luffy, laughing heartily, waved his hand. Hey, you over there, do you have any meat? Hearing this, Sanji erupted in anger, delivering a punch to Luffy's head. You idiot! Haven't you had enough to eat by noon? Upon catching sight of the lively figure before him, Yuan could not help but chuckle. He never anticipated that amidst the vastness of the ocean, fate would allow him to encounter Luffy, the protagonist. Beside him, the bearded man, upon realizing that they were merely three ordinary individuals, visibly relaxed. However, as his expression shifted to one of gravity, he turned to Gun and said, Guys, we are now perilously close to Kokasia village. It is highly likely that we will soon encounter the Arlong pirates. Ancient Yuan rested his chin in contemplation and then addressed the burly figure beside him. Very well. Take me to that small vessel, and your mission shall conclude. What say you? Upon hearing this, the burly man could hardly refuse, as a captain. He had to consider the welfare of many. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a colossal crimson palace crumbled, revealing the massive silhouette of a demon trampling through the ruins. Arlong clutched his chest, his sharp fangs dripping a copious amount of blood. Cough, cough. What manner of beast is this? He gasped, astonished by the sudden appearance of such a gigantic entity. Though Arlong had encountered numerous terrifying sea creatures, he realized that their sheer size was merely superficial. Their defenses and speed were rather sluggish. Yet today, he found himself at a disadvantage. The 15-meter giant under ancient Yuan's control was approaching the stature of the giant clan within the realm of One Piece. In that world, the giant clan reigned supreme among colossal beings, while the sea kings lurking 1,000 meters beneath the waves remained unseen. However, Arlong, a creature of the depths, had likely never laid eyes upon the giants of the land. Struggling to rise, he steadied himself with his massive serrated blade. Witnessing ancient Yuan effortlessly kick a fisherman lackey aside, his eyes reddened with fury. Cease this at once. You dare lay hands upon a noble fisherman. Time pressed forward as Captain Whitebeard maneuvered the ship alongside Luffy's small vessel. Guyu leaped from the ship, soaring through the air. Greetings. I am the bounty hunter, Jiaz. And I have heard that the Fishman pirate crew has been oppressing the common folk of Kokasia village. I have come to confront the Fishman pirates. And who might you be? Upon his arrival, Yuan first proclaimed his identity. Greetings, I am Luffy, the man destined to become the pirate king. Have you encountered my navigator, Nami? Upon hearing Yuan's words, which resonated with the village of Kokosia, Luffy eagerly inquired about his companion's whereabouts. Hey, Luffy, do not let your guard down so easily. We cannot ascertain whether he speaks the truth, admonished Sanji, who, unlike Luffy, was alert and cautious. Do not be alarmed. Good sir, Yuan reassured him. I harbor no ill intentions. As for the name Nami, I possess information that may pertain to her. At this revelation, Luffy could hardly contain his excitement, seizing Yuan's shoulders and shaking him vigorously, while Sanji and Joseph perked up, their ears attuned to the conversation. Although Joseph was aware of the Dragon Pirate crew's dealings, the others remained oblivious to Nami's connection with them. Luffy, please stop shaking me. I feel as though I might be ill, Yuan exclaimed, disoriented. Despite appearing weak at sea, Luffy was far from ordinary. Capable of delivering a blow that could send a person flying, leaving the frail Yuan at a disadvantage. I apologize. Luffy's mouth opened wide in shock. A rather alarming sight in reality. Here's the deal. My fleet is comprised of hired hands, and we are perilously close to the territory of the Dragon Pirate crew. For their safety, I cannot allow them to venture further. May I accompany you on your ship, so we can discuss matters in detail? Yuan continued. To my knowledge, Nami is affiliated with the Arlong pirate crew, he divulged, prompting Luffy to rise with a grave expression, fist clenched. All right. I shall confront this Arlong pirate crew and rescue my navigator, Nami. Joseph broke into a cold sweat at this proclamation. Captain Luffy. Arlong is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries. Sanji, ignoring Joseph's anxious chatter, took a deep drag from his cigarette. I knew you would never abandon your comrades. Await my return, for I shall surely rescue you. He vowed, his resolve to find Nami unwavering. He turned his expressionless gaze toward Yuan. What you've spoken of does not seem like information readily available. How did you come upon these secrets? Believing in Nami's plight, he accepted much of Yuan's account, yet felt the need for further verification. The information regarding Nami was procured through a contact I had in Kokosia village, where most residents are familiar with her circumstances. Sanji nodded slightly, and the group hastened towards Kokoyasi village. Following Luffy and the others, it wasn't long before they laid eyes on Nami. Her imposing figure, with gleaming skin reflecting the light, bore a complexion that was distinctly inhuman. Perhaps it was the uncanny valley effect, but as Yuan beheld these fishmen, an unsettling wave of discomfort washed over him. If these fishmen were to be brought into the real world, it would likely stir a considerable uproar. Soon enough, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates gathered together. Luffy. Who is this? Zoro inquired, aware that Luffy intended to invite Sanji aboard, hence refraining from further comment, though he regarded the unfamiliar Yuan with curiosity. Ah, he is Jace. A bounty hunter, Luffy replied. At this introduction, Yuan's lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated Luffy would bestow a nickname upon him. Lowly human. Nami, come here. We fishmen are a noble race, possessing strength tenfold that of humans. Orin boasted before the battle commenced. Yuan, with an impassive expression, inwardly scoffed at Orin's delusions. This Orin, originally from Fishman Island in the Grand Line, had witnessed firsthand the oppression of fishmen by humans, the enslavement and trafficking of both fishmen and mermaids. Yet he still indulged in self-deception, convincing himself that fishmen were superior. As the battle began, the three formidable powers of the Straw Hat Pirates swiftly engaged the officers of the Fishman Pirates. Yuan observed the Fishman henchman, who approached with gleeful malice and sinister grins. He raised his right hand and declared, "Let this frail human understand our might. Let us tear him apart. His flesh should be quite delectable." Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, casting a golden hue over the entire fishman paradise of Arlong. Amidst the swirling smoke, a pair of scarlet eyes opened wide. One of the fishman henchmen collapsed to the ground in shock. What is happening? Why has a giant appeared? What manner of creature is this? Several henchmen, clearly lacking both combat prowess and intelligence, were rendered powerless by fear as Yuan transformed. Arlong, the ruler of Fishman Paradise, along with his cadre, halted their actions, casting wary glances at the giant nearby. Is that the power of guys? Sanji mused, as he set down his leg and lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, Zoro, brimming with fighting spirit, smirked and remarked, "Now this is an interesting opponent. How delightful." Yuan raised his leg, delivering kicks that sent several fishmen soaring through the air like rubber balls, crashing through multiple walls before finally coming to a halt. However, after being propelled away, they fell eerily silent. Yuan took a moment to assess the resilience of the fishmen, although they boasted of being 10 times stronger than humans. This claim seemed exaggerated. Their strength might only manifest under specific conditions or in certain aspects. Regardless, it was evident that the fishmen were not a particularly formidable race. Witnessing their companions being sent flying into oblivion, the remaining fishmen, seemingly forgetting their fear, charged forward, brandishing swords and knives aimed at Yuan's calves. Alas, their weapons, against his armor, which was as tough as iron, proved futile. Even fishmen skilled in swordsmanship could not pierce Yuan's skin, and they were swiftly reduced to mere fragments. Vivid crimson blood splattered everywhere. Along with several fishmen elites, Along's eyes widened in horror. "Stop," he yelled, as he recklessly charged at Yuan, wielding a machete while evading Luffy's rubber punches. In the next moment, his serrated blade was shattered in two, and Along was sent flying. Ancient Source dispatched a fishman with a single kick, effortlessly piercing through a building with a punch. What a delightful spectacle! Engaged in the battle with fervor, Ancient Source found unparalleled comfort in his giant form, embodying boundless strength that starkly contrasted with his original self. Arlong clutched his chest, which had caved in from the kick, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to rise, propping himself up with his blade. As he straightened, the fishman's innate ability to navigate the depths of the sea became evident, showcasing a resilience distinct from that of humans. In the early narrative of One Piece, it was rare for anyone to survive a kick from a giant without encountering the Grim Reaper. Gritting his serrated teeth, Arlong summoned every ounce of his strength to charge at Ancient Source. "You dare harm my navigator. Don't you dare run." Luffy, witnessing Arlong's disregard for him as he sought to trouble others, charged forward with determination. In his severely injured state, Arlong could not evade Luffy's fist. A faint crack echoed as Arlong's fish-like form was sent flying in a V shape. The Grand Fishman Palace was left with a gaping hole from Arlong's impact. As he collapsed, rolling his eyes back and losing consciousness. Nearby, the officers confronting the Straw Hat crew were left in disbelief upon witnessing Arlong's defeat. Their invincible leader, Arlong, had been vanquished. "Damn it, Arlong." Zoro, like a flash of light, zipped past the octopus, Shachi, severing all the blades held by the octopus's arms. Meanwhile, another fishman officer was sent sprawling like a rag doll, overwhelmed by Sanji's relentless barrage of kicks. Yuan surveyed the vast expanse of fishmen and the ruins of their once vibrant paradise from his elevated position. The evil dragon pirates had met their downfall. When Nami beheld Yuan's armored giant form, she was taken aback, for even a mere coastal king in the East Blue instilled fear, let alone a giant. A creature synonymous with the Grand Line. Of course, Yuan did not belong to the native giants of the seas. As he emerged from the nape of the armored giant, Luffy and the others expressed their astonishment. Wait, guys, your giant isn't actually you? Guys, your giant is fading away. Guys, I wish to transform into a giant as well. Please teach me. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands entwining around Yuan like ropes. Amidst the animated chatter of the crowd, Yuan raised a hand to his forehead and elucidated his abilities. This is my power. I can summon giants to battle. Yet it is akin to controlling a mechanical body. I do not actually grow larger. And, Luffy, you are a rubber man. Enlarging should pose no challenge for you, right? Luffy was left pondering, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Me? He mused. Suddenly, he bellowed, everyone, let us commence the feast. Subsequently, Luffy and his companions celebrated for 3 days, graciously hosted by the villagers of Kokoyashi. While the others reveled around the bonfire, singing and dancing, Yuan sat apart, sipping his drink, deep in thought. He recalled an incident from Big Mom's youth when she had succumbed to a fit of rage, devouring her comrades as if they were mere desserts, including the nun who wielded the soul fruit. This suggested that in the world of One Piece, those consumed by a fruit user might still pass on their powers. However, this theory lacked confirmation, and it was equally plausible that the nun had manipulated something within Big Mom. For Yuan, who had devoured several giant fruit users, consuming others was a commonplace affair. Nonetheless, the question of whom to consume was a significant dilemma, for fruit users in One Piece are rare, and while many powerful fruits exist, not every user is within Yuan's reach. Currently, Yuan envisions the most favorable scenario as following Luffy's crew, seeking to acquire the abilities of defeated foes under Luffy's command. Notable examples include Crocodile's Sand fruit from Alabasta, Enel's Rumble fruit from Skypiea, and Shiki's Float fruit, all of which represent earlier bosses easily vanquished by the Straw Hat crew, making their acquisition relatively plausible. Even during the later Marineford War, with astute maneuvering, one might even scheme to obtain the Tremor fruit. In the Onigashima War, the potential to claim Kaido's Fish fruit in its Azure Dragon form or Big Mom's Soul fruit is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. However, Yuan then shook his head, as the notion of devouring an ability user to inherit their powers remains unproven. At this juncture, Yuan has already joined the Straw Hat Pirates. And for Luffy, his focus lies solely on his comrades and the title of Pirate King, leaving other matters aside. Although Zoro and the others sense Yuan's ulterior motives, they reluctantly agree to his inclusion in the crew. Are you not joining us to sing together? Yuan was taken aback as Nami unknowingly approached him. Oh, I was just pondering some thoughts. I am not quite accustomed to this, he chuckled awkwardly. Arigato. Yuan was taken aback, somewhat perplexed as to why Nami was expressing gratitude towards him. You ought to thank Luffy and the others, upon learning of your plight. They were all deeply concerned for your well-being and assisted you in vanquishing Arlong and his crew. Nami shook her head. Over the years, no matter the caliber of bounty hunter that arrived in Kokoyashi village, they were effortlessly subdued by Arlong and his gang. However, you are different. Even in the absence of Luffy and his companions, you possess the strength to defeat Arlong and his crew single-handedly. Yuan remained silent, contemplating deeply. Indeed, Nami lived under tremendous pressure, bearing the heavy burden of saving her village alone. Her childhood was likely consumed by worries about how to earn money, how to steal, and how to rescue her village. However, at this moment, Yuan grasped Nami's intent. She believed that he, unlike Luffy and the others, did not share a bond with her. And thus, his efforts to confront the Arlong pirates and liberate Kokoyashi village were indeed a significant act of kindness. The corners of Yuan's mouth curled upwards. If we are to express our gratitude, let us take our captain to the final island, Nami. Nami beamed with a smile, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Of course, for a moment, Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Despite years of exposure to the sun at sea, Nami appeared untouched by its rays, her skin as fair as snow. The warm glow of the campfire danced upon her face, accentuating her exquisite beauty. Noticing Yuan's dazed expression, Nami playfully giggled and dashed away. Being young and having to fend for herself, she was well aware of her allure and felt a sense of pride seeing Gu Yuan captivated by her charm. Soon, Gu Yuan regained his composure, a wry smile creeping upon his face. It was no wonder he was so flustered, having lived a mundane life for over 20 years. He had little opportunity to encounter such beauty. Those who struggled to make ends meet seldom had the luxury to entertain such thoughts. After arriving in the world of Attack on Titan, his anxiety only heightened. The notion of beautiful women seemed a distant fantasy. Nami, take care of yourself. Straw Hat Crew, look after Nami. After a brief incident involving Nami's mischief and stealing, the villagers bid her farewell with genuine concern. Luffy perched on the figurehead of the Mary, shouting exuberantly, "The Grand Line, here I come." On the deck, a bare-chested man wielded a wooden sword with a flourish. Huh. The light wooden sword whistled through the air as he swung it. After several days of sailing, the crew finally arrived at Rogue Town. As soon as the ship docked, Luffy, brimming with excitement, expressed his desire to see the execution site of the Pirate King, Roger, while Nami, Sanji, and the others headed into town for supplies. Leaving Gu Yuan aboard the ship, Gu Yuan had previously visited Rogue Town and found nothing particularly remarkable about it, choosing to remain on the ship to practice his swordsmanship. While sailing, Zoro expressed his surprise at Gu Yuan's request for guidance in swordplay. "I have no intention of taking on a disciple. It would be too cumbersome. However, if you wish to learn the way of the sword, I could impart the techniques of Frost Moon Village to you," Zoro chuckled. The fundamental sword techniques taught at the Frost Moon Dojo are hardly esoteric. The apprentices do not study profound swordsmanship. And my own skills have been honed through years of relentless training. As Zoro observed Gu Yuan, who immediately began his training on the deck, he closed his eyes to reminisce about the past. Suddenly, Gu Yuan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The sky darkened ominously. He set down his wooden sword and looked up, feeling a drop of rain land on his face, which was soon followed by a torrential downpour. Gu Yuan's expression turned grave. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear, and now a deluge fell upon them. Such terrifying power could only belong to Monkey D. Dragon, the father of Luffy and a revolutionary in the world of One Piece. Originally a member of the Navy, Dragon had renounced his post upon witnessing the heinous crimes of the celestial dragons, believing the world to be in decay. He established the Revolutionary Army with the intent to overthrow their dominion, becoming the greatest adversary of the world government. As the leader of the revolutionaries, Monkey D. Dragon's strength is formidable. He is rumored to possess the ability to control weather and wind, wielding power akin to that of an admiral, capable of reshaping the very landscape with ease. The thought of such a formidable figure nearby made Gu Yuan grip his wooden sword tightly. Indeed, the world of manga is filled with boundless excitement. The greater the disparity in strength, the more thrilling it will be when I overcome these obstacles and surpass them all. That is what makes life truly exhilarating. Before long, Luffy and the others hurried back to the merry-go amidst the storm. "Everyone, set sail," they called out, braving the tempest. Yet each face was lit with anticipation and a hint of trepidation. Ancient Source lifted his head as the colossal upside-down mountain towered into the clouds, while the surrounding waves relentlessly battered the Mary, producing a thunderous roar. It truly instilled a deep concern about the Mary's ability to withstand such terrifying currents. As the immense tide astonishingly flowed upwards, Nami stood on the second deck of the Mary, her prowess as a skilled navigator unmistakably on display. The Mary steadily ascended through the channel amidst the upside-down mountain. "Ha ha ha, impressive," Luffy exclaimed, perched upon the figurehead of the ship. Usopp, trembling with fear, hid behind the wooden railing of the Mary. "Hey everyone, I think I've caught a disease that prevents me from going to the Grand Line. We should turn back." Yet, no one heeded his plea, as the crew gazed up at the towering mountain. In that moment, Ancient Source felt minuscule, for amidst the vast ocean, the strength of an individual seemed so insignificant. Contrary to the scenes depicted in the manga, despite the rapid currents, Ancient Source and his companions sailed for nearly an hour along the channel of the upside-down mountain before reaching its summit. "Whoa, it's so high," Luffy shouted in awe. Upon crossing over the apex of the mountain, the descent was evidently much swifter, with powerful gusts lifting the bow of the Mary. Several times, it seemed as though the ship might be overturned by the forceful winds. "Hey, Luffy, look over there. What is that?" "It's a wall." "Oh no, we're going to crash." "Zoro, think of something." The Mary plunged downward with reckless abandon, the roar of the crashing waves drowning out the voices of the crew. Hearing someone call his name, Zoro pressed his hand against his ear. Below the upside-down mountain, the sea exit revealed a massive, dark, arched mountain. perfectly positioned to block their path. At the current speed of descent, a collision would mean certain doom for all aboard. Luffy, Zoro, and the others immediately sought ways to slow the ship down. Everyone, hold on tight. I'm about to transform. With a mighty roar, Yuan bit down on his thumb, and in a flash of golden light, a towering giant, 15 meters tall, emerged. This muscular behemoth possessed the pointed ears of an elf and the crimson eyes of a demon. Its feet, resembling great trees, firmly anchored themselves to the merry ship. Yuan extended his arms, and blue crystals swiftly coalesced in his hands, transforming into a formidable spear. Yuan positioned the spear horizontally across his chest, and it instantly elongated like the golden hoop, piercing into the walls on either side. A thunderous roar ensued. The walls of the upside-down mountain were scraped, causing fragments of rock to plummet into the sea. Accompanied by the jarring sound of friction, the speed of the Mary rapidly diminished. Yuan grasped the spear with great effort and spoke, "Nami, Luffy, the ship is slowing down. It's up to you now." Luffy clenched his fists and broke into a wide grin. "Leave it to me." Nami swiftly issued her commands. "Usopp, you." After a series of thrilling adventures, the crew learned from Colocus, who resided at Twin Cape, about the history of the whale named Laboon, which had been crashing against the Red Line at Reverse Mountain. To prevent Laboon from inflicting further harm upon itself, Luffy made a pact with the whale. Throughout this time, Yuan silently observed Colocus, the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King, pondering various thoughts despite his silence, as he witnessed Laboon returning to its senses and ceasing its assault on the Red Line. Yuan couldn't help but reflect, truly deserving of the title of protagonist. I had once tried to persuade Emer with both emotion and reason, yet it bore little fruit. He watched as the crew, following the narrative, managed to convince Laboon, engaging in dialogue with Colocus and capturing 2 agents from Baroque Works. Yuan could no longer contain his curiosity and approached Kurosaka's, addressing him respectfully. "Esteemed senior, I have come across some materials that mention your journey through the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World. I have heard that the formidable individuals in that sea wield a power known as Haki. Might you enlighten me on this matter?" Upon hearing this, Kurosaka's naturally serious expression shifted slightly. It is important to note that information about the Pirate King was notoriously difficult to acquire in the early stages. The economic and technological disparities among the islands were significant. In such an information-scarce maritime environment, the number of individuals aware of Kurosaka's past as the Pirate King's ship's doctor was exceedingly small. However, Kurosaka's quickly regained his composure, the subtle stirrings within him settling down. He understood that his presence was an undeniable truth, and it was only natural for someone to discover his identity. Thus, he graciously accepted Yuan's knowledge of his past. "Ah, young one, as a newly emerged pirate venturing into the Grand Line, you have heard of Haki, yet this power is still beyond your current grasp." Kurosaka's remarked with a hint of detachment. The term Haki, previously unfamiliar to Luffy, Zoro, and others, piqued their interest, and they eagerly leaned in. "Haki, what is that?" Luffy inquired, scratching his head. "A new power? How exciting." Zoro flashed a grin, his eyes brimming with curiosity and a fierce fighting spirit. "Haki, a latent power inherent to all humanity, is an innate ability. With a robust physique, one can manipulate this invisible force through sheer presence, murderous intent, and a combative spirit, transforming willpower into a formidable weapon. This formidable energy is referred to as Haki. Haki is categorized into 3 types: observation Haki, armament Haki, and conqueror's Haki. Apart from conqueror's Haki and the highest level of observation Haki, ordinary individuals can cultivate this power through rigorous training, continuously enhancing it. However, a significant threshold must be crossed during extreme combat situations to reach a higher echelon. Conqueror's Haki and the highest tier of observation Haki are innate and cannot be acquired through training, with the latter being even rarer than the former. Of course, the advanced observation Haki is a capability that emerges later in the narrative. Perhaps influenced by Monkey D. Luffy, the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King, Dr. Kurocus, willingly chose to impart the secrets of Haki to Luffy and his companions. As the Going Merry sailed through the seas, its crew busied themselves with their respective tasks. Princess Vivi, masquerading as an agent of Baroque Works, was playfully engaging with Luffy and the others, her boisterous demeanor starkly contrasting her later gentle and understanding personality. Her acting skills were undoubtedly top-notch, transforming into a persona that was a far cry from her true self. Princess Vivi's innate talent was already extraordinary. It is rare for a typical girl to become a formidable agent. Her successful integration into Baroque Works indicates that she has cultivated considerable strength, undoubtedly through immense effort. Observing the lively Princess Vivi on the deck of the Going Merry, Yuan felt a deep admiration but had no intention of revealing her true identity. Yuan sat upon the vessel, a wooden sword resting beside him, as his mind wandered through the intricacies of hockey training. In the later stages of the world of One Piece, the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, referred to hockey as a power transcending swordsmanship, martial arts, and the abilities granted by devil fruits, a skill not easily mastered. In the manga, Luffy, under the tutelage of Rayleigh, the former right-hand man of the Pirate King, progressed from ignorance to a proficient command of hockey. Nevertheless, Luffy's rapid mastery was facilitated by the innate talent of the monkey family and his extensive experiences in life-and-death battles, which contributed to his swift physical and experiential growth. For an ordinary individual, ascending from the mundane to the extraordinary through hockey is a formidable challenge. At this moment, Yuan found himself perplexed by the insights on hockey training provided by Kuroka's, feeling utterly lost and without direction. Not only hockey, but the 6 forms of the Navy also necessitate formidable physical prowess to be executed. Without such physicality, understanding alone cannot bring them to fruition. Yuan helplessly pressed his forehead. The sky gradually descended with a flurry of delicate snowflakes, and Yuan, seated on the deck, was not taken aback. After departing from the vicinity of Twin Cape near the Upside-Down Mountain, Princess Weiwei had already elucidated the capricious nature of the weather along the Grand Line to everyone. Suddenly, Yuan heard a crunching sound, reminiscent of a hard object being crushed, emitting a sharp noise. This peculiar sound resonated across the tranquil surface of the sea, capturing the attention of everyone on board. Guyong turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. Before him stood a corpulent figure donning a whimsical hippo hat and a fluffy cloak. Its mouth agape in a grotesque manner as it mindlessly gnawed at the hull of the Mary. At that moment, Usopp and the others hurriedly arrived, their expressions frozen in shock at such a bizarre and terrifying sight. "You wretch, how dare you lay your hands upon the Mary?" Luffy exclaimed, launching a rubber fist towards the creature that was devouring the ship. In an instant, Walpo was sent flying, crashing into the central cabin of the Mary. "Damnable commoners! I, Walpo, have taken a fancy to your vessel and merely wish to indulge in its essence. Yet, you show me such disrespect. You shall pay dearly for your insolence." Walpo, clutching his wound, rose to his feet, still adorned with his peculiar hippo hat. Guyan gazed at Walpo, deeply perplexed. Prior to arriving in the world of pirates, he had conducted extensive research, and he was under the impression that Walpo should have encountered them only after their departure from Cactus Island. How could he possibly be here? Could it be the butterfly effect? Guyan pondered. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. The Suk-Suk Fruit? Throughout the adventures of Luffy and his companions in One Piece, they had encountered numerous devil fruit users, including formidable figures such as Kaido, Big Mom, Akainu, Aokiji, and Fujitora, as well as many weaker individuals possessing fruits of immense potential. Among them, this stands out. Many fans speculate that this fruit can absorb the abilities of others. Yet it is regrettable that such a powerful fruit has chosen Walpo as its ineffectual master. In One Piece, certain fruits seem to select their own masters, as if some individuals are destined to wield particular powers. Furthermore, many bizarre and overpowered abilities do not manifest in the hands of the exceptionally talented, but rather in those of foolish characters. The exemplifies this phenomenon, a fruit of tremendous potential, yet bound to a dim-witted owner. The thought sent shivers down Guyan's spine. Ancient Source strode forward with determination, gesturing emphatically as he proclaimed, "Luffy has entrusted him to me. Those who harm the Mary shall face no mercy." With that, Ancient Source stepped forward, his thumb severed. A colossal giant, towering at 15 meters, materialized, its massive legs pressing down upon the Mary, causing the vessel to submerge considerably. The arrival of the giant rendered the Mary akin to an oversized skateboard. Its enormous hands moved with the swiftness of a great serpent, swiftly capturing Walpo. Sensing the dire predicament, Walpo opened his mouth, preparing to bite the giant form of Ancient Source, as Yuan swiftly clasped his hands together. The formidable force rendered Walpo unconscious. Just as Yuan prepared to relax, the figure of Walpo unexpectedly expanded, transforming into a colossal fortress. Did he truly believe he could ambush me in such a manner? How absurd. Walpo laughed heartily as the fortress doors swung open, revealing several towering cannons that unleashed a barrage of fire upon Yuan. Subsequently, he leapt onto the deck of the Mary, only to find himself stepping onto the ship's edge. Unfortunately, the Mary could not withstand such immense weight and shattered instantaneously, sending Walpo plunging into the depths of the sea. The colossal figure of the ancient source was battered and bruised, its form leaning backward, closely following the tilt of the Mary. This is disastrous. The ship is on the verge of capsizing. Guys, steady yourself. Yuan gazed at the impending capsizing of the Mary, and without hesitation, leaped into the sea, creating a tremendous splash. Yuan gazed as Valpo's eyes rolled back, his mouth agape as he descended into the depths. Yuan immediately pursued, commanding the giant to open its vast maw and, like a colossal shark, devoured the unconscious Valpo in one swift motion. The giant erupted with immense heat, and as Yuan detached from the nape of the giant, he sought to ascend. Just as his feet were about to leave the giant's form, a peculiar energy enveloped Yuan. In an instant, Yuan felt as if the very essence of his strength had been siphoned away, rendering him utterly feeble. And he began to drift aimlessly in the water. In a moment of disorientation, Yuan beheld a figure with emerald hair swimming towards him through the water. Guys, what has transpired? He inquired. He is a user of the devil fruit abilities. Having sunk to the ocean's depths, he lost consciousness, but he should be unharmed. Amidst the haze of his ancient consciousness, he became more alert upon hearing the voices of Nami and Zaro. He turned onto his side and propped himself up on the bed. Seeing this, Nami quickly leaned closer to the bedside, her expression filled with indignation as she exclaimed, "You possess powers, Jace. How can you act so recklessly?" At this moment, although Yuan felt physically drained, his clarity of mind had notably improved. "My apologies, Nami-san. I assure you, I will refrain from transforming aboard the ship in the future." Noticing Nami's displeased expression, Yuan hastily offered his apologies, fearing the repercussions of facing a fist capable of overpowering the Emperor Luffy. "Such adversaries are best left to us. The strength of giants will surely be amplified on land," remarked Zaro, standing nearby, his form as straight as a javelin, arms crossed, chuckling lightly. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside the cabin. "Gajes!" The door swung open, revealing Luffy, whose long arms reached out and ensnared Yuan like a serpent. "Gajes, are you all right?" Yuan extricated himself from Luffy's fervent embrace. "It's all right now. But it seems I have undergone some transformations." "Transformations?" Luffy and the others inquired with curiosity. "Indeed," Yuan replied, as his mouth began to swell to an enormous size akin to Luffy's rubbery form. "Huh." Luffy and the others gaped in astonishment, their eyes bulging and mouths agape as if they might drop to the ground. "What is this?" Usopp, who had entered the cabin clutching ship repair tools, was so startled that his spirit seemed to float away, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Among the group, the more composed Zaro quickly deduced, "Is this the ability of that hippo from earlier?" The scene of Walpole opening his wide mouth to devour the Mary had been witnessed by nearly all aboard. Usopp, sweating profusely, asked, "Then, guys, does this mean you now possess 2 devil fruit powers?" Luffy, Zaro, and the recently arrived Sanji perked up, their expressions serious, eager for the answer. "That is certainly not the case. The original me did not possess any devil fruit abilities." "Then what about transforming into a giant?" Yuan had no intention of concealing his true motives. His plan was to ride the coattails of the protagonist group, leveraging their remarkable ability to attract enemies. Consequently, many aspects could not be hidden. Transforming into a giant was not a power derived from a devil fruit, but rather a latent ability inherent in my bloodline. Currently, my power seems to be associated with the ability known as the Gulp fruit. Upon uncovering this truth, the group nodded in understanding. However, Zaro soon pondered another question. "Isn't the ability of the Gulp fruit the same as that hippo's ability? How did you come to possess it?" The others turned their curious gazes towards Yuan, who, unfazed, replied, "I acquired this ability after capturing that creature in the sea and commanding the giant to devour it." "Devour?" Usopp exclaimed, his eyes glazed over and tears streaming from his nose, appearing rather bewildered. "Huh. Guys, can you eat people? Is it tasty?" Among the group, only Luffy maintained his composure, inquisitively questioning Yuan. "It has no flavor. Transforming into a giant does not mean I physically grow larger. Rather, I instantaneously create a physical mech, and I control the giant from the nape of its neck. The giant does not possess the complete organs typical of a human. Many normal human functions are absent. I had not anticipated that devouring the ability user would grant me their power." Luffy stroked his chin, his expression contorted as if he were grappling with an arduous thought. Suddenly, he struck his left palm with his right fist, appearing enlightened. "Guys, your giant doesn't have golden eggs." The serious atmosphere within the cabin evaporated instantly, as the group collapsed in laughter upon hearing Luffy's peculiar focus. "You just realized that?" Nami swiftly appeared above Luffy, delivering a love punch that left a sizable bump on his head. Luffy, what on earth are you paying attention to? After exchanging a few words, seeing that Yuan was unharmed, the companions ceased their inquiries and settled into a comfortable silence. Upon witnessing this, Yuan silently nodded in agreement. This is the advantage of being part of the protagonist's group. The companions aboard the ship each possess their own aspirations, pride, and beliefs. There is no need for Yuan to engage in the treacherous darkness of intrigue, as long as one does not harm their comrades. Their secrets will not be overly scrutinized. At present, Yuan's foremost desire is to grow stronger and to witness more of the extraordinary. Having recently arrived in this world, the information he is most familiar with pertains to the adventures of the protagonists. It would be foolish not to align himself with them. Yuan is acutely aware that no fortuitous opportunities will simply fall from the heavens. The resources he requires must be fiercely contested through his own efforts. Aligning himself with the illustrious protagonist group of Hong and Chi-Tian emerges as the most fitting choice for him. Even the Navy pales in comparison to this group, as it is inconceivable that they would willingly divulge their cultivation secrets to Yuan. Moreover, his relative weakness could render him vulnerable to being engulfed by the vast entity of the Navy. The ancient source heaved the enormous post-meal refuse into the sea, where the colossal fish skeletons swiftly descended to the depths. Yu clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms bulging prominently. Since acquiring the Munch-Munch Fruit a few days ago, his appetite had surpassed even that of Luffy. An immense quantity of food transformed into colossal energy, which Yu utilized to enhance his physique. Coupled with rigorous training alongside Zoro aboard the ship, his physical condition experienced remarkable growth in just a few days. Initially unable to keep pace with Zoro's training intensity, after all, Zoro had possessed extraordinary strength even in his youth, complemented by relentless effort that surpassed that of his peers. Guyu's rapid transformation was astonishing. Zoro, observing the formerly frail Guyu becoming robust in such a brief span, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. In terms of combat potential, the Munch-Munch Fruit was not particularly formidable. It was challenging to unlock powerful offensive forms with a devil fruit through conventional means. The very essence of a devil fruit was overwhelmingly dominant. These fruits represented perhaps the most enigmatic power upon the seas. A single devil fruit could not propel an individual to meteoric heights. According to Guyu's analysis, individuals below the level of the 7 warlords could be surpassed instantly by those wielding potent devil fruits. However, those above the warlords were a different matter entirely. Such formidable beings were exceptionally powerful in all respects, and no mere devil fruit could allow one to eclipse them swiftly. Each of the warlords possessed unique skills or were exceptional hexagonal warriors. The admirals and the 4 emperors, in particular, transcended the ordinary and were akin to natural disasters. It took Luffy merely 2 years to challenge the 4 emperors, while other prodigious talents required decades of accumulation and extraordinary gifts to attain such heights. Yet, Guyu's understanding of the Munch-Munch Fruit went beyond mere surface knowledge, as it also possessed the enticing ability to seize the powers of other devil fruits. However, this aspect could only be confirmed through genuine practice. Their time at sea was brief, and soon the Mary approached the first island of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. Princess Vivi and her partner, like mischievous sprites, leapt off the ship and dashed away. Watching them, Guyu couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, greetings, pirates and adventurers. Long live the heroes of the sea. Upon entering the vicinity of Whiskey Peak, the inhabitants of the island warmly welcomed the arrival of the Straw Hat crew at the shore. Guyan gazed unwaveringly at the performers on the shore, his heart heavy with the contemplation of the world's darkness. One could only imagine how a Na'vi fool, utterly oblivious, might be deceived by the inhabitants of this island, left with naught but their undergarments. The fervent welcome from the shore elicited joyful responses from Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, and the others aboard the ship. They had not anticipated such warm hospitality from an island, leading Usopp to hope that no peril lay ahead. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he recalled the loud commotion he had just heard, initially fearing that the islanders might launch an attack against them. Yuan surveyed the expressions of his companions aboard the ship. As expected, apart from the seasoned seafarers Nami and Zoro, the others were all captivated by the island's vibrant atmosphere. The island's inhabitants extended a warm welcome to Luffy and his crew, offering an array of sumptuous delicacies. Bam, bam, bam. Look, Lord Babbitt. These 2 gluttons can eat like there's no tomorrow. Luffy and Yuan gaped, ravenously devouring food as if their stomachs were bottomless abysses. Clad in a black nobleman's robe and a small canvas hat, Babbitt gazed down from a height at the 2 figures, who resembled famished specters, his expression darkening. Two devil fruit users, are they? The more they consume now, the more they shall regurgitate later. Babbitt grimly tightened his grip on the short gun in his hand. Is the confinement specially designed for devil fruit users ready? Upon hearing Babbitt's inquiry, the attendant promptly nodded. It is prepared, Lord Babbitt. As Yuan voraciously consumed food, he quietly activated the powers of the Munch-Munch Fruit, continuously transforming the sustenance into energy for storage. This remarkable fruit possessed the ability to both store and internally modify its contents. Once the food entered Yuan's body, he exerted absolute control over its elements. The nuances within the food became insignificant in his perception, allowing him to effortlessly neutralize any toxins or intoxicants. Delicious, delicious, he mumbled indistinctly while indulging, reminiscent of Luffy's exuberance. Yuan readily agreed. Previously, due to a lack of supplies on the ship, he had been unable to indulge in excessive feasting even with the fish caught from the sea. However, this grand meal now allowed him to replenish what was previously lacking. Not far away, Nami and Zoro cast furtive glances at the gluttonous Yuan and Luffy, silently cursing them. As for Luffy, one could overlook his antics. But how could even Jinbe be so reckless? If there were enemies lurking, handling them alone would be quite challenging. Nevertheless, despite their concerns, Zoro and Nami had no intention of alarming anyone. As the night deepened, Luffy collapsed beside Yuan, snoring loudly with his mouth agape, while Sanji, Usopp, and the others lay sprawled, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Though Yuan lies with closed eyes, the power of the fruit is quietly transforming his body. With the ability granted by the fruit, Yuan can perceive the internal condition of his body, as his skin and internal organs grow robust and resilient under his control. Different individuals exhibit varying manifestations upon acquiring a devil fruit. However, it is generally observed that those with formidable physical prowess in the realm of One Piece demonstrate significantly greater capabilities than children after obtaining such powers. A child who possesses the Maramara Nomi may only be able to ignite their palm, producing mere sparks. In contrast, Sabo, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, a master of hockey and formidable martial arts, can unleash vast fiery assaults immediately upon wielding the same fruit. In the world of One Piece, many individuals lack awareness. Some even harbor disdain for their devil fruits or adopt a nonchalant attitude towards them, leading to a neglect in developing their abilities. Consequently, numerous powerful fruits remain obscured and unappreciated. The Gura Nomi is similarly affected. Its immense potential was diminished when it fell into the hands of the feeble warlord, becoming a source of ridicule. Yet, in Yuan's hands, it transcends the power of the Yami Nomi, emerging as an exceptionally formidable ability. Do not fear him. He stands alone. Let us unite and confront him together. As Yuan opened his eyes, he was greeted by the cacophony of shouts outside. Has it begun? He recalled that this was the moment when Zoro awakened to single-handedly confront over 100 bounty hunters, earning the title of the 100-Man Slayer. After Zoro effortlessly dispatched the lackeys and the curly-haired mayor, a peculiar scene unfolded. Who are you two strange individuals? A woman with an umbrella, adorned with a haughty smile, and a man in a trench coat sporting an explosive hairstyle entered the line of sight of the crowd. You are not our target. Our objective is the spy within the studio, Miss Wednesday. You are Princess Vivi of Alabasta, infiltrating Baroque Works for intelligence. Am I correct? Ahahaha, per Princess Vivi. You shall meet your end here today, joining those who perished in this pirate graveyard atop Whiskey Peak. The blue-haired Princess Vivi and her curly-haired butler were taken aback by the words of the two high-ranking Baroque Works agents, their hearts filled with dread. This cannot be. How could they have discovered us? We left no trace. Though Vivi's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, reality was unforgiving. The curly-haired butler swiftly drew a concealed firearm from his hair, aiming directly at the two agents. However, such a conventional approach was not even worthy of astonishment for the elite agents. The projectile was effortlessly neutralized. In an astonishing display, the man with the explosive hairstyle casually inserted his finger into his nostril and flicked a booger toward the curly-haired butler. The onlookers were bewildered. A booger? Instead of falling to the ground midway, it shot straight towards the butler. With a resounding explosion, the butler was sent flying. What on earth is happening? Zoro watched in disbelief, his mind swirling in confusion. A booger caused an explosion? What is wrong with this world? He deduced that the man must possess a devil fruit ability, likely one related to explosions. Zoro inquired, gazing at the unfolding chaos. Yuan stood atop the rooftop, gazing down upon the farcical scene below. Upon recognizing Yuan, Zoro's lips curled into a smirk. He had expected him to be just as foolish as that idiot Luffy. Yuan paid no heed to Zoro's words, instead fixating intently on Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, the two elite agents from Baroque Works. Memories from the comic book flooded his mind. In the early chapters of One Piece, the power dynamics were predominantly centered around the devil fruits. Consequently, during Luffy's initial adventures, he encountered a myriad of foes, most of whom possessed various peculiar devil fruit abilities. The two agents before him were indeed formidable devil fruit users. With this thought, Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration. What a stroke of fortune! He was eager to ascertain whether the Munch-Munch Fruit truly held the power to seize the abilities of others. Truly, they embodied the essence of the main characters. If one were to traverse the seas alone, encountering a devil fruit user would be a rare occurrence. Leave this one to me, Zoro-san. Yuan leaped into the air, his body soaring with an almost ethereal grace before landing heavily before MR5. You are not the target. Do not interfere, you scoundrel. MR5's explosive temper flared, veins bulging, as he and his companions sought to thwart the elimination of the spies within the studio. How could he possibly contain his fury? Taking a deep breath, MR5 leaned back, his chest swelling with anticipation. Yet, before he could unleash his devastating attack, a fist of solid blue crystal struck him squarely in the abdomen. Huh. MR5's eyes bulged, nearly shattering the sunglasses perched upon his face. As an indescribable force sent him hurtling backward, the wall bore the imprint of his impact, resembling a spider web of cracks, with MR5 firmly embedded within it. Meanwhile, Yuan remained poised, his fist still raised, encased in the shimmering blue crystal. Yuan gazed at his clenched fist, then swung it through the air a few times, feeling a surge of delight within. To his astonishment, after the transformation brought about by the gum-gum fruit, his physical prowess had become remarkably formidable. He surmised that he had likely surpassed even heroes like Spider-Man and Captain America, those enhanced warriors born of mutation or modification. As he reveled in the superhuman strength coursing through his body, Mr. Five emerged from the wall, collapsing to the ground and spewing blood. Damn you, I will kill you. I will kill you. Mr. Five's eyes, obscured by sunglasses, blazed with fury. Ever since acquiring the bomb fruit, he had not sustained such grievous injuries. The adversaries he typically faced were merely a handful of slightly stronger pirates. These individuals, buoyed by their marksmanship or swordsmanship, could wreak havoc among ordinary folk. Yet they were utterly ineffectual against his explosive powers. Yet today, this seemingly invincible man had been bested by an inconspicuous underling, inciting a profound sense of shame that ignited his rage. Hey, how dare you? Before he could finish his retort, a colossal fist connected with his face, resulting in a resounding crash as the already strained wall of the ordinary building crumbled, leaving Mr. Five unconscious and dazed. Individuals like Mr. Five, who, upon gaining a devil fruit, felt themselves above all, were not uncommon in this world. Had Mr. Five faced an opponent unaware of his true capabilities, he might have caught them off guard and claimed their life with ease. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Yuan. For those like Mr. Five, whose mastery of their fruit was limited and whose physical stamina was mediocre, once the secret of his powers was discerned by an enemy, they would find themselves unable to unleash their skills and swiftly dispatched. The bomb fruit, wielded by Mr. Five, bore resemblance to the bomb fruit of one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo's subordinate, in later narratives. However, in the world of One Piece, it is a rarity for identical devil fruits to exist, thus the two fruits possess distinct differences. Doflamingo's subordinate's bomb fruit emphasizes explosive devastation, whereas Mr. Five's bomb fruit focuses more on the creation of gunpowder and the generation of explosives. Regardless of the fruit, both possess immense destructive potential, categorizing them as fruits with exceptional capabilities. Yuan wore a faint smile on his face, yet his heart was engulfed in an overwhelming tension. After all, having acquired the ability to wield the powers of the devil fruit by consuming the whirlpool fruit, he now faced the daunting prospect of ingesting another. No one could predict whether the clash of 2 devil fruits would lead to his untimely demise. In the midst of debris, Mr. Five lay unconscious, rolling his eyes as Yuan took a deep breath, finding solace within himself. He ceased to ponder further, and to his astonishment, his mouth expanded like rubber, allowing him to swallow the entire Mr. Five whole. Meanwhile, Zoro, witnessing Yuan's direct assault on Mr. Five, shouted, "Hey, Kages, you're being reckless. Do not provoke enemies on a whim." Despite his verbal reprimands, Zoro's grip on his swords, Snow and the Demon Blade, Kitetsu, remained steadfast. his gaze fixated on the arrogant Miss Valentine, his eyes brimming with fervor and combat spirit. "Zoro!" Luffy, panting heavily with his belly full of food, called out loudly. Zoro turned to see Luffy had awakened and, in a misunderstanding, rushed over, furious at Zoro for harming their benefactor, ready to duel. "Huh, what are you joking about?" The two of them, heads nearly touching, appeared poised for a brawl. At that moment, Nami, having somehow maneuvered to stand before them, thrust her fists forward, instantly sending the two formidable forces of the Straw Hat Pirates flying. After Nami explained the misunderstanding, Luffy realized the truth. Meanwhile, Miss Valentine, left fuming on the sidelines, utilized her parasol to soar into the air, her long legs descending like steel needles towards them. Her petite frame pierced the ground like a javelin, prompting Luffy and the others to leap aside. "This is perilous. I never anticipated such power," Zoro observed gravely, eyeing the contemptuous woman. "Yaha, I am the wait fruit user, capable of crushing you with ease." Miss Valentine laughed heartily, covering her mouth. Minutes later, Miss Valentine lay dazed in the ruins. "What a chaotic woman," Zoro remarked as he removed his sword from his mouth, surveying the numerous craters left by her assault. Nami gave Zoro a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're quite capable, Zoro." Thanks to Yuan and Zoro's elimination of two agents, the original plan involving the curly-haired butler's sacrifice was averted. Instead, witnessing Luffy and Zoro's formidable strength, the remaining foes sought assistance from them. Yuan approached, his excitement still palpable, observing the fallen Miss Valentine and the group led by Princess Vivi, who was explaining the crisis in Alabasta. Yuan discreetly swallowed Miss Valentine, resembling a child caught in the act of stealing a treat. Princess Vivi elucidated the origins of Baroque works and the plight of her homeland, Alabasta, hoping to garner the support of Luffy and his companions. Yuan leaned against the Mary, observing the crowd. Indeed, Nami and Usopp believed it wiser to avoid trouble, deeming it unnecessary to become embroiled in the conflict involving the 7 warlords of the sea. However, Zoro and Sanji felt that since they had already taken action against Baroque works, reconciliation was no longer an option. After deliberation, they ultimately decided to allow Princess Vivi to hitch a ride, ensuring her safe return to Alabasta as a resolution. As the group conferred, they set sail from Whiskey Peak aboard the Mary. "The Straw Hat Kid, with a bounty of 30 million, right?" A cold, alluring female voice echoed. The crew aboard the Mary was taken aback and quickly turned towards the source of the voice, only to find a stunningly beautiful woman in high boots and a cowboy hat had inexplicably appeared on their ship. "Nanny, when did this happen? How infuriating." The crew reacted swiftly, launching an attack on the mysterious woman. Yet, Sanji and Usopp, who approached her, were instantly repelled. The scene fell into stunned silence, as the Straw Hat Pirates hesitated to act recklessly. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Sanji demanded loudly, confronting the unfamiliar woman before him. Yuan stood vigilantly behind the crowd, exuding an aura of readiness to strike at any moment. Yet, unbeknownst to others, he was keenly observing a particular woman, Nico Robin, the archaeologist destined to join the crew of the protagonist, Luffy. She possessed the extraordinary ability to decipher ancient texts, rendering her an indispensable key to Luffy's ambition of becoming the Pirate King. However, at this juncture, Robin was merely intrigued by the Straw Hat crew and held no intentions of joining their ranks. Subsequently, she offered the crew 2 pointers, one that ensured a safe passage to Alabasta, presumably leading to an unknown direction. Nevertheless, Luffy, asserting that no one could dictate the course of the Straw Hat Pirates, shattered the pointer to Alabasta. Thus, the next destination for the Straw Hat crew was the island of Little Garden. Guyu was exercising at the stern of the Mary, wielding a colossal steel dumbbell, beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops, while his mind wandered through a myriad of thoughts. Little Garden Island, a peculiar and illogical locale within the realm of One Piece, was home to prehistoric creatures, gigantic beasts, and even a pair of giants. This expedition to Little Garden presented numerous opportunities. Not only could the candle fruit rival the power of the Munch-Munch Fruit, but even the island's prehistoric inhabitants could enhance my strength through the powers of the swallow fruit. In comparison to the inherently destructive natural devil fruits like the ice fruit, thunder fruit, and magma fruit, the candle fruit, classified as a special paramecia fruit, may lack raw power. However, its efficacy ultimately hinges upon the wielder's capabilities. Today, Guyu's strength has undergone a tremendous transformation since his arrival in the One Piece world. The fortification of his physique granted by the swallow fruit, along with the subsequent acquisition of the blast fruit and the wait fruit, has instilled him with absolute confidence in reaping significant rewards from Little Garden. Indeed, Guyu has seized the powers of the blast fruit and the wait fruit. But rather than outright possession, it is more akin to a temporary borrowing. Anything consumed by Guyu using the swallow fruit, be it person or object, is enveloped within a space where time stands still and the consciousness of the consumed is suspended. Within this realm, the individuals and objects appear like mere components, allowing for arbitrary combinations or integration into his own form. However, devil fruits operate differently. They represent distinct powers that typically cannot coexist within a single body. Thus, Guyu's approach is one of borrowing. The devil fruit user consumed will remain within Guyu, serving as a conduit for his abilities. Their bodily organization will be adapted and fused with his own, enabling him to wield a fragment of that devil fruit user's power, thereby granting access to multiple abilities. Yet, there is a drawback. The essence of that user is permanently retained within his body and cannot be discarded, or else the abilities would vanish. Guyan leaned against the railing at the stern of the ship, gazing at the boundless sea, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the unknown ahead. Ui, Mina-san. Here are some chilled beverages. Sanji emerged from the cabin, carrying a tray of drinks, and then transformed into a whirlwind of affection as he darted towards Nami. Nami, the love drinks have arrived, she exclaimed, observing the joyous atmosphere among the group. Princess Vivi, with her cerulean hair dancing in the sea breeze, smiled as her anxiety eased significantly. A tall, robust butler approached, retrieving a cloak from seemingly nowhere and draping it over Vivi. Your Highness, the sea breeze is quite strong. Please take care of your health. Vivi looked at the butler, feeling a warmth in her heart. Akairam, after all, I was once Miss Wednesday of the Baroque Works. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere sea breeze? Not long after setting sail, an island emerged on the horizon. Ui, everyone, come quickly. I see a small island. Usopp shouted from the crow's nest, urging the others. Once they disembarked, they assigned tasks and began to explore the island separately. As Yuan traversed through the forest, he gazed upward at the remarkably towering trees. The biodiversity of the island was astonishing, with an array of creatures visible every few steps. Shortly after disembarking from the ship, Yuan encountered a colossal saber-toothed tiger. What a magnificent beast! He pondered the potential gains it might yield. Yuan licked his lips. The saber-toothed tiger emitted a fierce growl, circling around Yuan with a slow, menacing grace. Though its intellect was limited, it sensed an extraordinary danger lurking within the diminutive frame of the man before it. The two remained locked in a tense standoff for a moment, but eventually, the saber-toothed tiger could no longer withstand its inexplicable fear, summoning its courage. It lunged towards Yuan with its impressive physique, measuring 4 meters in height and 9 meters in length. Yuan clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the head of the saber-toothed tiger. A resounding thud echoed through the air. In the next moment, the tiger's skull caved in from the impact, and it let out a pained roar, its fierce eyes appearing as though they were filled with blood, glowing a vivid crimson. Yuan gazed at his bloodied fist with a hint of astonishment. He harbored considerable confidence in his strength, believing that he could halt an oncoming train in the real world. Yet, he had failed to shatter the skull of the saber-toothed tiger with a single blow. Truly, this was the world of One Piece, where the creatures within were akin to monstrous beings. Before the saber-toothed tiger could react, Yuan conjured a sky-blue crystal from thin air, which elongated and transformed into the shape of a spear. Yuan forcefully hurled the spear in his hand. The crystalline spear effortlessly pierced the body of the tiger, and suddenly, the portion embedded within the tiger's flesh detonated. One side of the tiger was obliterated into a myriad of fragments. Observing the remaining half of the tiger, now stained crimson with blood, Yuan expressed his satisfaction. Truly, the bomb fruit lives up to its reputation, although my current level of mastery is akin to that of Mr. 5. Allowing only a part of my body to transform into an explosive, it is far more convenient than the repugnant nasal discharge. Aside from a select few formidable beings, the destructive power of the bomb fruit is sufficient to injure the vast majority of adversaries in this world. However, this bloody scene renders it unappetizing. Perhaps it is time to seek out another target. I wonder what the taste of a dinosaur would be like. Yuan gazed upon the lifeless body of the saber-toothed tiger before him, devoid of any inclination to utilize the ability of the Munch-Munch Fruit to consume it. Subsequently, he began to devour everything in sight with fervor. Any large creature in the forest that crossed his path was doomed to escape his ravenous appetite. In an instant, The woodland's avian and terrestrial inhabitants fled in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 of the Barat studio, adorned with a peculiar hairstyle, felt a twinge of impatience. During the Golden Week, he pondered the whereabouts of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day. Why had they not yet arrived? Mr. 3 awaited news to coordinate with these two agents on the small garden island, tasked with capturing Princess Vivi and the Straw Hat crew, who threatened to disrupt their plans. However, after a prolonged wait, doubts began to creep into his mind regarding the whereabouts of the duo. Enough, he thought. I shall report to the boss that these two have been dilly-dallying and have yet to show up. After all, the invincible me, the mightiest Mr. 3, can easily apprehend them all on my own. In the end, I shall be the one to receive the boss's accolades, ha ha ha. Mr. 3 laughed triumphantly as he exited the Barat studio's stronghold, with Golden Week hastily stowing away his painting supplies to follow suit. A giant? Such a colossal giant. Far larger than the giants of Jagus, utterly terrifying. On the ship, the timid duo Nami and Usopp were discovered by Bragi, a giant who had once been a member of the giant pirate crew and was familiar with ordinary humans. He warmly invited the two, having encountered Yuan's giant before. Nami and Usopp's fear of gigantic beings had somewhat diminished. However, Yuan's giant resembled a mechanical construct, while the giant before them now appeared more like a monstrous creature. As he leaned his face closer to them, the two quaked in terror, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Amidst a desolate landscape stood a man, surrounded by trees that resembled the aftermath of a bombing, with flames and traces of destruction scattered about. With his arms outstretched, Yuan now felt an inexhaustible power coursing through his body. In a mere short while, he traversed the forest with astonishing speed, utilizing the abilities of the weight and light fruit to hunt down more than a dozen ancient colossal creatures. A tremendous amount of life energy was decomposed within the devouring space of the swallowing fruit. Given my current physical strength, I could effortlessly transform into a giant and unleash the nuclear assault of an ultra-large giant 10 times over. And I have also become well acquainted with the capabilities of both the bomb fruit and the weight and light fruit. As the ancient source clenched his fist, a subtle exertion caused his muscles to swell and emanate a terrifying aura. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant volcano, its billowing smoke visible even from the opposite side of the island where the ancient source stood. Is it about to begin? The confrontation with Mr. 3 seems to signal that it is my time to take the stage. While the other members of the Straw Hat crew may be oblivious to the implications of the volcanic eruption, the ancient source, having read the script, is acutely aware of its significance. On this small island, two giants, each towering over 20 meters, coexist. In the world of One Piece, the lifespan of the giant race extends beyond 3 centuries. These two titans have engaged in their monumental battles for over 100 years, often resulting in stalemates. They had agreed that each volcanic eruption would herald a duel. However, this clash is unlike any prior, for with the arrival of Mr. 3, the two giants find themselves ensnared by treachery, and the Straw Hat crew is destined to become embroiled in the ensuing conflict. Yuan immediately set off in the direction of the volcano, believing they might find them there. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew, consisting of Zoro, Nami, Princess Vivi, and the curly-haired butler Akaram, found themselves ensnared by a colossal candlestick crafted by Mr. 3. Just as Zoro contemplated severing his leg to escape, Luffy, Usopp, and a large duck burst onto the scene. It was evident that even in the absence of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine from the original comic, Luffy and his companions were at a disadvantage against Mr. 3. Although Mr. May 3 appeared to be a mere weakling in later stages, cowardly and despicable, his mastery of fruit abilities ranks among the most formidable in the world. With their current strength falling short of the warlord level, ordinary opponents would struggle immensely against Mr. 3. The Wax Fruit, under Mr. 3's command, exhibited a level of skill that rivaled that of natural-type users. Zoro, I am coming to your rescue, Luffy shouted, only to be interrupted by a young girl wielding a paintbrush and a canvas, who swiftly cast a peculiar talisman that compelled Luffy to partake in tea with her. Usopp, witnessing this scene, called out in confusion, Luffy, stop sipping tea and focus on rescuing everyone. Observing that nearly the entire Straw Hat crew had been subdued, Mr. 3 erupted into raucous laughter. Ha! The Straw Hat crew is utterly pathetic. Guyan burst forth from the thicket, his eyes narrowing as he chanced upon the scene of Mr. 3's hearty laughter. With a swift motion, he conjured a crystalline spear and hurled it forth. As a seasoned agent, Mr. 3 quickly stifled his mirth, frantically employing his fruit-based abilities. A stream of molten wax flowed from his hands, forming a barrier that shielded him. To his astonishment, the pliable wax solidified, taking on a steel-like rigidity that thwarted Yuan's spear. Just as Mr. 3 was about to deliver a mocking retort, the spear erupted in a violent explosion, sending him tumbling through the air, disheveled and dusty. Regaining his footing, Mr. 3 dismissed his earlier disdain for Yuan and, with a decisive wave, unleashed a torrent of wax that cascaded around him. In Gu Yuan's hands, several crystal spheres materialized, his body leaning forward as he assumed a posture reminiscent of a giant beast preparing to hurl a boulder. With a vigorous twist of his waist and hips, the crystal spheres were launched forth like a barrage of projectiles. Mr. 3 hastily erected a candle fortress for defense. The earth trembled as the shockwave uprooted trees. Mr. 3 watched in dismay as the once formidable candle fortress, capable of easily deflecting bullets, was effortlessly torn asunder, reduced to a state of ruin. Such an explosion? Such a sensation? The more Mr. 3 observed, the more he felt something was amiss, prompting him to shout at Gu Yuan in desperation. Why? How do you possess the abilities of Mr. 5? Meanwhile, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, trapped nearby, were equally captivated by the clash. Their curiosity piqued as they witnessed Gu Yuan unveil previously unseen powers. Upon the revelation of abilities akin to the Bomb Fruit, all eyes turned toward Gu Yuan. Gu Yu's lips curled into a smirk. There are still many things you are unaware of. With that, he exerted force through his legs, donning crystal gauntlets and charging towards Mr. 3. Mr. 3 waved his hands, releasing a plethora of candles that entwined around his body like water, quickly solidifying into a towering suit of wax armor. How infuriating. Who exactly is this individual? Cold sweat dripped down Sanji's brow, realizing that had he known about such an unfathomable opponent, he would never have rashly brought the Golden Week to battle alongside the Straw Hat crew. The crystal fists collided heavily with the wax armor, resulting in a resounding impact. Boom. A vibrant explosion enveloped both combatants, causing Mr. 3 to spew blood, his battered wax armor staggering backwards. The pain was excruciating. Gu Yu gritted his teeth, enduring it. The Bomb Fruit allowed him to transform into a bomb, yet the explosion brought with it the agony of his body disintegrating. This was a side effect of the Bomb Fruit. Many devil fruits in the world of One Piece are not without their imperfections. The powerful Dark Fruit, belonging to one of the 4 emperors, Blackbeard, boasts immense combat prowess while also evading the powers of other devil fruits. Yet as a Logia-type, it cannot become elemental. Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, wields the Tremor Fruit, which likewise possesses formidable side effects when activated. Magellan, the warden of the world's largest prison, impelled down, commands the Poison Fruit, rendering him nearly invincible within the confines of his prison. However, such a potent fruit causes him unbearable distress, leading to daily bouts of diarrhea. The Bomb Fruit shares similar constraints. Despite its inherent destructive capacity, it too comes with limitations. The original Mr. 5 was physically frail and had a low level of fruit mastery, often hesitant to use his own body as a bomb, capable of overwhelming weaker foes, yet quickly faltering against skilled adversaries. Reeling from the impact, Mr. 3 struggled to maintain control of his wax armor, gasping for breath. The hand that had vanished in the ancient explosion gradually reformed from small particles of niter and gunpowder. Hey, guys, Nami shouted as she rushed towards the ancient source. Gu Yuan finally realized the situation and turned to the side, where Usopp stood, utterly stunned. Usopp, you're afraid of fire. Surely you have a solution, he urged. Usopp, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded in agreement. No problem, leave it to me. His expression turned earnest as he retrieved an unfamiliar spherical object from his satchel. Special, Firebird Star. A fierce blaze erupted, rapidly consuming the candle holder crafted by Mr. 3. Nami, Zoro, and the others managed to escape as well. Fantastic. At last, we can stretch our limbs. Usopp exclaimed, his spirit ignited. You candle scoundrel, prepare to face my wrath. Mr. 3, in utter panic, cursed inwardly. Damn it. I can't muster any strength. I must flee at once. He glanced at Zoro, who had subdued the young girl named Golden Week and was now carrying her. Summoning what little strength he had left, Mr. 3 conjured a wall of wax. Then, clutching his wounded side, he attempted to flee into the forest. Rubber cannon. A thunderous roar echoed through the woods, and Mr. 3 dared not look back as Luffy's elongated fist struck him squarely in the back. With a resounding crack, Mr. 3 was sent spiraling away, crashing through countless trees before finally coming to a halt. By the time the others gathered around, he lay unconscious, eyes rolled back. We won, Luffy exclaimed jubilantly. Zoro, Nami, and the rest breathed a sigh of relief, turning their gaze toward Yuan. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zoro inquired, "Gajes, what was that explosive ability just now?" Realizing that he could no longer keep it a secret, Yuan acknowledged that revealing the truth was inevitable, especially since he would eventually need to seize the enemy's devil fruit powers. It was only a matter of time before everyone would know. Yuan smiled as he explained, "This is the power of the Munch-Munch Fruit. I have devoured the previous two agents, and thanks to the ability of the Munch-Munch Fruit, I can now harness their powers." The ancient source succinctly elucidated the matter. Nami's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be, Jace's? Have you resorted to cannibalism once more? Usopp trembled in fear, and even Luffy wore a serious demeanor. Though the Straw Hat crew embraced the role of adventurous pirates, the act of taking a life could, under certain circumstances, be rationalized. They were no longer children. Venturing into the sea inevitably entailed the reality that one must confront the prospect of killing to survive. Yet, individuals like Luffy and Nami found it exceedingly difficult to accept the brutal notion of seizing another's life to gain strength. Yuan was acutely aware of the thoughts of those around him. The abilities of the devourers I have consumed have not perished. Rather, they are imprisoned within me. Their consciousness and bodies immobilized. I possess the power to release them at my discretion. With that, Yuan opened his mouth wide, resembling a gaping door, and from the abyss of his dark maw emerged two figures. The frizzy-haired Mr. Five and the golden-haired Miss Valentine, both lying unconscious on the ground. Huh, he actually spat them out. Usopp cried, covering his mouth, overwhelmed with emotion and longing for home. Luffy, witnessing this spectacle, instantly transformed his serious demeanor into a broad grin. "My apologies, guys. I mistook you for a heartless monster, haha." Luffy chuckled while scratching the back of his head. Zoro, with arms crossed and a solemn expression, remarked, "What a formidable ability it is to harness the powers of others' devil fruits." Having traversed the seas for some time, Zoro had encountered numerous devil fruits. Although steadfast in his swordsmanship, he had also witnessed the might of many formidable abilities. This individual before him, capable of seizing others' powers, would undoubtedly upheave the very fabric of this world. As he gazed at his companions, an unprecedented sense of anticipation for the future of the Straw Hat Pirates blossomed within Zoro's heart. Yuan spread his hands and gestured toward the MR3 lying on the ground, saying, "Therefore, I may consume this fellow. As a senior agent of the Ballot Studio, he has undoubtedly committed countless misdeeds. I shall devour him, allowing him to remain in eternal slumber." Once Yuan had elucidated the matter, the companions naturally had no objections. As one of the four formidable forces aboard the ship, it was only fitting that Yuan grew ever stronger. Yu devoured Mr. 3 in one swift motion, while Miss Valentine still faced Mr. 5. The candle that ensnared the giant Brogy shattered into pieces, allowing him to finally rise. Sitting in solitude, he realized that despite having triumphed over another giant, Dongli, he felt neither elation nor victory, but rather a profound sense of confusion and sorrow. His melancholy stemmed not only from the unfairness of the confrontation orchestrated by Mr. 3, but also from the impending loss of a rival with whom he had shared a century of companionship. As the Straw Hat crew observed Brogy's despondent silence, they prepared to offer words of comfort. Suddenly, Dongli, who lay in a pool of blood, stirred and slowly attempted to lift himself into a sitting position. Brogy, witnessing this, was overwhelmed with joy, while Luffy exuberantly extended his arms to embrace Dongli, shouting in delight. A weight lifted from the hearts of the Straw Hat crew. In the following days, they chose not to depart from Little Garden immediately, opting instead to gather ample supplies. For their journey to the desert island would be fraught with challenges, requiring both fresh water and sustenance. The ancient source transformed into a black hole, voraciously consuming everything on the island. The group wasted no time and promptly set off for Alabasta. Meanwhile, the curly-haired butler Icolum and Princess Vivi were in a state of acute anxiety. Princess Vivi was deeply concerned about the situation in her homeland. Having heard that the rebel forces were steadily gaining strength, even the presence of the carefree Straw Hat crew did little to alleviate her worries. Just as the Mary set sail from Little Garden Island, Nami fell ill with a high fever, leaving Sanji, Luffy, and the others gathered anxiously around her bedside. Luffy lamented that there was no ship's doctor on board, and Nami's condition was becoming increasingly dire. Yuan felt a sense of urgency, after all, with his involvement. The potential intensity of the butterfly effect was uncertain, rendering the outcome unpredictable. At that moment, Princess Vivi proposed, I have heard that the Drum Kingdom is renowned for its advanced medical practices, boasting numerous esteemed physicians. If we journey there, we are bound to find a solution. The curly-haired steward, anxious, interjected, "Your Highness, time is of the essence. I am aware of the merits of traveling to the Drum Kingdom, but I cannot abandon Nami, who has aided us immensely." Vivi promptly interrupted the steward. "I apologize. I was momentarily flustered." The steward bowed his head in remorse. Upon hearing Vivi's words, the Straw Hat crew did not voice their agreement, yet their sense of camaraderie and commitment to the rescue plan concerning the Alabasta conflict grew significantly. Nami's condition continued to deteriorate. She could once whisper softly, but had gradually become unable to even open her eyes. "Nami, hold on. We will find a doctor to save you soon. Look, a funny face," Luffy exclaimed by Nami's bedside, attempting to lift her spirits. "Hey, Luffy, is that really effective?" Zoro remarked, stroking his chin. "It's obvious that it won't work. You fool." Vivi sighed, exasperated by this group of clowns. The Mary quickly accelerated towards the Drum Kingdom, while Yuan remained in the lookout tower aboard the ship, gazing at the distant scenery. The gains from Little Garden Island exceeded his expectations. The prehistoric beasts and dinosaurs on the island had bestowed upon him an extraordinary amount of life energy. Most of this energy was utilized to enhance his physical strength directly, a stark contrast to Walpole's mere indulgence in food for sustenance. The capabilities of Yuan's fruit were evidently unparalleled. The flesh and food consumed by the Gomu fruit would be broken down into life energy. Unlike traditional muscle tearing during exercise followed by energy replenishment for further bodily repair and strengthening, the life energy generated by the Gomu fruit endowed individuals with vigorous vitality. And upon reintegration into the body, it would swiftly amplify one's strength. With a subtle exertion of his arm, Yuan's muscles surged beneath his fair skin, each sinew appearing as if it possessed an independent existence, pulsating under his command. "Ha ha ha, this stands sense of security," Yuan exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he observed the transformation of his physique. From an ordinary individual to one endowed with formidable strength, he now wielded the power to annihilate entire towns with mere gestures. The exhilaration derived from this enhancement of power was intensely profound. It is no wonder that so many individuals ardently pursue the path to becoming stronger. The joy found in this endeavor rivals that of the most delightful pastimes of ordinary life. In the depths of his heart, Yuan felt a surge of emotions. Aboard the Mary, their swift progress soon unveiled the distant silhouette of an island. Sitting at the bow, Luffy suddenly exclaimed, beckoning his companions to come forth. "Oh, look, everyone. Come see. It's an island. We've arrived." Vivi, observing that the Mary had reached Drum Island as per their course, let out a sigh of relief. "Wonderful. Nami is saved." The unpredictable weather of the Grand Line continued to shift incessantly. The snowfall above intensified, evolving from a mere flurry to a looming blizzard. Even the robust Zoro felt a chill creeping in. He pouted and remarked with resignation, "What a heavy snowfall. This is quite troublesome." Yuan gazed at the heavy snowfall, lost in contemplation. Due to the premature appearance of Warpo, it seemed that his journey to Drum Island would proceed without the presence of this character. Drum Island represented the third island visited by Luffy and his companions after entering the Grand Line, an early segment of the narrative that Yuan recalled vividly. The alterations in the storyline were unwelcome to him. He perceived himself as still quite feeble. Not to mention the formidable titans of the sea and the hidden powers lurking in the shadows, even the threats from the ocean depicted in the manga, such as tsunamis, were beyond his capacity to withstand. Should the sea choose to unleash its fury, he could very well meet his demise. Even the renowned flying pirate, the Golden Lion, had faced defeat due to the whims of the weather. Changes in the plot could lead to unforeseen experiences for Luffy and his crew, possibly resulting in encounters with adversaries they could have easily vanquished or entirely missing pivotal events, thus rendering certain story arcs non-existent. Such scenarios were all too plausible. The choice of the ancient source to accompany the ship was also motivated by the pursuit of intelligence. As a renowned manga, One Piece not only intricately weaves the protagonist's narrative but also fleshes out the stories of other characters, albeit with less emphasis compared to the first-person perspective of the main crew. The alterations brought about by the ancient source, which render the narrative's intelligence obsolete, are undoubtedly the most undesirable outcome for him. Having resided for years in a scorching region, the ancient source was witnessing the enchanting spectacle of snowflakes dancing through the sky for the very first time. The world transformed into a canvas of white captivated him. At that moment, Luffy emerged from the cabin, carrying Nami on his back, and anxiously called out to the others, "Doctor! Doctor! Where's the doctor?" Princess Vivi hurriedly approached, reassuring him, "Luffy, do not fret. We shall head to the island immediately in search of a doctor. Drum Island is renowned as a medical powerhouse, housing many esteemed physicians who can surely cure Nami's affliction. Let us set sail, everyone." "Zoro, you stay behind to guard the ship," Sanji remarked, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Zoro, upon witnessing Sanji's demeanor, erupted in anger. "Why must it be me, you foul cook? Because you possess no sense of direction, Zoro." Usopp, with his long nose, appeared like a specter. The group swiftly found a village upon reaching Drum Island. "What? No doctors? How is that possible? Drum Kingdom is world famous for its medical expertise," Vivi exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. The villagers of Drum Island, however, expressed their resignation. "Your information is outdated. This country is no longer a medical powerhouse." A deep voice resonated from a short distance behind the Straw Hat crew as a tall and robust man emerged. Sanji instantly became wary. This imposing figure clad in armor could indeed pose a threat if provoked. Luffy, bewildered, turned to the square-faced giant and inquired, Square Uncle, what do you mean when you say this place is no longer a medical powerhouse? My friend is ill, and we need a doctor." Dalton, hearing Luffy's address, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth but chose not to dwell on it. He then beckoned the group to follow him inside. "This matter is rather lengthy," he began. "I am the head of security for this nation, tasked with its protection. Many years ago, this country was celebrated worldwide for its medical prowess, with doctors on this island possessing exceptional skills and a well-established medical legacy. However, everything changed when Prince Wapol ascended to the throne. Wapol's selfish tyranny focused solely on exploiting the populace, even orchestrating the downfall of the island's physicians, leaving only 20 of the most skilled and compliant doctors to serve as his personal medical entourage. The once illustrious medical kingdom has ceased to exist." Dalton's eyes were heavy with sorrow, and his words were laced with profound melancholy. Vivi and her guardian felt a deep resonance with his plight. As her nation teetered on the brink of collapse, "Is it not possible for us to seek out King Whirlpool and implore him to heal our companion?" Usopp asked anxiously, arms outstretched before Dalton. Unlike Vivi, the Straw Hat crew, though sympathetic to the plight of this kingdom, could not afford to relax in the face of Nami's deteriorating condition. "While we yearn to aid your companion, it is worth noting that not long ago, a notorious pirate from the latter half of the Grand Line invaded this land, and Whirlpool abandoned his people, fleeing with his treasures and subordinates to the seas to become a pirate himself. Naturally, those 20 doctors were taken along with him." A wave of despair washed over the group at this news, as Nami's condition continued to wane. Was there truly no hope left? Observing the shift in the group's demeanor, Dalton suddenly recalled something. There may still be a doctor on this island, known as the Witch. Though her temperament is peculiar, her medical skills are unparalleled. It seems someone spotted her lingering around the castle atop the mountain. You might seek her out. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in frustration. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" Luffy exclaimed as he hoisted Nami onto his back, addressing Sanji and Usopp. "Sanji, Usopp, we have no time to lose. Let us hurry and find a doctor for Nami." With that, he dashed out in haste. Sanji, exasperated, rubbed his forehead before quickly inquiring about the direction to the mountaintop from Dalton and then hurried to catch up. The weather on Drum Island was harsh, with biting winds and snow swirling like daggers against the skin. In the depths of his heart, Yuan felt a profound sentiment. Such weather, a rare spectacle in the original world, was astonishingly commonplace here. The group exerted their legs, pushing their strength to ascend towards the mountain peak. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes flickered amidst the snowy forest, followed by a claw imbued with a blade of wind, sweeping toward them. Sanji shouted, "Nami, be careful." Luffy, unable to evade in time, felt his padded jacket torn by 3 gashes. "Damn it, what is this?" he exclaimed, as the sharp talon carved 3 deep marks into the snow. Sanji, witnessing this, was taken aback. What formidable power! If that strikes a person, it would be devastating. The group turned their gaze towards the assailant, a stout white rabbit standing upright, its red eyes glaring fiercely at them. After observing, Yuan maintained a calm exterior while secretly astonished within. Is this truly the Laban? What an extraordinary creature it is. In the original world, Yuan was relegated to the lowest strata of society, with little opportunity to indulge in leisurely pursuits, having never even laid eyes on a genuine panda, let alone such extraordinary creatures. The Labong, a unique inhabitant of magnetic Drum Island, is a highly intelligent, social animal characterized by its colossal physique and striking red eyes. Though fiercely aggressive, it is also known for its capacity for gratitude and its reverence for the strong, a testament to its emergence in the island's harsh environment. As one Labong appeared, a multitude of white figures emerged behind it. This is intolerable. There are far too many. We must flee, Luffy. Sanji dispatched one Labong with a few swift kicks, yet the sheer number of adversaries proved overwhelming, prompting a hasty retreat. With the physical enhancements bestowed by the Munch-Munch Fruit, Yuan effortlessly evaded several consecutive strikes from the Ravens, hastily following the lead of Luffy, who rushed ahead. Perhaps the cacophony of battle was too overwhelming, as a sudden and violent tremor ensued. Boom, boom. Sanji glanced upward, his eyes nearly bulging in terror. An avalanche. The trio swiftly turned back in retreat, while a few Ravens relentlessly pursued them, using fallen tree trunks as makeshift sleds. As the situation grew dire, Yuan placed his fingers before his lips. Instantly, a radiant beam of golden light flickered, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the ground and sending forth a flurry of snowflakes. Amidst the white haze, a colossal figure emerged. It was a giant with a wolf's head, clad in armor adorned with sharp spikes, bursting forth from the snowdrift. With a massive hand, it seized Luffy and Sanji. Ha ha ha, guys, splendid. Luffy quickly climbed atop the giant's wolf head, one hand adjusting his hat, while the other waved exuberantly. Sanji, too, closed his eyes and lit a cigarette. Indeed, the giant's abilities were remarkably convenient. Each incarnation of the Beast Titan's ferocious form was unique. There had been deer shapes, crocodiles, and even the long-armed ape form of the protagonist Aaron's brother, Zeke. Yuan's beastly transformation manifested as a wolf. Possessing incredible speed and terrifying biting power, the Beast Titan, in a certain sense, was not overwhelmingly formidable, but Yuan secretly preferred the avian forms capable of flight. Regrettably, the Beast Titan he had transformed into was not a creature of the skies. The giant's rapid mobility posed no challenge when confronted with the oncoming avalanche. The avalanche swept through, casting several of the clustered Raven into the air, one after another. Yuan quietly waited in a secluded corner, sheltered from the avalanche, until it had passed. Fortunately, the scale of the avalanche was not substantial. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to continue the journey for quite some time. Yuan and Sanji hurriedly ascended the mountain, traversing a landscape marred by the devastation of avalanches, with trees torn asunder in a lamentable state. The formidable might of nature is indeed awe-inspiring. Guys, Chio del Madai. Luffy suddenly called out to Yuan. It turned out that a small Laban was frantically digging a pit around a larger Laban, seemingly entombed by the snow. Without uttering a word, Luffy activated his fruit ability, elongating his arm to grasp the larger Laban and extricate it from the snowdrift. Upon seeing the approaching hand, the small Laban instinctively crouched down, fearing an attack. The larger Laban was successfully rescued. Yuan beheld this scene with a sense of quiet admiration. Although the recent troubles caused by Laban were considerable, Luffy's unwavering enthusiasm remained commendable, truly the hallmark of a quintessential SH&M protagonist. Sanji, observing with a poker face while drawing on his cigarette, harbored a sincere respect for his captain, despite their brief acquaintance. With the formidable strength bestowed by the giant beast of Yuan, the group swiftly reached the summit castle of the Snowy Mountains. As Luffy and Nami contemplated entering the castle in search of the doctor known as the Witch, an unusual creature suddenly emerged from behind a tree, concealing half of its face while revealing the other half to the world. Yuan observed, and the resemblance was unmistakable. It was indeed Chopper, the Straw Hat Crew's auxiliary food supply. Hey, that reindeer over there, are you hiding in the wrong place? Sanji said, exasperated. Is that so? Upon realizing this, Chopper quickly changed direction, concealing himself behind a tree to observe Yuan and the others. That raccoon, we have a patient here. My companion, she is gravely ill and on the brink of death. Do you know where we can find a doctor? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he approached the creature, yet he did not forget Nami's condition and inquired of Chopper. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Sanji swiftly moved and delivered a punch to Luffy's head, leaving a sizable bump. You bastard, how dare you curse the beautiful Nami? Doctor, quickly, follow me. Upon hearing of a patient, the initially timid and frightened Chopper grew anxious and gestured for the group to head towards the castle. Dorella, my dear doctor. Dorella. Although everyone was initially taken aback by the exorbitant consultation fees of the witch Kureha, they soon realized that such wealth paled in comparison to Nami's plight. You are fortunate. Your companion has contracted an ancient virus that has not been seen for hundreds of years. Even I stumbled upon knowledge of it by chance. If it were any other doctor, I fear she would have no hope of survival within 5 days. A stylish middle-aged woman with sunglasses and a slender frame spoke slowly to Luffy and the others. So, is there hope for Nami? Sanji voiced the concern that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Correa lifted a bottle of alcohol to her lips and took a hearty swig, causing everyone's hearts to race. Rest assured, under my treatment, she will recover within 3 days, ha ha ha. Seeing the expressions on Luffy and the others' faces change, Correa felt a sense of amusement. As expected of Dorella, your companion is in no serious danger. Hearing Correa's words, Chopper let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Luffy suddenly extended an invitation to Chopper to join their crew. Nanny, a partner. No, I cannot. I am a monster. I have no partners. With that, he dashed out of the room. Guyu remained silent, observing the unfolding events. It would be perilous if Chopper were unable to join the Straw Hat crew due to Warlord Walpo's premature disappearance. Should matters truly escalate to such a point, Guyu would have no choice but to intervene, ensuring Chopper's inclusion in the Straw Hat Pirates. Noticing Chopper's reaction, Sanji and Luffy exchanged glances. A few days prior, in the waters near Drum Island, aboard the Ironclad King, a peculiar man clad in a blue jester costume addressed another man whose hands were matted with clumps of hair. Damn it. Ever since Prince Walpo grew hungry and left the ship, we have been unable to locate him. At this rate, it is possible that Prince Walpo may truly jest. It has been several days since that fateful departure. We have scoured the nearby waters and found no trace of any vessels. Perhaps Prince Walpo has already perished at sea, replied his companion. Jess, the blue jester, wore a grim expression. Unlike the arrogant Walpo, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Although the Ironclad King could still navigate the seas without Walpo, the combined strength of himself and Chromalaman was woefully inadequate to confront the pirates of the Grand Line. At that moment, Chromalaman suggested, "Why don't we return to Drum Island? Perhaps Prince Walpo has already returned there, awaiting us." Upon hearing this, Jess's mind sparked with an idea. Leveraging their positions, as well as the wealth and influence aboard the Ironclad King, they could still dominate Drum Island even in Walpo's absence. Jess immediately shared his thoughts with Chromalaman. As two of Walpo's most cunning subordinates, both were unscrupulous, and Chromalaman, a man driven by greed and lust, saw the potential benefits in Jess's proposition, disregarding any objections. As for whether Walpo was on Drum Island, the two men paid it little mind. The unpredictable weather of the Grand Line and the ocean's unfathomable depths rendered Walpo's chances of survival exceedingly slim after such an extended absence. On the shores of Drum Island, a villager gathering firewood suddenly spotted a familiar pirate ship approaching. Alarmed, he hurried back to the village, shouting, "Walpo is back! Walpo is back!" Moments later, the robust Dalton arrived with a group of young men armed with farming tools and clubs. Jess, still in his jester attire, and Chromalaman swaggered into the village with a retinue in tow. Dalton's expression was grave. "Ironclad pirates, what brings you to Drum Island? If you intend to harm the people here, I shall not allow it." "What pirate crew?" "We are the royal guard of His Highness Prince Walpo. We have returned to prepare for the imminent arrival of Lord Walpo at the Grand Palace." Jesse immediately understood from the villagers' reactions that Valpo had not set foot on this island. "You have forsaken the villagers here. You are no longer the rulers of this nation." Dalton bellowed at Jesse with his booming voice. "What is the matter? Do you intend to assault the king's guard with such a loud outcry?" "The throne of His Highness Valpo is a legacy passed down through generations, Dalton. Are you willing to defy the will of your ancestors?" As a parasitic traitor to the state, Jesse reveled in his shamelessness. Dalton, the honest yet inflexible man, clenched his teeth upon hearing this, though he dared not take further action. "Ha ha ha, truly the most loyal captain of this kingdom's guard. Dalton, we shall return to our royal castle. And if you possess any wisdom, you will graciously allow us passage." With that, he swaggered away towards the mountain summit, accompanied by his entourage. "Captain Dalton, how infuriating. Give the order. Let us fight them." The youths behind Dalton were filled with righteous indignation, eager to confront Jesse and his companions. Dalton's expression darkened. He too wished to thwart Jesse and his crew. However, with his own strength, even bolstered by the Munch-Munch Fruit, he could not contend with both Jesse and Chromalaman simultaneously. These two served as Valpo's right and left arms, possessing not only eloquence but also formidable combat prowess. Their imposing physiques endowed them with immense strength, complemented by their unique abilities. Facing two opponents, he was uncertain of his chances. Moreover, the adversaries were comprised of the elite soldiers from magnetic Drum Island, while the young men behind him were no match for them. This was not the moment for rashness. Chopper, where are you?" Luffy shouted from the castle atop the snowy mountain, searching for Chopper, who had just dashed out of the room. Luffy called out repeatedly but received no response. Well, he is not here? Chopper, come and be my companion. In a nearby room, in a secluded corner. Chopper crouched on the ground, cradling his head in his hands. I am a monster. I have no companions, he lamented. During his childhood, he had consumed a peculiar fruit, which bestowed upon him an appearance unlike any other reindeer in his herd. Consequently, he endured relentless ostracism from his kin, and upon venturing into the human world, he was relentlessly pursued and hunted by the villagers. Had it not been for that fateful encounter with the man who altered the course of his life, he would likely still be an ignorant monster. His long-standing insecurities rendered him unable to accept the invitations from Luffy and the others, fearing once again being marginalized due to his uniqueness. In the world of One Piece, aside from the pirates navigating the seas, many economically backward islands are shrouded in ignorance, with numerous inhabitants oblivious to the existence of devil fruits. This has led to various incidents across islands where those possessing the abilities granted by these fruits are deemed outcasts and subsequently shunned, as was the case with Chopper and Robin, who had yet to board the ship. Dressed in a blue jester's outfit, Jess arrived at the castle's entrance, flanked by a group of subordinates, just as Luffy was searching for Chopper. Hey, who are you? What are you doing in front of the castle? Jess sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the lanky Luffy. Have you seen Chopper? A reindeer about this size, wearing a hat, Luffy cheerfully inquired. What? A reindeer? What nonsense is this? You miscreant, leave this esteemed castle at once. Jess exclaimed, his curiosity piqued by Luffy's description, though he remained steadfast in his intent to evict everyone from the castle and claim it for himself. Hearing the commotion, Chopper peeked out, curiosity getting the better of him, as he concealed his head behind the door. The moment he caught sight of Jess, his eyes widened in shock. It's you, Chopper declared, instantly transforming into his robust humanoid form. How dare you? Where did this monster come from? Shouted Cromali, the one with the rice ball-shaped head, rushing forward to intercept Chopper's advance. Yuan heard a sound and glanced at Nami, who lay on the bed, her complexion gradually becoming rosy. He turned to Sanji and said, Sanji, I shall go take a look. With an impassive expression, Sanji exited the room and lit a cigarette. No worries. Leave this to me. The beautiful Nami-chan shall be under my protection. As Yuan stepped out of the castle, he beheld Jace and Chromalaman, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that, following Valbo's demise, the two would return to the castle. Was there something akin to a force of world correction at play? What could their intentions be? Even if Yuan chose to remain a passive observer, with Luffy and Chopper joining forces, it was evident that these two, mere subordinates of Valbo, would falter. Even Valbo himself would likely face defeat. Through their shared battles and Luffy's enthusiastic invitation, Chopper finally found his place and formally joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Observing this scene, Yuan nodded silently, realizing that the unfolding narrative had not deviated significantly, a fact attributed to his frequent leisure and relaxed demeanor. In her dreams, Vivi witnessed her nation engulfed in turmoil, the suffering of the populace stirring her from slumber. Suddenly, she heard Luffy's exclamation, someone had been hoisted up. It turned out that Luffy had been fishing with Vivi's duck mount, reeling in an androgynous figure, tall and slender, clad in an oddly designed swan costume, complete with hairy legs. Yuan found the sight almost blinding. After all, during his life in the original world, even the most flamboyant individuals online were not as visually offensive nor as repulsive as this character. Nevertheless, Yuan swiftly adjusted to the situation. This individual, known as Xiaofeng, was the one who later rendered significant assistance to Luffy in advancing the city, a being of noble spirit who placed great value on friendship. Yuan silently observed the flamboyant antics of the charming transvestite Xiaofeng as he showcased his devil fruit abilities alongside Luffy. He was aware that a confrontation with Xiaofeng was not imminent. Anyone I touch, with just a clap of my left hand, will transform into my likeness, even mirroring my physique, chuckled Xiaofeng, playfully slapping his left hand against his face, causing his features to shift continuously. Suddenly, when he morphed into the visage of a middle-aged man, Vivi was taken aback. Is that my father? Yuan also noticed Wei Wei's unusual demeanor, realizing that one of the faces he had seen moments earlier must have belonged to her father. However, he chose to remain silent, quietly observing the unfolding events. Before long, a grand vessel with a delicate pink bow, adorned with a swan, approached. Upon seeing it, the androgynous Xiaofeng could only bid farewell to the Straw Hat crew. After all, he had a mission to fulfill, Failure to arrive on time and complete his task would result in his demise at the hands of his leader. Yuan quietly observed as the charming little Feng bid farewell to everyone and gracefully boarded his ship to depart. Just moments ago, he had the opportunity to eliminate this little Feng. However, he chose not to, for while preemptively dispatching this figure would reduce the number of subsequent adversaries, it would also significantly alter the unfolding narrative. At this juncture, little Feng was en route to Alabasta to impersonate the king and issue false decrees. Should he fail to arrive on time, it could disrupt Crocodile's original plans, potentially triggering a cascade of unforeseen consequences. This was the rationale behind Yuan's restraint. Even if little Feng were to play a pivotal role in Impel Down in the future, he would still be apprehended on the spot. After all, despite being hailed as a true man by netizens of the original world due to the Impel Down incident, his transgressions in Alabasta were equally unforgivable. His impersonation of the king incited war, displacing countless souls. Moreover, in the anime, he actively set fires, resulting in the tragic deaths and injuries of innocent civilians. Overall, he is a character that demands a rational perspective, possessing both virtues and vices. If he obstructs the path, he must be dealt with accordingly. The duration of Luffy and his crew's voyage was relatively brief, for in the world of One Piece, the numerous islands are not far apart. Before long, the Straw Hat crew arrived at Alabasta. The scorching desert could truly be deemed a realm of peril for life. It is unfathomable to consider how one could survive on this island without a source of water. Guyu, a person who had always resided in the city, initially found it challenging to adapt. However, through the formidable physical enhancements granted by the fruit, he persevered and endured. Yuan cast a glance at the two girls. Vivi and Nami perched atop a camel, finding it quite astonishing. Vivi, having spent years in the desert, possessed fair and delicate skin, her tall figure radiating a captivating charm that eclipsed the somewhat youthful Nami beside her. It was evident that she was indeed a descendant of the 20 former kings. Such genes are impervious to the ravages of environment. My throat is parched. This predicament is of your own making, isn't it? Allowing that wretched flock of stinking herons to abscond with our precious water and food, Sanji remarked irritably. The kind-hearted Vivi quickly interjected. We are nearing the stronghold of the rebel army, Yuba. Let us endure a little longer. Usopp's affliction of not being able to set foot on the island began to manifest. But is it truly safe? Will they not be fearsome and menacing? Vivi pondered, momentarily lost in thought. Not at all. I am acquainted with their captain. Before long, the group arrived in Yuba, greeted by a city partially buried beneath the sands of the desert. The city is engulfed in sand, Luffy exclaimed, agape, and surveying his surroundings. Wasn't this once an oasis? How could it have transformed so drastically? Amidst the tranquil desert city, the sudden sound of a shovel digging into the earth echoed. Is there someone there? Really? The group hurried towards the source of the noise, discovering a frail old man, entirely swathed in burlap. I apologize. You must be quite thirsty. This city is presently rather parched. The old man wiped the sweat from his brow. Vivi approached him, asking, Excuse me. I heard that the rebel army is based in this town. Upon remembering something, she quickly covered her face with her clothing, not wishing for her citizens to recognize her. The elderly man's eyes sharpened suddenly, fixating intently on the group. You lot, surely you do not intend to join the rebel army? They are no longer in town. Vivi appeared momentarily dazed. How could that be? At that moment, Luffy interjected with an ill-timed remark, What's wrong, Vivi? The old man was taken aback. Raising his gaze to the figures in front of the Straw Hat crew, familiarity began to merge the memories of the past with the tall figure before him. Did you just call her Vivi? Suddenly, Luffy's intelligence seemed to peak as he dashed in front of Vivi, anxiously exclaiming, Old man, she is not a princess. Upon hearing Luffy's clumsy attempt to deny her identity, the formidable duo of Zoro and Sanji rushed forward, each delivering a swift knock to Luffy's head. Is it really you, Vivi? Are you alive? Splendid. Do you remember me? The old man grew increasingly agitated. Uncle Dor, is that truly you? How could you have become so thin? Vivi exclaimed in astonishment. The figure before her, Uncle Dado, was the father of her childhood companion, Koza, who had now become the leader of the rebel army. Compared to her memories of Uncle Dado, the man before her appeared remarkably emaciated. The elderly man, visibly agitated, addressed Vivi, saying, Listen to me, Vivi. I have always placed my trust in His Highness the King, as I believe a person of his stature would never betray the nation. It is entirely my fault for failing to dissuade Koza from joining that foolish rebellion. Through the elderly man's revelations, Vivi and her companions learned of the rebels' whereabouts and immediately set off for the capital of Alabasta the following day, determined to thwart the uprising. However, midway through their journey, Luffy suddenly halted and declared to Vivi, "I'm done with this." The group was taken aback, with Yuan observing as well. Although he had perused the manga before entering the pirate world, it was evident that he did not recall every detail. At this moment, Luffy's declaration implied that he would not confront Crocodile any longer. Vivi, in times of war, people die, while you may wish for no one to sacrifice themselves. Such a notion is naive. Upon hearing this, Vivi became incensed and leapt toward Luffy, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Is there anything wrong with hoping that no one has to sacrifice themselves? You mustn't utter such words again. If you do, I'll never forgive you. Vivi's body trembled with anger as she glared at Luffy with wide eyes. Then why do you fight so fiercely? Luffy retorted, returning the punch. Vivi immediately pounced on him, straddling his waist and unleashing a flurry of punches upon him. Yuan observed from the side, recognizing that although Princess Vivi possessed striking beauty at this moment, her innocence bordered on foolishness. Struggle is the essence of humanity, characterized by complex transformations. To believe one can avoid sacrificing anyone is truly naive. Moreover, her audacity to confront the formidable captain of the Straw Hat Pirates stemmed from her belief in Luffy's inherent goodness, which emboldened her recklessness. The captain of her guard, who had consistently accompanied Vivi, swiftly intervened to restrain her. Unlike Vivi, who had been sheltered and inexperienced, the captain was well aware of the necessary course of action. Nevertheless, Luffy remained unfazed, having already considered Vivi as one of his comrades. Now, if we thwart the rebel army, will that resolve the nation's issues? Luffy proclaimed. I must defeat Crocodile to truly bring an end to everything. His unwavering gaze signified his determination. To everyone's astonishment, Luffy had identified the crux of the matter. Usopp, standing nearby, marveled at his insight. Vivi, we are partners, are we not? Listening to the exchange between Luffy and Vivi, Yuan understood that the current situation was a fervent and resolute moment in their adventure. Having grasped the plot, he began to yawn. After a heartfelt conversation, the atmosphere among the team grew more harmonious. The group managed to capture a giant crab in the desert, significantly increasing their speed, and they soon approached the capital. Suddenly, a sandstorm erupted in the desert, howling fiercely. Greetings, Straw Hat. Vivi, who had been by Luffy's side, was unexpectedly seized by Crocodile. Vivi, Luffy shouted. Rubber rocket. As Crocodile raised his hand, a sand wall surged forth, sweeping Luffy away. In an instant, a figure soared through the sky like an arrow, piercing Crocodile and swiftly rescuing Vivi. Pale with fright from the sudden turn of events, Vivi looked up at her savior and exclaimed, Bell, what are you doing here? Bell, a guard of the Alabasta Kingdom, possessed the bird fruit, falcon form, one of the 5 recognized flight abilities in the world. Suddenly, as Bell flew, numerous arms sprouted from Crocodile, ensnaring him. A sharp sound echoed as Bell cried out in pain, plummeting like a kite with severed strings. Witnessing this, Luffy extended his arm, grasping Vivi and flinging her back to her companions. Everyone, listen carefully. I will handle this. You take Vivi to stop the rebel army. Luffy, you can't. Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon hearing Vivi's words, Luffy turned and grinned. It's all right. I won't die. Vivi, placing her faith in Luffy, declared. Let's go. Luffy will not fail. Usopp hastily interjected, while Vivi cast a worried glance at Luffy. At that moment, Yuan rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Crocodile, the user of the Sand Fruit and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is a formidable figure heavily reliant on his devil fruit abilities. Despite his muscular and towering physique, he lacks the physical prowess to match Luffy, having been sent flying by a single blow from him on multiple occasions, which illustrates the mediocrity of his physical constitution. Nevertheless, he has ascended to the rank of a warlord, largely due to the capabilities bestowed upon him by the Sand Fruit. Boasting a record of battling evenly with formidable adversaries like Barrett, who ranks among the 2nd tier of power on the Pirate King's ship. Many of his achievements can be attributed to the prowess of the Sand Fruit, which has led some to question its strength. However, it is evident that in the realm of One Piece, few devil fruits reach the pinnacle of power. Some fruits, when wielded by inadequately powerful users, manifest as mere trivial abilities, such as the Float fruit or the Quake fruit, which might not showcase remarkable potential in the hands of another. In contrast, the Sand Fruit, as a rare natural type fruit, provides a significant enhancement to one's physical strength, essentially transforming the consumer into a powerhouse upon ingestion. In the absence of top-tier natural fruits like the magma fruit, the light fruit, or the thunder fruit, the sand fruit stands as a representation of the earth element in nature, possessing an innate and formidable offensive capability that far surpasses that of fruits like the smoke fruit or the mud fruit, which lack inherent attacking strength. Furthermore, the sand fruit is comparable in power to the flame fruit, making it nearly invincible upon consumption. Only the most exceptional hockey masters can contend with it, while most others would find themselves utterly unthreatened. For instance, Ace has demonstrated the ability to contend with formidable hockey users such as Jinbei and Kaido's daughter Yamato. It is reasonable to expect that those who possess a top-tier natural devil fruit would not need to exert themselves excessively in hockey training. Individuals like Kizaru, Crocodile, and Smoker, whose battle strength is predominantly derived from their devil fruits rather than exceptional hockey, exemplify this notion in preliminary intelligence reports. The absurdity of sand being vulnerable to water would not arise were it not for the narrative's necessity for the protagonist to achieve victory. However, these concerns are relatively minor. The user of the fruit inherently has a fear of water, thus rendering this weakness inconsequential for Yuan. It is evident that this is a fruit that can elevate one to greatness even without extensive development. Yuan's objective is precisely this fruit. Rest assured, I will remain here to support Luffy. Vivi gazed up at the man with a hint of perplexity. Since boarding the Straw Hat Pirate's ship, she had seldom glimpsed his presence. Apart from his involvement in the skirmish at Little Garden, he had largely remained inconspicuous. Do not worry, Vivi, Zoro elucidated, noticing her reaction. Although it pains me to admit it, this fellow, Jaggers, ranks among the most formidable in our group. Zoro's eyes flickered, despite Jaggers' seemingly detached demeanor aboard the ship. This air of mystery left him somewhat bewildered. Yet, he could always sense that this man was perpetually growing stronger, his physique akin to an unfathomable abyss. Oh well. It is a pity that someone of his caliber does not devote himself to the sword. At that moment, Luffy was engaged in combat with Crocodile. Within mere minutes, Luffy found himself drained, gradually succumbing to the quicksand that Crocodile had conjured. Am I about to fail? I refuse to accept that. I am destined to become the Pirate King. As the moisture evaporated from his body, Luffy's consciousness began to fade. Suddenly, a giant hand, resembling that of a candle, emerged from the depths of the desert, seizing Luffy. Subsequently, the figure of Gusu materialized from the candle, opening his wide mouth to pour water from a small wooden barrel into Luffy's mouth. Luffy clung to the barrel like a leech. Ah, I am revived. Upon drinking the water, Luffy's body astonishingly returned to its original state. Hearing a commotion behind him, Crocodile turned to see. Well, have we another mouse in our midst? Standing beside Crocodile was Nico Robin, a future crew member of the Straw Hat Pirates. The moment the candle-like hand appeared, astonishment flickered in her eyes as memories of this crew member surfaced in her mind. Jaggers, a combatant of the Straw Hat Pirates, possessed the ability to transform into a giant and was often shrouded in mystery. During the defeat of Mr. 3 on Little Garden Island, it seemed he had also played a role. Now that the candle fruit had manifested, did it signify that Mr. 3 had met his demise, thereby fortuitously transferring the fruit into this man's possession? Yet, if the candle fruit existed, what then was the nature of his giant transformation ability? Merely by observing, Robin had deduced a myriad of information. Guyu's expression grew solemn as he pondered. Could this fruit be developed to absorb moisture from the human body? What a formidable ability it possesses. The more he contemplated, the more intense the fire in his eyes became. Luffy, Crocodile wields the powers of the sand fruit, a Logia-type ability, and the nemesis of sand is water. As long as there is moisture on our fists, we can make contact with him. In a moment, I will feign an attack while you seize the opportunity to strike Crocodile. All right, I understand. Luffy clashed his fists together, eager to engage in the second round of battle. In an instant, Yuan was propelled forward like an arrow released from its bow. His right fist erupted with a candle that conformed to his arm, transforming into a colossal wax drill. Bang! The candle drill of Yuan collided violently with Crocodile Clockter's golden hook, producing a resounding thud. Both combatants fervently brandished their weapons. The clash echoed with the sounds of metal striking metal. After exchanging a dozen blows, the shortcomings in Yuan's fighting technique became apparent. Seizing the opportunity, Clockter advanced aggressively, wildly wielding his golden hook as he summoned a miniature sandstorm in his hand and unleashed it towards Yuan. Sand blade. A crescent-shaped blade of sand sent Yuan hurtling through the air. Ha ha ha, is this all a mere rat is capable of? The sand crocodile mocked with exuberant laughter. Gu Yuan was struck and propelled several meters away, his body erupting with wax-like substance. It was only after he condensed a massive hand that grasped the ground that he finally came to a halt. Indeed, he is a formidable powerhouse of the sea. Not someone I can easily pursue without considerable effort. Gu Yuan clapped his hands against the ground, and a multitude of candles surged forth, coalescing into a dragon-shaped candle holder towering at 4 meters high. The candle escape, candle dragon barrage. The candle holder immediately unleashed a torrent of candle projectiles, resembling a machine gun in its ferocity. They are merely insignificant candles. What power do they possess? Scoffed the sand crocodile. Desert blade. A long blade of sand materialized, attempting to intercept Gu Yuan's candle projectiles. However, the moment the candle projectiles made contact with the sand crocodile's desert blade, they detonated explosively. The candles erupted like gunpowder bombs upon contact with Crocodile's weapon. The candle dragon continued to unleash an unrelenting barrage, overwhelming Crocodile with an avalanche of fiery projectiles that tore him apart. The shockwave from the explosion sent Robin, who was spectating nearby, soaring through the air. Although the bombardment lasted less than a minute, it felt as if a century had passed. Gradually, the sand coalesced to form Crocodile's body, demonstrating the fundamental ability of most Logia-type devil fruits, elementalization. In the realm of ordinary humans, this power is virtually invincible. It is precisely this ability that positions Logia-types at the pinnacle in an era devoid of hockey. That was close. I nearly encountered peril, Crocodile thought, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Even among Logia-type fruits, there are peculiar and unreasonable weaknesses. For instance, his sand fruit is vulnerable to water. Had any liquid been present in the recent explosion, he would have reverted to his physical form. Likewise, Blackbeard's dark fruit, despite being a Logia-type, lacks elementalization capability and inflicts double the pain upon sustaining damage. The area where he had stood was now a deep crater, devoid of sand, revealing the dark soil beneath. Robin, having been flung some distance away, managed to prop herself up and stand. The explosion had only left her with minor injuries, yet she wore a look of astonishment. With her wealth of experience and keen intellect, she quickly deduced something extraordinary from Gu Yuan's singular display of power. If my eyes do not deceive me, that explosion seemed reminiscent of Mr. Five's abilities, or even Mr. Three's. Could it be an illusion? No, it cannot be mistaken. Guys, who exactly are you? A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Robin's eyes. What kind of tumultuous storm would this man bring forth? Meanwhile, Crocodile's body was gradually reassembling from the sand. His pride forbade him from showing weakness to anyone, even to the formidable Whitebeard, who had once defeated him. It is nothing but a trifle. My power is beyond your imagination, Crocodile declared, straining as he swung his arms wide, veins bulging on his forehead, seemingly exerting tremendous effort. Erosion rebirth. The once solid layer of sand swiftly transformed into a fluid state, flowing like water. The moving sands began to swirl like a vortex, generating an immense suction force. Great plumes of sand ascended into the sky, and in an instant, a tempest arose, obscuring the heavens with a curtain of yellow dust. Little brat, what is your name? I acknowledge your strength. My name is Jais, the man destined to defeat you. Just a mere child, go play house in hell. Though Gu Yuan merely made a slight effort. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea and a rare pinnacle expert of the ocean, Crocodile possessed keen insight. He was acutely aware of his opponent's formidable strength. From a distance, Robin observed the sky-darkening yellow sand and understood that old sand was serious. She had never witnessed Crocodile unleash such a formidable attack. Among the countless pirates at sea, even those with bounties in the hundreds of millions often included many mediocre individuals whose abilities did not match their rewards. They were merely robust people with some martial skills, utterly incapable of contending with the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit. As Gu Yuan beheld the vast expanse of yellow sand, a subtle twitch of his lips betrayed his thoughts. Indeed, the 7 warlords of the sea remained true to their reputation. Had it not been for underestimating Luffy and approaching the battle with a sense of complacency, the outcome of their confrontation could have been uncertain. Such a large-scale assault, with but a modicum of direction, had the potential to unleash true calamity, capable of obliterating an entire city. Without mastery of observation hockey, Luffy's fists, even if enveloped in smoke, would likely fail to reach the essence of Crocodile. However, through the swirling sandstorm, Gu Yuan observed Crocodile's body tense, his arms seemingly brimming with power. It appeared that such a terrifying technique required considerable time to charge. Gu Yuan could not allow his opponent to succeed. Standing atop a candle holder formed from wax, he pressed his palms together. Candle escape, candle dragon technique. The candles upon the surface of the holder softened and surged forth, subsequently erupting into a torrent of wax, coalescing into a magnificent candle dragon. Yuan, riding upon the dragon's head, charged toward Crocodile. Suddenly, 3 or 4 arms sprouted from Yuan's body, their sinewy forms bending as if to ensnare him. Yuan's seemingly emaciated muscles rapidly swelled, and with a tremor of his body, a surge of heat generated small waves of air that dispersed those arms. These limbs transformed into petal-like shapes of light, vanishing into the atmosphere. Yuan turned his gaze towards a figure in the distance, arms crossed over its chest, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as he continued his charge towards Crocodile. Suddenly, a hand grasped the horn atop the candle dragon. Whoosh! That was close. I almost got blown away. Luffy exclaimed, covered in sand as he leaped onto the dragon's head. All right. Next, I shall send Crocodile flying, Luffy declared, brimming with determination. After observing the scene, Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Indeed, it's Luffy. Let us charge forth. Riding on the wax dragon, the two propelled themselves towards Crocodile, who, naturally, was well aware of their approach. I have lost count of how many times I have encountered brats like you. Crocodile's hands sliced through the air like razor blades. And immediately, the surrounding sandstorms morphed into terrifying blades of wind, unleashed upon Yuan and his wax dragon. The dreadful winds, imbued with a corrosive force, swiftly reduced the wax dragon to a mere candlestick, engulfing it in the tempest. Crocodile's eyes blazed with fury as he exerted his strength. Raising his arms in a sweeping motion, the yellow sands surged, countless grains cascading to cover the spot where Yuan's wax dragon had once been, as if the entire desert had been upheaved. In no time, a colossal sand dune had been formed by Crocodile's will. I have not been idle all these years. He huffed, catching his breath. He then straightened up and lit a cigar. In the end, it amounts to nothing. A brat is still just a brat. As he prepared to turn away, the sand dune behind him began to glow, its interior radiating a fiery red, as if the sun were nestled within. This is bad. Boom. A mushroom cloud erupted from the ground. Crocodile was swept away like a rag doll by the force of the explosion. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. What was that explosion? His body transformed into flying sand, struggling to regain his footing. In that fleeting moment, he had sustained injuries, and his stamina was now insufficient to sustain further elemental transformations. Crocodile. Suddenly, a fist erupted from the sands before him, sending Crocodile hurtling away. With a powerful punch from Luffy, Crocodile's cheek was indented, propelling him several meters and creating a significant crater in the sand dune. Old sand. Luffy shouted angrily at Crocodile, who lay in the sandpit. The combination of 2 formidable forces from the Straw Hat crew was overwhelming even for Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Lacking the monstrous resilience that others possessed, he was doing remarkably well to remain conscious. Crocodile, trembling, attempted to sit up, but the shifting sands thwarted his efforts repeatedly. His meticulously groomed slicked-back hair now lay disheveled, resembling that of a beggar. Ha cough, cough, cough ha. I never imagined I, Crocodile, would be bested by you rookie brats one day. Just as he attempted to speak, he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Yuan and Luffy arrived before the beleaguered Crocodile, the sand alligator. Crocodile, driven by your insatiable desires and ambitions, you seek to instigate war and overthrow a nation. You are far too perilous and must be quelled. Throughout history, victors have often cast aspersions upon their adversaries to underscore the righteousness and legitimacy of their own actions. Although Crocodile's malevolence requires no embellishment, indulging in verbal sparring can be quite gratifying. Ancient source harbors a certain admiration for Crocodile's conduct. He embodies the archetype of a formidable rogue, achieving such heights without exceptional innate talent, relying solely on a Logia-type devil fruit, is nearly the pinnacle of his potential. It is hardly surprising that he harbors aspirations of wielding formidable ancient weapons. Had it not been for the interference of Luffy and his companions, he might have succeeded, perhaps even carving out a place for himself in the world. However, he miscalculated, as Nico Robin had no intention of assisting him in acquiring the ancient weapon, compounded by the obstruction posed by the fated child, Straw Hat Luffy. As Yuan launched into a tirade, Luffy beside him was taken aback, subsequently responding with a grave demeanor. Old Sand, you have gone too far. Your actions have plunged Vivi's nation into chaos. He continued, now, we shall see how you handle this. Luffy, I am determined to devour Old Sand. Indeed, Luffy replied, crossing his arms and nodding. He held an unwavering trust and recognition for those he considered comrades, and he knew that Crocodile was no virtuous individual, although Luffy might appear carefree. He was by no means a fool. This was evident during the events in Impel Down, for the sake of his brother Ace. Luffy was willing to overlook the potential release of the villains within the prison. If it were within his power to save others, he would undoubtedly not refuse. However, when weighed against his comrades and family, nothing else held such significance. The mouth of the ancient source expanded and elongated like rubber, swallowing the dazed old sand in one gulp. Within the confines of the swallowing space, cloaked in an abyss of darkness, Crocodile opened his eyes to survey his surroundings, only to find an expanse of blackness, punctuated by a few floating morsels of flesh. A surge of terror enveloped Crocodile's very being. Suddenly, it felt as though invisible hands were disassembling his body. He watched as his hands, feet, and organs drifted away from him piece by piece. No, at last, only a fiercely beating heart remained, crimson and surrounded by tiny grains of yellow sand, hinting at the presence of a lurking demon within. Well, Jagus, what does old sand taste like? Fool, there is no sense of taste when the powers of the sand fruit are activated. As Luffy and his companion departed, frolicking in the desert, it was as if the preceding battle had never occurred. The remnants of their confrontation stood as testament that what had transpired was not merely a figment of imagination. This formidable figure would soon meet his end. Observing Luffy and the ancient source preparing to journey to the capital of Alabasta, Robin, who had been keeping her distance, hurriedly approached to intercept them. Ah, an enemy? Upon seeing Robin emerge, Luffy's gaze sharpened, and he stepped forward, ready to assume a defensive stance against her. There's no need to be alarmed. Crocodile has been defeated, and the Baroque works has crumbled. Perhaps we are not adversaries after all. Robin smiled and waved her hand reassuringly. Ah, I see, Luffy exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization, and then burst into laughter. Yuan observed this scene with a sense of bemusement. Although he had previously sensed that Luffy, in his simplicity, hardly resembled a typical 16 or 17-year-old, this was indeed rather careless. Yes, we are no longer adversaries, and I can assist you in exposing Crocodile's malevolence. That is splendid. Let us hasten to catch up with Nami and Vivi. Luffy exclaimed in enthusiastic agreement with Robin, and without further ado, he prepared to set off on their journey. Yuan observed the exchange between the two, pondering deeply. In the narrative, Luffy had faced a devastating defeat against Crocodile in this very desert, only to survive with Robin's assistance, which later sowed the seeds of trust he would place in her, ultimately leading to her recruitment. Unexpectedly, even without Robin saving Luffy, and with Luffy rescuing Robin instead, the two were still able to coexist harmoniously in this moment. It seems that protagonists in fervent anime share a remarkable ability to intuitively sense the goodness or malevolence within others, which aptly explains the current circumstances. As Luffy and Robin prepared to flee, Yuan hastily intervened. Kitsune, Luffy, allow me to test my new ability. With that, Yuan closed his eyes, as if his mind were processing something profound. After a moment, his right hand rose slightly. The tranquil desert suddenly transformed, undulating like a vast ocean. The sand beneath Luffy and the others began to rise, coalescing into the shape of an eagle. Sand sculpture. Activate. Wow, this is incredible. A pine tree plus Jace. Luffy exclaimed, bursting with excitement. Robin's eyes narrowed in astonishment. Indeed, it is the power of a devil fruit. This is utterly astonishing, a truly unprecedented event. Who is this man? He is merely a combatant of the Straw Hat Pirates, yet possesses such formidable abilities, having traversed the seas for nearly 20 years. Robin's perspective is not one that can be easily matched. She is acutely aware of the terrifying potential residing within this man, who might very well upheave the world as they know it. Now, brace yourselves. The sand sculpture's wings trembled and then soared into the sky. Standing atop the sand sculpture, the panoramic view below unfolded in its entirety. Yuan spread his arms wide. Soaring has always been the aspiration of humanity. Although he had never boarded an airplane or a helicopter before, he could be certain that none of these machines could compare to the sand sculpture beneath his feet. The sand sculpture soared into the sky, and soon he beheld the capital of the desert nation of Alabasta, Alabasta, rising majestically in the heart of the desert. Alabasta, a city shaped like a disc, required ascending long, winding staircases to enter from the vast desert, typically pristine and meticulously maintained by the guards. These staircases now lay strewn with corpses, and blood flowed down them like a haunting river. From his elevated vantage point, he could see numerous crimson lines tracing the steps, a stark testament to the brutality of war. The oppressive heat only compounded the grim atmosphere, saturating the air with an indescribable stench. Where were Vivi and the others? Luffy lay atop the sand sculpture, scanning the horizon with anxious eyes. Yuan was meticulously scanning the ground. Suddenly, Luffy burst into laughter and called out to Yuan. "Hey, guys, look over there. A bird is clutching a large black sphere." As Yuan turned his gaze in the direction of Luffy, familiar memories surged forth in his mind. "This is not good. Retreat quickly." The ancient source propelled the sand sculpture swiftly towards the ground. A blinding white light erupted above, transforming the very essence of the world into a brilliant white. In the aftermath of the intense illumination, a deafening sound followed. Boom. The powerful gust of wind forcefully swept Yuan, Luffy, and Robin away. The colossal wave of light was several times greater than that of the capital of Alabasta, which could accommodate hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. "Oh, help. Ugh." Guyan's legs transformed into sand, soaring towards the two individuals, each grasping one of them, effecting their rescue. Is this truly the extent of such power? In both the comic and the anime, the magnitude of this explosion pales in comparison to the terror experienced firsthand. This bomb was strategically placed by Crocodile to threaten and control Alabasta. Without his directive, this preset device would remain dormant, poised to detonate the moment the timer expired. In my earlier encounters with the anime and manga, I had presumed that Crocodile was merely employing intimidation tactics, orchestrating an explosion capable of obliterating a 5-kilometer radius. While this power is significantly inferior to the ultimate weapon of nuclear bombs in the real world, it remains astonishing in its own right. The city beneath my feet would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such a cataclysm. In Yuan's heart, a tinge of apprehension lingered. He had not anticipated that. While they had been engaged in a protracted battle with Crocodile, Nami had successfully averted the explosion. Should the bomb detonate due to his actions, the ensuing narrative shift would be nothing short of cataclysmic. Simultaneously, he harbored a newfound wariness towards the technological prowess of pirates. Previously, owing to the protagonist's perspective, he had been unable to directly experience the legendary demon-slaying order of the Navy. This terrifying weapon, capable of obliterating an entire island, had initially seemed inconsequential to him. However, its threat level had now surged dramatically in his mind. The technological elements within the pirate power structure would emerge later in the storyline. It was common knowledge that new game characters typically surpassed their predecessors in strength, and the same held true for pirate technology. With the backing of the world's most formidable scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, the scientific might of the Navy was undeniably formidable. Once the tumult of the explosion subsided, Yuan transformed into a small sandstorm, carrying Luffy and Robin towards Vivi, who stood atop the highest clock tower. "Vivi, Crocodile has been decapitated. Everyone, cease hostilities." A young man beside Vivi, sporting sunglasses and bearing scars on his face, was rendered speechless upon witnessing the severed head of Crocodile that Yuan had produced from seemingly nowhere. "This is wonderful. Thank you, Jason Luffy." "Alabasta is saved," Vivi exclaimed joyfully. Luffy grinned widely. "No worries, Vivi. We're comrades, after all." At that moment, the young man beside Vivi interjected, "I apologize, Vivi. I did not believe you, and the king instigated a rebellion." "It's all right, Kusha. You are merely considering the future of this nation." I, too, was unaware that Crocodile had an agent capable of mimicking others' appearances. We were all deceived. Seeing that the leader of the rebel army had abandoned the thought of further combat, Vivi exhaled in relief and quickly introduced the young man to Luffy and Yuan. "This is Kusha, the leader of the rebels, and my childhood companion." "Wait a moment. Vivi, my identity is inconsequential, merely that of a minor character. What is paramount now is to swiftly halt the soldiers below from continuing their fight." In the wake of Crocodile's defeat, Vivi momentarily forgot the most crucial matter. As the agents of Baroque Works were vanquished by the Straw Hat crew, the conspiracy that had engulfed all of Alabasta was laid bare. The soldiers, bewildered, began to lower their weapons, standing frozen in place. A torrential rain commenced to fall from the heavens, seemingly in celebration of the victory. Witnessing the downpour, the citizens of the city erupted in cheers. They had not seen rain in a long time. Due to the involvement of the ancient source, Luffy was spared from being gravely injured and losing consciousness at the hands of Crocodile. Seizing upon Sanji's need to gather supplies, he incessantly rummaged through the palace in search of food. The castle's servants were at their wits' end. "Your Highness, Princess Vivi, Lord Luffy has devoured all the food in the castle once again," a small maid exclaimed. Her cheeks puffed in frustration as she addressed the resplendent Vivi clad in her royal gown. Vivi stifled a chuckle, covering her mouth delicately. "It matters not. Luffy is the man who has saved this kingdom. Even if there were tenfold more food, it would still pale in comparison to what he has done. As she spoke, a profound sense of reluctance and contemplation flickered in her eyes. As Yuan observed from the sidelines, he took in every nuance of Vivi's expression. In the original narrative, Vivi was never meant to join the Straw Hat crew, and Yuan had no intention of altering that course. His primary concern was to keep the storyline on track. After all, he was not the owner of a system that could inexplicably bestow various abilities. Thus, information was his greatest asset, one he was reluctant to compromise. Furthermore, within the elite ranks of the Straw Hat Pirates, Vivi lacked a defined role. The only position she could feasibly occupy was that of a combatant. While it is true that Vivi possessed the bloodline of one of the 20 kings from 800 years ago, granting her superior physical attributes compared to the average person, she was only capable of defeating minor adversaries and would be utterly outmatched in high-stakes battles. Her presence could be likened to that of a princess buff, a figure of beauty, yet lacking in combat prowess. From Vivi's perspective, although her time with the Straw Hats had been brief, a profound bond had already formed. However, unlike her companions, her aspirations and dreams revolved around ensuring her citizens lived in peace and prosperity within a stable nation. Such ambitions were unattainable alongside Luffy and his crew, who were destined to sail the seas. Each member of the Straw Hat crew, despite their differing goals, could unite aboard the same vessel to pursue their dreams. Yet, for Vivi, such a fate was not meant to be. Following the conclusion of the rebellion in Alabasta, the world government swiftly announced the revocation of Crocodile's title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Navy arrived in the capital, Alyabarna. The day after the conflict ended, Smoker led his contingent into the royal palace. Regrettably, the war had already come to a close. Vivi's father, the former king, promptly approached to greet them alongside Vivi. As she gazed at the navy before her, Vivi felt no warmth towards them. They were merely a collection of rigid, obedient individuals. Previously, she had sought assistance from the navy, only to be turned away due to insufficient evidence. Now, with Luffy and his allies having resolved the troubles, the navy had come to claim the fruits of their labor. Once Smoker concluded his business, he departed the palace with his officers. His demeanor was notably grim, the cigarettes in his mouth losing their appeal. He could easily discern the royal family's attitude. One of Smoker's subordinates stepped forward, expressing frustration. The Alabasta royal family has no intention of reporting the truth to us. They have deceived us with false information. Silence, Smoker retorted. This is indeed a failure on our part. The safety of an entire nation should not rest in the hands of a band of pirates. A figure wearing a straw hat materialized in Smoker's mind, a man who boldly declared he would shout his dreams even in death. Straw Hat Luffy. I am determined to capture you myself. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within him, as if he had forgotten someone of great significance. Standing behind Smoker, Tashigi adjusted her glasses and turned her gaze towards the palace. Roronoa Zaro, are you there? In a place unseen by the navy. Zaro sipped from a large barrel of sake, his expression inscrutable. How perceptive, Tashigi. Usopp, upon witnessing this, turned and sprinted towards his companions. Mina, the navy is departing. We can set sail now. Luffy, who was heartily devouring a large piece of meat, suddenly paused, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he stretched out his arms. Then, let us embark. Ah, the autumn knife bag. Mina-san, Vivi has not yet boarded the ship. Luffy leaned over the ship's railing, watching the receding silhouette of Alabasta. Tears streaming down his face like a cascading fountain, prompting a twitch at Goiwan's lips. Zaro crossed his arms. Useless, Luffy, Vivi is a princess. She will not leave with us. Sanji, holding a drink, immediately dashed to Zoro's side, his legs twirling like propellers. What are you saying, Mosshead? Our beloved Vivi-chan would never forsake our voyage. Huh? Zoro and Sanji, ever at odds, appeared ready to clash at any moment. Nami, filled with concern, gazed anxiously at the shore, praying for Vivi's appearance. Noticing Goiwan leaning against the ship's edge, Nami curiously inquired, Gajes, do you believe Vivi-chan will come? Gyu lifted his gaze to the auburn-haired maiden. Though he had already reached a conclusion in his heart, he lowered his head to ponder for a moment. Perhaps she has come to bid farewell. No sooner had he thought this than he heard Luffy's loud exclamation. It's Vivi. Everyone stop. Vivi hasn't boarded the ship yet. Luffy beamed widely, waving his hand and calling out to Vivi. Vivi, wait a moment. We are coming to get you. On the shore, Vivi, dressed in formal attire, was panting, seemingly having just arrived. Luffy, I am here to bid you farewell. Luffy's smile abruptly froze. Huh? During the time I spent with you, I was truly happy. But I cannot forsake this country and its people. Luffy, feeling unwell, slumped on the deck, while Usopp, witnessing this, felt a twinge of dilemma, unsure of how to comfort him. "Hey, Luffy, even though we're parting with Vivi, we are still comrades," Usopp began. But he was interrupted by Sanji's voice from below deck. "Dinner's ready, Mina-san." Instantly, the ailing Luffy sprang up and dashed into the kitchen, devouring the feast laid out on the table like a ravenous ghost. Usopp, taken aback by Luffy's transformation, exclaimed, "So that's it, you were just hungry. I thought you were sorrowful over Vivi's departure. How foolish of me to dwell on emotions." After finishing his meal, Chopper scampered onto the deck, tinkering with various items. "It's too hot. The room feels stifling. If only I could shed my fur," he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I can help you take it off." A mature, intelligent voice chimed in, yet Chopper remained oblivious to anything amiss. "That's impossible. My fur cannot be removed." Suddenly, Chopper paused and turned to see a woman with long black hair seated beneath the deck's awning. "Ah, you are not an agent from Baroque Works, are you?" Chopper immediately scurried aside, adopting a defensive stance, prepared to transform and attack if Robin made any sudden moves. "Rest assured, I mean no harm. Perhaps we might even become allies," Robin said, narrowing her eyes with a slight smile. Hearing Chopper shout, the others in the cabin rushed out. Upon seeing Robin, they all became alert. Zoro slowly drew his sword, his voice low and foreboding. "What is your purpose in repeatedly infiltrating the Going Merry?" Even Sanji, usually a gentleman toward women, stood silently nearby, smoking a cigarette, his right leg slightly raised. At that moment, Luffy emerged, scratching his head. "Nanny? What is going on?" Nami approached and swiftly delivered a smack to Luffy's head. "You fool! Can't you see an enemy has infiltrated our ship? What happens if an enemy boards our vessel?" Luffy remained perplexed. Beside him, Yuan added, "If the enemy has infiltrated our ranks, it is highly likely they have poisoned us or may attempt a surprise attack when we are off guard." Luffy turned to Robin and inquired, "Would you ambush us?" Robin promptly responded, "No." Instantly, Luffy's eyes sparkled with delight, and he beamed with pride. "You see." The others, witnessing Luffy's antics, collapsed in laughter. However, thanks to Luffy's playful interjection, the atmosphere aboard the ship improved significantly. Although Luffy often appeared careless, Zoro and the others understood that he was not truly foolish. Since Luffy had offered no specific directives, they chose to trust their captain's judgment. Guyan observed the three most timid individuals aboard the vessel, Usopp, Chopper, and Nami, who were trembling in fear. After all, apart from these three, the rest of the crew were unequivocally formidable beings. Yuan diverted his gaze towards the distant sky, where the cerulean expanse bore witness to the formidable natural type devil fruit, the rumble fruit. Possessing the sand fruit, Enel, pondered what means you would employ to counter me. After departing from Alabasta, the Straw Hat crew encountered Robin, who had stealthily infiltrated their ship at an unknown time. Although the narrative of Luffy being rescued by Robin and Robin's betrayal of Crocodile was absent, Luffy, typically whimsical, exhibited an unusual sensitivity at this critical juncture. Recognizing that Robin harbored no ill intentions and genuinely wished to remain aboard the Going Merry, with the captain's consent, the other crew members found the situation markedly easier to navigate. Zoro, who had always placed unwavering trust in Luffy, naturally held no objections, proving himself to be an impeccable first mate, save for his occasional propensity to lose his way. As for Nami, her concerns dissipated the moment Robin produced a pouch filled with diamonds, after which she merrily retreated to the cabin to count her newfound fortune. Yuan, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of relief wash over him as he turned to head back to the cabin in search of a refreshing drink. Robin, observing the avaricious little cat that is Nami, found her utterly endearing and smiled at Yuan with a tilted head. The crew members exuded an undeniable charm. The Merry had been sailing the seas for several days, and the timid duo of Chopper and Usopp had largely lowered their guard against Robin. They discovered that this former subordinate of Crocodile was not so difficult to approach. Rather, she was a gentlewoman fond of reading, albeit always attempting to strike up a conversation with guys. Of course, Robin sought to learn more about the Straw Hat crew, and her near 2 decades of experience navigating the seas allowed her to discern the personalities of her companions, who, despite their carefree demeanor, had layers of complexity. Yet, Yuan presented an intriguing contrast. His ruggedly handsome features set him apart from the more boorish pirates. No, that was not the right way to think about him. Robin reprimanded herself, trying to cast aside such thoughts. It was not surprising that Robin took note of Yuan's appearance. He belonged to the Southeast Asian ethnic group of the original world, while most individuals in the pirate realm were predominantly of Western descent. With the enhancement of his physique from consuming the Suna no Mi, his looks had undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering him strikingly unique. Naturally, in the world of pirates, bizarre appearances were seldom deemed unattractive. Elongated noses, large features, and towering heights were commonplace. Though Robin's special affinity for Gu Yuan's appearance drew her attention, the most compelling aspect was his subtle presence, which bore an air of omniscience, leaving one eager to delve deeper into his enigmatic strength. What is wrong with this compass? It has been malfunctioning lately, pointing towards the sky. Just as Nami stepped out of the cabin, troubled, fragments began to descend from above. What is happening? Zoro, with his mouth agape, had dozed off on the ship, only to be rudely awakened as dust and splinters fell into his mouth. What is this? A ship is falling from the sky. Usopp trembled on the deck, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The others were equally startled. Before their eyes, an old, fragmented pirate ship descended slowly from the heavens, plunging into the sea and stirring up colossal waves that nearly capsized the Mary. It was then that Nami suddenly realized the implications. A ship in the sky? Could it be? The compass is not faulty. Sky Island. Is this for real? How incredible! Usopp was astounded. Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, mirroring Usopp's astonishment and anticipation. I have decided. Let us embark on an adventure to Sky Island. Nami smacked her forehead, exclaiming how she had anticipated this outcome. Robin stifled a laugh, inquiring whether they were referring to the Sky Island. Despite the omniscient records of that realm, references to the Sky Island were exceedingly scant, rendering this adventure all the more intriguing. In pursuit of a means to reach the Sky Island, Nami sought information on a petite isle known as Gaia, situated nearby. Historically, taverns and inns have always been the prime venues for gathering intelligence. The Straw Hat crew dispersed to gather news across the island, while Luffy, Zoro, and Nami accompanied Yuan to a local tavern. Upon hearing the mention of the Sky Island, the patrons erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, the Sky Island? Ha ha ha. Can anyone truly believe in such nonsense? Are you here for a game of pirates? Bellamy, a hyena-like figure seated nearby, stood abruptly and launched a powerful punch at the straw-hatted individual. Witnessing Luffy being sent flying, Nami rushed over, indignantly demanding, "What is the meaning of this? Why are you attacking for no reason?" Zoro, with a mere flick of his thumb, unsheathed his sword slightly. Embodying Shank's spirit, Luffy restrained both Zoro and Yuan from engaging, while Yuan, standing at the entrance, remained unscathed. However, Luffy and Zoro were soon overwhelmed by a throng of raucous pirates. Nami, witnessing her companions refrain from retaliating, was seething with fury, effortlessly lifting both towering men by their collars. Yuan was taken aback, pondering how Nami, with her slender limbs, could possibly manage to hold one person with just one hand. At that moment, a grotesque and portly man, adorned with a black headscarf, sitting on the ground at the tavern's entrance, spoke up. The Sky Island truly exists. Upon hearing this, Nami paused, and Yuan turned his gaze towards her. Observing her stillness, Blackbeard, Teach, continued, "The recent confrontation was won by this young fellow, for a person's dreams never come to an end." It was uncertain whether this statement was directed at Luffy and the others, or if it was amusing for himself. Although Yuan maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, his inner turmoil was tempestuous. The individual before him was a figure associated with the second division of the legendary Whitebeard and the future Emperor of the Sea, Blackbeard. At this moment, he had just escaped from the Whitebeard pirates and was actively seeking crew members to embark on a grand venture. Speaking of Blackbeard, he had aligned himself with the formidable Whitebeard from a young age, concealing his true strength and aspirations, patiently awaiting the appearance of the long-coveted dark fruit. After decades of anticipation, the coveted fruit fortuitously manifested among his comrades' spoils, prompting him to ruthlessly seize it, ultimately fleeing from the Whitebeard crew. In summary, he is a character reminiscent of a realistic renegade in the world of One Piece. It could be said that this was the weakest phase for Blackbeard. Lacking the formidable crew members he would later recruit and having yet to consume the Tremor fruit, Yuan's heart was torn with indecision over whether to strike down Blackbeard and seize the fruit known as the most malevolent of all, the dark fruit. Should he indeed take action to acquire the dark fruit? At this moment, Yuan's mind resembled a whirling top, spinning with fervor, devoid of any doubt regarding his ability to triumph over Blackbeard. Thus far, he had amassed an impressive array of devil fruits through the consumption of including the advanced Logia-type devil fruit. The potency generated by a user of multiple abilities is beyond imagination, with merely the combination of and. Blackbeard finds himself at a loss against Yuan. In the early days of the Pirate King's journey, the majority of adversaries in the Grand Line derive their strength primarily from devil fruits, indicating that prior to the Summit War, it was indeed an era dominated by these fruits. Even now, Blackbeard's mastery of Haki remains relatively rudimentary. Various official data sources reveal that Blackbeard is characterized by his reliance on multiple devil fruits for combat prowess, and at present, he is yet to fully mature into his potential, merely standing as a formidable warlord of the sea. In contrast, Yuan's current strength suggests that as long as no admirals intervene, he remains invincible, which is the confidence born from being a wielder of multiple devil fruits. Blackbeard similarly possesses the ability to seize other devil fruits. However, the essence of possessing multiple abilities does not stem from them. According to certain speculations regarding the manga's narrative, it is highly probable that Blackbeard is a composite being created by a puzzle formed from the amalgamation of several individuals, thus enabling him to consume multiple devil fruits. In the fleeting moments of contact with Blackbeard, Yuan observed numerous times without discerning any anomalies. After all, the devil fruit lacks any semblance of sensing abilities, rendering him incapable of determining whether Blackbeard was indeed a product of the Yami no Mi. However, the likelihood of Blackbeard being an entity created by the Yami no Mi remains substantial. For Yuan himself possesses the ability to fabricate permanent changes through the powers of the Yami no Mi. For instance, akin to the Valpo metal conjured by Valpo in the comics, Yuan too can produce such creations, which endure indefinitely and do not revert upon the death of the user of the Yami no Mi. The Straw Hat crew watched as Blackbeard leisurely departed with a bottle of wine and a cherry pie, each harboring distinct thoughts. Luffy's resolve to become the Pirate King only grew stronger, while Zoro remained silent, yet fervently contemplated his aspiration to become the world's greatest swordsman. Nami, on the other hand, reflected on matters pertaining to Skypiea. Observing Blackbeard gradually receding from view, Yuan refrained from seizing him, intent on capturing a more significant prize. Should Blackbeard vanish at this juncture, the ensuing Marineford War might never come to pass, and the plans surrounding the Gura no Mi would be rendered moot. After all, the Whitebeard pirates would never permit Yuan to claim the deceased body of Whitebeard. However, amidst the chaos of war, circumstances could shift dramatically. The Straw Hat crew, branching out, achieved notable success, with Robin's formidable intelligence-gathering skills leading to a breakthrough. Legend has it that centuries ago, an individual named Rolando discovered this island, befriending its inhabitants and uncovering vast amounts of gold. However, due to geographical circumstances, the island was torn asunder by the peculiar underwater currents, with half of it swept away to an altitude of over 10,000 meters, landing in the sky, along with its residents and the gold. The kingdom from which Rolando hailed became aware of the gold's existence and dispatched ships to seek it out, only to find the island had inexplicably vanished. Consequently, Rolando was vilified as a deceiver, yet his descendants steadfastly believed in their ancestors' truthfulness, tirelessly seeking news of the gold on this island. Among them was Bran Kulik, a descendant of Rolando, who, through generations of pursuit, uncovered numerous clues. He often beheld colossal, peculiar silhouettes projected upon the clouds and frequently discovered gold in the ocean depths surrounding the island. Occasionally, remnants of pirate ships would descend from the sky, and the area would witness awe-inspiring surges of water, further compelling belief in the existence of Skypiea, though these clues had been compiled over decades and centuries. Rolando unreservedly shared his knowledge with the Straw Hat crew. Sky currents. Is this true? How terrifying. I must have contracted a disease that prevents me from reaching Skypiea. Ah, Nanny, Usopp, are you ill? I'll cure you, hold on. Upon hearing the audacious notion of traversing the Sky Island via the ascending sea current, the crowd was left in disbelief. However, the Straw Hat crew has always been characterized by their fearless spirit. With a slight downward tilt of his straw hat, Luffy declared with utmost seriousness, "Set sail, Minna. We are embarking for the Sky Island to seek the Golden Bell and assist Uncle Diamond in proving the existence of the island." True to their resolute nature, the crew immediately began preparations for their journey. Kureha, hearing Luffy refer to him as Uncle Diamond, couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. He never imagined that his remarkably handsome hairstyle would be subjected to such jest. Nevertheless, a smile crept across his face, filled with anticipation. After all, Had it not been for Luffy and his companions, he might soon find himself perilously navigating the treacherous currents at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Just to ascertain whether the Sky Island truly existed, the Mary lay serenely in the waters, while Luffy leaned against the railing, gazing at the tranquil sea. "Nami, is it ready yet?" he inquired. Suddenly, the surface of the water began to quiver, causing Luffy's eyes to widen in astonishment. "Minna, it's coming." As the tremors intensified, the water beneath the Mary swelled, lifting the ship with an almost buoyant grace. Usopp swallowed nervously, seeking refuge behind the mast alongside Chopper and Nami. The three timid souls huddled together. With a thunderous roar, a colossal spiral of water erupted skyward, and in an instant, the Mary was engulfed by the immense force. Ascending into the clouds, the powerful current resonated with a sound akin to a dragon's roar, echoing continuously through the air. With a resounding slap upon the deck, the ancient source unleashed a myriad of ice-blue crystals that enveloped the Mary, bestowing upon her formidable armament, while transforming into colossal hands that ensnared Nami, Sanji, and the other Straw Hat crew members. How magnificent! The Crystal Mary has been born! Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled with delight. Among the Straw Hat crew, it is undoubtedly Usopp and Luffy who harbor the deepest affection for the Mary. Witnessing her being fortified through the ancient source's crystals filled them with uncontainable joy. Yuan smiled joyfully upon witnessing the scene. In his previous encounters with One Piece, whether it was the demise of Ace or Whitebeard, he had not felt a profound emotional impact. However, the Mary, the beloved ship, was the sole element that evoked a deep sense of sorrow and longing within him. Safeguarding the Mary could be seen as a means of remedying that regret, though the Mary was ascending at an astonishing speed. The altitude of 10,000 meters proved to be insurmountable. Despite flying for what felt like an eternity, the surroundings remained filled with azure skies and fluffy white clouds, devoid of any trace of the Sky Island. What is taking so long? Haven't we reached the Sky Island yet? Luffy, feeling bored, leaned against the railing, observing the surrounding white clouds. With fewer clouds to obscure the sunlight, the rays became increasingly blinding. Yuan shielded his eyes and gazed at the vast, empty sky, beginning to feel a sense of doubt. How could they have been flying for so long without arriving? Usopp, clutching his binoculars, suddenly exclaimed as he spotted something moving amidst the clouds. "Mina-san, look over there. Something seems to be moving within the clouds. I can't be mistaken, can I?" Luffy, who had been on the verge of dozing off, instantly sprang to attention, stretching his arm to Usopp's side. Where? What do you see?" "It's a fish. A fish in the sky." Chopper, endowed with keen animalistic vision, instantly discerned that the creature hidden within the clouds resembled a manta ray, gliding effortlessly as if it were underwater, dancing freely in the air. Yuan was utterly astonished. The contrast between what he had witnessed in anime and the reality before him was striking. The boundless sky, the ethereal clouds that were visible yet intangible, such sights were rare in the original world. Surely, these must be the unique treasures of the Sky Island, including the flying fish that soared through the cloud layers. Robin, possessing a wealth of knowledge, offered her insights. Upon hearing the term local specialties, Luffy and Chopper instantly lost their composure, their eyes sparkling like stars and saliva cascading like a waterfall. Sanji, observing their enthusiasm, smiled and remarked, "No problem. Feeding my crew is my greatest delight." Upon hearing this, Luffy began to whirl his arms, preparing to unleash a rubber fist to catch a flying fish for their meal. Yet, before he could act, the ship suddenly rocked violently as a massive creature resembling a mola mola burst forth from the clouds, crashing into the merry-go. Soon after, more colossal beings emerged from the cloud sea, creatures akin to octopuses and mola molas, wildly disturbing the surface of the clouds. The merry-go began to drift off course, threatening to veer out of the navigable waters. Suddenly, a man on a peculiar skateboard, adorned with a mysterious mask, emerged from the cloud sea, intent on launching an assault on the Straw Hats. "Everyone beware. We have an enemy." Zoro reacted swiftly, drawing his sword. But the ship's tumultuous movements caused by the gigantic creatures made it impossible for him to stabilize himself and exert force. In a moment of desperation, Yuan waved his left hand, unleashing a blade of sand. At that instant, an elderly man clad in medieval armor, riding a winged horse, appeared and drove away the mysterious assailant. The colossal beast of the sea seemed to recognize this knight, retreating into the depths upon his arrival. The old man approached the Straw Hat crew, gazing at Yuan with astonishment. The recent sand attack had nearly slain that Sandia, had I not arrived in time. That Sandia would surely have perished. "You are from the Blue Sea, aren't you?" It has been a long time since I have seen anyone from the Blue Sea here, he said. The straw hats, witnessing the flying horse, understood that this elder must be a resident of the Sky Island. Hey, old man, do you know about the Sky Island? Can you take us there? Luffy eagerly inquired. Gonfall, upon seeing Luffy's beaming smile, suddenly paused, recalling an old acquaintance. Yuan gazed at the elderly man, realizing that the benefits bestowed by the fruit were indeed formidable. He could now faintly sense certain elements around him. The old man before him, once revered as a deity on the Sky Island, now exhibited diminished vitality. His strength was rather feeble. His physical prowess could be likened to that of pirates valued between 30 million and 70 million berries within the Grand Line, strong, yet merely a robust human with some peculiar abilities. Challenging a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million would be a daunting task, let alone confronting Enel, the new god of the Sky Island, who possessed the strength of a warlord. Gonfo contemplated for a moment before imparting some basic information about the Sky Island to Luffy and his companions. Having shared his insights, Gonfo took flight without a backward glance. Hey, old man, we still have some questions, Nami exclaimed in frustration as she watched Gonfo swiftly depart. If this were merely the White Sea of 7,000, there remained a considerable distance to the Sky Island, situated at an altitude of 10,000 meters. With no other choice, they resolved to advance. The group sailed upon a sea of white clouds. Though navigating blindly, they soon reached the fabled Kingdom of Heaven. Nanny? 1 billion? Is that for real? Nami, the Straw Hat Pirate's treasurer, was suddenly agitated. It turned out there were two options to enter the Sky Island. One could either pay an entrance fee of 1 billion AI coins per person or enter for free. At present, even if they sold Luffy, the one with the highest bounty, they could not muster 10 billion. Moreover, it was 1 billion per individual. What were they to do now, Nami? Usopp and the others felt a headache coming on. At this juncture, Yuan stepped forward to inquire with the gatekeeper stationed at the entrance to the Sky Island. Is the 1 billion AI coins referring to the currency of the Sky Island? How much would it cost in berries? The gatekeeper, an elderly woman, had displayed no emotional change since the Straw Hat crew's arrival, which struck them as rather eerie. If it were in berries from the Blue Sea, it would be 10,000 berries per person. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew collectively sighed in relief, feeling somewhat reassured. After all, they were distinctly different from the average pirates. They understood the adage that nothing good comes for free. Indeed, Jadris is quite reliable. How did we not consider this earlier? Nami laughed heartily, giving Yuan a playful pat on the shoulder. The staggering figure of 1 billion had indeed startled everyone. Robin stifled a laugh, watching the Straw Hat crew navigate through their challenges. A genuine sense of joy welled up within her, for some inexplicable reason. Being with the Straw Hats had significantly uplifted her spirits. At this moment, although the Straw Hat pirates had yet to acquire the treasures of Skypiea or the riches from Moria's castle, they had, through a series of adventures, garnered support from the villagers of Orange Town and Princess Vivi, who had provided them with various supplies. They were able to muster a substantial sum of over 100,000 berries. After everyone had contributed their share, the old woman produced a shell and whispered something into it. Suddenly, a giant shrimp emerged from beneath the Mary, lifting the ship and swiftly racing along the pathway of the Cloud Sea. Yuan glanced back at the Gate of Heaven, recalling how in the manga, Nami and her companions opted not to pay for entry into Skypiea, thus branding themselves as unlawful intruders who were relentlessly targeted by the inhabitants of the sky. This predicament was exacerbated by the inaction of that old woman, who, through her lack of clarity, ensnared the Straw Hats. Were it not for her current alignment with the Straw Hat crew, adhering to a philosophy of non-confrontation, Yuan would undoubtedly have taken the opportunity to teach this old woman a lesson. It truly resembles a celestial realm. The profound shock within Yuan is beyond the capacity of words to express. At this moment, Yuan seems to grasp the essence of Luffy's journey. Perhaps it is the witnessing of the beauty along the way that embodies the true significance of the adventure. The Mary was brought to a beach by the swift shrimp and then departed. The members of the Straw Hat crew could hardly contain their excitement as they leapt from the ship, frolicking joyfully by the seaside. As Yuan walked along the beach, a gentle voice suddenly reached him from behind. "Excuse me, may I ask, what does it mean to be a person from Qinghai?" Yuan turned his head and was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Golden hair, azure eyes, and skin as pristine as jade. "Are you all right?" he inquired. As Yuan regained his composure, a slight flush crept onto his cheeks. After years immersed in the world of comics, he had believed his self-control was sufficiently robust. Yet, upon encountering Princess Vivi, Nami, and Robin, he had maintained his poise, only to falter in the presence of conies. While Nami and Robin were undeniably fair-skinned and stunningly leggy, conies exuded a unique aura of purity and sanctity, a characteristic distinctive to the inhabitants of the Sky Island, who remain untouched by worldly affairs. It was no wonder she was referred to as an angelic girl. In comparison, the women Yuan had encountered on his journey were largely similar, young adventurers like Nami. Robin and Vivi had long since shed their childhood innocence, leaving behind only resilience and wisdom, along with exceptional skills. Indeed, Yuan often refrained from engaging too closely with Nami and Robin, aware that such women could effortlessly navigate someone like him, who had yet to experience the nuances of romance. With this thought, he dismissed his earlier indiscretions. My apologies, I momentarily lost my train of thought. Yes, we traveled from the Grand Line to the Sky Island, which you refer to as Qinghai. Upon hearing that Yuan and his companions hailed from Qinghai, Conies' interest piqued. However, her shy disposition prevented her from inquiring further about Qinghai. When Nami, Luffy, and the others arrived, drawn by the presence of strangers, they quickly gathered around. What? You ascended via the knock-up stream? Such a wondrous natural phenomenon exists. Conies expressed her astonishment at the information shared by the Straw Hat crew, much of which was unfamiliar to her. Unlike the original comic narrative, where Luffy and his crew were wrongfully accused of being illegal intruders and pursued by Sky Island soldiers due to their free entry, they were now enjoying a leisurely tour of the Sky Island with Conies. The myriad of novel sights captivated the Straw Hat crew, while the winged residents of the Sky Island appeared both flustered and amazed by their presence. Yet, upon realizing the crew posed no threat, they returned to their usual demeanor, occasionally casting curious glances. The angelic girl, Conies, warmly invited the Straw Hat crew to her home. This is wonderful, Conies. If it weren't for you, we would have had to spend the night aboard our ship, Nami said, gazing gently at the innocent girl. In response to Nami's words, Conies smiled sweetly. Not at all. It is no trouble at all. In fact, I should be thanking you, Nami. Without you, I would have never learned about so many fascinating things. After the meal, Usopp, along with Luffy and Chopper, resumed their playful antics while Sanji busied himself with preparing dessert. Zoro, cradling a specially brewed beverage from Skypiea, succumbed to slumber on the carpet. Within a resplendent, Greek-style temple, a robust man with 4 large wings and long earlobes appeared somewhat taken aback upon hearing the words of a kneeling priest. The people of the Blue Sea have arrived? Ha ha ha, I never anticipated such amusing occurrences during my slumber. My lord, I hesitated to disturb your rest, and thus delayed my report. Ha ha, what do you think of letting them partake in the trials of the gods? That would be no issue at all, my lord. Inaru's laughter reverberated throughout the temple. The following day, sated from their feast, the group decided to disperse and explore the wonders of Skypiea. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside Conies' abode, causing ancient tensions to stir within her. It seemed inevitable that the moment would arrive. After all, Luffy and his companions had arrived just as Inaru's ship was nearing completion, coinciding with the impending clash between the Shandians and the Scypians. It could only be said that wherever Luffy and his crew ventured, trouble seemed to follow. What is happening? Usopp exclaimed, rushing out to witness a throng of Scypian soldiers, his nerves instantly frayed. The Straw Hat crew and Conies' father quickly followed suit. Conies' elderly father approached, seeking clarification on the situation. Priest, what is going on? Luffy and his companions are legitimate adventurers. Surely there is some misunderstanding? The leading soldier bore a grave expression, betraying a hint of unease but disregarding Conies' father's inquiry. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he gazed skyward, where a rotund figure resembling a floating ball descended leisurely upon a cloud. Upon sighting this individual, the Scypian soldiers promptly bowed in reverence, and the leading soldier stepped forward, his demeanor tense. Priest, I have located the Blue Sea people as you commanded. Yash, you've done well. The god appreciates your efforts. Upon hearing this, the soldier visibly relaxed. Observing the grand display before them, Luffy and his companions sensed that the visitors were likely not benevolent. The rotund figure was unfamiliar to Yuan, who scrutinized him internally. Despite previously causing significant turmoil for the Straw Hats, he was a mysterious and formidable adversary, likely a pirate with a bounty well into the tens of millions on the Grand Line. Yet, Yuan perceived a discrepancy in his life energy. Seeing this figure, Conies' father turned pale. How could it be? The priest himself is calm. Ordinarily, priests seldom make appearances. The priest of the sphere gazed upon the diverse expressions of the crowd, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He delighted in observing the cautious demeanor of others. For such individuals were easily cast aside with a mere flick of his fist. You are indeed the people of Qinghai, are you not? The Divine One has decreed that you shall participate in the trial of the gods. Proceed swiftly to the Appiato altar and await the commencement of the trial. He stated with an unhurried cadence. Upon hearing his words, the Straw Hat crew was left in a state of perplexity, their heads adorned with question marks. The trial of the gods? What manner of ordeal is this? To become a god? I refuse. I aspire to be the pirate king. As the crew wrestled with their confusion, the priest of the sphere, disinterested in providing explanations, commanded the bubble cloud beneath him to ascend into the air, drifting away leisurely. Kinnis and her father were visibly pale, while Nami and the others were eager to inquire about the enigmatic trial of the gods. After a thorough explanation from Kinnis, the group came to understand that the highest ruler of Skypiea was a being known as the god. However, the current deity was a newly appointed figure, far more brutal and formidable than his predecessor. Since his ascendance, the new god had issued a plethora of bizarre edicts, including the trial of the gods. All this talk about how powerful this god is, just how strong could he be to dare to call himself a god? Usopp asked, crossing his arms and voicing the collective curiosity of the group. Indeed, such arrogance is astonishing, another chimed in. Alas, my friends, the power of the god is immensely overwhelming. Even we have rarely laid eyes upon him. Yuan leaned against the wall, listening intently to the conversations of those around him. He was already well acquainted with the deity in question, yet the palpable fear exhibited by the Koni's family revealed that the god, Enel, still wielded considerable power after all these years. Upon hearing the family's descriptions, the Straw Hat crew couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation, for they were dealing with an entity revered as a god. In order to spare the Koni's family from any repercussions, Nami and the others resolved to undertake the so-called trial of the god and journey to Appiato. As the Straw Hat crew boarded the Mary, a swift shrimp emerged from beneath, ferrying them to the sacred altar of Appiato. Speaking of participating in the trials of the deity, Konis, what brings you here? Ancient Yuan, somewhat perplexed, inquired. It turns out that Cornice had been burdened with profound guilt, feeling that as a friend of the Straw Hat crew, she had failed to contribute during the most critical moments. Thus, she resolved to confront the trial of the gods alongside the Straw Hat crew. Yuan secretly admired the girl before him, despite her evident fear of Enel, the master of thunderous power. She was willing to go to such lengths for a friend she had only just met. This was indeed no small feat, much like Nami and Robin. Konis possessed a resolute spirit. The swift shrimp moved with remarkable speed, transporting a vessel to its destination in no time. As they beheld the stone altar, covered in moss yet devoid of any presence, a sense of ease enveloped the group. Yuan was deep in contemplation. In the narrative of the manga, it was because Luffy and his companions failed to pay the entrance fee that they were pursued by the soldiers of the Sky Island, subsequently forced to embark on the trials of the gods. Nami, Robin, and others, who were less combat capable, were directly captured and taken to the altar, awaiting rescue by Luffy and his crew after they defeated the four priests. However, it was perplexing that everyone had been brought to the altar all at once. Could my presence have induced some extraordinary change? Nevertheless, it mattered little, as the overarching narrative indicated that the Straw Hat pirates had already confronted the divine Enel. Within the temple, the four priests convened, while Enel lounged with his legs crossed, his right hand propping up his head. Lord God, the people of the Blue Sea have arrived at the altar. Shall we proceed with the trials now? Ha ha ha, there's no rush. The protagonists have yet to arrive. Enel chuckled, plotting the day's agenda. Ah, they're coming. Ha ha, prepare to welcome our little insects. Suddenly, the five individuals within the temple sensed a massive wave of people approaching. The priests present, including Enel, were adept users of the mind network, even without surveillance. They could monitor every movement on the island. The mind network was a formidable sensory ability that allowed one to foresee enemy actions and detect movements from afar. In the world of One Piece, this ability was referred to as observation haki, and mastering this aspect of the three forms of haki indicated a significant level of expertise. At that moment, a large group of individuals, clad in attire reminiscent of primitive tribes and armed to the teeth, navigated the unique Sky Island transport known as the Viva skateboard. Weepa, are we truly going to challenge Enel? Of course. The struggle that has persisted for centuries is to be concluded in our generation. I shall reclaim the land of Skypiea, fulfilling the wishes of our ancestors. Everyone, accelerate forward. The man named Weepa, tall yet robust, his muscles gleaming like steel, possessed a fierce glint in his eyes. Just wait, Enel, I have discovered your weakness. Oh, when will they arrive? This is so dull, Luffy groaned atop the altar. His crew was equally impatient. This shouldn't be the case. If this is the trial of the gods, why is no one here? Coney's questioned, perplexed. Robin closed the book she had been reading and rose. Addressing the contemplative Yuan, I plan to explore the vicinity. Perhaps I might uncover some clues regarding the true nature of this island. Mr. Guys, would you care to join me? After pondering briefly upon hearing Yuan's words, he decided to follow Robin. Of course, no problem. I shall leave this to you all. Luffy, let us also embark on a quest to discover the location of the gold. Everyone was eager to see what extraordinary features this enigmatic forest in the sky possessed. Yuan followed closely behind Robin, arriving at a desolate ruin where shattered walls and remnants lay scattered, suggesting a violent upheaval had transpired. Observing the traces of time, it was evident that this place had endured its calamity long ago. Indeed, despite the pervasive debris, the duo managed to uncover several inscriptions, typically engaging with Yuan. Robin now fell silent, earnestly deciphering the script etched upon the stone walls. Meanwhile, Chopper, standing by, was suddenly startled by the clash of weaponry and the furious shouts of soldiers, causing him to drop all the medicinal herbs he held. What is happening? What is going on? Both Chopper and Sanji, who remained aboard, were taken aback, hastily contemplating the source of the commotion. Without warning, a blinding light enveloped the land, and a bolt of lightning struck down. No, it was more akin to a pillar of thunder. Sanji, who had been nearby, was directly struck by the lightning. Instead of dissipating instantly, the electric force cascaded like a waterfall, relentlessly battering the area. Chopper, paralyzed by fear, lost all expression, even forgetting to sweat. Utterly bewildered by the sudden onslaught of such terrifying lightning in the previously clear sky. As the thunderous light faded, the Mary was pierced right through the middle, and Sanji, charred and unrecognizable, remained clad only in a single pair of undergarments, the air thick with the scent of scorched flesh. He wobbled unsteadily at the center of the gaping hole in the ship, miraculously supported by a charred plank that had somehow escaped the wrath of the lightning. However, the plank's endurance was in question as Sanji, losing consciousness, collapsed into the water below. Chopper immediately transformed into his robust form and leaped into the sea to rescue him, only to feel his strength rapidly waning upon entering the water. Oh no! I'm losing my strength. Just then, a swift figure soared above the water, snatching Chopper from the depths. Once out of the water, Chopper quickly regained his senses, tightly clutching Sanji in his grasp. Is that you, Quirrell? Chopper looked up to see the elderly knight who had previously rescued the Straw Hat crew from the clouds. It's you. Old man, how did you end up here? Gonfal maintained a vigilant gaze ahead, as if facing a formidable foe. This is not the time for reminiscing, raccoon boy. Chopper, incensed, retorted, what raccoon? I'm a reindeer, you old fool. Yet, he soon calmed, his attention drawn to a man lounging provocatively atop the Mary S. cabin. Isn't he that the former god? Are you here to thwart my punishment of the Sea of Clouds invaders? Before Gonfal could respond, Chopper shouted, we are not invaders. We are merely adventurers here to explore, and we have paid the entrance fee. Why are we inexplicably drawn into this divine trial? What is your true intention? Merely a newborn, and you dare speak to a god in such a manner. Enel's rage surged, veins bulging with fury. He lifted a hand, conjuring a bolt of lightning potent enough to illuminate the entire forest. In an instant, the lightning transformed into a blue beam, akin to a key blast, shooting straight towards Chopper suspended in the air. Gonfal reacted swiftly, attempting to evade, but evading the speed of lightning was an impossibility. Consequently, Gonfal, his steed, and Chopper were all reduced to charred remains, plummeting onto the deck of the Going Merry, their fates uncertain, while the unfortunate Sanji became even more singed. Chopper's Zoan-type devil fruit allowed him to retain some consciousness despite the overwhelming assault. Thunder, thunder, lightning. It's you. Enel sneered disdainfully at the struggling Chopper below. Mere trash dares to show disrespect to the divine. With that, he transformed into lightning and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Nami, Usopp, and Luffy, in pursuit of the fabled treasure, found themselves ensnared in the conflict between the Shandians and Enel soldiers. What a nuisance. What on earth is happening? Why has this suddenly erupted into chaos? If you ask me, I have no idea. Let us hurry back to the Going Merry. I hope Chopper is all right. Luffy and Nami rushed back to their ship. The sight that greeted them left them astounded. The Going Merry lay half submerged, pierced by water and cradled by the roots of a great tree, with charred remnants littering the deck. Amongst the group, Usopp, who held the deepest affection for the Going Merry, was filled with rage, his eyes brimming with tears. The Going Merry. Luffy extended his arm, swiftly bringing everyone aboard, only to find several charred bodies lying on the deck. Is that Sanji? And Chopper too. Witnessing his two comrades reduced to charcoal and barely clinging to life ignited Luffy's fury. Chopper, Chopper, wake up, buddy. The unconscious Chopper managed to murmur, Sanji, save. Concern for Sanji, who had been struck by lightning not once but twice, overtook Chopper's thoughts. Usopp and Nami hurriedly transported Chopper and Sanji to a room in search of medicine, while Luffy, adjusting his hat, rose slowly. Anyone who harms my friends shall not go unpunished. With that, he dashed out. Elsewhere, Gyurimi and Robin encountered the deity Enel, who was mercilessly hunting down the Shandian warriors. You are the ones who disregarded the rules and disobeyed my divine command to leave the altar, aren't you? Enel laughed maniacally, as if no one was worthy of his regard, but suddenly his gaze hardened. Since you have failed to adhere to the divine regulations, you shall perish. With a swift motion, he unleashed a colossal bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Gyurimi and Robin. Boom! The thunderous lightning illuminated Enel's face as he erupted into hearty laughter, reveling in the exhilarating feeling of indiscriminately vanquishing his foes. However, as the lightning gradually dissipated, an unsettling sensation gripped Enel's throat, abruptly silencing his mirth. What was happening? Within the heart of his mind, the presence of the two individuals remained utterly motionless. Before Yuan, a wall of crimson sand, scorched by searing bolts of lightning, stood unwavering. Enel was taken aback. Sand? There was sand on the Sky Island, and Enel was certainly not oblivious to it. Ah, so it is. You possess a power akin to mine. How utterly fascinating. Observing Enel's expression and hearing his melodramatic proclamation, Yuan replied with an impassive demeanor, You, a mere scrawny monkey, dare to call yourself a god. If those legendary figures from the latter half of the Grand Line were to hear this, they would swiftly reduce you to a mere shadow of your boast. Scrawny monkey? No one dares to insult me, and no one can rival a god, even if you wield powers akin to mine. The ancient source pressed his hand to the ground, and the moisture of the earth was instantaneously absorbed, transforming into sand. The infinite addition of the desert treasure blade. Countless sand blades surged toward Enel, who struck the four large drums behind him with his golden staff. 10 million volts, Thunderbird. The sand collided with the lightning, creating a tremendous whirlwind that sent the surrounding earth soaring into the air. Robin, witnessing the fierce confrontation between the two, hurriedly dashed behind a massive rock to conceal herself, peeking out cautiously. Could that be the legendary Rumble fruit? It was astonishing to find this fruit, which had not been seen for centuries, manifesting here. However, Robin remained unperturbed, for she was aware that an even more terrifying creature lurked in this vicinity, one far more formidable than Enel himself. In the ancient realm, Yuan and Ainalu engaged in combat for over half an hour, leaving the ground strewn with crystalline formations resembling glass, born from the intense heat of lightning. The ancient source manipulated the fierce collision of sand and lightning. Beside him, Robin harbored silent concerns. Truly, it is deserving of the title of the mightiest of the natural elements, the thunder fruit. Its extraordinarily high temperature is sufficient to instantly transform the sand into crystalline form upon contact, while the formidable impact of the lightning can effortlessly disperse the cohesion of the sand. What actions would you take, guys? Guyu's expression remained unchanged, without the use of haki. He found himself at a disadvantage against Enel. The sand fruit indeed paled in comparison to the rumble fruit. Nevertheless, Enel, relying solely on his observation haki, was equally unable to gain the upper hand over Guyu, leading to a stalemate between them. Initially, Enel harbored some concerns about whether his powers might be countered, but witnessing his slight advantage now filled him with a sense of triumph. How could mere sand possibly contend with the thunder from the heavens? My strength is invincible. I hold you in great esteem. What is your name? I shall elevate you to the position of my high priest, second only to myself. Yuan gazed at Enelu's smug demeanor with a touch of helplessness. He had yet to reveal other abilities, reluctant to expose them, as they could not reach Enelu. The middle schooler, Enelu, began to feign indifference, realizing that Yuan had no means to counter him. The clashes in the forest subsided shortly, the sounds of battle gradually fading away. Enelu's ears twitched slightly as he discerned, through the surveillance of his mind network, that only a handful of individuals remained in the forest. Suddenly, veins bulged on his forehead, and his expression darkened. It turned out that under the perception of his mind network, all four of his high-ranking priests had been defeated. The formidable trio of the Straw Hats, alongside Chopper and Usopp, could effortlessly dispatch most mid-tier monsters in the Grand Line, not to mention that the strongest warrior of Skypiea, the formidable wiper, was also opposing Enelu. Abruptly, a colossal hand of sand enveloped Enelu, continuously coalescing into an ever larger sandball. To be distracted during battle was a grave underestimation of his opponents. Yuan clasped his hands together, and the enormous sand sphere within began to glow a fiery red, while blue lightning burst through the crevices. Boom! Can such mere grains of sand withstand my might? Figures emerged from the jungle. Zoro and Usopp had arrived. Zoro's expression was grave. The thunderous clash between Yuan and Enelu echoed powerfully, and even from a distance, he could see the soaring blue lightning and hear the resounding explosions. Usopp, witnessing such a menacing scene, felt a surge of fear, yet he resolved to remain steadfast, refusing to succumb to terror. Had I known, I would have stayed on the ship with Nami to look after Sanji. This fellow looks formidable indeed. Zoro and Usopp recognized that the individual before them was Enelu, a being who had consumed the rumble fruit, rendering conventional tactics ineffective. Robin, wielding the power of her devil fruit, approached Zoro's side. Upon hearing her, Zoro's interest was piqued. The last time they faced Crocodile, it was entirely Luffy who had resolved the conflict. He had yet to engage with such a potent user of a Logia-type ability, making him feel exhilarated. Zoro gripped his sword, a slight tremor coursing through his hand. As Enelu collided with Yuan once more, sand and lightning clashed violently, the force of the lightning scattering the sand in all directions. Zoro leaped into action. Santorio, Onigiri. His figure darted like a cheetah towards Enelu. However, at the moment his blade struck, Eneru's form began to shimmer blue, transforming into intangible lightning. What? Zoro's eyes widened. Compared to his earlier battle with Smoker, his speed and strength had significantly increased. He had aimed for the opening in Eneru's reaction, yet to his surprise, it was evaded. Enelu erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, do you see? This is the power of a god. I have chosen to make you my priests, if you surrender now. You may become my subordinates, noble priests of the divine. Zoro, taken aback by Eneru's absurdity, replied, no matter what god you claim to be. All I desire is to become the world's greatest swordsman. He took up his stance once more. Seeing that Zoro and Yuan resisted his will, Eneru's expression turned cold. I once admired you, but now you have only death as your option. 30 million volts, multiple thunder beasts. For terrifying lightning creatures charged towards everyone on the field. Their speed so swift that there was barely time to react. Watch out. Quickly dodge. Before Zoro could finish his warning, he was reduced to a charred blackened figure. Smoke billowing from him, a savory scent carried by the wind. All present were caught within the range of the thunderous assault. Usopp and Robin were transformed into charred remains. Meanwhile, Yuan was shattered by the lightning, scattering into a cloud of sand, which eventually coalesced into a humanoid form. Yuan observed the grim expressions of the few individuals around him, a flicker of regret surfacing in his eyes. His current prowess was insufficient to safeguard everyone, and he was increasingly astounded by the overwhelming power of the rumble fruit. Its unparalleled speed and might were staggering. Had he not possessed the elemental transformation of the sand fruit, he too would have been reduced to cinders, despite having enhanced his physical capabilities through the Munch-Munch Fruit. He found himself utterly powerless against Enel. It was evident that there existed a disparity among the fruits, although his mastery of the sand fruit paled in comparison to Enel's. The difference was something only the individuals involved could fully comprehend. In the manga, had it not been for Oda's last-minute decision to endow Luffy with rubber immunity against electricity, it is likely that no one could have defeated Enel. Even the formidable members of the Straw Hat crew, Zoro and Sanji, would struggle to last mere seconds against him. The intensity of such a devil fruit could easily overshadow deficiencies in martial skills and techniques, exerting an overwhelming dominance over any descent. While he may not rival an admiral, standing against a top-tier warlord of the sea was still within his reach. It was infuriating. He needed to master Haki without delay. Having set sail for only a month or two, without facing life-and-death adversaries, the path to mastering Haki seemed daunting. Currently, Yuan's only strategy to defeat Enel was to exhaust him to death. However, achieving this was a formidable task, especially since he could not prevent Enel from fleeing. Just as Yuan was engulfed in despair, a sudden sound echoed through the dim forest. Thud, thud, thud. Luffy, battered and furious, charged forward, leaping high with a single foot. Rubber rocket. Upon witnessing Yuan and Enel engaged in a fierce battle, Luffy's innate intuition alerted him that this bare-chested man with large earlobes was the scoundrel responsible for harming his comrades. Enel, noticing Luffy's intent to attack, smirked disdainfully. Such an assault against him was utterly impossible. Luffy, that guy with the large earlobes, is the natural type user of the Rumble Fruit, the Lightning Man. Yuan shouted a warning to Luffy. However, Luffy was entirely oblivious, his mind consumed by a singular word: fight. All around him lay his comrades, reduced to charred remains. The painful memory of Sanji lying in bed flooded his mind, intensifying his rage. Fueled by this fury, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Enel, who stood confidently, unmoving. This assault proved futile, as Enel's proud elemental transformation failed to activate. Luffy's heavy strike connected with Enel's abdomen, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. His eyes bulging as blood gushed from his mouth. He was propelled away like a cannonball, crashing through several large trees before finally coming to a halt. "I will not allow you to bully my friends," Luffy declared, as Enel, embedded deep within a massive tree, remained firmly stuck, unable to free himself. Yuan was astonished. For there are always those who believe that Luffy was feeble 2 years ago. In truth, if one disregards the advantages conferred by his fruit abilities, the adversaries preceding the Marineford War were primarily those who relied heavily on the powers of their devil fruits, mere entities bolstered by such abilities. Luffy, relying solely on his physical prowess and strength, was comparable to a somewhat weaker Marine vice-admiral. In the first half of the Grand Line, most foes would succumb to Luffy's might once he discerned the weaknesses of their fruits. In close combat, with mere physical exertion, all the formidable bosses posed no challenge. After Luffy's furious blow, Enel was thrust into the great tree and fell silent. Luffy assumed a stance, brimming with indignation as he awaited Enel's next move. As the air fell into a profound stillness, Luffy paused momentarily, perplexed. What? Has he already lost consciousness? Yuan was taken aback. He had anticipated that Enel would still be able to stand. To his surprise, the deity's stamina was so feeble, suggesting that he had merely been putting on a brave front during their earlier confrontation. Now that Luffy had arrived, he swiftly claimed Enel's head. Using the ancient power to manipulate sand, Luffy gathered his companions around him. Upon seeing his charred friends, he was overwhelmed with excitement and vigorously shook Zoro's shoulder. "Luffy, stop it. This is too much," Zoro exclaimed. "It's wonderful. Zoro, you are still alive," Luffy exclaimed, embracing Zoro tightly, delivering a heavy blow to the newly awakened swordsman. Yuan observed silently, nodding in acknowledgement. Truly, the members of the protagonist crew possessed physiques of monstrous caliber. The aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air. Yet in the blink of an eye, the individuals stirred awake. Following Luffy's vigorous shaking and calls for a remedy, Usopp and Robin awakened one after another. "Ouch, that hurts," they exclaimed. It appears they were ultimately bested by their adversaries. Yuan crafted a seawater prison with candles, encasing Enel entirely in the ocean's embrace, save for his head. Even should he awaken, he would find himself powerless. A seawater prison, indeed, is a commendable notion. It alleviates the concern of this monster wreaking further havoc. Usopp wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Suddenly, a peculiar sound of footsteps echoed. A lean man, clad in primitive attire and entirely charred, stumbled into view. The sight of this unusual garb triggered a memory in Yuan. This individual was a descendant of the Sandia tribe, a native of Skypiea, who had been swept up into the heavens by the raging currents during the tumultuous events surrounding the island. He had long sought to reclaim the land usurped by Enel and to uncover the ancient relic known as the Golden Bell. Remarkably, Yuan had not noticed him during the recent battle with Enel. Had he already been struck by Enel's thunderous punishment? Such a monstrous constitution. Yuan mused that had he not consumed the Suna no Mi to enhance his physique, even a lightning strike would have rendered him incapable of rising again. The notion that only renowned individuals possess such monstrous resilience, while the average adult male is merely a touch more robust than their counterparts in the original world, was evident. Enduring a lightning strike would typically leave one grateful merely to survive, let alone stand. It was clear that the mightiest warrior of Sandia, Wiper, possessed considerable strength, at least approaching that of the protagonists. Upon witnessing Enel imprisoned by the seawater, Wiper's eyes widened in astonishment. He had faced Enel several times, and the terrifying thunder that struck like divine retribution had left a lasting impression on him. If not for discovering the opponent's weakness in the form of sea stone, he would never have dared to initiate this all-out offensive. "You must be from the Blue Sea. Enel is our enemy in the sky. Leave the rest to me," Wiper asserted, his surprise mingled with scrutiny of the Straw Hat crew. They appeared ill-equipped to defeat Enel, likely having seized an opportunity. Thus, he sought to claim the right to deal with Enel. Upon hearing his words, Yuan furrowed his brow. perceiving Wiper as a mediocre individual unable to discern the disparity in strength between the two sides. Luffy, however, remained unfazed. For him, dealing with such matters was an inconvenience. He yearned only to reunite with his companions and continue their journey. Just as Luffy was about to respond with a grin, a palm unexpectedly emerged from his face, covering his mouth. According to the rules, having defeated Enel, we, as the victors, should be the ones to handle him. Robin crossed her arms and stepped forward to speak. As one of the most observant individuals aboard the ship, she was acutely aware of the formidable power of Enel. If the thunderous fruit were to be claimed, the strength of the pirate crew would be fundamentally bolstered to a level where they could contend with an admiral. Through her time spent with Luffy and the others, Robin felt a genuine sense of relaxation and joy, wishing to remain a part of the Straw Hat Pirates. With that in mind, it became imperative for her to protect the interests of the crew. Zoro remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Weepa, while Usopp, witnessing the tense atmosphere between the two parties, was drenched in cold sweat. Luffy, noting his companion's reactions, understood the gravity of the situation. He clapped his hands together, adopting a serious expression. "We will not surrender Enel to you." Just then, a knight riding a flying horse galloped into view. Upon seeing Enel imprisoned within the seawater, Gonfall was rendered speechless. He was well aware of Enel's terrifying might and could hardly fathom that these surface dwellers had managed to defeat such a monstrous being. "Hey, old man," Weeper remarked upon spotting Gonfall. Though he harbored a certain disdain for him, he preferred to ally with Gonfall, the former god of Skypiea, over the unfamiliar Straw Hat crew in their endeavor to vanquish Enel. Gonfall, being seasoned and having witnessed countless significant events, was more astute than the impulsive and obstinate Weepa. It was clear that anyone capable of defeating Enel was no ordinary adversary. Not to mention, with only the two of them currently involved, even if they were to count the surviving Scythian soldiers and the Shandians from the recent conflict, victory was not assured. Luffy, how do you plan to deal with Enel?" Gonfall inquired after a moment of contemplation. Luffy scratched the back of his head, finding the question somewhat perplexing. He had no intention of returning to Skypiea. Yuan stood by with arms crossed, while his companions remained silent. Among the Straw Hat crew, there was a profound sense of unity. Upon hearing this, Luffy nodded in agreement, affirming that this was indeed the way to handle the situation. Vipa and Gonfall felt a sense of relief. If possible, they too wished to avoid further conflict. However, the terror instilled by Enel was too deeply rooted. If such a man were still alive, the citizens of Skypiea would continue to suffer, and the dreams of the Shandia tribe might never be realized. After discussions, the matter concerning Enel reached a conclusion, yet Vipa ultimately dared not take action. In the dimly lit dungeon, Enel slowly awakened to find himself imprisoned in a water cell. He immediately erupted in curses, spewing nonsensical invectives. "Enel, your journey ends here." In the shadows of his blind spot, Yuan crouched. The situation was unexpectedly dire. Enel's strength was indeed formidable. However, as long as the constraints of lightning were broken and he was not instantly obliterated by it, Enel would ultimately face defeat. After all, any one of the three powerhouse members of the Straw Hat crew could easily vanquish him. I had originally thought that we would have to engage in yet another 300 rounds before reaching a conclusion. But it turned out that this so-called god of Skypiea was merely a fragile candle in the wind, easily defeated in a single blow. Gaian's mouth expanded like rubber, swallowing Enel along with the water prison in one swift motion. The once arrogant Enel, now filled with trepidation, found himself ensnared within Gaian's devouring space. That evening, the Straw Hat crew celebrated at Konis's home. Since Enel was defeated prematurely and did not unleash the Arc Maxim to obliterate the island, Luffy and his companions were not hailed as the saviors of Sky Island, thus foregoing a grand celebration throughout the island. "Thank you, Luffy-san and guys," Koni said as she leaned down to pour drinks for everyone. As she passed by Guys, she blushed, unable to meet Gaian's gaze, and hurried away, her cheeks aflame. Yuan found himself perplexed, pondering whether the girl might have developed feelings for him. This thought left him feeling somewhat bashful. In his school days, he had mustered the courage to pursue several young women, yet his unremarkable appearance and timid disposition had led to repeated rejections. Consequently, he had long since abandoned any romantic aspirations. However, the presence of Cornus stirred the still waters of his heart. Why dwell on such thoughts? Cornus would remain on the floating island while they prepared for the next leg of their journey. In ancient times, a tranquil spirit was established. At this moment, Gonfuer, adorned in the distinctive robes of the Sky Island, entered alongside an elder clad in the garments of a primitive tribe. "Are you hosting a celebration, Luffy-san?" he inquired, his laughter echoing. "Ah, indeed. Come, partake in the delectable feast," Luffy exclaimed, stuffing his mouth with meat. The tale unfolds that the indigenous people of the Sky Island, led by Gonfuer, had long been reluctant to relinquish their claim over the soil of Gaia Island, which had originated from the Azure Sea. Consequently, a prolonged conflict persisted between the Shandia tribe and the deities of the Sky Island for centuries. It was not until a few years ago that Enel vanquished the old god, Gonfuer, imposing a tyrannical rule over both the Sky Island and the Shandia tribe. With Enel's subsequent defeat, a consensus was finally reached, leading to a resolution for peaceful coexistence. Now, Gonfuer has resolved to aid the Shandia tribe in fulfilling the aspirations of their ancestors by locating the lost Golden Bell, a relic that has not resonated for centuries. Previously, I explored numerous locations within the confines of Gaia Island, but found nothing resembling the Golden Bell, Robin recalled thoughtfully. The Shandia tribe has been in pursuit of this treasure for hundreds of years, and thus, they intend to mobilize the collective strength of the entire Sky Island in their quest for the Golden Bell. The elder accompanying Gonfuer spoke slowly, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. Yuan listened intently to the conversations around him, grasping the unfolding events. The Golden Bell was situated at the pinnacle of this Sky Island, and even though Enel possessed the all-encompassing observation haki capable of spanning the entirety of the island, he was unable to discern the location of the Golden Bell. Since Enel had yet to utilize the Arc Maxim constructed by his subordinates using gold and ancient blueprints, a vessel endowed with the ability to soar through the skies fueled by the Rumble fruit, there was presently no one on the island who could locate the Golden Bell. In truth, I had already discerned its whereabouts. Yuan spoke slowly. What? The crowd was taken aback, and the elder of the Sandia tribe was especially agitated. I have inherited Enel's powers. Now the mind network can encompass the entire Sky Island, and I am aware of the location of the Golden Bell. The mind network is a term unique to the Sky Island, essentially referring to the observation haki from the latter half of the Grand Line, possessing astonishing abilities such as precognition and long-distance sensing. Luffy and his companions, having battled Enel and his subordinates, were not surprised by Yuan's words. After seizing Enel's body, Yuan naturally acquired the mind network, which is the observation haki. Although Yuan's observation haki, augmented by the Thunder Fruit, could barely cover the Sky Island, he was still unable to see the Golden Bell at the highest point of the island. However, Yuan had read the script. He could fabricate the narrative. Yet, given that everyone was celebrating, they decided to set out together the next day, for the Golden Bell would not escape them. Then let us embark towards the location of the Golden Bell tomorrow. In the dead of night, Usopp, in the midst of his dreams, seemed to hear a sound. Tap, tap, tap. It resembled the sound of a hammer striking. Usopp sat up, rubbing his eyes. What noise is that? He ventured out of his room, gazing towards the beach, where the Mary was tilted upon the shore, a massive charred pit at its center, strikingly dramatic even in the darkness. Is someone there? It appeared that a blue light was emanating from the pit of the Mary, accompanied by a muffled sound. As Usopp approached, he was startled and let out a loud scream, cold sweat pouring down his brow, his mouth agape, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Before him stood a child, glowing with a blue light and donned in a hood, facing away from Usopp, wielding a small blue hammer to mend the pit of the Mary. Tears streamed down Usopp's face. He instinctively felt that this child was the embodiment of the Mary. Mary! The others, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. What is happening? Is there an attack? Upon seeing the child glowing with blue light, everyone stood in stunned silence. I'm sorry, everyone. I cannot accompany you on your adventures any longer. I truly wish I could stay with you forever. The ethereal voice of the Mary resonated in their ears. Luffy bit his lip and then burst into tears, leaping onto the Mary and embracing it. Mary, I apologize. I seem to always find myself in troublesome situations. I have inadvertently broken your mast and damaged your figurehead. Mary, I share a deep bond with Nami, Luffy, Usopp, and Zoro, those who have spent the most time with you, our beloved ship. Their hearts are heavy with grief, and the first three have succumbed to tears. The current state of Mary is all too apparent. A gaping hole has marred her hull. Had fortune not smiled upon us, resting upon the shore, she would have surely plunged into the depths of the Grand Line, 1,000 meters below, lost to the clouds. Continuing our journey with her is utterly impossible. The cerulean spirit of the ship stands encircled by us, and though her expression eludes our sight, We can sense the sorrow she conveys. Yuan gazed silently, his exterior stern, yet within, tears had long been flowing. Throughout the entirety of One Piece, he had remained unfazed by the deaths of Ace and Whitebeard, yet the departure of the Mary truly left an indelible impression on him. Little did he anticipate that his presence would alter the course of events. Originally, the Mary was set to endure until the conclusion of the Enies Lobby arc, but now, due to Enel, the ship's hull had been breached. Initially, he had hoped that with his ability to harden like the Giant of Hammer, he could protect the Mary, pondering whether this would preclude the birth of the Thousand Sunny. It now appeared that the butterfly effect was indeed profoundly impactful. Both the Mary and the Sunny had birthed ship's spirits, becoming irreplaceable companions, rendering the choice exceedingly difficult. Hey, when will Jaegis return? I'm so bored. Luffy, riding the Wibba, the Sky Island version of a small motorcycle, capable of traversing both land and sea of clouds, darted about. Luffy, if you fall into the sea again, I won't come to your rescue. Nami sighed, exasperated, and then gazed skyward. This morning, Yuan had informed everyone. My heart network has detected Enel's golden ship in the Sky Island. Perhaps I could retrieve it and use it to bring the Mary to the Grand Line in search of a renowned shipwright, potentially reviving her. With that, he transformed into lightning and vanished. Yet, even now, he had not returned. Gonfor stood beside the elder of the Sandia tribe. Suddenly, the sky darkened, as if a shroud of ominous clouds enveloped them. What is this? The crowd looked skyward, where a colossal ship, ignoring the Newton that had emerged from its coffin, slowly floated above. This magnificent vessel, constructed from unknown wood, exuded an ancient aura, its deck adorned with a golden figurehead, and on either side, immense wooden oars rose and fell rhythmically. Is that real gold? Ticula. Incredible! Upon seeing the golden figurehead, even Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement, joining Luffy and the others. Is this truly Enel's ship? It's enormous. Stowing the Mary should pose no problem. Usopp, however, remained more concerned about the Mary, recalling Gyuan's promise to save her. Thus, despite boarding the new vessel, no disputes about abandoning the Mary arose. Jaegis, allow me to sit upon this throne. Chopper, Usopp, and Luffy gazed longingly at the throne, their 6 eyes twinkling like stars. This is unavoidable, everyone. The Arc Maxim is powered by the Rumble Fruit, and if I leave the Arc, it will come to a halt swiftly. The crowd gazed at Yuan, seated upon the throne beneath the golden statue, commanding the Arc of Proverb. Although they yearned to usurp his position, they found themselves powerless, for this vessel was astonishingly propelled by the Thunder Fruit. Several warriors from the Sandia tribe, along with their chieftain, stood upon the deck of the Ark, their hearts filled with trepidation. Could it be that their long-held aspirations, nurtured over centuries, were finally on the verge of fulfillment? The ancient swords controlled the Ark as it gracefully ascended along the colossal vines of the Sky Island. With each elevation of the Ark, the clouds parted, allowing the sunlight to pour down unabashedly upon it. The golden bell, nestled atop the vines, gleamed like a radiant sun of gold. Under Enel's dominion, much of the gold had long been confiscated. Yet witnessing such a magnificent bell left the people of the Shandia tribe utterly speechless. The elder of the Shandia tribe, tears streaming down his weathered face, exclaimed, "Great ancestors of the warriors, your wishes have been fulfilled by your descendants. Let it commence." As the resounding chime echoed through the heavens, centuries of conflict came to a close. Meanwhile, a burly man with a chestnut hairstyle erupted from the waters of Jaya Island, clutching a nugget of gold in his hand. Suddenly, he was struck by the sound of the bell reverberating from the sky. In disbelief, he gazed upward, seemingly catching sight of a joyful figure adorned with a straw hat. A smile crept across his face. Enel's ship is truly convenient, he mused. The Straw Hat crew, with Robin's translation, learned of the historical significance beneath the golden bell. After spending a day on the Sky Island gathering supplies, they placed the Mary on the deck of the Arc Maxim and set sail back to the Grand Line. Their next endeavor was to seek a master craftsman to repair the Mary. Upon hearing this, Robin recalled an excellent location. Water 7 would be a splendid choice, as it harbors many of the Grand Line's finest shipwrights. It is said that the legendary pirate King Roger's ship was also constructed in Water 7. Luffy and the others, upon hearing this, were filled with excitement. That's out the place. As Yuan deftly maneuvered the Arc Proverb, he reminisced about the narrative surrounding Water 7. Water 7 marks the inception of the Enies Lobby arc, where Robin, newly inducted into the Straw Hat Pirates, finds herself captured by the CP9 agents of the world government, leading to a confrontation with Luffy and his crew. This chapter is pivotal, as it showcases the development of new abilities and the genuine unity among the crew members aboard the ship. However, at this juncture, these events are not of paramount significance. After all, even the formidable CP9, which posed a considerable challenge to Luffy and his companions in the original manga, now seems less daunting. With Gu Yuan's emergence, Luffy and Zoro have already acquired an understanding of Haki, having studied it in advance, which will allow them to confront CP9 with greater composure, especially with Gu Yuan's unpredictable presence. Yet, Gu Yuan felt a tinge of distress, having consumed the bomb fruit, the float fruit, the wax fruit, the sand fruit, and the rumble fruit. Through the powers of the swallow fruit, he found himself increasingly fatigued. It appeared that his body was struggling to bear the toll of wielding these 5 formidable abilities. It seemed inevitable that he would have to relinquish some of his powers. Ancient Yuan contemplated. Just like a solitary video game, if too many plugins are installed simultaneously, the computer will lag and become unusable. Now, the swallowing fruit has exploited a bug within the pirate world, calculating the abilities of other fruits with its own power, which is indeed quite extraordinary. It is perfectly reasonable to be unable to possess multiple abilities at once. Thinking of this made Ancient Yuan feel somewhat relieved. This is Water 7. A city that stands in the ocean, resembling a majestic mountain, came into view. The golden hovering ship piloted by Gu Yuan stirred quite a commotion as it approached the coastline. In this renowned shipbuilding hub, no vessel capable of sustained flight had yet been crafted. Among the shipyards along the shore, a shipwright, with a pigeon perched upon his shoulder, discreetly observed the Straw Hat crew. His gaze sharpened upon noticing a woman with long, straight black hair. Set sail. Let us embark on an adventure. I crave sustenance. Sanji desires eel rice tonight. Understood, Captain. The Straw Hat crew began to disperse as Gu Yuan steered the Arc Proverbs toward the largest shipbuilding area. What? How can this be? Usopp could scarcely believe the grim reality. The ship was beyond salvation. No amount of repairs could mend its numerous wounds, and he felt utterly helpless. With eyes aflame with emotion, Usopp rushed forward, seizing the shipwright by his collar. How could this be? The Mary is our companion. Gu Yuan observed Usopp's exuberant demeanor, as well as the shipbuilders who had gathered around, and could only helplessly unleash a bolt of lightning to stun Usopp. I apologize. My companion has become a tad overzealous. The leading shipwright adjusted his collar nonchalantly and replied, It's quite all right. After working here for several decades, I have encountered all manner of individuals. This vessel is beyond salvation. However, should you wish to construct a new ship, we possess a variety of shipbuilding plans and the finest materials available. Gu Yuan's expression remained inscrutable as he contemplated how best to address the situation with the Mary. Ultimately, the Mary was merely a modest vessel, constructed from quite ordinary materials, had it not been for Luffy and his crew being the protagonists. It is likely that the ship's spirit would never have come to fruition, considering the numerous perilous maritime adventures they had endured. It was entirely reasonable for them to feel overwhelmed. However, to speak of surrender at this juncture would be premature. Usopp squatted by the shore, reminiscing about their journey. As the Mary had carried them to a myriad of destinations, and tears flowed freely down his cheeks, Guyu observed from the side, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary output of these individuals. No, this is not good. Chopper rushed over with his short legs, panting heavily. Robin is missing. Can you find her? Kais. Although Gu Yuan had anticipated this outcome, he feigned shock on the surface. Soon after, he activated his mental network. And with its vast reach and the intelligence he had previously acquired, he swiftly located the CP9 agents. Chopper, hurry and summon our comrades. It appears that our adversaries are agents of the world government, and they possess formidable strength. To be on the safe side, Gu Yuan decided to gather the entire Straw Hat crew. These CP9 agents had undergone specialized training since childhood, and it was possible they had techniques to counter his Thunder Fruit abilities. Where are Frankie and Robin? Before long, even the lost Zoro was able to regroup at the dock with the assistance of his companions. These foes seemed to be agents of CP9 from the world government. Are we all prepared? Upon hearing this, Usopp turned pale, collapsing to the ground like a ghost. I'm done for. Help me. Usopp, don't die on me. I'll give you an antidote. Chopper miraculously produced an oversized syringe from somewhere. Usopp immediately sprang back to life upon seeing it. I'm alive again. Zoro's expression grew serious upon hearing about CP9. CP9? Huh? They are indeed formidable opponents. Zoro, what kind of power could possibly have captured Robin? Luffy scratched his head, perplexed. It turned out that Zorro had encountered CP9 agents during his days as a bounty hunter in the East Blue. These agents were assassins trained by the world government, scattered across the globe, leaving traces of their presence everywhere. Their strength was overwhelming, and ordinary pirates stood no chance against them. Well, I may not fully comprehend, but even if they are powerful foes, we must rescue Robin, Luffy said earnestly, slightly tipping his hat. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates remained silent, yet their eyes brimmed with determination. Yuan observed the scene before him with a twinge of emotion. If I were to be captured, would this group of individuals come forth to risk their lives for my rescue? The beauty of manga and anime lies in their inherent limitations. Once a character's personality is established, it rarely shifts. If a person embodies goodness, they will invariably reveal that virtuous side to the audience. However, humanity is inherently complex and multifaceted. Even a couple who have shared decades of love may find themselves at odds due to a single utterance from one another. Though this may seem unfathomable, it exemplifies the diversity of the world and the intricacies of human nature. In contrast, manga and anime tend to present a more one-dimensional portrayal. Upon entering the realm of manga, Yuan distinctly felt that each individual was a vivid and complete entity, rather than a static puppet. Each person possesses admirable qualities alongside minor flaws, yet fundamentally, they embody kindness. Perhaps the members of the Straw Hat crew are simply extraordinary in their own right. Within a bar, several members of CP9 gathered rarely in unison. It had been quite some time since they had assembled in such numbers. Where's Nico Robin? She has been detained and is currently in communication with higher authorities. She is soon to be transported to Eni's lobby. The one known as the strongest of CP9, Lucci, leaned against the wall, feeding pigeons, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. I have already uncovered the clues regarding that matter. My infiltration mission is nearing its conclusion. However, it will not be that simple. Just as the group exchanged intelligence, the tavern door was forcefully swung open. In the ancient source, Luffy, Zoro, and others stood resolutely at the forefront, exuding an overwhelming presence. Who are you? Gobber questioned, stepping forward with an imposing stature that emanated a powerful aura. Luffy, Zoro. They are the agents of CP9. They are the ones who abducted Robin, he continued. Understood. Guys, you go rescue Robin. I will hold them off here, Luffy declared, clapping his hands in preparation for a fierce battle. Upon hearing the words of the ancient source, the agents present were taken aback. Their concealment over the years had been so effective that they had nearly forgotten their own identities as agents. I was initially inclined to spare your lives, but that is no longer an option. Prepare to meet your demise. Finger pistol. Kaku, donning a hat and sporting a long nose, charged forth to engage in combat. As Luffy and the others became embroiled in a fierce struggle with the agents, the ancient source propelled himself forward, racing toward Robin's location. Just as Lucci intended to intervene, a powerful fist struck his face, sending him flying. Your opponent is me, Luffy bellowed, his mouth crooked in defiance. Infuriated, Lucci, moving with a speed that was nearly imperceptible, appeared before Luffy and landed a devastating punch, sending him hurtling away. As Lucci turned to pursue, he found the ancient source had vanished from sight. And just as he was about to give chase, a long arm seized his leg. I told you, your opponent is me. In a dimly lit room stood a peculiar creature with an oversized head and a mouth resembling a zipper, silently guarding Robin's side. With a dim gaze, Robin felt a profound sense of resignation. She truly believed she was destined to join her mother and Dr. Clover in the afterlife. Having spent less than a month with Luffy and the others, she held no hope that they would come to her rescue, especially against the formidable world government. Reflecting on the countless betrayals she had endured, along with those who had betrayed her, she felt a bittersweet acceptance. Perhaps this was a fitting end. Yet, memories of her time spent with Luffy and the ancient source flooded her mind, and she realized she did not wish to depart so soon. She yearned to continue adventuring alongside them and to unravel the mysteries of the century-long void in history. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning pierced through the thick steel door. Who goes there? The owl exclaimed, drenched in sweat, alarmed by the intrusion. Thoughts raced through its mind. Where are Lucci and the others? How did the enemy breach this place? Yuan approached slowly. Despite the trepidation he felt towards the unknown, years of assassin training allowed the owl to swiftly dart before him. Upon witnessing Yuan's impassive expression, the owl felt a surge of joy. Could this fellow truly be a novice? How splendid! The room was suffused with a brilliant blue lightning. In an instant, the owl was reduced to a charred remnant, collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the peculiar figure on the ground, resembling an oversized doll. Although he had only mastered the sixth style of the Navy, such agents were already formidable beings endowed with extraordinary abilities. Venturing into the Grand Line to pursue piracy could swiftly elevate them to the status of billion-berry pirates, as evidenced by the relatively recent supernovas who operated at a similar level. However, in the presence of the Thunder Fruit, they remained mere mortals, destined to be swiftly vanquished. In an instant, a small bolt of lightning surged forth, severing the ropes binding Robin, who felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body due to the overwhelming power of the lightning. My apologies, I failed to exercise proper control. Yuan was taken aback, astonished that his little lightning could manifest such a phenomenon. No worries, Captain Guys, he reassured. I am still capable. Fortunately, Robin, having traversed the world for many years, maintained her resilience and stood firm. The fierce battle outside had left the tavern in shambles, scattering the surrounding residents in fright. The 6 styles of the Navy are unique combat techniques comprising moonwalk, treading upon the air, gale kick, swift leg strikes that unleash cutting air blades, shave, rapid footwork that achieves instantaneous movement, iron body, consolidating blood to render the body impervious, finger pistol, rapid punches that grant piercing power to the fingers, and paper drawing softening the body to evade blades. Mastering these 6 techniques essentially bestows one with superhuman abilities, capable of demolishing structures in combat. Countless buildings crumbled under the onslaught. Luffy, in a state of panic, dodged Lucci's attacks. Damn it, his speed is too swift. If only I could match it. At that moment, an idea struck Luffy, prompting him to inhale and exhale vigorously. Lucci observed, puzzled. What is this? Straw Hat Luffy, feeling on the brink of death, is trying to catch his breath? Soon, Luffy grasped the technique, his body flushing red and emitting steam. Second gear. Here I come. With this new form activated, Luffy engaged Lucci in a fierce struggle. What is happening? Just moments ago I was dominating, and now we are evenly matched in speed. Lucci was astounded. Had Yuan been present, he would have remarked that Lucci had yet to experience the protagonist's sudden surge of strength and remained rather naive. At this juncture, Yuan emerged with Robin. The Straw Hat crew erupted in joy upon seeing her. Robin-chan. They cheered. However, the CP9 members' expressions darkened. They could discern that the owl had been defeated. They were taken aback that this unassuming man could vanquish the owl in such a brief span of time, proving to be no trivial adversary. Zoro and Sanji seized the opportunity, sending their foes flying. Upon spotting his comrades, Luffy lost all desire to continue the fight. Mina, everyone, we must retreat. Lucci attempted to persist, but suddenly a bolt of lightning surged towards him and the remaining CP9 members. Boom. The thunderous strike rained down for several seconds before it ceased. The original CP9 had vanished, leaving only a few charred remnants on the ground. The only ones still standing were the strongest genius of CP9 in 800 years, Lucci and Kaku, wielding the four-sword style. Thunder, rumbling thunder. Lucci mumbled weakly before collapsing, utterly immobilized. The victory was assured with the power of the Thunder Fruit. Expressionless, Yuan stated with unwavering confidence in the powers of the Thunder Fruit. Had his physique and hockey kept pace, he would already possess the strength to contend with an admiral. What a formidable display! Exclaimed the Straw Hat crew, momentarily stunned before erupting in awe. Zoro, his face alight with envy, remarked, so this is the Thunder Fruit. It was not the devil fruit that Zoro coveted, but rather the intensity of such an offensive capability. Sanji quickly shifted his focus to Robin, exclaiming, Robin, are you all right? I'll prepare heartwarming beverages as soon as we return to the ship. Seeing her comrades safe and sound, tears brimmed in the corners of Robin's eyes, and she couldn't help but stifle a sob. Thank you all for coming to my rescue, she began. What are you talking about, Robin? Haven't we already become partners? Unlike in the original manga, during the Enies lobby arc, Robin had not wished for her friends to come to her aid. For she understood that despite Luffy's considerable strength, having even defeated Crocodile, challenging the world government was an insurmountable task. The mere dispatch of an admiral would render escape impossible, and she did not wish for their journey to conclude there. However, circumstances had changed, with Yuan, this monstrous individual capable of wielding multiple devil fruits, an unheard of feat in centuries. Perhaps he could indeed stand against the world government. Though Yuan had not specifically intervened, his presence had, to a certain extent, bolstered the Straw Hat crew's strength beyond that depicted in the original narrative. This array of factors provided Robin with a newfound sense of security. Now, it was time to address the spoils of battle. Guyan devoured Bruno in one swift motion. In his early years, Bruno had consumed the memento fruit, a fruit endowed with the terrifying ability of spatial teleportation, granting him formidable mobility. After acquiring this fruit, escaping from peril was no longer a challenge. Yet, upon swallowing Bruno, an overwhelming sense of fatigue surged through Yuan, nearly causing him to falter. "Guys, are you all right?" the crowd inquired with concern. The gulping fruit cannot bear the weight of numerous devil fruits. It now demands an immense expenditure of stamina to sustain its power. Zoro furrowed his brow at the side. Indeed, there are limitations. He had always perceived the strength of the gulping fruit as excessively exaggerated. Now it appeared to adhere to the world's inherent logic after all. After a moment of contemplation, Ancient Source spoke. "Mina, our adversary this time is from the world government. Rescuing Robin equates to declaring war on them." The group nodded solemnly. They were not fools. Yet, when faced with formidable enemies, the significance of comradeship prevailed. "Do you have a plan, guys?" Usopp inquired eagerly, his self-doubt stemming from his perceived lack of strength. Ancient Source's words seemed to hint at something profound. "My devil fruit, the glutton fruit, possesses the ability known as the gluttonous space, which can devour individuals, stripping them of their devil fruit powers. It also allows me to modify and transfer these abilities. Therefore, I intend to relocate the powers of the float fruit, the wax fruit, and the sand fruit." The group was astounded by Ancient Source's revelation, recognizing the extraordinary nature of such power. However, they soon regained their composure. Zoro remarked nonchalantly, "As a swordsman, I have no need for a devil fruit." The others then turned their attention to Sanji, one of the formidable forces within the Straw Hat crew. "To be honest, I would prefer the transparent fruit. For now, however, I would rather not become a sitting duck too soon, especially since Luffy has a knack for worrying me." Yuan then turned his gaze towards Nami. I am still uncertain. As a navigator, if I were to consume a devil fruit, I would be unable to come into contact with the ocean. And I cherish swimming as well." Yuan felt somewhat perplexed as to why no one seemed to favor the devil fruits. Chopper remarked, "As for me, it's a different story. If I were to exchange my current fruit, I might lose the ability to speak altogether." Yuan smiled and nodded, clearly satisfied with Chopper's human form. Usopp bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, mustering the courage to step forward. "Jagus, I intend to acquire the power of a devil fruit. For too long, I have been the weakest among us aboard this ship, unable to contribute meaningfully. I wish to assist everyone." "Usopp, what on earth are you saying? How could we ever disdain you? We are comrades, after all." Initially indifferent to the notion of other devil fruits, Luffy was nearly dozing off, but upon hearing Usopp's words, he sprang to life, shouting, "Yes, Usopp, we have seen your efforts. Indeed, Usopp, you must have faith in yourself." Nami and Chopper chimed in. Usopp gazed around at his companions. Although Sanji and Zoro remained silent, their expressions conveyed everything. Usopp bit his lip, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. "Arigato. Minasan. Thank you. Everyone. Captain. Arigato." In that moment, Usopp finally comprehended the sentiments of his comrades and wholeheartedly acknowledged Luffy as their captain. "Our upcoming adversaries are the world government and the Navy's formidable forces. It would be prudent to consume a devil fruit," Robin calmly analyzed. The others nodded in agreement. It was evident that their strength needed to be enhanced, as they had all felt the strain during their recent confrontation with CP9. "What about the sand fruit, Usopp? The fruit of Crocodile, the sand crocodile? As a Logia-type devil fruit, it possesses innate destructive power. I am not adept at harnessing its potential, so I shall entrust it to you." Usopp was momentarily taken aback. "That monster's fruit from the 7 warlords? No problem, leave it to me." With a resolute gaze, Usopp understood that they might soon face the full might of the Navy. He was determined to take action. Yuan devoured Usopp in one swift motion. Within the confines of the swallowing space, all of Usopp's secrets were laid bare. "Oh, how diminutive he seems, no more than a tenth of my readers." Before long, the exchange of the fruit was complete. Yuan opened his mouth wide and released Usopp. Upon witnessing Usopp's safe emergence, the Straw Hat crew collectively exhaled in relief. "Usopp, how do you feel now?" Slowly, he opened his eyes, and the scarf atop his head, along with the hair by his ears, began to sway as if stirred by an unseen breeze. His legs morphed into sand, and his entire being transformed into a miniature sandstorm vortex. The sensation was exquisite. It felt as if the grains of sand were an integral part of him, an extension of his very essence. After observing, Yuan nodded. The once low-ranking Usopp aboard the ship had also enhanced his strength. Subsequently, Yuan turned his attention to Robin. "Robin, do you wish to exchange your flower fruit?" "Thank you. But the flower fruit has accompanied me for many years. It feels more suited to me, she replied. Yuan fully acknowledged Robin's sentiment. After all, devil fruits tend to choose their masters, and often, the chosen ones stumble upon them by sheer happenstance. Now that Usopp had acquired the Sansan fruit, the Straw Hat Crew's strength was undoubtedly on the rise. Initially, Yuan had refrained from interfering with their growth, opting instead to remain in the shadows and seize opportunities. However, the narrative had shifted significantly due to Yuan's involvement. With his presence, it seemed unlikely that the Straw Hats would face the catastrophic event of the Enies lobby being destroyed by the Buster Call. Moreover, the members of CP9 had been reduced to ashes under Yuan's lightning strike. It was indeed a pity that a genius like Lucci had met his demise. After all, he had the potential to awaken the ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits. Nevertheless, Yuan understood that with his extraordinary shoes, he would encounter even more individuals and talents in the future. If everyone were to show mercy, chaos would surely ensue. Upon returning to the Thousand Sunny, the crew gazed despondently at the wrecked Mary, with the shipwrights believing that the vessel was beyond salvation. Yuan pondered deeply. Had it not been for the absence of the battle at Judicial Island, Luffy and his companions would not have yet encountered Frankie, the shipwright destined for the Straw Hat Crew. Furthermore, the upcoming journey would face considerable obstacles in forging connections, especially considering that Frankie had previously declined an invitation to join the crew of the former Pirate King. Could they seek another shipwright? It would be unwise for Frankie. As the apprentice of Tom, the illustrious creator of the Pirate King's vessel, the Oro Jackson, holds the blueprints for the ancient weapon, Pluton. Moreover, the Straw Hat Crew's new ship, the Thousand Sunny, incorporates elements of Pluton's advanced technology, and Frankie's exceptional craftsmanship renders him an invaluable ally. Ancient sources of pain plagued us. Perhaps it would be prudent for everyone to act independently. As a renowned shipyard, this city may still harbor some undiscovered talents. Sanji lit a cigarette. This may be advantageous. I have already eliminated the CP9 agents, and for the time being, the world government will not receive any information. However, they will undoubtedly dispatch personnel to the island in search of clues, so let us remain vigilant. Guyan nodded slightly, having thoroughly eradicated all traces. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku was deep in thought. It was all Roger's fault. The number of pirates was surging, with several supernovas boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. Meanwhile, Carp sat on the sofa, munching on his senbei. Isn't this wonderful? The youth are full of vigor. The new waves push the old. His words caused Sengoku's veins to bulge, his expression darkening. Silence, Carp. Your grandson is among them. Do you still consider yourself a hero of the Navy? On Sengoku's desk lay several bounty posters, one of which featured Monkey D. Luffy, with a bounty of 100 million berries. Luffy, you say? Where is that brat now? I shall personally capture him. With that, he strode out of the office. Sengoku quickly composed himself. Every encounter with Carp irked him, and he had long wished to give him a good thrashing. That rascal was indeed quick on his feet. As for Carp's boast of personally apprehending Luffy, Sengoku did not believe a word of it. Just then, the transponder snail on the desk began to ring. Pft, pft. Sengoku. Consider this. There are not many transponder snails that can directly connect to this office, could it be? Moshi Moshi, this is Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku. CP9 recently reported that they captured the demon child Nico Robin, but she has since gone missing. There are reports of a battle in Water 7, and we suspect someone has taken her. You must dispatch a team to capture Nico Robin. This time, we cannot let her escape. Leave it to me. Sengoku hung up the transponder snail, his expression complex. He was aware that the current Admiral, Akiji, had secretly aided Nico Robin multiple times. Deep down, Sengoku was reluctant to see the last survivor of O'Hara vanish. Yet with her whereabouts now revealed, he had no choice. Soon, Sengoku dialed the transponder snail again. Several large warships departed from the Navy headquarters like colossal beasts. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Crew was in the city, seeking shipwrights and gathering information with ample funds. Money is no object. This way, we can revive the Going Merry. Usopp, holding a photo of the Going Merry, spoke anxiously. The old man in front of him glanced at the photo, his expression unfazed. This ship has reached such a state, and you still do not wish to replace it? Even with repairs and modifications, this vessel will never be the same as it once was. Aside from this gaping hole, the rest is also in a dilapidated condition. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the reconstruction? Usopp and Chopper exchanged glances, filled with a sense of helplessness. Throughout their journey, The shipwrights had indicated that this vessel had long lost its significance, with most unwilling to undertake repairs and instead suggesting they acquire a new ship. The elder, noticing the bond the two shared with the Mary, felt a twinge of emotion. In the perilous waters of the Grand Line, the importance of a ship is self-evident. The unpredictable weather necessitates frequent replacements of many civilian vessels, making it rare for others to forge such deep connections as Usopp and his companions had with their ship. The elder spoke slowly. You are pirates, are you not? The path after leaving Water 7 will prove to be far more arduous. Even if this civilian-grade vessel were repaired, it would not endure. I know someone. Perhaps you can seek him out. As Chopper and Usopp wandered through the expanse of the factory, now long abandoned, Usopp inquired, is that person named Frankie really here? I don't know. It feels so eerie. Just then, a voice echoed from behind them. Are you looking for me? Startled, Chopper and Usopp jumped and embraced each other in fright. The towering figure behind them, over 2 meters tall, exuded an imposing presence. Clad only in an open beach shirt and a pair of underpants. What the heck? Usopp exclaimed, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Huh, what pervert. This is super, he retorted, striking a pose. In an instant, Usopp and Chopper's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed as if fate had intertwined their paths with Frankie S. Frankie, accompanied by his crew, arrived at the Ark Maxim. Instantly captivated by the sight before him, he observed the colossal structure, which appeared ill-suited for the sea. This is incredible, Frankie exclaimed, dashing up the ramp and surveying the surroundings. Upon noticing Frankie, the ancient shipwright aboard the Ark was taken aback, astonished that Frankie had joined forces with the Straw Hat crew. Truly, fate was unpredictable. As one who possessed knowledge of certain Pluton technologies, Frankie understood more than the average shipwright. The Ark Maxim differed profoundly from any vessel he had encountered before, yet it evoked a sense of familiarity. Turning to Usopp, Frankie remarked, this golden ship must be yours. Why not simply use it? It's magnificent. Chopper stepped forward to clarify, actually, this ship belongs to our enemies. It is our trophy. Our ship is the one on the deck. It has accompanied us throughout our journey and is irreplaceable. Frankie gazed in astonishment at the Mary lying quietly on the deck. He approached to examine the ship closely, his expression growing increasingly grim. Suddenly, he seemed to glimpse a small blue figure perched at the ship's edge. A hooded little being, its face obscured, emanated an aura of sorrow. At first, he thought he was witnessing a ghost, yet this diminutive presence did not instill fear. Instead, it evoked a profound sense of familiarity, reminiscent of vessels he had encountered in the past, accompanied by the fragrant scent of aged timber. Could it be? Frankie found it hard to believe. The concept of a ship's spirit was exceedingly rare, something he had only heard his master speak of in passing. Just then, Yuan approached. You see it, don't you? That is the spirit of the Mary. Frankie regained his composure, utterly astonished. How unbelievable. Though, truth be told, this ship is beyond salvation. It would indeed be a pity to simply abandon it now. Usopp inquired excitedly, do you have a solution? A smile crept across Frankie's lips as he confidently declared. No problem. With my super techniques, we can certainly revive her. Ancient Source remarked from the side, I have a proposal. Why not merge the Mary with this Ark of Prophecy? You could oversee the transformation. Frankie was initially taken aback, but soon his excitement surged. What a brilliant idea. How did I not think of this? I have new concepts brewing. Leave it to me. Yuan had long been aware of Frankie's capabilities, which is why he entrusted the Ark Maxim to him. Under normal circumstances, Frankie would have harbored doubts about Yuan, as he had not built a ship in quite some time, and his skills had remained unacknowledged. However, at this moment, his mind was solely focused on taking action. Upon hearing the news, the Straw Hat crew rushed back eagerly. That's fantastic, Frankie. Incredible! Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. To him, Frankie, the one who could revive the Mary, appeared as a savior. Not far from Water 7 lay Eni's lobby. CP9's chief, Spandam, angrily hung up on the transponder snail. Damn that Lucci. What nonsense about being the most formidable genius in 8 centuries. He is merely the most useless crab in 8 centuries. Utterly incompetent. Even capturing Nico Robin turned into a debacle. Fortunately, the data collected by these inept fools over the years was nearing completion, and the information about the Pluto was becoming increasingly clear. Once I submit the Pluto information, I shall ascend to new heights, ha ha ha. The office echoed with Spandam's maniacal laughter. Bring them in. Countless agents in white coats and black hats surged forth from Eni's lobby. Outside Water 7, several warships sliced through the towering waves like blades. Admiral, we will reach Water 7 in half an hour. Vice-admirals Ghost Spider and Dalmesia stood at the ship's bow, their imposing figures resembling that of a colossus, dominating the naval ranks. Nico Robin, the child of the devil, a remnant of O'Hara, is such a formidable opponent that 2 vice-admirals must be dispatched. To defeat the CP9 trained by the world government is no simple feat. Dalmesia, do not let your guard down. The 2 vice-admirals, on the verge of arriving at Water 7, had already clarified their intelligence. Meanwhile, the reconstruction of the new ship was in full swing. The Arc Maxim was vast, far surpassing the Mary, and even larger than the Thousand Sunny from the manga. Hence, days had passed, and the transformation had yet to conclude. After all, it had taken Enel years to construct his ship in the manga. The Straw Hat crew assisted Frankie, speeding up the shipbuilding process. Just then, a man in a suit rushed over. Frankie, it's bad news. Iceberg has been forcibly abducted by a group of agents. Nanny. What? How could this happen? Frankie leapt off the ship, grabbing the man anxiously. The suited man, panting heavily, explained, this morning, a group of agents in white coats and black hats stormed the mayor's office and kidnapped Mayor Iceberg. Frankie's eyes reddened. He had witnessed a similar situation before. After the execution of the Pirate King, his mentor Tom, who had completed the Pirate King's vessel, was coerced to death by the world government. Now, once again, the agents of the world government had taken Iceberg, making it exceedingly difficult for him to remain composed. This is outrageous. I must go rescue him. At that moment, Usopp intercepted Frankie. Step aside. Frankie, remain calm. If you encounter any difficulties, we are here to assist. Frankie managed to compose himself somewhat. During the past few days spent with the Straw Hat crew, he felt an inexplicable bond with them, as if they were destined companions. Now, he was determined to rescue his brother Iceberg, who had been taken by agents of the world government. It would be excessive to involve this group in his plight. This is none of your concern. Step aside. Robin calmly reasoned. Those individuals are agents of the world government. You alone cannot achieve anything. Indeed, we are friends. Let us join forces to rescue him. Luffy asserted earnestly. Frankie was taken aback by the intensity radiating from the usually whimsical Luffy when he was serious. Surrounded by a group of companions, Frankie, who had always relied on merely 2 subordinates, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Then let us set forth together. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps approached. A multitude of Navy officers encircled them. You shall not escape, Nico Robin, nor the Straw Hat Pirates. A pair of Navy vice-admirals, standing 2 or 3 meters tall, emerged from the throng. Robin gasped in recognition. It's Vice-Admiral Gecko Moria and Dalmesia from the Navy headquarters. Yuan let out a sigh of relief, thankful that the adversary was not an admiral of the Navy. At present, he might not even stand a chance against such a formidable opponent, for admirals are monstrous figures excelling in physical prowess, hockey, and the powers of devil fruits. It remains uncertain whether he could contend with them, as his current strength primarily derives from his devil fruit ability, making him somewhat specialized in his combat skills. During this period, he had been incessantly consuming food through the powers of his devil fruit, yet the results had yet to manifest any qualitative transformation. Zoro scoffed derisively. What a joke. I thought it was an admiral. The Straw Hat crew had yet to endure the trials posed by an admiral of the Navy, leaving them unaware of the vast disparity in strength. Zoro began to speak boastfully. The veins on the forehead of the Ghost Spider throbbed. What an arrogant little brat. Even a vice-admiral is not someone you scoundrel pirates can afford to underestimate. This statement held a grain of truth. The vice-admirals in the headquarters are skilled practitioners of the Navy's 6 styles, with some possessing remarkable mastery of hockey. In the absence of an admiral, most pirates who encounter the vice-admirals typically find themselves condemned to the depths of impel down. Open fire. Countless bullets and cannonballs rained down upon the Straw Hat crew. A wall of sand abruptly rose in defense. Usopp, wielding his slingshot, prepared a special projectile. Don't underestimate us, Straw Hat pirates. Initially startled by the barrage of fire, Nami and the others found renewed hope upon witnessing Usopp's determination. Usopp, well done. Frankie, standing nearby, regarded him with newfound respect. Acknowledging the formidable strength of this band of pirates, able to withstand such a hail of fire, Dalmesia expressed surprise. How did Crocodile's sand fruit come into your possession? He had not anticipated that the sand fruit would materialize so soon after Crocodile's defeat, and even more astonishingly, in the hands of the Straw Hat crew. The 2 vice-admirals, however, remained unfazed, for they were adept in the use of hockey and no longer feared the powers of Logia-type devil fruits. The ancient source transformed into a thunderous force, charging towards Dalmesia, while Zoro similarly leaped to confront the ghostly spider. "Luffy, leave this to us. You go ahead and save the others," Zoro shouted, catching the attention of the ancient source, who remained unfazed, the blade still firmly held in his mouth. Observing the distraction of the ancient source, Dalmesia, ablaze with fury, morphed into a half-beast, his fists enveloped in a pitch-black armor of haki, poised to strike. How dare one be distracted amidst the heat of battle? Yuan wielded control over the thunder, halting his advance. Luffy and his companions swiftly tore through the encirclement of the navy and broke free. Dalmesia found himself increasingly beleaguered. Curse that thunder fruit! Their lack of fear towards Logia-type devil fruits stemmed primarily from their ineffectiveness against those of lesser offensive capabilities, such as the snow fruit, mud fruit, or smoke fruit. However, with formidable varieties like the thunder fruit and magma fruit, one could only hope to barely contend without sufficiently potent haki. It was infuriating. The once versatile haki now proved to be of little use. Meanwhile, the ghost spider was steadily overpowering Zoro, yet victory would still require considerable time. He noted Dalmesia's struggles. It was unexpected that the long-dormant thunder fruit had resurfaced, and in the hands of pirates no less. The value of top-tier Logia-type devil fruits is not to be underestimated, rivaling even the rarest of mythical Zoan-type fruits. As Yuan assessed his current strength, he realized he could easily contend with naval vice-admirals. And even if he encountered an admiral, he had no fear, as he possessed numerous hidden cards yet to be revealed. This revelation brought him a sense of relaxation. However, he could not overlook the inadequacies of his physical talents, especially when recalling his battle against Dalmesia, where he seemed to effortlessly siphon life energy. The vice-admiral, relying on his innate physical prowess, managed to keep pace with Yuan. In truth, the ease with which he could defeat a vice-admiral stemmed from the advantages provided by the devil fruit. The beauty of the pirate world lies in its capacity for miraculous transformation, unlike the world of Naruto, where one's potential is often dictated by their lineage. Here, a single mythical Zoan fruit could elevate a mere novice to prominence, enabling them to become a figure of renown. Although one might never match the absolute masters, such as Kurizumi Orochi, who, despite his ineptitude in wielding the Yamada no Orochi fruit, had undeniably become a formidable being, not easily vanquished by just anyone. On the other hand, Ghost Spider, with his dual sword style, combined with the 6 powers and proficient haki, exerted tremendous pressure on Zoro. At that moment, Zoro had only just begun to grasp the ability to cut through steel, making it exceedingly challenging to face a rear admiral capable of navigating the new world. Nonetheless, the dark armor of haki provided Zoro with many insights. Ghost Spider, preoccupied with Yuan, aware that even a slight revelation of the Thunder Fruit's techniques could claim many soldiers' lives, was unable to concentrate fully on defeating Zoro. Aboard a civilian merchant ship, Frankie gripped the helm firmly, his determination unwavering. This time, failure was not an option. His eyes sparkled with resolve. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others were surveying the vessel, which boasted a steampunk aesthetic, adorned with various mechanical remnants and several towering smokestacks belching thick, black smoke. Quite impressive, isn't it? This ship was crafted by our shipwright using leftover materials from shipbuilding and has set sail for the first time, one of Frankie's subordinates proudly announced. Luffy, upon seeing it, gleamed with excitement and promptly claimed the bow as his prime seat. Nami, standing at the ship's prow, appeared to be lost in thought, perhaps worrying about their safety. Don't worry, everything will be fine as long as no admirals show up, she reassured herself. Robin approached from the side, having drifted at sea for many years. She possessed a certain understanding of the pinnacle combat prowess found upon the waves. Individuals of the rank of vice-admiral were utterly incapable of contending with monstrous-level adversaries. Dalmesia and the ghost spider lay battered and bruised upon the ground. Zoro, having set down the sword he had been biting, gasped for breath. This battle had proven exceedingly arduous for him. The vice-admiral's mastery of armament haki and observation haki posed immense challenges. The formidable armament haki seemed to amplify his opponent's strength severfold, and coupled with the foresight offered by observation haki. Had he not previously engaged with an opponent skilled in the latter, he would have surely faced defeat. Zoro then glanced at the figure atop the ruins Yuan. This man, despite also lacking mastery over advanced haki, had effortlessly vanquished 2 vice-admirals. Was it truly the case that he was simply too weak? Zoro clenched his teeth in frustration. If Yuan could hear Zoro's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort. He too had not faced this challenge with ease. The 2 vice-admirals, as robust as bulls, had withstood several hours of his lightning assaults, demonstrating an unreasonable level of resilience akin to two indestructible cockroaches. His own stamina was now nearly depleted, though he maintained an appearance of composure. Simultaneously, Yuan felt his yearning for hockey intensifying once more. The enhancement it brought was monumental. The ghost spider struggled to lift himself. As all present had been defeated, Dalmatia lay unconscious on the ground, while the Navy grunts were rendered charred and lifeless. Even several large warships along the coast had succumbed to the thunderous onslaught. Guys, you cannot escape. You shall surely be sent to impel down. Yuan scoffed at the ghost spider's words, recognizing the customary bravado. However, unlike with CP9, he chose not to eliminate all the Navy personnel. After all, with Luffy's crew, pirates amidst the Navy, his approach of neutrality was far more prudent. Though it appeared that the Navy's forces had been vanquished by Yuan, in truth, none had perished. This was a testament to Yuan's enhanced strength following his mastery of the Thunder Fruit. As Zoro swaggered away, Yuan left the scene, and Dalmatia slowly began to regain consciousness. Damn it! Curse that Straw Hat crew. The ghost spider and Dalmatia exchanged glances, resolutely deciding that they must relay information about Yuan to their superiors. In a spacious interrogation room on Judicial Island, a man was bound to a chair, his once meticulously styled hair now disheveled. I know nothing, Iceberg insisted. Steadfast in his silence, he was aware of his master's secret, yet he was determined to keep it concealed at all costs. Spandam seethed with anger, his mind plagued by doubt. Could it be that the data investigated by Lucci and his inept associates was erroneous? It is inconceivable that they would dare to betray the world government. In an instant, a powerful blow struck Iceberg, sending him and his chair hurtling through the air. Blood gushed from his mouth. I am utterly oblivious to what is unfolding. Iceberg, though barely clinging to life, perseveres. Could it be that I have truly miscalculated? Spandam's fury began to subside, realizing that the promotion he had long awaited was slipping through his fingers, an unbearable prospect for anyone. Suddenly, a soldier burst through the door. Commander. It's bad. The Straw Hat pirates have invaded the island. What? Impossible. Enraged, Spandam stormed out of the interrogation room and ascended to the rooftop, where he retrieved his telescope. Indeed, the colossal gates of Judicial Island had swung open, revealing a diminutive boy adorned with a straw hat wreaking havoc, while a perverse individual clad only in undergarments unleashed cannon fire, obliterating everything in sight. Soldiers attempting to intervene were sent flying. Spandam seethed with rage. How audacious! A mere rookie pirate dares to act with such arrogance. Once I capture you, I shall make you suffer a fate worse than death. Summon all CP9 operatives on the island to apprehend them. However, it was not long before Luffy and his allies, Sanji, Chopper, and Usopp, overwhelmed the minions on the island. Luffy delivered a devastating punch that shattered the door of the interrogation room, while Frankie rushed to free the bloodied Iceberg. Wake up, Uncle Iceberg, we need to leave now. With great effort, Iceberg managed to open his eyes. Frankie, is that you? Hang in there. Meanwhile, at sea, Spandam, assisted by several soldiers, boarded a lifeboat. Damn it! What manner of monsters are these that they could so swiftly defeat the island's agents and navy? A chill ran down Spandam's spine. Just as he retrieved a golden telephone snail to make a call, a colossal lightning bolt descended like a waterfall, striking Spandam squarely on the head. The entire ship vanished into the depths of the ocean before a scream could escape. Above, a massive ship, still partially constructed, defied the laws of Newton and floated in the air. Yuan remained expressionless, as if the recently manifested thunder and lightning bore no relation to him. Even Zoro beside him remained oblivious to Yuan's actions. Amidst the commotion caused by Luffy and the others, the relatively small Judiciary Island had descended into chaos, completely unaware of Yuan's colossal ship entering the territory. Look, it's the Ark Maxim. It's Gages. Frankie, propped against an iceberg, glanced up at the excited exclamations of Luffy and his companions, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within him. It felt as though, while venturing into battle, he had a reliable group of comrades steadfastly supporting him from behind. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps embarking on an adventure at sea with this group would be quite splendid. What? A user of the Thunder Fruit? Sengoku was taken aback upon receiving the information over the phone. What? A user of the Thunder Fruit? Sengoku's demeanor darkened at the revelation. Meanwhile, Vice-Admiral Tsuru, seated in her office, savored her tea, equally astonished by Sengoku's words. Could it be that the Thunder Fruit, which has not appeared for centuries, has resurfaced? Sengoku's expression grew grim. The power of the Thunder Fruit was far beyond that of any mere calamity. Currently, the highest combat power within the Navy, the admirals, had consumed the finest quality of natural-type devil fruits. Their innate capacity for widespread destruction, combined with their monstrous physiques, had forged the formidable admirals of today. The Thunder Fruit, alongside the magma fruit, lightning fruit, and ice fruit, was renowned as one of the strongest natural types. Its emergence would inevitably herald the arrival of a formidable force. And the fact that such an ability had manifested within a pirate was exceedingly troubling. The existence of this power in the hands of a pirate was indeed lamentable. Vice-Admiral Tsuru, however, offered a differing perspective. Kapu's grandson is not a conventional pirate. He resembles Roger and his crew, a rather peculiar band of pirates. If the Thunder Fruit does not fall into the hands of the Navy, then it would be a fortunate circumstance for it to end up with them. Sengoku recognized this truth, yet as the fleet admiral, the weight of his responsibilities was beyond the imagination of others. In Water 7, the iceberg and the throng of shipwrights behind him once again expressed their gratitude to the Straw Hat crew for their assistance. Your ship is far too enormous. I intend to mobilize everyone for its construction. Really? That's wonderful, Uncle, Luffy exclaimed, overjoyed. Sanji, I want meat. I'm starving. Let us throw a party. Nami and the others erupted into laughter. Although they had not endured a fierce battle, the current circumstances compelled them to celebrate. Clang, clang, clang. Luffy, wielding the powers of the Gum Fruit, unleashed a whirlwind assault on the delectable spread laid out before him. Beside him, Urge, empowered by the Swallow Fruit, was equally voracious. Zoro was indulging in fine wine, while Nami, exasperated, lamented, "These guys are monsters. At this rate, we'll be devoured." Iceberg quickly reassured them, "No worries. I'm footing the bill for this party. You needn't spend a dime, haha." Just then, Frankie's subordinate burst in, tumbling over himself in a panic. "Bad news. Vice-Admiral Carp is here." "Luffy, you all must flee." Chopper, Usopp, and Nami, the more timid trio, immediately succumbed to panic. "What do we do?" "The Vice-Admiral is coming." Zoro, having recently battled a Navy Vice-Admiral, remained unervingly calm, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. A burly man donned in a dog-headed hat shattered the wall with a single punch. Zoro swiftly drew his sword. "Everyone, be alert. The enemy is formidable." "Luffy, I've heard you've caused quite the ruckus at Judicial Island." Upon hearing this voice, Luffy, mouth stuffed with food, spat it out in shock. "GG, Grandpa." Carp materialized above Luffy, delivering a mighty blow that overturned both him and the entire table. "What are you doing, Grandpa? Such a waste." Suddenly, the two combatants, still engaged in their duel, found themselves snoring away. "Huh?" The onlookers gaped in astonishment at the uncanny resemblance between the grandfather and grandson. "Is this our new ship?" Towering magnificently, the vessel featured a lion's head at the prow, its overall design reminiscent of the original Going Merry, standing proudly on the shore. "Incredible! Frankie, it's enormous." Even accommodating several hundred people would pose no challenge. The group swiftly boarded the ship, with Usopp glancing around, Luffy doing the same. "Mermaid? Are you here?" Silence echoed in response. Nami, Robin, and the others felt beads of cold sweat trickle down their faces. What is happening? Could it be? The atmosphere grew ominous, and Frankie, having known of Mary's existence during the shipbuilding process, was particularly taken aback by her absence. Yuan was filled with perplexity. Could it be that the Mary had vanished due to its fusion with the new vessel? Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated through the air. "Mina, we are setting sail." Instantly, a wave of relief washed over the crowd, and Luffy shouted with glee, "Come be my shipwright, Frankie." Invited by Luffy, the proud Frankie found himself unable to resist the allure of embarking on this journey. As Yuan stepped into the vessel, a sense of astonishment washed over him. Truly, he was the apprentice of a master shipbuilder. The interior design of the newly revamped Wandering Sun drew inspiration from numerous designs found in the Ark's proverb. Yet it also featured many enhancements. For instance, the ship was adorned with charming, stylistic golden fixtures, allowing Yuan to replenish power and maneuver the vessel from virtually any location aboard. Additionally, it was equipped with several state-of-the-art batteries, enabling the ship to continue its flight even without direct control. Following Frankie's introduction of the vessel, the crew promptly embarked on their next adventure. As for Vice-Admiral Carp, he dozed off on the shore while preparing to apprehend the departing Luffy. His two apprentices, Kobe and Helmeppo, owing to their friendship with Luffy, decided to let the Straw Hat crew escape. At that moment, Yuan was left utterly astonished. Is it true that Luffy's family is so careless and disorganized? The newly revamped Thousand Sunny glided gracefully over the sea, flying at a low altitude in accordance with Luffy and his companion's desire to fish. rather than soaring high into the skies. Surrounding the ship were several small airships. How marvelous, Frankie, this little Sunny. Indeed, it is a masterpiece, a true marvel. Yuan gazed down from the sky, observing the merriment of the crowd, and his spirits lifted. To his astonishment, the advancements in Frankie's technology, attributed to the arc poneglyph of the Sky Island, enabled the creation of airships. However, after days of sailing, the elusive ghost ship in the mysterious fog remained unseen. What could be the reason for this? Yuan felt somewhat anxious, for if he failed to locate the ship, the comical skeleton would be unable to board. Consequently, he would miss the opportunity to encounter the weakest of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria, and thus forfeit the Shadow fruit. This fruit, too, possesses formidable and peculiar abilities, with ample room for development. Additionally, Sanji's beloved transparent fruit is also likely to make an appearance here. Most critically, however, is the bug fruit, the ghost fruit. This fruit has the capability to summon malevolent little spirits. These phantoms cannot be touched by the living, yet should one be traversed by these tiny apparitions, they would lose their will to fight, instantly transforming into a despondent wraith. It is a quintessential example of a divine fruit falling into the hands of the less formidable. Such extraordinary abilities seem destined to elude the grasp of the truly powerful. Should this fruit find its way into Yuan's possession, he is confident that he could launch a surprise attack against a marine admiral without revealing his intelligence. After all, even the most elite warriors cannot maintain their imposing presence at all times. Woohoo! How splendid! Nami soared across the skies aboard her airship. Nami. The airship's battery lasts only 6 hours. Do not stray too far, Frankie shouted, noticing Nami gradually drifting away. Nami navigated the airship through the heavens, but suddenly, the sky darkened. What was happening? Puzzled, she recognized, with her exceptional navigational talent, that this darkness was not a harbinger of a storm. Squinting her eyes for a closer look, she discerned it was fog. Strangely, instead of feeling fear, she was intrigued to discover the nature of this mist. A thrill surged within her, yet suddenly Nami began to regret her curiosity, for she encountered numerous shipwrecks and several ghost ships devoid of crew. The ancient remnants bore witness to vessels that had seen better days. What on earth is this? Nami, where are you? Yuan was somewhat astonished to find the ship devoid of any crew. He promptly activated his mental network, sending forth an invisible wave of perception. His mastery of the thunder fruit granted him a unique form of Kenbunshika haki, distinct from that of an ordinary person. Strangely, there was a direction that eluded his senses, shrouded in a mist-like obscurity. The others aboard soon realized that Nami was missing. How could this happen? Nami might have lost her way. We must hurry to rescue her, Chopper said anxiously, clutching a medicine jar. As the vessel advanced, the dark night and fog materialized before them. Oh my, what is this? Countless shipwrecks emerged from the mist. Fortunately, the Thousand Sunny could fly. Otherwise, encountering such debris would surely lead to their sinking. Usopp wiped the cold sweat from his brow while leaning over the side of the ship. Do not worry, our Thousand Sunny is constructed from exceptional materials. These dilapidated remnants, corroded by the sea, cannot harm her, Frankie declared with confidence. Suddenly, the sound of a violin wafted through the fog. What is that noise? An ancient pirate ship glided slowly amidst the wreckage. A skeleton with an extravagant hairstyle, dressed in a suit, played the violin aboard this vessel. What is that? What is that? Frankie, let us investigate, Luffy exclaimed, leaping directly from the ship. Hey, Luffy, don't be reckless. We don't know what that is. At that moment, the skeleton noticed Yuan and the others. Having lingered in the mist for decades, the sight of the flying ship sent its bones rattling in fright. Ah, a flying ship? As Luffy landed on the pirate ship, he waved enthusiastically. What are you? A moving skeleton? Yo-ho-ho. Can you, defecate? The skeleton replied. Luffy warmly invited the skeleton aboard for a meal. It turned out that this skeleton was named Brook. He had been a crew member of a pirate crew decades ago. After a fierce battle with formidable foes, the entire crew was annihilated, but Brook, having consumed the Logia-type Yomi Yomi Nomi, returned from the afterlife, inhabiting the skeleton that had once been his body and continued to exist. Yuan gazed upon the skeleton, marveling at the wonders of the sea. Indeed, the world of One Piece is a realm of extraordinary marvels, and this being had effectively attained an eternal life glitch. Don't forget, we are here to search for Nami, Sanji reminded them. Upon hearing this, the skeleton Brook spoke. Has your companion gone missing here? If all goes as expected, she should have ventured inside. Zoro, clutching his 3 swords, interjected. There exists a formidable foe, a self-proclaimed warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, who has consumed the shadow fruit. He possesses the ability to steal the shadows of others. My own shadow has been taken. Anyone deprived of their shadow will perish under sunlight. Your companion may have been captured for her shadow. What? Does that mean Nami is in grave danger? We must hasten to her rescue, exclaimed Luffy. Wait, Brook. Does that mean you would be slain if you were exposed to sunlight? I had hoped to invite you aboard my ship as our musician, Luffy lamented. Their companions erupted in anger. Is that what you're focusing on right now? Brook observed the group before him, equipped with a magnificent flying ship, and an idea began to form within him. Although he was initially reluctant to involve these newly acquainted friends in his quest to reclaim his shadow, he sensed their formidable strength. Thus, he proposed, how about I guide you to rescue your companion first, and then I shall embark on my own mission to reclaim my shadow? The group readily agreed. Gecko Moria's ship was, in fact, a floating island. While it was termed a ship, it resembled an island, and within its maritime domain, Moria's subordinates could manipulate the currents, ensnaring their foes step by step. However, Yuan and the others, due to their ship's ability to fly, had yet to encounter Moria's island. Fortunately, Brook was there to lead the way. Soon, they beheld the island, a ghostly domain that exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. What kind of unfolding is this? What atmosphere is permeating the air? Yuan pondered, when suddenly, he heard Nami's voice resonate within his mind. Minna, everyone, Daisuke, help me. Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that that scoundrel with the transparent fruit has abducted Nami? I have located Nami. Luffy, we shall split our paths. I will rescue Nami while you confront Moria to reclaim the shadows. Yoho. With that, Yuan transformed into a bolt of lightning, slicing through the heavens. Half an hour earlier, Nami was navigating through the mist. Oh no, I should never have ventured in here. Now I cannot find my way back. Suddenly, she felt a chill behind her. Turning around, she beheld a translucent little specter materializing behind her. Oh, a ghost. The ghost was equally startled by Nami's scream and swiftly darted past her, passing through her body. Nami's eyes rolled back, and she fell unconscious. When Nami regained consciousness, she found herself in an empty room where a massive lion-headed figure was tinkering with something. You're awake. As the lion-headed creature turned, Nami caught sight of its visage and fainted once more. The lion-headed being glanced at the wedding gown in its hands, contemplating how to adorn this beautiful girl with it upon her awakening. Marrying such a lovely maiden would certainly align with my refined stature. Suddenly, a violent tremor emanated from outside, and a gigantic pink zombie hippopotamus burst into the room, disregarding the guards' attempts to restrain it. Absalom, I heard you brought back a girl? The lion-headed creature declared unabashedly. Indeed, I intend to marry this girl. I shall not be with you. The pink hippopotamus, incensed, prepared to confront the lion-headed figure. A thunderous clap resonated through the sky as blue lightning illuminated the pitch-black heavens, transforming it into a radiant day. In an indistinct moment, Yuan appeared behind the hippopotamus and the lion-headed creature. What are you saying about marriage? Questioned the lion-headed beast and the hippopotamus, turning to gaze at Yuan, who emanated a terrifying aura akin to that of a demon. What are you saying about marriage? The ominous presence of Yuan unnerved these towering entities, each exceeding 2 to 3 meters in height. Nami, startled by the commotion of the hippopotamus, had been holding her breath in silence, feigning unconsciousness. Upon seeing Yuan's arrival, she immediately cried out for help. Kages, save me. Upon hearing the plea for rescue, Absalom's expression shifted to one of fierce intensity. Nami is my wife. No one shall take her from me. The hippopotamus too became enraged. This interloper shall only be dealt with by me. Others, stand aside. Raised the corners of his mouth as he regarded the two monstrous beings before him, feeling a sense of reflection. In the past, the mere sight of such grotesque entities resembling stitched abominations would have terrified him to the core. However, now, a pillar of lightning cascaded from the heavens like a waterfall, incinerating all the zombies and stitched monsters present into mere ash. Nami, witnessing Guyu's display of power, exhaled a sigh of relief. The ability to wield the thunder fruit surely indicated that he was neither an illusion nor a mere puppet. In the distance, within Moria's castle, a massive figure nearing 7 meters in height flinched at the sound of the thunder. What is happening? Inquired Perona, standing nearby. It must be the ruckus caused by those intruders on the island, Moria replied, momentarily stunned before erupting into ecstasy. He retrieved a stack of bounty notices. The first 3 prominently featuring Guyu, Luffy, and Zoro. Jinbei, a combatant of the Straw Hat Pirates, bounty of 350 million berries. A rare user of the thunder fruit that hasn't been seen in centuries. Monkey D. Luffy, Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, bounty of 400 million berries. Roronoa Zaro, first mate of the Straw Hat Pirates, bounty of 230 million berries. Moria mused, reflecting on the fact that he had underestimated these young pirates. They had achieved such notable bounties even before reaching the New World. Surely, their fame must have spread across the seas. Moria reminisced about his own era, where only the most elite pirates commanded bounties in the hundreds of millions. The audacity of these youngsters to amass such high rewards. Had the Navy truly lost their senses? Yet, he considered the potential of harnessing their shadows to augment his own strength. When the time comes, Kaido, I shall personally defeat you. Had Giyu been present, he would surely be taken aback by the exorbitant bounties, especially since, in the original manga timeline, Luffy had just caused a stir at Eni's lobby, declaring war against the world government, which had elevated his bounty to 300 million berries. Now, however, it had soared to 400 million. With the bounties of the Straw Hat crew rising in tandem, contemplating the presence of such a formidable nature-type devil fruit user as a mere combatant within the crew, one could only imagine the strength of their captain. The members of the crew were unlikely to be weak either. They must possess a considerable degree of danger. Regardless of whether high bounties indicated true strength, Moria was resolute in his belief that he had no rival aside from Kaido. He promptly set about preparing to confront the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, upon landing on the island aboard the Thousand Sunny, Luffy and his companions embarked on their adventure. However, they soon encountered Perona's negative spirits, and aside from Usopp, the rest were swiftly defeated. They found themselves powerless against these negative specters. Fortunately, while the ghosts had an incapacitating effect, they could not halt the progression of the Straw Hats. Following Brook's lead, the group quickly arrived at the base of Moria's castle. Moria, Luffy bellowed from below the castle. Return Brook's shadow and Nami. Zoro and Sanji swiftly ascended and delivered a punch to Luffy's head. Is this really effective? They exclaimed in exasperation at Luffy's recklessness. Suddenly, a horde of bizarre and grotesque zombies surged forth, attacking Luffy and his companions. Medieval silver-armored zombies, golden axe-wielding zombies, bandaged beast zombies, and rat spider zombies, a veritable menagerie of stitched monstrosities, emerged, sending the group into a flurry of defense. Zoro and Sanji's strikes against these zombies merely resulted in them becoming slightly soiled, with no damage inflicted. What was happening? Were these creatures truly immortal? At that moment, the skeletal figure of Brook leaped forward, his cane sword transforming into a blade of energy that swiftly felled several zombies. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies were incapacitated, he scattered a handful of something into their mouths. Upon consuming Brook's offering, the zombies fell motionless, a dark shadow escaping from their mouths and vanishing into the air. What on earth is happening? Why are these zombies not undead? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out. Brook hastily produced numerous bags from his pocket and tossed them to his companions. Listen up, everyone. Although these zombies were granted immortality by Moria through shadows, they are creations of the devil fruit. Only by feeding them salt will the power of the sea render their shadows ineffective, returning them to their rightful owners. Oh, so that simplifies matters. Armed with the knowledge of the zombies' weakness, Luffy and his friends swiftly dispatched the horde. As they advanced towards the castle, they easily overcame various teacup zombies, mural zombies, and beast zombies. It turned out that Moria's minions were nothing but fodder, lacking any formidable strength. Zoro, feeling rather disinterested, found these zombies utterly uninspiring. Suddenly, a samurai clad in traditional attire emerged. The Dragon Slayer, Ryuma? Zoro immediately halted, confronting the swordsman. Brook, too, assumed a serious stance, knowing this was the zombie that possessed his shadow. 5 years prior, he had attempted to reclaim his shadow but was defeated. Now, he sought to redeem himself. Zoro? Brook? Their companions felt a surge of tension. Could this be a top-tier warrior? Leave this to me, Luffy. This zombie possesses my shadow. Let us handle this. Alright, let's go. For Zoro, Luffy harbors unwavering faith, for Zoro is undoubtedly the most formidable first mate bestowed upon him by the village. Naturally, he believes that Zoro can assist Brook in reclaiming his shadow. At this moment, Moria stands beneath the massive carcass of a giant, admiring his own creation. Towering at 67 meters, this colossal giant is an extraordinary specimen. Even the ancient giant would be astounded. Such height surpasses that of the original giants, though now it might be comparable as it embodies the fused strength of multiple giants. Should the ancient giant transform into a colossal form, it would undoubtedly be an enhanced version, amalgamated with the powers of other giants. Moria, noticing Luffy along with Robin and Chopper behind him, remains utterly unmoved. Usopp had previously departed the team to intercept the ghost fruit user, Perona. Hey, Moria, swiftly returned Nami and Brook's shadows. Moria smirks disdainfully, thinking, what right does this mere child have to demand 400 million berries? He is far beneath Moria's standing. With a flick of his hand, a shadow resembling Moria lunges forth, engaging Luffy in combat. The towering shadow, standing at 7 meters, shatters the floor with a single punch, prompting Luffy to evade hastily. Ah, damn it. I can't land a hit. Luffy's rubber fists, capable of shattering boulders, seem ineffectual against Moria's shadow. Ha ha ha, just a rookie pirate. Luffy promptly leaps back, assuming a fighting stance. Rubber Gatling. His fists rain down like a tempest, yet as he prepares to strike Moria's shadow, the giant shadow morphs into a barrage of black raindrops, blocking every single blow. These diminutive black droplets transform into shadowy bats, launching themselves at Luffy and his companions. Luffy seizes Moria in his grasp. At a mere height of 7 meters, Luffy appears as a figurine in Moria's enormous hand. Let go of Luffy. Chopper and Robin, witnessing Luffy's predicament, can no longer maintain their composure. Rumble Ball. Chopper bites into a blue pill, his muscles exploding with power as he springs towards Moria like a coiled spring. Yet, such attacks before Moria's shadow seem as trivial as a mere tickle, and in no time, Robin and Chopper are also ensnared. Moria then produces a large pair of scissors. Ha ha ha, it's time to create powerful zombie warriors once again. Luffy's shadow is stretched and manipulated with ease. Just then, Sanji, having vanquished the castle's zombie soldiers after intense battles, rushes forward. The road was teeming with zombies, leaving one utterly bewildered as to how long Moria had orchestrated such a macabre spectacle on this island, which had seemingly transformed into a realm of the undead. These zombies possessed not only intellect but also the unique abilities they held in life. Consequently, Luffy and his companions were compelled to dispatch Sanji to temporarily fend off the horde, while they charged forth to confront Moria. However, by the time Sanji arrived at Moria's lair, the villain had already brandished a pair of scissors, poised to sever shadows. Luffy, Sanji shouted with fervor, realizing the dire implications if the shadows were to be taken. In that instant, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Moria with unrelenting force. Having long forsaken the use of haki, Moria had lost his former vigilance and experience, rendering him incapable of evading such a strike. Hey, what is this? Moria cried out in agony. The lightning in the sky gradually coalesced into a humanoid form. Upon witnessing this, Sanji let out a sigh of relief and immediately leaped to carry Luffy away. Who goes there? Yuan was somewhat astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed someone enduring a lightning strike without collapsing. Moria, charred and weakened, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot. Are you guys? The shadow of the thunder fruit must be capable of creating even more formidable zombie puppets. Yuan cast a faint glance at the figure of Moria before him, setting aside the question of whether he could prevail in battle. He refused to succumb to verbal defeat. Is this truly the nature of Moria? Moria clenched his fists, channeling all his strength, causing the entire ghost island to tremble slightly. An innumerable multitude of shadows began to coalesce, merging into Moria's being. In an instant, his original height of 7 meters surged to several dozens, transforming him into an imposing and corpulent figure. Behold, this is my ultimate form, the pinnacle of power. Yuan observed the arrogant and overbearing Moria with a profound appreciation for the extent of Moria's mastery over his fruit's capabilities. The extraordinary nature of the shadow fruit, as depicted in the manga, lies in its ability to integrate the shadows of others into one's own being, thereby acquiring their abilities and physical attributes. However, this power is fleeting. Those with weaker constitutions cannot endure the weight of multiple shadows, and may even be overwhelmed by them. In the manga, Luffy attempted to assimilate several shadows, transforming into a nightmarish Luffy, a form whose strength ranks just below that of his 4th gear. It is indeed a promising ability. Moria's colossal hand descended towards Yuan and his companions, but Yuan deftly evaded the strike. The others, having easily broken free from Moria's restraints, also managed to dodge with ease. The gigantic hand crashed onto the ground, sending countless shards of stone soaring into the air and shattering the floor beneath. Though Moria was infuriated by his missed attack, the sheer power of his palm striking the earth brought him a sense of reassurance. Yuan observed Moria's condition with an impassive demeanor. Although his power had significantly increased and his attack range had expanded, he had sacrificed speed in the process. The Straw Hat crew had effortlessly dodged his recent assault, and there was a distinct absence of haki in his palm. In this form, Moria posed no challenge to the inferior pirates of the Grand Line. But he stood no chance in a pinnacle battle. Moria, in a fit of madness, swung his colossal hands furiously, his robust shadow wreaking havoc like a whip. As everything around them was swept away by a tempest. While he occasionally affected the Straw Hat crew, he largely missed his targets. Moria paused to catch his breath. And Luffy, incensed, leapt to strike Moria's rotund belly. Moria was taken aback, his eyes bloodshot, and he immediately expelled a large mass of shadows from his mouth. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, the shadows seemed overwhelming, and he struggled to contain them. How infuriating! Have I truly become this weak? Moria had long believed that by amassing a sufficient army of zombies, he could retaliate against the Emperor Kaido and avenge his fallen comrades. However, as time passed, he appeared increasingly powerless. What once was an easy task of managing shadow amalgamations had now become insurmountable. Thunder Karen, Rubber Battle Axe. With the combination attack from Luffy and Yuan, Moria, who was rigidly battling the shadows within him, was sent flying. As he was propelled backward, numerous shadows scattered from him. Meanwhile, after the Dragon Slayer swordsman Ryuma was defeated by Zoro, his shadow returned to Brook. Overjoyed at the return of his shadow, Brook exclaimed, "How magnificent, Ryuma-san! I was drenched in sweat from fear just now, but I am a skeleton, so I cannot perspire. Ho ho ho." Zoro, satisfied with the autumn water sword that Ryuma had entrusted to him before his departure, felt a sense of fulfillment. Usopp, with his legs turning to sand, floated over. "Zoro, are you all right?" A gigantic monster suddenly appeared and sent that ghost girl flying. It was terrifying. Zoro, noticing the blood on Usopp, frowned. "You are a Logia user. And yet you were injured?" "Indeed. I didn't see him with any water on his hands, yet he managed to strike me. It hurt immensely. This is bad news." Zoro was taken aback. Could it be Haki? Suddenly, a mountain-like figure materialized before Zoro. Yuan gazed at Moria, who lay sprawled on the ground with his eyes rolled back. A sense of elation swelling within him. He had not anticipated such an effortless victory over Moria. As Moria was vanquished, many of the living souls whose shadows had been stolen erupted into joyous cheers, instantly transforming the atmosphere of the island into one of unparalleled jubilation. The ghostly island, long shrouded in mist, began to unveil itself as the clouds gradually dispersed, allowing sunlight to penetrate the gloom. However, the sheer enormity of Moria's colossal form, towering at a staggering 7 meters, posed a dilemma for Yuan. His mouth could not stretch wide enough. Thus, the powers of his Munch-Munch Fruit could only be employed to crush, and he was unable to undergo physical transformation to become supersized. What should he do? It was unthinkable to merely crush Moria. Not only would the bloodshed be beyond explanation, but the potential to acquire the fruit's powers would also be put at risk. It was a rather exaggerated measure that Yuan found difficult to comprehend unless absolutely necessary. Then, his gaze fell upon Luffy, who lay nearby, lamenting his hunger. A light bulb flickered to life in Yuan's mind. "Luffy, I wish to devour you." Upon hearing this, Luffy's head immediately froze in shock, followed by a terrified outburst, his eyes bulging and his tongue extending in a long spiral. After an elaborate explanation from Yuan, Luffy, with his arms crossed and eyes closed, nodded in agreement. Although he did not fully grasp the situation, he seemed to understand that it was of little consequence. "All right, just know I won't do anything messy inside." Ancient Source's lips curled into a sneer. He intended to devour Luffy, utilizing Luffy's mythical Zoan form of Nika to absorb Moria. With a swift motion, he swallowed the pouting Luffy whole. Luffy felt his consciousness gradually fading away. How he yearned for slumber. The Ancient Source expanded its head like a balloon and subsequently devoured the fallen Moria. Instantly, it proceeded to decompose Moria, a surge of immense energy coursing through its entire being. Such a formidable constitution, surpassing even that of Enel by 2- or 3-fold. This truly was an unforeseen delight. Enel's ability to develop the Rumble fruit to the brink of annihilating an island is supported by a robust physical foundation, making him significantly stronger than many of the lesser pirates in the Grand Line. He is indeed a genius, yet not a monster. Moria, having once grappled with a behemoth like Kaido, has made notable advancements in skill and physique. Although his capabilities have diminished considerably, he remains exceedingly terrifying, as evidenced by the entire island's army of zombies. While his individual combat prowess may be lacking, the capability to raise an army single-handedly is clearly not something just anyone can sustain. Yuan expelled Luffy, who was bubbling with mucus, from his mouth. To say that he was not tempted by the Nika fruit would be untrue. However, he truly felt no allure. lacking the formidable powers of the system. He was incapable of manifesting the ability to create something from nothing. The notion of forcibly taking the Nika fruit was futile, even in its ordinary state. He doubted he could wield it more adeptly than Luffy. This fruit was intrinsically linked to Luffy, and to seize it would be to squander its potential, a notion he had never entertained. Yet, the surprises brought by Moria did not end there. The significant enhancement of his physique now allowed him to endure the powers of at least 7 devil fruits. Presently, he possessed the powers of the Rumble fruit, the Boom fruit, the Shadow fruit, the Wax fruit, the Float fruit, the Transparent fruit, and the Door fruit. The combined might of these 7 fruits provided Yuan with considerable reassurance. Even a marine admiral might find it challenging to defeat him now. Regrettably, due to the intervention of Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords, Perona had been dispatched, depriving him of the opportunity to acquire a ghost fruit. Kuma's early appearance was understandable. Throughout Yuan's journey, many narrative arcs had shifted. For instance, Walpole's premature arrival and Foxy's inability to confront Luffy and his companions were noteworthy changes, as was the absence of an early encounter with Admiral Akiji. In the ever-changing tapestry of reality, countless decisions can alter the future. Usopp, now possessing the Sansan fruit, might have lost his capacity for a comeback in adversity due to this new power. Meanwhile, Robin and the others hastened to Luffy's side, rousing him from his stupor. They soon discovered that Kuma had incapacitated Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp in a swift assault, advancing directly towards Luffy and Yuan. Upon awakening and seeing his comrades sprawled on the ground, Luffy's fury ignited, prompting him to rise. "Hey you, why did you suddenly attack my friends?" he shouted, brimming with anger. Yet, despite his rage, Luffy refrained from striking back. He was not a fool. The defeat of Zoro and Sanji indicated that their adversary was no ordinary foe. Kuma remained silent, his mind racing. Could this be the son of Dragon? Monkey D. Luffy, the grandson of the naval hero Monkey D. Garp and the son of the revolutionary leader Dragon, is also a friend of the Yonko Shanks, making his connections quite remarkable. Observing the vibrant Luffy, Bartholomew Kuma turned to glance at the ancient source, who likewise brimmed with martial spirit. As one of the 7 warlords, Kuma was long perceived by netizens to possess the most formidable Paramecia-type devil fruit, although it bears the name of the Paw fruit. He has developed abilities of a bug-like caliber, such as rebounding attacks, compressing air, teleportation, and transferring pain. Had he not voluntarily become a test subject for Dr. Vegapunk and a slave to the celestial dragons, thus diminishing his prestige, he might have been regarded as the strongest entity in the eyes of netizens. Indeed, the principle that the more enigmatic a figure, the mightier they are holds truth, the later one appears, the more likely they are to reap the benefits of a new version. Whitebeard, for instance, entered the scene too early. Lacking the awe-inspiring presence that Kaido possesses with the enhancement of Haki, and even netizens must concede that Whitebeard is aged. As of now, I have yet to unleash my full power. It has been ages since I last harnessed the strength of a giant. I wonder if Kuma can compel me to reveal my utmost potential. Yuan was filled with excitement as the thunderous light illuminated the surroundings, causing Ghost Island to resemble a bright day. In his heart, Big Bear pondered the enigma of Kai's, who, despite possessing strength surpassing that of the captain, Luffy, remained aboard the ship. What could his intentions be? I must seize him and interrogate him thoroughly. In an instant, Big Bear materialized before Yuan. His palm enveloped in the armament Haki seemed to transcend distance, and before Yuan could even blink, Big Bear stood directly in front of him, his hand poised menacingly beside Yuan's face, ready to deliver a crushing blow. In an instant, the ancient source of defense transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished, only to reemerge as a colossal dragon of thunder, charging towards Luffy. With a swift lift of his hands, Luffy encountered an invisible barrier, causing the thunderous dragon, capable of flattening a small hill, to come to an abrupt halt. The energy rebounded. The lightning dragon veered off course and raced in the direction of Luffy. "Oh no!" Luffy exclaimed, hastily dodging aside as the dragon detonated upon impact with the ground, sending forth a tremendous wave of force that propelled Luffy far away. Yuan was not taken aback by the defeat of Thunder Dragon, as the opponent was indeed a being of bug-level prowess. The bear, feeling the immense power of Thunder Dragon, felt his expression grow increasingly grave beneath his sunglasses. Atmospheric compression. A colossal, transparent bear paw was compressed into a tiny particle of light, and in an instant, the bear flashed above Yuan, delivering a powerful strike upon him. The ancient source fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string. The floor was sent flying into the air like soft biscuits. while countless withered tree trunks shot up from the earth. The imposing bear gazed at the smoke-filled paw-print crater, feeling a twinge of pride despite its modesty. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, his prowess was always among the elite. Curse it, a rubber jet stamp. Upon witnessing the ancient source being driven into the soil, Luffy instinctively rushed forward to assist. However, with a mere lift of his hand, the bear sent Luffy soaring through the air like a bouncing ball. At that moment, the smoke within the bear's imprint crater began to dissipate, revealing the ancient source, limbs contorted irregularly, rolling his eyes, ensnared in the pit, unable to extricate himself. The bear was taken aback. He had not anticipated such devastation from his attack, having calibrated his strength based on the opponent's prowess. Surely, a blow they could not withstand would not leave them in such a dire state. Suddenly, his observation haki seemed to stir, a frantic warning echoing within him. This is bad. From his peripheral vision, a bolt of thunder pierced through the bear's kidney, erupting with electric sparks at the wound, revealing not flesh and blood, but a mechanical form. The bear was astonished. He had been caught off guard by something that evaded his observation haki. Fortunately, having undergone partial technological enhancement, the pain was not overwhelming at present. As they witnessed the ancient source standing tall upon the ground, the onlookers rushed to the bear's imprint crater. They beheld the figure that had once lain in the pit dissipating into a black shadow, an embodiment of the shadow fruit's power. The bear, having grasped this, contemplated. What purpose does such an individual serve among this insignificant pirate crew? What ulterior motives lie beneath? Despite his kidney being shattered, his expression remained serene as he addressed the ancient source. Yuan observed the imposing figure of Bartholomew Kuma, pondering whether he had lost most of his emotions and sensations. If one were to speak of purpose, aiding Luffy in his quest to become the Pirate King might suffice. In truth, however, the reasoning behind it mattered little to Yuan. Such justifications were mere facades, ephemeral and deceptive. The words spoken by individuals were not to be trusted entirely. After a moment of silence, Kuma turned and began to depart slowly. The onlookers, bewildered by the mountainous presence of Kuma, found themselves at a loss, as he had just dealt a severe thrashing to everyone present before leaving. The Straw Hat crew gradually revived those who had been knocked down. Sanji, Zoro, are you all right? Yuan observed Zoro rising, contemplating that the iconic scene which had once been anticipated would likely never materialize. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the liberated populace, Luffy leaped into the air, exclaiming, "The feast is about to begin." During the evening event, Luffy suddenly sensed a peculiar movement in his straw hat. After a brief rummage, he produced a white piece of paper that ignited spontaneously. Upon seeing it, Luffy shouted, "It's Ace's Viver card!" Robin, Nami, and the others turned their gaze towards him. This scenario indicated that the owner of the Viver card was in peril, gravely injured. Luffy gazed at the card, lost in contemplation, a complex expression flickering in his round, expressive eyes. Guyu gazed at the life card, sensing that the war on the summit was imminent. Ace had been vanquished by Blackbeard, presenting an opportunity ripe for the taking. The more chaotic the situation, the more one could benefit from it. "Luffy, let us rescue your brother," suggested Nami and Robin. After all, Ace had left a favorable impression on them. He was indeed a remarkable brother. Sanji lit a cigarette, while Zoro, with closed eyes, remarked, "You are the captain. Give the order." Luffy slightly adjusted his straw hat and replied, "No need for that. Ace has his own journey, and we have ours. As long as we ascertain he is not in mortal danger, that is sufficient." The others nodded in agreement. Realizing that the burning of the life card might merely indicate Ace was temporarily injured, perhaps they were simply being overly sensitive. After all, Luffy's brother was a pirate capable of obliterating multiple ships with a single punch. It was hardly likely he could be so easily defeated. At the Navy headquarters, countless soldiers sat despondently on the ground, silently witnessing a miraculous sight in the sky. Dozens of warships floated above, defying Newton's laws of physics, resembling a multitude of meteors suspended in the air, with an overwhelming sense of despair weighing heavily on their hearts. A colossal ship, shaped like an island, approached through the sky. What could this be? Was the world on the brink of destruction? Sengoku and Garp, the two stalwarts of justice, stood firm. Survivors from the era of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, had been hiding for 2 decades. Where had they been? First defeated by the Pirate King Roger, then captured by the Navy, the man who willingly broke his own legs to escape his shackles, Shiki the Golden Lion. The naval commanders below immediately recalled events from decades past, initially believing he would live out his twilight years in peace, only to find him emerging once more to stir the tempest. Such a capacity for destruction had resurfaced upon the seas. Suspended in the air, the Golden Lion exuded an untamed aura, and as his supreme conqueror's hockey unfolded, his voice reverberated throughout the sky. This is a warning. The ships in the air suddenly lost their buoyancy and plummeted downward. The Navy, sensing disaster, hastily fled, while the vice-admirals leapt into action to intercept the falling warships. Subsequently, the Golden Lion piloted the massive island vessel upward, completely disregarding the cannon fire from the Navy below. Sengoku and Garp, lacking the ability to fly for extended periods, could only watch helplessly as their adversary departed. At their level, there was no one capable of stopping him. The following day, newsbirds, heedless of expense, scattered newspapers from the skies, spreading the word of the Golden Lion's return and his intent to obliterate the East Blue across the oceans. In Sengoku's office at the Navy headquarters, he slammed his fist onto the table in fury, exclaiming, "That rascal Smoker is nothing but a harbinger of chaos." Vice-Admiral Tsuru, seated across from him, pondered the magnitude of the turmoil the Golden Lion was about to unleash. At this moment, Karp had already embarked towards the East Sea, for it was his homeland, and he would never permit chaos to reign in his territory. "Captain Shanks, look!" exclaimed a member of the red-haired pirates as they stepped out of the tavern. The jovial expression on Shanks' face instantly vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. He was acutely aware of the implications of the newsbird's actions. Such occurrences often heralded significant events. On Onigashima, chaos ensued. "Boss Kaido, trouble is brewing. The Golden Lion has returned." Within the dark cave, Kaido guzzled from an enormous jug that towered over two men. "Ha! How amusing. Is the residue of the old era making its appearance?" Meanwhile, in the land of Wano, Doflamingo roared with laughter from his castle. To obliterate the East Sea? How delightful. As the news spread, formidable figures across the globe began to take notice, for he was a man who once stood against the pirate king, Roger. The Straw Hat crew sailed through the Grand Line. After their retreat from Moria's territory, Brook, moved by the bonds of camaraderie and his promise to Laboon, received another invitation from Luffy to join the crew once more. The Straw Hats prepared to set sail for Sabaody Archipelago. Suddenly, a news bird descended from the sky, dropping a newspaper. "How curious, it didn't even ask for payment," Nami remarked, her confusion palpable. Upon reading the contents, her pupils dilated in shock. "This is..." The Straw Hat crew gathered, astonished by the unfolding events. "To destroy the East Sea? That's terrifying." Opposite the Thousand Sunny, a colossal ship resembling an island approached. "Lord Shiki, a flying ship has been spotted ahead," Golden Lion exclaimed, puzzled. Who else could possibly make a ship fly, if not me? Intrigued, the Straw Hats watched as a man with swords embedded in his feet descended from the heavens, their eyes widening in disbelief. Luffy's reaction was even more exaggerated, his eyes nearly popping out. "Uncle, how did you manage to fly?" Due to the incorporation of the Arc Maxim technology, the Thousand Sunny had become a vessel capable of flight, and thus the crew was no longer astonished by the Golden Lion's airborne ship. Instead, their attention was drawn to Shiki's ability to soar through the skies. "Why can your ship fly?" the Golden Lion inquired, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Frankie promptly stepped forward, exclaiming, "It's due to Sky Island technology, which allows the ship to ascend through the process of charging." Frankie enthusiastically introduced his masterpiece. Yet he refrained from revealing too many secrets about the Thousand Sunny. "I am Shiki the Golden Lion, captain of the flying pirate crew, endowed with the extraordinary ability to make islands soar. Your ship is quite impressive. Would you care to join my fleet?" Upon hearing Shiki's words, Luffy responded without a hint of hesitation. "No, I aspire to be the king of the pirates. I will not serve under anyone else. Moreover, I intend to return to the East Blue." Usopp, upon hearing this, became exhilarated. "What? Are we not continuing our journey?" Luffy pondered for a moment before replying. "Sailing can be repeated countless times, but the East Blue is my homeland, and I must return." He adjusted his hat and spoke solemnly. Zoro nodded. "Have you made your decision?" Nami beamed. "I can't help but admire your determination. As a navigator, I will take you anywhere." The group chatted animatedly, oblivious to the increasingly dark expression of the Golden Lion. Meanwhile, Goiwan remained ever vigilant. "I apologize, old man, but we have our own journey to pursue. Perhaps we can host a banquet another time." "Ha ha ha." Luffy laughed heartily, patting his belly. "Is that so? Just remember, I am a pirate." Shiki suddenly bent down and struck the Thousand Sunny with a forceful slap, causing the ship to lose control and ascend uncontrollably. The crew aboard was thrown into disarray. As the ancient source transformed into a bolt of lightning, it surged towards the Golden Lion in an instant. The fearsome thunder dragon charged at the golden lion, who hovered in the air. With a single finger raised, it seemed as though the surrounding air was grasped by invisible hands, coalescing into a dense mass. Countless blades of wind collided with the thunder dragon. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions, along with the Thousand Sunny, ascended to the floating island of the golden lion. Usopp, terrified, shouted, "Help! I can't fly." Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, I'm a sand fruit user. I can fly. His legs transformed into flying sand, propelling him into the sky like a jet engine. Sandhand Star. Usopp extended multiple long arms from his back, catching each of his airborne comrades one by one, ensuring a safe landing. Phew, thank goodness for you, Usopp. You're exceptionally reliable today, Nami remarked, patting her chest. Usopp exclaimed, "Am I not usually reliable?" Luffy, gazing at the distant flashes of lightning, adjusted his hat and declared, "Nami, we must assist, guys." The Straw Hat crew had regained their composure, standing in a formidable line. Thundering footsteps echoed as a horde of pirates from the Golden Lion's floating islands charged towards Luffy and his friends, armed with guns and cannons. The dialogue between the Golden Lion and the ancient source had been closely observed by his crew. Upon witnessing the impending confrontation, they rushed forward. It appeared that without addressing these foes, passage would not be easily granted. I hope guys can hold on, they thought. The multifaceted abilities of the ancient source have rendered the Golden Lion in a state of profound torment. 2 decades of concealment have sapped his spirit, leaving him incapable of wielding his haki for any considerable duration. The formidable destructive power of the Thunder Fruit proves insurmountable to withstand head-on. The Golden Lion thrusts his leg towards the ancient source, where the famed blade, Kuroki, clashes violently against Sakura and Thunder. How are your considerations progressing? You still lack mastery over haki, I presume. If you are willing to divulge the secrets of your multifaceted powers, I shall impart to you the mysteries of haki. After nearly 10 minutes of intense confrontation with the ancient source, the Golden Lion begins to feel his strength waning. Reluctantly, he acknowledges that after 20 years, his vitality has significantly diminished. Even such a fierce battle for 10 minutes has begun to exhaust him. Fortunately, his resolve is as unyielding as steel, and fatigue and pain cannot easily betray his weakness. Thus, when brute force fails, one must resort to subtler tactics. The capabilities of the multifaceted fruit are overwhelmingly extraordinary. Merely a few combinations of devil fruits can match him, once at his zenith, in a battle of such complexity. More importantly, with his prowess, the quest for a fruit that could restore his youth is not beyond reach, should he uncover the secret behind the multifaceted abilities. Reclaiming his former glory would be merely the beginning. He might even ascend to new heights, realizing his ambition to dominate the world. As Yuan's heart gradually sank, he became acutely aware of the intelligence regarding the Golden Lion. Although Luffy, as the protagonist, possesses considerable strength, he pales in comparison to legendary pirates. The portrayal in the anime is utterly unreliable. The Golden Lion, as depicted in the series, would scarcely withstand Yuan's attacks. Yet, even with the formidable powers of the Rumble Fruit, the Shadow Fruit, and the Blast Fruit combined, they could not breach the Golden Lion's formidable haki defense. Could it be that haki truly surpasses the powers of devil fruits? The blades on the Golden Lion's legs emanated a dark, smoke-like haki, twisting and swirling ominously. Yuan was aware that this was indeed a high-level technique from the later stages of the manga, the Conqueror's haki in the cherry blossom form. Compared to the standard armament haki, it significantly enhanced the capacity for internal destruction, allowing even the most formidable of monsters to be effortlessly vanquished. It was unexpected that the Golden Lion could wield such power. Golden Lion, you are merely an ancient specter of a bygone era. How dare you emerge to cause chaos? Perish. Thunder punishment. The might of the Thunder Fruit was overwhelming. Even a mere fraction of energy could unleash bolts of lightning far beyond the endurance of ordinary beings, let alone the lightning emanating from Yuan, whose physique rivaled that of colossal giants. Such intensity of lightning need not assume any form to possess the capacity to reduce everything to cinders. The Golden Lion hastily evaded, summoning the surrounding earth and air to collide with the lightning. Curse be this ability, it is far too exaggerated. At this rate, I will be unable to close the distance. Yuan, with his multiple fruits, possessed an abundance of life-preserving capabilities, rendering his long-range sword techniques futile against his opponent. The clash of these two powerful fruits had already resulted in the downfall of several islands in the sky. The tumult of battle even reached the ears of the Marine headquarters. What? The Golden Lion has appeared? A mysterious confrontation? Sengoku wore a grave expression. There were very few individuals in this world capable of battling the Golden Lion. Which old geezer could it be? He promptly dispatched 2 admirals, Marine Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji, to set sail for the Grand Line. Unfortunately, Sengoku's assumption was misguided, despite retaining his fruit abilities. The Golden Lion had diminished considerably from his peak, and the adversary he faced was merely a young lad in his 20s. Golden Lion. 2 figures surged toward him through the floating debris. Upon noticing the commotion, the Golden Lion grinned broadly. To survive at such heights is rather impressive, isn't it? The escalating battle against Yuan rekindled his youthful spirit, granting him a euphoric sense of combat. After 2 decades of lurking in the skies, his body had nearly rusted. In the midst of the battle, Yuan remained furrowed in concern. The Golden Lion was overwhelmingly formidable. His ability to recklessly manipulate the terrain rendered him impervious to the physical damage inflicted by the Thunder Fruit. Moreover, the terrifying agility granted by the Float Fruit, coupled with his exceptional swordsmanship, allowed him to cleave through lightning with ease. Had Yuan not been unable to unleash his haki in the latter stages of the fight, he would have been defeated long ago. He was merely sustaining himself through a combination of multiple devil fruits. Was the Golden Lion truly vanquished merely due to the circumstances of a theatrical adaptation? The destructive power of the Golden Lion's abilities was unparalleled. Had his haki been more enduring, his instantaneous destructive capacity would surpass that of natural-type devil fruits, rendering the strength of the Navy's 3 admirals utterly incomparable. You still have one last chance. Submit to me, and you may yet survive. The Golden Lion shouted as he withstood Yuan's assault. He sensed Yuan's struggle and felt an unbidden sense of triumph, realizing that he was far from past his prime. The countenance of Yuan was grim. The prowess and experience of the Golden Lion were overwhelmingly formidable. Each of his offensive and defensive maneuvers exacted a considerable toll on Yuan's stamina, which dwindled more rapidly than that of the Golden Lion. He had not anticipated that his endurance in battle would fall short against an elderly adversary. Meanwhile, Luffy dashed across the floating debris, reflecting on his previous encounter with the colossal Moria. He mused that if he could only increase his size, he could vanquish such giants. With this thought in mind, he continued his movements without pause. He bit down on his thumb, breaking the skin, and then blew air into it. His arm swiftly inflated like a balloon. Giant. 3rd gear. Gum giant pistol. Luffy sprang into the air, wielding a fist as massive as a locomotive. Aimed squarely at the Golden Lion. Simultaneously, Zoro, crouched with the legendary sword Wado Ikamanji clenched in his teeth, leaped high, intent on striking the Golden Lion. Upon observing Luffy and Zoro charging toward him, the Golden Lion erupted into laughter. What naive little brats! He jeered as countless boulders surged toward the 2. Yuan was taken aback. Could it be the earth-shattering star from the Float Fruit version? Despite Luffy and Zoro's frantic resistance, they could not withstand the overwhelming might of nature, and soon they would be engulfed by the colossal boulders. Ancient sources transformed into thunder and lightning, rescuing them with a single hand. Luffy was overjoyed upon seeing the ancient source. Hi, Jajis, arigato. Observing Luffy's carefree demeanor in the face of such a formidable opponent, Zoro felt a sense of disbelief. Focus, Luffy. This opponent once clashed with the Pirate King. During their journey, Robin had informed everyone about the Golden Lion, and none had anticipated that the legendary pirate, who had vanished for 20 years, would re-emerge. Well, whether he is a warlord or a great pirate, anyone who harms my friends will not be spared. Luffy leapt forward once more, charging at the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion looked at Luffy, who resembled a stubborn adhesive plaster, with a wave of disgust. Come on, Straw Hat. The Golden Lion crossed his legs and unleashed a cross-shaped sword aura. Thousand Cuts Valley. Although merely a few meters tall, he emitted an enormous sword aura spanning dozens of meters, growing larger by the moment. Luffy gritted his teeth and hurriedly dodged. With a thunderous crash, the massive sword aura sliced through Luffy's clothing, cleaving the floating island beneath into 4 parts. Cold sweat trickled down Zoro's face. Was this the power of a higher-level swordsman? Damn it, when will I reach such a realm? The strength capable of splitting mountains and severing seas left both Luffy and Zoro momentarily stunned, especially Luffy, whose eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Seeing the destructive power of his blade, the Golden Lion laughed heartily, only for his smile to falter suddenly. A sharp pain surged through his head. Even the resolute Golden Lion found his eyes bloodshot, teeth clenched, unable to suppress a low growl. Damn ship's helm. Possessing an extraordinary perception, the ancient source sensed every movement on the battlefield, and the Golden Lion's distress did not escape his notice. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted, "There's a flaw." Before his voice could echo, the ancient source appeared above the golden lion's head, delivering a powerful elbow strike accompanied by thunder and lightning to his back. The golden lion, unable to evade, was struck down by a single blow. Luffy and Zoro sprang into action the moment the ancient source spoke. Giant rubber gun. Three-sword style. Tiger hunt. Zoro's figure swept past the golden lion, leaving 3 streaks of blood suspended in the air. Luffy's colossal fist collided with the golden lion. The impact akin to a train barreling forward, shattering the helm atop the golden lion's head. The golden lion rolled his eyes back and fell to the ground, raising a tremendous cloud of dust. The instant he hit the ground, he regained consciousness. Damn it, I lost awareness for just that fleeting moment. Suddenly, he reached for his head, and the helm that had been with him for 20 years vanished. The golden lion touched his bald head, a consequence of the helm's absence. And tears began to flow. Luffy and the others observed the golden lion, who, despite having endured the combined might of 3 formidable attacks, remained vibrant and lively. Standing tensely on the ground, Zoro, perplexed by the golden lion's sudden outburst of tears, wondered what had transpired. Why was he crying all of a sudden? Cold sweat trickled down his face. Zoro felt increasingly discontent. The disparity between them was glaring, as the golden lion's prowess surpassed his own by at least 2 levels. A similar sentiment echoed in the mind of the ancient source. How had the golden lion been vanquished by Luffy? Could it truly be the power of the film? The golden lion sensed that the immense pain he once endured from the helm had vanished, leaving only a faint sting. Yet, he could not find joy in this relief. He had aged, and if the helm had been removed 20 years prior, he might have survived. Now, he felt his life ebbing away. Blood began to seep from the wound on his head. Why is time so merciless? Why does aging render one so frail? The golden lion cried out internally. He gazed at the 3 opponents before him, Zoro, with cold sweat and a cautious demeanor, Luffy, breathing heavily yet resolutely, with the silhouette of Roger behind him, and the ancient source, suspended in the air, crackling with electricity. The golden lion chuckled. Hey, that little brat with the straw hat, what is your name? I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. The golden lion looked at the slender boy and seemed to see in him the confident figure of a man standing at the bow of a ship amidst a storm, wearing a pirate captain's hat. What a joke. Roger, you bastard, only I can defeat you. The golden lion roared, drawing the sword that was affixed to his legs, using his severed thighs to propel himself off the ground. Wielding his dual swords, he declared, die in despair. Straw Hat Luffy. The golden lion's movements were as swift as lightning. By the time Zoro reacted, the golden lion had already taken to the air. The thunder dragon unleashed by Yuan swiftly charged towards the golden lion. Luffy immediately bit down on his thumb. The enormous rubber fist became infused with the power of Yuan's thunder dragon. Rubber, thunder dragon gun. Go for it, Luffy. Yuan softly remarked, it has happened. Luffy has vanquished the golden lion. The golden lion, upon colliding with the thunder dragon spear, seemed to have lost his once formidable strength, akin to an elderly man crashing against a wall, as Luffy's fist drove him into the earth. Observing the motionless golden lion, who lay in the large pit, Yuan commented, this is Luffy claiming ahead. Though the golden lion had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness, his eyes were vacant, and he murmured, Roger, had you chosen to ally with me, we would have already dominated the world. As he gazed upon the boy adorned with a straw hat who had descended before him, he lamented, once again, I have been defeated by a man from the East Blue. Yuan gazed at the man, who, despite being on the brink of death, still exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, and sighed. The world of One Piece is truly unreasonable. A being so powerful, akin to a monster, is nonetheless constrained by injuries and the limitations of life. With that, he swallowed the golden lion whole. Luffy and Zoro, accustomed to the bizarre, merely adjusted their attire in preparation for departure. At the very moment the golden lion was consumed, the floating island beneath their feet lost all control and plummeted rapidly. The violent onset of weightlessness sent everyone on the island soaring into the air. The ordinary inhabitants of the Golden Lion's Island were thrown into a state of utter panic. Luffy shouted, Jagas, make the island descend at once, as Yuan promptly allowed his consciousness to enter the devouring space. The main body of the Golden Lion began to disintegrate while suspended in the void. Yuan stared in astonishment at the several enormous orbs of light floating in the air, rendered speechless by the sight. Neither Crocodile nor Moria could compare to the power emanating from the Golden Lion. The luminous spheres derived from the float fruit were indeed twice the size of those from the sand and shadow fruits, presenting a truly terrifying visual impact. However, the life essence contained within was woefully scant, leading Yuan to comprehend why the Golden Lion had ultimately succumbed. The Golden Lion's return to the East Blue at this juncture, stirring up turmoil, was not solely due to his secret weapon, IQ, an agent capable of inducing enormous growth in living organisms. A mutated enhancement chemical that could detoxify through the extraction of flowers from plants, but also because the Golden Lion's time was running short. The battle against the Straw Hat crew had undoubtedly accelerated his demise, as sustaining several colossal flying islands while engaging Yuan in combat imposed a considerable burden. After integrating the float fruit into his body, he felt an overwhelming sensation as if his form might burst forth. This was dire. If the swallow fruit were likened to a computer game, the abilities of other fruits would be akin to additional plugins. If there were too many plugins or if their memory was excessively large, the computer could not bear the strain, and in this analogy, the computer represented Yuan's body. In desperation, he had to relinquish the bomb fruit, wax fruit, and clear fruit, leaving him with only the thunder fruit, float fruit, shadow fruit, light fruit, and door fruit. Under the Golden Lion's development, the float fruit had already reached an awakened state, occupying the space of 3 fruits. The awakening of a devil fruit was indeed dreadfully formidable. Yuan sighed, contemplating why the floating fruit could occupy the space of 3 fruits. It is said that only upon reaching a state of awakening do devil fruits manifest their extraordinary powers. The floating fruit, which originally could merely levitate objects, has now transformed into a force akin to telekinesis, capable of controlling both air and the sea that restrains its wielder. In contrast, while the thunder fruit possesses immense power, it remains confined within the realm of its original thunderous abilities, and the shadow fruit similarly adheres to comprehensible forces. Yet, the floating fruit has reached an astonishing level. As Yuan's consciousness returned to his body, although he had not transformed into lightning, he found himself levitating without wind, freely floating in the air. He soared through the void. The formidable combatant, Yuan, struck the descending island with his palm, causing the rapidly falling landmass to gradually halt and hover in midair. Subsequently, he transformed into lightning and sped towards other islands, stabilizing them as well. One cannot help but admire the formidable strength of the Golden Lion. Sustaining so many islands demands an insatiable reservoir of energy, yet fortunately, I was well prepared. The light and air fruit, initially a mere pawn under the command of the Shichibukai crocodile, is a subordinate fruit to the gravity fruit, possessing abilities related to weight manipulation. Under Yuan's command, this fruit, which could only adjust its own mass, could now synergize with the floating fruit. My conjecture proved accurate after utilizing the light and air fruit. The burden of these flying islands was reduced by approximately 60%. In the world of One Piece, some devil fruits possess the ability to induce permanent change, such as the immortality fruit with its longevity surgery. It is said that once this ability is employed, even if the user perishes, the effects of the longevity surgery endure. Similarly, the swallowing fruit's ability to transform inanimate objects means that if the user dies, the altered entities do not revert to their original forms. However, the floating fruit and the light and air fruit are categorized among those lacking permanent transformative powers, necessitating a constant expenditure of stamina when their abilities are in use. Ancient Source felt a subtle fatigue coursing through his body, struggling to adapt to the circumstances. He marveled at how the Golden Lion managed to keep these islands afloat for 2 decades without fail. The residents of the floating islands, witnessing the stability of their land, erupted into joyous cheers. At that moment, the Straw Hat crew's companions hastily arrived. Indeed, the reliability of Gages was unwavering as ever. "So, Dad is dead," Chopper remarked, recalling the ordinary people with wings he had seen on the island. He shuddered at the thought of what would have happened if the islands had plunged into the sea. Little did Chopper know, those residents would eventually learn to fly. The Golden Lion's abilities were remarkably convenient. Ancient Source maneuvered the rock dragon to carry the Straw Hat crew through the skies. "Roar! Dragon! I want to ride!" Luffy exclaimed, leaping onto the dragon's head. In a forest on the island, they found the Thousand Sunny. Aside from the scattered belongings inside, the ship sustained no significant damage. The crew sighed in relief upon seeing that the Sunny was unharmed. The Thousand Sunny is incredible. To have been tossed so high by the Golden Lion and come out unscathed, Nami marveled. "Of course, this is the Super Sunny," Frankie declared, striking a pose. Several massive Navy warships surged through the tumultuous waves with remarkable speed. "Admiral Akainu, ahead lies the floating archipelago believed to belong to the Golden Lion." Akainu responded grimly, gazing at the distant, hazy outlines of the floating islands. Due to Ancient Source's desire to return the islands to the sea, the Golden Lion's archipelago had descended significantly. And even from afar, the silhouettes of the islands were visible. Standing nearby, Akiji, unusually not lounging in a sun chair, stood solemnly, casting a sidelong glance at Akainu. Since the O'Hara incident, the two had rarely undertaken major missions together. What kind of trouble would unfold this time? It was evident that Akiji's belief in ambiguous justice starkly contrasted with Akainu's unwavering sense of absolute justice. With his formidable observation haki, Akainu sensed Akiji's gaze but paid it no mind. He had his own ambitions and ideals, indifferent to others' opinions, knowing that Akiji posed no threat to him. Report. The Straw Hat cruise ship has been spotted on the Golden Lions archipelago. Upon hearing the soldier's words, a peculiar glint appeared in Akiji's serious eyes. I heard you were aboard the Straw Hat ship, Nico Robin. Is it my turn to capture you this time? Hey, Usopp. A Navy ship has appeared at sea. Usopp exclaimed, his legs transformed into sand as he floated in the air, peering through his binoculars into the distance. Hearing this, Luffy felt a sense of unease. With ancient swords dragging such a massive archipelago, he was uncertain where it would be placed, making it impossible to stall against the Navy. Yuan's expression was equally grim. The ordinary Navy posed no threat to them. Even an increase in the number of vice-admirals would be futile. However, the arrival of 2 admirals was an entirely different matter. Admirals represent the most formidable armed force of the sea, and in this era, there are 3 who epitomize unparalleled combat prowess. Admiral Akainu, also known as Sakazuki, Admiral Akiji, or Kazan, and Admiral Kizaru, named Borsalino. Each of these 3 individuals is a master of the most elite natural-type devil fruit abilities, capable of effortlessly annihilating entire island ecosystems and reshaping maps. The transition from vice-admiral to admiral signifies a qualitative leap, a disparity that cannot be compensated for by mere numbers. The recently vanquished Golden Lion was at least an adversary of admiral caliber, had he not been afflicted by age and illness. He would not have succumbed to the combined might of the Straw Hat crew's 3 strongest fighters. Now, facing such formidable opponents, both at their peak and in numbers, they stood no chance. Yuan was acutely aware that now was not the time to confront the admiral head-on. His fruit ability could not siphon haki, which embodies the essence of strength in the world of pirates. It requires not only a robust physical foundation, but also the indomitable spirit known as haki. As long as the Munch-Munch Fruit could not absorb memories, he would be unable to effortlessly acquire haki, the pinnacle of combat prowess among pirates. At present, Yuan only possessed a rudimentary understanding of haki, and during his recent battle with the Golden Lion, he felt a distinct sense of fatigue. Realizing he could not contend with a master of haki, Jazz, elevate the island. Now is not the time to engage the Navy, Luffy said with a grave expression. Clearly, Luffy, usually brimming with confidence, remained remarkably rational in the absence of harm to his loved ones, refraining from recklessly challenging the admirals. Admiral Akiji, the descending island is beginning to rise. At this rate, it will soon be out of our sight. A young Navy soldier shouted, looking up at the towering Akiji. Did the Golden Lion emerge victorious? Curse the Golden Lion. Even at his age, he still seeks to cause chaos. Akainu seethed with anger. Initially believing he could take advantage of the Golden Lion's battle with a mysterious figure. However, upon arriving, he discovered that the skirmish had already concluded. The Golden Lion was one of the most formidable pirates of the old era, possessing the infuriating ability to soar through the skies. Were it not for his reckless decision to approach Navy headquarters, even 2 admirals would have struggled to capture him. Now, with the islands controlled by the Golden Lion ascending, it was clear that the outcome of the confrontation between the Golden Lion and the mysterious individual favored the Golden Lion. Among the numerous Navy warships, only about 30 individuals possessed the ability to fly, rendering their ascent futile. They would soon be at a disadvantage due to the terrain, forcing a retreat and a report to Sengoku. Akiji said calmly, opposing war in principle. If a direct confrontation with the Golden Lion were to occur, the Golden Lion's overwhelming capabilities could inflict severe losses on the fleet of warships. As the overall commander of this engagement, Akainu transformed his hands into magma, directing a barrage of volcanic projectiles skyward. The searing magma painted the sky a vivid red, leaving the Navy soldiers below in stunned silence. Is this the power of an admiral? Impressive, they murmured. The disparity in strength was staggering, and the cataclysmic spectacle was truly unforgettable. A torrent of volcanic projectiles rained down upon the Golden Lion's archipelago. Observing the deluge of magma, Yuan waved his hand. The lake atop the floating island surged upwards, as if imbued with sentience, forming a protective water shield. The tent-sized volcanic projectiles were intercepted by the cotton-like water barrier, and the Navy soldiers below were astounded to witness something even more extraordinary. He could manipulate seawater. Admiral Akainu's attack was thwarted. Luffy and his companions were taken aback by the volcanic projectile, only exhaling in relief after Yuan intercepted the strike. "Well done, guys." Akainu, infuriated by the ineffectiveness of his assault, found himself powerless to apprehend the airborne pirates, resorting instead to shattering the naval ship's railing in a fit of rage. How infuriating. Meanwhile, Zanku observed the situation with a certain detachment. Truly, these legendary pirates of the bygone era are not easily vanquished. After a moment of contemplation, Akainu resolved against pursuit. Realizing that the airborne Golden Lion likely possessed the means to sustain himself, rendering their attempts at intercepting supplies futile. On Golden Lion Island, although the terrain rapidly ascended, his heightened observation skills, sharpened through battles with the Golden Lion, allowed him to sense the condition of the naval vessels below on the Grand Line. It appeared that the Navy was retreating. Ancient Source spoke slowly. "Excellent. Next, we shall head to Fishman Island," Luffy exclaimed with unbridled excitement. Robin, with a measured tone, remarked, "To reach Fishman Island, we must descend to a depth of 10,000 meters. Is our ship capable of traversing such profound waters?" As the intellectual of the crew, Robin possessed a wealth of knowledge. 10,000 meters. Luffy's eyes widened, transforming from mere orbs into sparkling stars. How thrilling. Nami interrupted Luffy's exuberance with a firm punch. "Luffy, do you realize how perilous this is? We are talking about the depths of 10,000 meters. That's nearly the same distance as to the Sky Island." Frankie inquired, "Is there any connection between the two?" The Straw Hat crew exhibited a shared curiosity. "Look, I've discovered a remarkable place. Everyone, gaze upon this." As the Ancient Source lowered the altitude of the sunshine, the crowd beheld a multitude of wooden houses adrift upon the boundless sea. In an instant, Robin commenced her analysis. The weather along the Grand Line is notoriously tumultuous, rendering it impossible to linger in one location for an extended period. However, some fishermen who have lived upon the sea for years have discovered certain sheltered niches where the winds and waves, as well as the weather fluctuations, are remarkably stable. It can be surmised that this locale is a maritime city constructed collaboratively by those fishermen. Ancient origins, yet rich in intrigue, spoke thus. Robin was not mistaken. The situation here is indeed quite similar, albeit this is a fleet specifically dedicated to the capture of slaves. The Sunny gradually descended, and Yuan's heart was imbued with a unique observation ability, allowing him to perceive sounds from afar, even amidst thunder and lightning. He gleaned a general understanding of the conditions aboard the ships below. Soon, the Sunny hovered above these vessels. Iron cages stood erect between the ships, housing slaves who endured the merciless elements, as if subjected to the most heinous tortures. Witnessing this scene ignited a flame of fury within Yuan. Luffy, standing nearby, wore an expression of unwavering determination, prompting an immediate reaction from his companions. It appeared Luffy was once again inclined to meddle in affairs not his own. However, none of the companions voiced opposition, for the abhorrent nature of slave trading was universally recognized as inhumane. Among them were those who had spent their lives in the East Blue and had never witnessed the trade of slaves, while others, seasoned in the ways of the world, had yet to encounter a maritime city dedicated to the capture of slaves. The slave masters below also noticed the colossal Sunny blocking out the sun. "Captain, there's a massive ship flying in the sky." A burly man, sporting a small mustache and clad in a pirate captain's attire, was toying with a girl dressed in tattered garments reminiscent of an antiquated village woman's attire, as if she had only recently labored in her village. The girl, akin to a marionette, was manipulated at will by the captain, and upon closer inspection, one could discern long scars hidden beneath her ragged clothing. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the captain immediately rushed out of the room, carelessly discarding the puppet-like woman aside. The subordinate, relieved that he had not faced punishment for the unexpected intrusion, felt a weight lift from his chest. Angering this imposing figure could swiftly transform him from a sailor into a mere commodity for sale. The captain, named Figueira, was the head of a slave trading company under the notorious warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, having been engaged in commerce near the Sabaody archipelago for nearly 2 decades. Since the onset of the age of pirates, he had encountered a plethora of pirates and unexpected formidable foes on the Grand Line's Sabaody archipelago. With his extensive experience, upon hearing of a flying ship, he became alarmed, for such a fearsome arrival often signified the presence of a powerful newcomer, far beyond his capacity to contend with. He hastily made his way to the open area. A colossal ship loomed in the sky, and the lion's head at the bow made his pupils contract in shock. This was the Straw Hat Pirates, the pirate crew with the highest bounty on the Grand Line. Captain Monkey D. Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates boasts a staggering bounty of 450 million berries, while his first mate, Roronoa Zoro, has a bounty of 290 million. The combatant, Jinbe, possesses a bounty of 390 million, and with the rest of the crew, the entire pirate crew's bounty approaches an astounding 5 billion berries, marking them as one of the most formidable pirate crews in the Grand Line. Indeed, following the demise of Moria, news spread rapidly. The world government, reluctant to have their appointed warlords of the sea defeated by pirates, endeavored to suppress the achievements of Luffy and his companions. Nevertheless, their bounties continued to rise. Luffy leaped onto the deck, his straw hat obscuring his eyes, yet his formidable aura betrayed his intense fury. Nami, Zoro, and the others descended from the ship, advancing step by step towards the leader, Figaro. "We are the Straw Hat Pirates," Figaro faltered. "I am the head of a slave trading fleet under warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. Are you here to purchase slaves?" Figaro, feeling the pressure of the Straw Hat crew, invoked Da Flamingo's name, hoping it would afford him some leniency. The other crew members of the slave trading fleet observed, knowing that anyone who could instill fear in Figaro was not to be trifled with. Though these individuals appeared harmless and devoid of combat prowess, their experience as slave traders had taught them that the seemingly innocuous are often the most perilous. As the Straw Hat crew remained silent and resolute, Figaro's apprehension intensified. "Boys, block their path." Figaro, having navigated the seas for years, recognized the necessity of swift action. He unsheathed his curved sword. Reluctantly, his armed subordinates charged forward, realizing that confronting the enemy might offer a chance of survival rather than enduring the torturous fate of being slaves. Luffy launched himself at the sailors with a barrage of rubber projectiles, while Zoro drew his swords, slicing through the throng like a wolf amongst sheep. In mere moments, the adversaries lay scattered on the ground. Seizing the chaos, Figaro attempted to escape, only to be struck down by a bolt of lightning, plummeting into the sea, the scent of roasted flesh trailing behind him. "Come out, you are free." Nami rushed to the iron cage, liberating the enslaved individuals one by one. Suddenly, Chopper shouted, "Everyone, come see, it's a mermaid." The Straw Hat crew turned their attention to a beautifully adorned silver cage at the center of the slave trading fleet, where they beheld a young mermaid with short green hair ensnared within, accompanied by a talking starfish. Upon encountering the mermaid, Yuan was utterly astonished, never expecting to behold such a creature. Due to his influence, all the nefarious fishmen in Nami's Orange Town had been vanquished, and regrettably, the octopus fishman, Jinbe, who was the savior of the Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh, did not survive. According to the original narrative, the characters were meant to discover the green-haired mermaid and subsequently rescue Jinbe from a slave trading crew, which incidentally included an individual strikingly reminiscent of the bounty poster depicting Sanji. In previous skirmishes, the renowned photographer from the news agency had consistently failed to capture Sanji's likeness, resulting in a rather unsatisfactory drawing that bore little resemblance to the true Sanji. Initially, the green-haired mermaid was filled with trepidation upon seeing Luffy and his companions. However, upon realizing they were there to aid her, she instantly lowered her guard and engaged in conversation with the Straw Hat crew. Upon witnessing the scene, Yuan couldn't help but smirk. No wonder Octopus Little 8 had met his demise. With such naivety, who wouldn't he be captured? A remote sea area? The green-haired mermaid named Cammy, being among the fastest swimmers in the world of One Piece, must have traversed numerous places. "Look, do you see the island in the sky? We should find a suitable spot to set him down." The Straw Hat crew had previously deliberated and decided against casually placing the Golden Lion Island there, for it was home to many wondrous giant creatures influenced by the unique flora of the island. If these plants were to spread to the sea, the harm to ordinary people would be immense. Furthermore, the native inhabitants of the Sky Islands were innocent and peaceful, easily susceptible to capture by slave traders and pirates. "Is that so? I know a place. Follow me." Upon hearing that Cammy had a suitable location in mind, the Straw Hat crew exchanged knowing smiles. With a thunderous roar, the island plunged into the water, creating a tremendous splash as the Golden Lion Island was securely settled. This was a blind spot along the Grand Line, not on the route to the latter half of the New World, and it was backed by the Calm Belt, home to many terrifying sea kings, making it an ideal place for seclusion. Cammy's analysis was astute. The Straw Hat crew nodded in agreement. Indeed, compared to other locations, this place was remarkably deserted. As they watched the Golden Lion Island submerge into the sea, Yuan felt the discomfort within him vanish instantaneously, his strength rapidly rejuvenating, an invigorating power coursing through his body. He still couldn't fathom the operations of that golden lion fellow. With so many islands relocated here, the area was comparable in size to numerous large islands. It was truly baffling how one could transport such a massive island around. This is Sabaody Archipelago. If you wish to head to the New World, you can only coat your ship here before venturing into the deep sea, Cammy stated, her head emerging from the water. Wonderful. We'll soon be on our way to Fishman Island. Cammy, you can come pick us up, Nami exclaimed joyfully. Absolutely. Leave it to me. Yet, as Cammy gazed at the fantastical, almost ethereal mangroves of Sabaody, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. Luffy discerned her troubled heart. What's wrong, Cammy? She replied despondently, I have always dreamed of experiencing the amusement parks of the human world. I've heard they are incredibly fun. Unfortunately, Sabaody Archipelago is the territory of the celestial dragons, filled with many slave traders, and many mermaids are sold here. I cannot set foot on the island. Witnessing Cammy's sorrow, the Straw Hat crew felt at a loss. Leave it to us, Cammy. We will protect you, Luffy assured confidently. Though they had not known each other for long, the mermaid Cammy quickly became a cherished companion of Luffy and his crew. Yuan gazed at the mermaid maiden, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Did this Cammy possess an uncanny ability to sense the malice of others? Having only just met, she seemed to place unwavering trust in Luffy and his companions. Mermaids have long been cherished as embodiments of beauty in the hearts of many, and Yuan was no exception. However, upon encountering Cammy, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Perhaps it was due to the striking beauty of Nami and Robin, which rendered Cammy less than breathtaking in his eyes. Or perhaps it was simply that Cammy had yet to mature, remaining just a young mermaid. Though he held reservations about Cammy's appearance, her innocent and carefree demeanor made it difficult for Yuan to harbor any disdain. He could only resolve to be more vigilant, lest he be swept away. Standing upon the redwoods that released bubbles floating into the air, he found everything to be extraordinarily novel. If not for the loathsome celestial dragons, Sabaody Archipelago would surely rank among the most beautiful places in the world. Countless bubbles danced in the air, refracting sunlight into a spectrum of colors, rendering the entire landscape reminiscent of a fantastical dream. As the Straw Hat crew roamed the Sabaody Archipelago, it was undeniable that the island's economy was remarkably prosperous. Among all the islands he had visited, none rivaled the affluence of Sabaody. Yuan and his companions traversed the road, engaging in playful antics while searching for a coding master. Along their journey, numerous coding masters remained unyielding in negotiations. After all, they were nearing the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line, in close proximity to the Navy's headquarters at Marineford. Most of those requiring a coding for their vessels were pirates, possessing considerable wealth, which consequently inflated the cost of the coding services to an exorbitant level that Nami and her companions simply could not afford. Yuan found himself in a state of vexation. Although Rayleigh was an inept teacher, he was remarkably adept in the realm of coding. What justification could he possibly have to approach Rayleigh? Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead of the Straw Hat crew. The celestial dragon is coming, thudded the sound of heavy footsteps. A corpulent figure clad in a white spacesuit was seen, dragging behind him a small giant bound by chains. The residents along the roadside fell to their knees, trembling in fear. A wide, clear path opened through the crowd, and no one dared to cross that line. Shintaro, a resident of the Sabaody Archipelago, had once been a mere inhabitant of a remote island. He later accompanied the village elder to the bustling Sabaody Archipelago to engage in trade. Upon first laying eyes on the archipelago, he fell irrevocably in love with this enchanting place. How wonderful it would be to live here. After more than a decade of hard work, he had managed to establish his own ice cream shop in the amusement park, blessed with a beautiful wife and 2 daughters, living a life of unimagined happiness. However, the greatest peril of residing in the Sabaody Archipelago was the celestial dragons. These noble beings of the world frequently traversed this prosperous land, and if fortune did not favor the common folk, they could easily be seized and reduced to slavery. Today, Shintaro witnessed a scene unlike any he had encountered before. The celestial dragon Charlos was parading atop his new slave. Oh, so many lowly commoners. You have polluted the air with your presence. Let me see if there are any interesting prey among you. Renowned as a famous island, the Sabaody Archipelago was home to many beautiful women, and he had already taken 5 or 6 wives from among them. Suddenly, he spotted a group of individuals standing at a distance. What is the meaning of this? He narrowed his eyes to scrutinize the figures, realizing that they were indeed not kneeling. Brazen fools, you dare to stand before me without bowing. Charlos's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed angrily ahead. In an instant, All gazes turned toward him, leaving Luffy and the others bewildered. Is he referring to us? In the world of One Piece, communication was severely lacking, and many regions were economically backward, with scant information available about the celestial dragons. Those not residing in areas where the celestial dragons were active often had no knowledge of their existence. Among the Straw Hat crew, Robin, the most knowledgeable, paused for a moment before recollecting the truth, her brow slick with cold sweat. Wait, Luffy, that appears to be a celestial dragon. What is a celestial dragon? Do they look like dragons? Usopp queried, perplexed. Just then, Charlos overheard Usopp's words. Fat pig, how dare you show such disrespect to me? Enraged, Charlos immediately drew a golden-patterned pistol and fired several shots at Usopp. This is bad, Usopp. In a moment of sheer panic, Usopp shielded his face, evading the onslaught of bullets that perforated his clothing. Yet miraculously, not a single drop of blood was shed. His comrades recalled that Usopp had become a wielder of extraordinary abilities, rendering him impervious to firearms, which brought them a sigh of relief, realizing he was unharmed. Usopp suddenly remembered, indeed, I am an ability user. I have nothing to fear. Instantly, he grew audacious and began to contemplate provoking the celestial dragons. Robin interjected, Usopp, halt. They are celestial dragons and could summon considerable trouble with a marine admiral. Observing Robin's serious demeanor and the sight of the kneeling civilians around them, even Luffy adopted a rare seriousness. Upon recognizing that their identity had been discovered, the celestial dragon's fury subsided into disdain. That natural type ability user, I find you quite impressive. Come and be my slave. And thus commenced the clash between the Straw Hat crew and the celestial dragons, a spectacle of great fervor. In the distance, DJ AP was joyfully bouncing on a rooftop, observing the unfolding events. Bonnie, the gluttonous girl, wore a grim expression. Did these individuals not gather intelligence before arriving at Sabaody Archipelago? Summoning an admiral at this juncture would be disastrous. The probability of an admiral's arrival is a certainty, while my own demise is nil. The fortune-teller Hawkins breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Kidd, arms crossed, observed the Straw Hat crew below with an inscrutable expression. Dare you make a move, Straw Hat? This altercation attracted the attention of numerous formidable pirates, among whom 12 possessed the most formidable strength, each boasting bounties exceeding 100 million, collectively known as the Worst Generation, and here, 8 of them were present. With a grave demeanor, Luffy declared, Neither shall I permit harm to my friends, nor shall I allow my companions to be enslaved. With that, he took deliberate steps toward the celestial dragon. An air of tension enveloped the scene, freezing time for all present, be they the formidable new generation pirates or the civilians. Each heart raced with the unthinkable scenario that flickered through their minds. Yuan watched from the side, his strength now formidable enough to remain unfazed by the chaos caused by Luffy and his crew. He was prepared to intervene if necessary. Furthermore, he harbored a deep disdain for the celestial dragons. Among the rogues of the seas, aside from that pink figure, the celestial dragons were the most detestable. Luffy extended his arm and landed a punch on St. Charlos, distorting his face and shattering his glass helmet into fragments. As the celestial dragon collapsed to the ground, unconscious, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. The celestial dragon has been struck? We must flee. The admirals are coming. The crowd, kneeling on the ground, scattered in panic. Kid spat disdainfully. Gritting his teeth, these scoundrels dared to act before me. What should we do, Captain? Asked Killer, also a member of the notorious Worst Generation, whose bounty exceeded 100 million. We must retreat. Now is not the time to confront an admiral. The slaves under the celestial dragons looked on in shock, while nearby, the agents clad in black collapsed in fear. Such an assault on a celestial dragon was unprecedented, especially in the vicinity of Marine headquarters. What a terrifying spectacle. In this haven for the celestial dragons, they had not even brought their formidable subordinates, making it all too easy for Luffy to strike. All right, everyone. Let us hasten our retreat. Luffy gradually regained his composure. At Marine headquarters, the phone bug on the desk of Admiral Sengoku rang violently. Admiral Sengoku, at Sabaody Archipelago. The Straw Hat pirates have assaulted a celestial dragon. St. Charlos has been knocked out. Sengoku was momentarily stunned by the news, then erupted in fury, veins throbbing on his forehead. At such a critical time, they choose to create chaos. Carp's grandson truly knows how to stir trouble. First, he defeats 2 warlords. And now he dares to strike a celestial dragon? Unbelievable. I must intervene. The yellow-caped Admiral, Kizaru, adjusted his sunglasses and stood up. All right, your speed is unparalleled. Intercept the straw hats swiftly. This is unacceptable. Seeing Kizaru willing to take action, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Kizaru was indeed astute, and he trusted that he would handle the situation adeptly. A multitude of people began to gather their belongings in preparation to flee, the streets teeming with those carrying their possessions in frantic escape. Capone Beach, the notorious gangster of the worst generation, puffed on his large cigar. Observing the frantic crowd with confusion, he approached one individual and inquired, "What is happening? Why is everyone fleeing?" The residents, ready to express their anger, saw the imposing figure before them, clad in black with a cigar clenched in his mouth, and decided to relent, stating, "A reckless pirate crew has attacked a celestial dragon, and the admirals are on their way." Captain Becky was astonished. Could such a thing truly occur? It is well understood that the closer one is to the activities of the celestial dragons, the deeper the fear they instill in the hearts of the people. What sort of reckless youth would engage in such audacity? It appears we must depart post-haste. Those wretched scoundrels have completely disrupted my plans. The inhabitants of the Sabati archipelago frequently encounter formidable pirates who have endured countless tribulations, as well as the elite forces of the Navy. Thus, they are acutely aware that should a great battle erupt here, the surrounding residents, and indeed the entire island, would cease to be a sanctuary. Luffy, we must leave swiftly. All right, my comrades, let us hasten back to the Sunny. The sound of footsteps resonated as a large contingent of Navy personnel approached, shrouded in dust. Nami's complexion paled. Oh no, we are surrounded on all sides. At that moment, a hand rested reassuringly on Nami's shoulder. Do not panic, Nami. Leave this to us warriors. With a firm press of his right hand against the ground, Yuan summoned dozens of lightning columns that struck the earth, scattering the naval forces in disarray. The ground was marked by a multitude of charred craters. The dense encirclement of the Navy was abruptly torn asunder, leaving the sailors writhing in agony within the pits. A user of the rumble fruit, a wielder of a natural-type devil fruit, akin to the admirals. Guyan observed the remarkable effects of this technique with great satisfaction. The nature-type devil fruit possesses formidable capabilities in eliminating minions. Straw Hat Crew. You shall find no respite. A towering, rotund figure wielding a double-edged axe, clad in a crimson loincloth and sporting a Dora hairstyle, loomed like a wall in the distance, accompanied by one of the 7 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma. It's Kuma, Robin exclaimed, recalling how he had previously showcased his power before them on Phantom Island. His abnormal devil fruit abilities, combined with exceptional speed and martial prowess, would have rendered them utterly helpless had it not been for the intervention of Jace and his comrades. However, this Kuma exuded an aura of rigidity and awkwardness. Pacifists. Seize them. A glint of red flashed in Kuma's eyes as he opened his wide mouth, extending a barrel-like appendage towards the Straw Hats, unleashing a barrage of laser beams. The piercing sound of their flight was swiftly followed by violent explosions on the ground. Wah! Luffy and his companions were propelled several meters away. What just happened? This Kuma can fire lasers? Observing Luffy and his crew in a state of bewilderment, Bartholomew's expression turned smug. I am a person of great discretion. I, Bartholomew, shall certainly not divulge that Kuma has been transformed into a technological weapon by our Navy. With that, he quickly covered his mouth, casting furtive glances as if fearing exposure. Luffy and the others exchanged exasperated glances at Bartholomew's antics, realizing they had no time to indulge him. A languid yet somewhat lecherous voice drifted down from above. Kawai. How terrifying. You've dispatched so many Navy personnel. Straw Hats, who among you dared to strike a celestial dragon? A lecherous old man in sunglasses, towering at 3 meters with a slender frame, stood atop a high building, his overwhelming presence impossible to ignore. Admiral Kizaru. Robin trembled slightly. She had faced the terrifying power of an admiral firsthand and knew well the dread that accompanied a man of Kizaru's renown, rivaling that of Akiji. As Yuan clasped his hands together, a door, standing as tall as a person, materialized before him. Minna, quickly step inside. Luffy exclaimed urgently, everyone. Hurry and enter the door to guys. The door fruit of Yuan derives its power from Bruno's abilities, inheriting the same level of development. Consequently, Yuan is unable to utilize the door fruit for ultra-long-distance teleportation. He can merely create alternate dimensions to evade threats. Upon witnessing this portal, Kizaru was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, Wait, is that called guys? Aren't you the user of the rumble fruit? What is the meaning of this door? Yuan paid no heed to Kizaru. With a mere lift of his hand, a thunderous dragon surged forth, scattering Kizaru into particles of light. Had he been elementalized? Luffy and his companions hurried towards the door, but in an instant, a laser shattered the portal forged by Yuan. Kizaru gradually coalesced from the luminous specks into human form. I cannot allow you, who have offended the celestial dragons, to escape. Otherwise, it would pose significant difficulties for me. Ancient Source was astounded. How could one strike while simultaneously shattering the door? Uncle Kizaru, are you not a relative of Luffy? Why are you not making any moves this time? These thoughts swirled in Ancient Source's mind as he observed Kizaru's demeanor, which was markedly different from that in the manga. Though perplexed, Ancient Source found himself unable to ponder further. Luffy, taken aback by the broken door, felt a sense of disarray. Seeing Ancient Source impede Kizaru, he turned resolutely, his gaze unwavering. There was no other choice. He must defeat them and then lead his companions to safety. Luffy joined forces with Sanji and Zoro, the three of them launching a combined assault on Bartholomew Kuma, while Frankie, Chopper, and Usopp engaged in their own struggles against the formidable foe. Yet even with Usopp, who had gained strength after consuming the Sand fruit, they could not hope to budge the original Kuma. Kuma murmured, if one were to travel, where would you wish to go? However, Luffy and his comrades were too preoccupied, intent only on vanquishing him. With a single sweep of his hand, Kuma sent each member of the Straw Hat crew flying. Zoro, Sanji, Luffy cried out helplessly, witnessing his friends being hurled away one by one. Jagus, come and help me. My friends have vanished. Despair filled Luffy's eyes, as he felt a deeper yearning for power than ever before. As Yuan glanced back, he observed that, apart from Luffy's crew, everyone else had been sent flying. Seizing the opportunity presented by Yuan's momentary distraction, Kizaru swiftly appeared before Luffy, delivering a kick at the speed of light that drove him into the ground. Boom. Luffy fell into a massive crater, rolling his eyes as he lost consciousness. Kizaru, with a hint of skepticism, gazed at the vacant expression of Bartholomew Kuma and murmured, has he been dispatched? I never anticipated that he would be modified to such an extent yet retain a semblance of awareness. However, I cannot allow Straw Hat Luffy to be sent away. As Yuan observed that Luffy had not been sent flying by Kuma but was instead intercepted by Kizaru, a conjecture formed within him. It seemed that the appearance of the latter had instigated this change. Kuma's mechanical eyes flickered with crimson light, reflecting his complex emotions. The recent departure of Luffy's companions had already alerted Kizaru, and if he were to assist Luffy again, it would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Kizaru. Such an encounter would disrupt the plans of the Revolutionary Army, rendering their prior efforts potentially futile. Amidst Kuma's turmoil, Yuan sprang into action. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he soared through the air, his right hand clenched tightly as the once ethereal trees of Sabaody began to contort. The Sabaody archipelago, composed of intertwined roots with a rich history, remained impervious to human interference. Yet, at this moment, the roots seemed to pulsate with life. Several lion heads, crafted from roots and wood, emerged, roaring fiercely at Kizaru. Lion's might. The lion head swiftly encircled Kizaru, charging towards him as if intent on tearing apart the 3-meter-tall figure. Kizaru, reacting quickly, transformed into a flash of light and ascended into the air, observing the surrounding roots erupting like vines, consuming buildings and dragging them into the earth. The leaves atop Sabaody appeared to gain sentience, morphing into colossal lion heads. In the span of merely a minute, the original landscape of Sabaody had been entirely transformed into a collection of variously composed lion heads, surrounding Kizaru with dozens of imposing figures. Stunned, Kizaru found this spectacle beyond his imagination, even neglecting Luffy, who had been enveloped by a wooden lion head and whisked away. Cold sweat dripped down his face, rendering him momentarily speechless. As an admiral, he was among the highest echelon of power, yet the intelligence he had received indicated a different reality. The Golden Lion Island, where a mysterious powerhouse battled the Golden Lion, had plummeted rapidly before stabilizing, and the man's abilities before him seemed to yield a result he had never dared to envision. A multi-ability user. Kizaru's mocking demeanor vanished. The opponent before him was no longer one to be underestimated. The threat presented was even greater than that of the 4 emperors. And Kizaru realized that he could very well fall here, losing his devil fruit abilities in the process. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, yet in reality, only mere seconds had passed. Kizaru quickly regained his composure, dismissing pre-battle banter, and transformed into a radiant cross of light, propelling himself skyward. Yada no Kagami. Countless beams of light, as thick as arms, struck the lion heads. Boom, boom, boom. The beams, upon impact, transformed into circular yellow shockwaves. The sky and ground were marred by numerous deep craters. As lightning clashed with light, Kazara beheld the diminutive man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, whose unleashed power surpassed even that of the so-called monster admiral. The flashes of light and electricity surrounding both figures flickered ominously with black hues. Kazara narrowed his eyes. With mastery over both hockey types, it was clear he could not afford to let this adversary escape. Who can say who will prevail? The lewd yellow monkey. The capabilities of Kazara's hockey and observation hockey far exceed those of old Yuan, seemingly corroborating Kaido's assertion that sheer power is paramount. Each of old Yuan's strikes, newly infused with armament hockey, pales in comparison to Kizaru's might. However, bolstered by the powers of the shadow fruit, the door fruit, the float fruit, the rumble fruit, and others, his movements are unpredictable and multifaceted. Not even Kazara can ascertain the true extent of old Yuan's abilities. As the battle rages between Kizaru and old Yuan, the inhabitants of other regions in Sabaody Archipelago feel as though they are in the midst of an earthquake. What manner of monster is this that the ground has been trembling incessantly for the past 10 minutes? The explosions can be heard even from the coastline. Gazing at the distant hues of yellow and blue illuminating the sky, people can only think of fleeing in panic. Run! Sabaody is destined for destruction. Oh no, my possessions. Kid, Bonnie, and other formidable supernovas stand at the shore, observing the clash in Sabaody. Is it the Straw Hat crew engaged in battle with an admiral? Can this caliber of conflict truly be the work of mere mortals? Trafalgar Law, one of the notorious worst generation and a user of the Opop no Mi, watches in astonishment as the events unfold on the Sabaody archipelago. Even his lifelong nemesis, Don Quixote da Flamingo, could not contend with an admiral to this extent. Who exactly are these individuals? At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku gazes incredulously at the telephone bug adorned with a naval cap. Someone from the Straw Hat crew can actually go toe-to-toe with Kizaru? Who is Kizaru, after all? An admiral, though he often slacks off. His strength is acknowledged throughout the Navy. What gives the Straw Hats the audacity? Is it merely because the Straw Hat lad is the grandson of Garp? Even Garp, at that age, would not possess such power. He was already troubled by Ace's situation, and now he must prepare for war against the Whitebeard pirates. The Straw Hats merely sent Kizaru to handle the matter. Surely, out of respect for Garp, they would release these rookie pirates shortly. He never anticipated such chaos would ensue. With matters escalating beyond control, he finds himself unable to intervene. Who is the current admiral? Reporting to the marshal, Admiral Akiji is at the Navy headquarters. Sengoku's face lights up. He immediately orders Akiji to assist Kizaru and swiftly subdue the Straw Hat pirates. At the heart of the Sabaody archipelago, countless remnants of broken lion heads and a multitude of charred pits obscure any semblance of the once dreamlike visage of Sabaody. Gu Yuan's body was adorned with numerous wounds of varying sizes, yet each injury emitted steam as it rapidly healed. Huang Yuan's visage bore signs of battle as well. His once majestic cloak now reduced to a mere tattered remnant fluttering in the air, and his body was similarly marked with various lightning scars, albeit of a lesser severity. The expression on Huang Yuan's face was grim, his already unsightly features rendered even more dismal. In the confrontation with Gu Yuan, it was evident that Huang Yuan was at a disadvantage. Despite his formidable hockey and swordsmanship of a master swordsman, he found himself inflicting more damage upon his opponent than he received. However, Gu Yuan seemed to possess a restorative devil fruit ability, with wounds emitting steam as they healed instantaneously. Even the might of hockey proved futile against Gu Yuan's regeneration. Furthermore, the incessant barrage of Gu Yuan's diverse fruit abilities amplified Huang Yuan's sense of peril. With surprise attacks springing forth from shadows and the alarming power to transform individuals into doors creating a profound sense of crisis. As Huang Yuan surveyed the ravaged surroundings, he noted that certain areas were already beginning to flood with seawater. A sense of retreat began to take root within him. They had been locked in combat for over an hour, and neither side exhibited any signs of fatigue. At this moment, Gu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Having never encountered a formidable opponent before, his various abilities remained untapped, and he was acutely aware of his own strength and limitations. Engaged in a stalemate with the admiral, he found that neither could gain the upper hand, with the outcome hinging solely on which party would exhaust their stamina first. Suddenly, a towering ice wall erupted, encasing the battlefield where Gu Yuan and Kazara had been clashing. From within the swirling white frost, a tall figure emerged. Upon witnessing this scene, Kazara's serious demeanor relaxed. After battling Gu Yuan for over an hour, he had gained insight into Gu Yuan's capabilities. He realized that while he might not be able to conquer his opponent alone, there was no way he could contend against two admirals simultaneously. The smile on Gu Yuan's face vanished in an instant. This predicament is quite troublesome. During his battle with Kizaru, he had repeatedly attempted to evade by utilizing the doorstep fruit in conjunction with the thunder fruit to escape into a different dimension created by the former. However, his mastery over the doorstep fruit was far from adequate, as each opening required a minimum of several seconds to cast, allowing Kizaru to easily intercept him. Kizaru landed beside Aokiji. The latter, being a wielder of multiple devil fruits, possessed at least 4 distinct abilities: the thunder fruit, the float fruit, the doorstep fruit, and the shadow fruit, and he likely had a recovery-type devil fruit as well. Upon hearing this, Aokiji paused momentarily questioning whether Kizaru had been manipulated, as he was spouting nonsense. However, he quickly nodded, regardless of the truth, facing the combined might of the 2 most formidable powers in the world. There was absolutely no chance of a comeback. The ancient source of the heart network was instantly activated, searching for any chance of escape. Suddenly, he appeared to notice something intriguing. A fleet of celestial dragons docked at the shore, with 3 celestial dragons gazing at Sabaody. Another battle had erupted in the Sabaody archipelago. But this time, it was not merely a clash of yellow and blue, but a collision of yellow, white, and blue. The forceful explosions reverberated, causing even the ships already at sea to sway precariously. Among them, an orange-haired female celestial dragon addressed the stout celestial dragon standing at the edge of the ship. "Charles, we must depart swiftly. It might come to this side soon." Charles, his eyes bloodshot and his face adorned with a large bandage, roared in fury. "No, I must witness the Admiral personally capture those pirates. I shall turn them into my slaves and torment them mercilessly." Charles' father, St. Roseward, spoke leisurely. "Shalulia, you are far too cowardly. Are you truly my daughter? I have just received word that the Navy has dispatched 2 admirals. They will undoubtedly seize the opposition. In the past, whenever the rabble dared to resist, regardless of their strength, they only faced failure in the presence of an admiral." Seeing his father, Roseward, concur with his thoughts, Charles could not help but feel a sense of pride. The Navy is indeed a well-trained dog. As long as we utter a command, they will obediently comply. The celestial dragon father and son disregarded the surrounding Navy soldiers, laughing unabashedly. The expressions of the Navy personnel contorted, discomfort swirling within them. However, years of interaction with the celestial dragons had long since eroded the fervor of the youthful recruits who had once enlisted. Suddenly, the waters near the celestial dragons began to churn violently, and the roots of the trees along the Sabaody shore appeared to possess a certain sentience, transforming into a colossal lion's head that lunged toward the celestial dragon ships. The bodyguard assigned to protect the celestial dragons turned pale, leaping into action. Stormlegs. He swiftly unleashed a barrage of azure energy blades, leaving only a few scratches on the lion's head. Yet, the unstoppable lion's head soon devoured the despairing Navy personnel and the terrified celestial dragons, drawing them into the roots. The ancient source plunged into the earth, as countless lion heads swiftly shielded it from the assaults of the yellow monkey and the green pheasant. Yuan now felt as though his body was on the verge of collapse. Unable to contain himself, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The collaboration between Aokiji and Kizaru was indeed a case of 1 + 1 exceeding 2. The 2 of them, engaged in a combined assault, rendered Yuan incapable of diverting his focus to employ multiple devil fruit abilities. Although his gulp fruit allowed for the simultaneous use of several powers, it required a portion of his concentration to manipulate them effectively. Faced with 2 formidable adversaries, each a master of their respective fruits and haki, he was unable to leverage the potential advantages of multiple fruits. He could only barely utilize the thunder fruit and the float fruit. However, he was fortunate to possess a hidden card. Aokiji and Kizaru stood on either side, their eyes fixed intently on Yuan. With the 2 great admirals launching their attack together, Kizaru felt significantly less pressure and began to mockingly observe Yuan. Yuan, to confront 2 admirals simultaneously, is truly a terrifying prospect. With a dark expression, Yuan found himself ridiculed by the lecherous old man, Kizaru. Aokiji spoke with gravity, stating, "In the presence of these 2 admirals, you stand no chance, even with your mastery over multiple devil fruits." With a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth, Yuan spoke with a leisurely tone. "That may not be the case." Huang Yuan and Qingji exchanged glances, pondering whether there were any hidden trump cards. They were acutely aware of the precarious situation. Yuan had no chance of turning the tide, which is why they paused to see what tricks he might have up his sleeve. Suddenly, three individuals clad in exquisite white spacesuits emerged from the ground before Yuan. The once proud celestial dragons now bore shattered glass helmets atop their heads, a desperate measure to avoid breathing the same air as the commoners. Their bodies were marked with the signs of having been crushed by heavy objects, and all three lay unconscious, their eyes rolled back. Huang Yuan and Qing Ji were taken aback at the sight of these three. Huang Yuan's expression darkened. This is bad. How could these celestial dragons have been captured? Were they not supposed to have left already? Qing Ji also felt the weight of the situation. The tide had turned, and capturing the adversary now seemed a distant prospect. Let the celestial dragons go, and we will allow you to leave, Qing Ji said, taking a deep breath. Although he had no desire to rescue these pampered celestial dragons, the principles and responsibilities of the Navy forbade him from acting otherwise. Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. He feared that Akiji and Kizuru, disregarding the celestial dragons, might seek to eliminate him. After all, these three celestial dragons were merely trifling fools, while he, Yuan, possessed the ambition to upheave the entire world, a confidence born from his status as a traveler from another realm. Were a different admiral in charge, replacing Akiji with a Kainu, a confrontation might have already erupted, showing little regard for the lives of the celestial dragons. However, such a possibility remained rather slim. The ancient source of the gate fruit slowly retreated into the door, only to be suddenly seized by the powerful hand of roots controlled by the float fruit, hurling three celestial dragons into the portal. This is dire. Akiji's eyes widened in alarm. Kizaru transformed into light and delivered a swift kick, sending one of the celestial dragons flying out, only to be engulfed by a lightning dragon thereafter. The door created by the gate fruit quickly shut and vanished. Upon arriving beside St. Charles, they realized that the moment the celestial dragon's body made contact with sunlight, it began to dissipate into smoke, gradually vanishing. What is happening? Damn it. One should never trust these pirates. The Sabaody archipelago did not suffer widespread devastation due to the battle between the ancient source and the two admirals. In truth, only a quarter of the area was affected. A team of construction workers was transporting a batch of timber using the unique floating bubbles of Sabaody, right at the epicenter of the battle. Observing the shattered wooden lion heads and the lingering remnants of frost that refused to melt, the workers were astounded. Are these traces truly the result of human conflict? The Straw Hat crew is remarkably formidable. Not only did they deliver a severe beating to the celestial dragons, but they also managed to escape from under the admiral's grasp. Shoo, keep your voice down. There may still be Navy and world government personnel nearby. A day had passed since the battle between the ancient source and the two admirals. The admirals, unfamiliar with the gate fruit, were hesitant to wager on whether the ancient source would return, as the Navy headquarters had urgently begun military preparations. A confrontation with the world's mightiest man, Whitebeard, was imminent. After several hours, Akiji and Kizari departed in succession. Beneath a concealed route on the Sabaody archipelago, a door quietly opened. From the ancient origins, Luffy emerged. Behind the ajar door, two celestial dragons were visibly bound tightly. With a hint of determination, Luffy adjusted his hat and proclaimed, "Jez, let us swiftly reunite with our comrades. I intend to train for a while before embarking on a new voyage." It was evident that this incident had profoundly impacted Luffy, though his strength was formidable. Ranking just below the 7 warlords, he had the capacity to defeat the lower-ranked among them through sheer determination. In a meticulous assessment of rankings, Luffy's prowess could be deemed among the elite of the seas. However, while his previous combat experiences sufficed against those skilled in devil fruit abilities, they proved inadequate when facing masters of hockey. As the ancient source unfurled its web, the sounds of the majority of the chambered archipelago filled the air, inundating my ears with a plethora of information. Luffy, I recall you once mentioned having a brother named Ace, correct? Luffy tilted his head, puzzled. Indeed, what of it? Follow me. Ancient source levitated from the ground, soaring through the low skies. In the aftermath of that great war, numerous agents cultivated by the world government lingered over Sabaody, tasked with surveilling the area to prevent the emergence of Ancient Source and his companions. However, these individuals found themselves utterly exposed beneath the web of consciousness woven by Ancient Source. Utilizing the advantages of this mental network, he guided Luffy to deftly circumvent those agents. Arriving at a news agency, upon witnessing the appearance of Luffy and Ancient Source, the owner of the agency was seized by terror, cold sweat cascading down his brow as he stumbled back in fright. Yet, before he could utter a word, Ancient Source commanded the trees to ensnare him, silencing him completely. Guyu picked up a newspaper, and Luffy leaped onto Guyu's shoulder to take a look. Suddenly, a particular image caused Luffy's pupils to constrict sharply. Ace. It turned out that a few days prior, after Kizaru and Akiji returned to the Navy headquarters, there had been no trace left of either of them. Ha. My grandson truly lives up to his lineage. The reactions within Sengoku's office varied, yet only Carp provoked Sengoku's ire. Be quiet, Carp. I have yet to settle accounts regarding Ace with you. Upon the mention of Ace, a glimmer of sorrow appeared in Carp's eyes. The only piece of good news he had heard in recent days was that Luffy had escaped from the hands of the admirals. In response to Guyu, the wielder of the multiple devil fruit abilities, the Navy headquarters promptly convened a collective meeting. The primary focus of this assembly was the bounty on the Straw Hat crew. Sengoku spoke gravely. Immediately, a vice-admiral rose to propose, I suggest we launch a demon extermination order against the Straw Hat crew. The abilities of their member, guys, to acquire devil fruit powers are exceedingly formidable. The sheer terror of having the Sasa fruit, the Kage fruit, and the Horo fruit in their possession cannot be overlooked. We must extinguish this evil at once. Vice-Admiral Fireburn. The Navy is on the brink of engaging in battle with the Yonko Whitebeard, and we simply cannot spare the resources to deal with the Straw Hat crew. Do you wish to be defeated by the Whitebeard pirates? Observing the escalating debate in the room, Sengoku could only helplessly rub his forehead. Truly, troubles seemed to come one after another. Ultimately, even the highest authority of the world government, the Five Elders, intervened to finalize the plan. First, they would focus on dealing with the Whitebeard pirates, and afterward, they would eradicate the Straw Hat crew. This time, the leverage against Whitebeard must be thoroughly exploited, even to the extent that the event of the Celestial Dragons being attacked would be overshadowed by this war. The new bounty on the Straw Hat crew was also revealed. Guys, a combatant of the Straw Hat pirates had a bounty of 2.5 billion berries. A public enemy of all devil fruit users. Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat pirates, had a bounty of 1 billion berries. The fearsome captain of the Straw Hat pirates, Roronoa Zoro, the first mate of the Straw Hat pirates, was assigned a bounty of 500 million berries. The total bounty for the entire crew reached an astounding 5 billion berries. Guyan observed the bounty with a silent nod. This reward was originally the bounty bestowed upon Blackbeard for seizing the Tremor fruit and ascending as a new emperor. To his surprise, he had acquired it prematurely. At that moment, Luffy was oblivious to the significance of the bounty. Instead, his gaze was drawn to another article in the newspaper. It reported that Port St. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, was to be publicly executed at Navy headquarters in 3 days. Luffy blinked in disbelief, convinced that he had misread the words. His brother had truly been captured. How could this be possible? Ace was undoubtedly stronger than I am. How could he have been apprehended? Calm down, Luffy. Taking a deep breath, he clenched the newspaper tightly and declared, Ace is my brother, my kin. He is facing death. I must rescue him. Impel Down, also known as the Underwater Prison, is the foremost prison in the world, situated in the calm belt of the Grand Line. Impel Down is predominantly a colossal tower structure submerged beneath the sea, with its foundation resting on the ocean floor. Due to its location in the calm belt, the entire prison is encircled by enormous sea kings. It is guarded by a naval warship. The inmates are all notorious criminals, and the atmosphere within is dreadfully eerie, monitored by various monstrous wardens and visual transponder snails. Beneath the prison, vast numbers of large sea kings lurk, earning Impel Down its reputation as an impenetrable fortress. Historically, only the infamous Shiki, who consumed the float fruit, has ever escaped from Impel Down. Outside the prison, the Navy soldiers stationed there suddenly sensed a darkening sky. What had once been a clear azure expanse was now shrouded in ominous clouds, casting a shadow over the sea, which momentarily resembled night. In the restroom of the undersea prison warden's office, sounds of liquid colliding with water echoed. Plop, plop. Ah, what a relief. A tall man with small devilish wings and horns emerged from the restroom. He was Magellan, the warden of Impel Down and the highest authority of the underwater prison. Ugh. Another bout of diarrhea. Having consumed the special Paramecia-type poison fruit, his powers had significantly increased, making him thrive in the confined spaces of Impel Down. However, the fruit also came with severe side effects, causing him frequent bouts of diarrhea. Tap, tap, tap. A naval soldier staggered into the office, only to be met with an overwhelmingly acrid scent that rendered him breathless, causing him to collapse to the floor in a fit of dry heaves. Observing the soldier's disheveled state, Magellan's expression darkened as he waved his hand, dispersing the stifling air within the office. Enough, enough. What madness is this? The soldier, feeling the atmosphere improve, cheerfully replied, Director, it seems rain is imminent. The sky is laden with dark clouds. Magellan stroked his chin, perplexed by the soldier's words. Dark clouds? Rain? Suddenly recalling something, he dashed out of the office. This was entirely incongruous. The doldrums had no wind, thus clouds were scarce, and precipitation was nearly impossible. The presence of such ominous clouds was far from normal. Upon emerging outside, he was greeted by a cataclysmic scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. With bolts of lightning striking down from a sky filled with thunderclouds, a warship outside the city had been cleaved in two by the ferocious lightning. What in the world is happening? The relentless barrage of thunder and lightning unleashed chaos, setting the exposed areas of the city ablaze. Even the prisoners confined 3 levels beneath the city felt a slight tremor. What is transpiring above? Hey, guard, what is going on outside? As Magellan surveyed the chaos, he suddenly recalled the significant events of the past couple of days. His eyes widened as he retrieved a communication snail and dialed Sengoku. Hello, this is the Navy headquarters. Admiral Sengoku, the Thunder God Kaido is attacking Impel Down to rescue prisoners. Understood. I will immediately dispatch a vice-admiral for support, Sengoku replied. His demeanor remarkably composed as he glanced sideways at the unflappable vice-admiral Crane beside him. If it were the Navy strategist's small Crane, this was all as you predicted. Vice-Admiral Crane slowly set down her teacup, having heard that one of Captain Carp's grandsons was the captain of the Straw Hat crew. She had anticipated such a day might come. Sengoku reflected, fortunately, we managed to extract the prisoner, Fire Fist Ace, in advance, otherwise he could very well have been rescued by the Straw Hats. Sengoku harbored considerable apprehension regarding the ancient source capable of contending with 2 vice-admirals simultaneously. Magellan, whose combat prowess approached that of a vice-admiral, might find it challenging to thwart the adversary. On the Impel Down side, hearing that Sengoku intended to dispatch a vice-admiral bolstered Magellan's confidence. According to naval intelligence, the ancient source could withstand 2 vice-admirals at once. Regardless of the legitimacy of that claim, it was enough to warrant his serious attention. The silhouette of Yuan emerged amidst the dark clouds. Just moments ago, in the chaos unleashed by the thunder and lightning, Luffy had stealthily infiltrated Impel Down. Now, all he needed to do was to defeat Magellan before seizing the opportunity to reap the rewards. The frequency of the lightning strikes began to intensify, and the terrifying natural disaster sent the sea creatures of the depths fleeing in haste. Magellan gazed at the sunken battleship, his eyes filled with rage. Yet he found himself powerless, unable to ascend and confront the figure concealed within the clouds. You coward! If you have the guts, come down and face me in a fair fight. It seemed as though the heavens had heeded Magellan's challenge. A colossal bolt of lightning struck directly upon him. Boom! The terrifying heat melted the hard prison floor into a dark crimson substance. Magellan was enveloped in a blood-red venom, emitting thick plumes of steam. His eyes burned with fury, while Yuan, hidden within the clouds, watched in trepidation. The denizens of the Pirate King's world were utterly irrational. This lightning, capable of melting rock, failed to claim a life. The ancient source gradually drifted above the advancing city. Upon witnessing this, Magellan bellowed with fervor, At last, you have descended. There is no escape for you now. Reinforcements from the naval headquarters are en route. Despite lacking the protagonist's fortitude, Magellan attempted to engage in verbal sparring akin to that of a hero. With a mere raise of his hand, the ancient source summoned a warship that soared through the air, hurtling toward Magellan at a breathtaking speed. Underworld approval. A lengthy demon dragon, strikingly reminiscent of Magellan, collided with the warship, its formidable corrosive power instantaneously reducing the vessel to a mere skeletal frame, leaving behind a pool of dark yellow fluid. Poisonous pufferfish. Magellan positioned his hands in a stance reminiscent of the Kamehameha wave, unleashing a torrent of round poison projectiles that enveloped the airborne ancient source. Upon witnessing this, Yuan transformed into lightning and vanished in an instant. After several rounds of probing, he discerned that Magellan possessed the ability to harness haki. Yet his mastery was insufficient to subdue the monstrous entities lurking in the depths of the underwater prison. The true masters of haki in the vast ocean are either extraordinarily gifted or have endured countless life and death battles. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for them to possess such profound mastery. Of course, exceptions do exist, such as the unique secret techniques and technologies exclusive to the world government. Understanding Magellan's capabilities, Yuan surged forward, wielding lightning, and collided with Magellan, resulting in a spectacular eruption of electricity and venom. Such formidable strength. Magellan struggled to wield his trident. In a confrontation where both parties wielded haki, the significance of their devil fruit abilities diminished considerably, and Magellan found himself at a disadvantage. With a roar, lioness might, earth roll, the very ground of Impel Down seemed to awaken with a spirit, swiftly transforming into a lion's head that ensnared Magellan. Just as he shattered one lioness head, he was confronted with an endless onslaught of them. In less than a minute, Magellan was engulfed and vanished from the world. Yuan cast a glance at the tranquil ground, letting out a sigh, lamenting the lost potential of the fruit. He had no intention of consuming Magellan's poison fruit, as its development was rather mediocre, and he would have no time to delve into the intricacies of poison techniques. Thus, there was no necessity to acquire this fruit. At that moment, within the depths of Impel Down, as the jester buggy was released, prisoners from the upper tiers began to pour out one after another, fervently following Buggy in a frenzied manner. The guards, including Hannibal, the deputy warden of Impel Down, were defeated, plunging the entire prison into chaos. Impel Down, the underwater prison, comprised 6 levels, with the 6th level at the very bottom housing the most notorious pirates in the world. The commotion from the upper 3 levels had evidently reached this depth. What is happening? Did you hear that? Shut up, blind man. Have you not given up? You cannot escape from this prison. Among the prisoners were several formidable individuals with exceptionally keen observation haki. In the deepest corridor of the prison, a stooped figure stirred slightly. While a colossal man was warming up within the confines of the prison, a blue whale shark man lifted his head, his face etched with concern. These fierce powerhouses sensed that this situation was likely unprecedented. Boom. Luffy leaped into the air, forcefully kicking open a prison door. Beside him, the sorrowful-faced Buggy, with his red nose and blue hair, exclaimed, Hey, Straw Hat idiot. Do you truly not understand what kind of monsters reside on the 6th level? With our numbers, we would be devoured, leaving not a single bone behind. Luffy, unwavering, sprinted forward, his eyes filled with determination. I don't care about anything else. Ace is my brother, my kin. Nothing else matters. On level 5 of the underwater prison, a unique area was established by the Revolutionary Army through unconventional means. The revolutionary cadre, the Okama King Emporio Ivankov, was startled from his seat by a sudden violent tremor. Nanny? What happened? Did a Sea King attack the prison? One of the cadres beside him retorted, That's absurd. The bottom and exterior of Impel Down are reinforced with sea stone. Sea Kings would not strike here. At that moment, a burly man clad in a stepmother's dress and adorned with vivid lipstick burst in, exclaiming in a rough voice, Bad news. Lord Ivankov, Impel Down is in chaos. The prisoners from the upper 3 levels have all escaped. Upon hearing the man's words, the 2 cadres' expressions shifted dramatically, but they quickly regained their composure. Now was indeed the perfect opportunity to flee Impel Down. Upon entering the formidable Impel Down, Yuan was taken aback by the vast, yet dimly lit prison. The advanced technology employed within this facility was astonishing. One couldn't help but wonder how such an immense structure could be erected in such a perilous, windless zone. Following the release of inmates by the infamous Joker Buggy, many prisoners, enamored by his charisma, chose to follow him, while a considerable number opted to pursue their own agendas. No sooner had Yuan stepped into Impel Down than he found himself surrounded by several convicts, intent on inflicting harm upon him. As Yuan waved his hand, several blades of wind shot forth, pinning a few ravenous men against the wall. It was evident that the majority of these criminals were indeed nefarious villains. As Yuan proceeded, a frown creased his brow. All the jailers had been vanquished, and the malevolent thoughts of the prisoners were unleashed to a great extent, to the point where they had begun to engage in mutual slaughter. With both hands clasped together, Yuan struck 11 times, and his astonishment. The floor before him parted like liquid, the rocks compressing against each other with a tremendous roar. The entire prison trembled as Yuan leaped into the fissure created by the float fruit, his mind opening to a cacophony of sounds. Suddenly, Yuan's eyes snapped open, and he found no trace of Ace. Surprisingly, the situation had changed. Ace had not been rescued by Luffy, but had instead been taken away after narrowly missing Luffy during his infiltration of Impel Down. He had been captured earlier than anticipated. As Luffy raced frantically, the ceiling above him suddenly cracked, and Yuan emerged from the opening. Jageus. Luffy, we are too late. Ace has already been taken away and is now awaiting execution at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. What? Luffy grasped Yuan's arms, gazing up at him with wide eyes, resembling 2 brass bells, sweat pouring down his face. Nearby, the clown Buggy, having consumed the split fruit, was so terrified that his limbs had exploded apart. Nanny, Marineford, Luffy. Your brother is doomed. Luffy hung his head in silence. The atmosphere grew tense, with even Buggy's subordinates too fearful to make a sound. I have made my decision. Even if it means going to Marine headquarters, I will rescue Ace. Yuan nodded in silence, for originally, Luffy was also meant to go. He refrained from further trivial conversation. Ancient Source deftly commanded the floor to ascend, intending to whisk everyone away from this perilous place. At that moment, the jester, Buggy, rushed forward, seizing Ancient Source by the collar, and exclaimed, "Who are you? What do you mean by nodding? Do you comprehend the dangers of venturing to Marineford with just our meager number?" Buggy's words momentarily stunned Ancient Source. Indeed, he had sensed something amiss. It was the lack of numbers. Originally, when Luffy and his companions departed from Impel Down, they had been accompanied by a considerable entourage of formidable beings from the 6th level, yet now those individuals remained confined. The cacophony of approaching chaos grew ever louder. The former pirate king, Douglas Bullet, whose combat prowess ranked just beneath that of the first mate, opened his eyes, surveying the prison with his observation hockey, noting the scarcity of worthy adversaries. Meanwhile, a frail old man from the adjacent cell emerged from the shadows, eagerly peering out into the corridor. Yuan and his companions entered the 6th level, where the pirates at the forefront exhibited a markedly superior quality compared to the riffraff of the previous 3 tiers. Their eyes glinted with ferocity and mockery, and an aura of intimidation enveloped them, sending shivers down one's spine. Unfortunately, Yuan was no longer the person he once was. His expression was devoid of emotion as he passed each prison cell. Upon seeing Buggy in his prison garb, the inmates grew fervently excited. "Hey, you over there. Let me out too. I have a wealth of treasures waiting for you outside. If you set me free, I will share all my riches with you." Yuan arrived at the far end of the 6th level, where a desolate prison cell awaited him. This must be Ace's confinement. He recognized the identities of the prisoners beside him: Barrett, the solitary and proud Red, Raidfield, the warden of the prison, Yuji Shilyo, and Jinbe, the whale shark man and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. These 4 individuals occupied the upper echelon within the prison. In contrast, the next formidable battleships and the 9-tailed fox, who had been recruited by Blackbeard, belonged to the secondary tier. Although they were part of the same tier, it was evident that the 2 strongest among them were the first 2. Guyu surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, "Our Straw Hat Pirates are about to set sail for the Navy headquarters at Marineford to engage in battle against Whitebeard and the Navy. Those who choose to join us will find freedom." For a moment, the raucous pirates fell silent. Their capture had stemmed from the Navy's actions, and they harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards the Navy, especially when considering the perilous journey to Marineford, where a single misstep could lead to death. Here, at least, they had a chance to survive. Barrett fixed his gaze intently on the diminutive figure before him, a subtle threat emanating from his presence. "What an intriguing little rascal." "Your strength is commendable," Barrett remarked, breaking the tense silence. All eyes turned towards him, and Buggy, upon seeing the imposing figure in the prison, was so terrified that he nearly propelled himself backwards. "Barrett, oh, just a rookie. Are you still as stagnant as before?" Barrett's taunt ignited Buggy's fury, and he leaned closer, vociferously proclaiming that treasure was the essence of a pirate's romance. His followers, aware of Buggy's past, prostrated themselves in admiration. Guyu, observing this motley crew, felt a twinge of exasperation. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. "I am willing to follow the Straw Hats. Luffy, my brother. I wish to join you in rescuing Ace." Jinbe, one of the 7 warlords, stepped forward, and his declaration sparked a wave of support among the pirates. Freedom was an invaluable treasure. In the oppressive darkness of this prison, a normal person would have long since succumbed to madness. It was only these formidable sea warriors who could endure, and upon reflection, many pirates chose to align themselves with Guyu. Luffy observed these pirates, his anxiety gradually easing. Their presence would undoubtedly facilitate Ace's rescue. However, noticing a few stubborn individuals remaining, Guyu understood that without offering something of value, he would struggle to sway them. Guyuin conjured lightning with one hand while a shadow of darkness emerged from the other. "I possess the ability to wield various fruits, capable of freely seizing the powers of the living, and I also have the strength to bestow fruit abilities upon others. Should you choose to join my ranks, there lies the opportunity to acquire numerous formidable fruits." As Guyuin showcased his myriad of abilities, the pirate's expression shifted to one of dread. After all, among them were also those endowed with powers, who could foresee the potential for their abilities to be snatched away. The solitary red-eyed figure flickered with a glint of fearsome realization. Suddenly, he felt the gaze of this young man upon him. Even the power of rejuvenation through fruit was within reach. With Yuan's words, the solitary red-eyed man no longer hesitated. In that case, I shall accompany you to see what those old fellows, Garp, Sengoku, and the others, are up to. Yuan turned his gaze towards the Rain of Hope, and the crowd followed suit. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Shi Lu remained unfazed. Even a Navy man like myself has been summoned? I sense you are not one to relish solitude. Come, let us stir up some chaos. A smile graced the corners of Rain of Hope's lips. I have been awaiting this moment, Captain. Luffy, upon hearing Shi Lu's words, quickly interjected, Hey, hat-wearing guy, I am the captain here. In the sky, Kizaru soared, his expression grave as he beheld the lingering dark clouds in the distance. What a frightful sight! A juxtaposition of seriousness and lewdness appeared on Kizaru's face. In a flash, he transformed into a beam of light, reaching the skies above and impelled down in less than a minute. Beneath his glasses, his eyes widened in astonishment. Where once stood impelled down, only a swirling vortex of seawater remained. The entire underwater prison had vanished. After the initial shock, Kizaru retrieved his din mushi and dialed Sengoku's office. What? Impelled down has disappeared. Kizaru, return to headquarters immediately. Do not pursue. Sengoku exclaimed, his face pale. The expressions of Tsuru and Carp in the office mirrored his gravity. It must be the power of the float fruit. What a formidable junior. Capable of removing an entire city like Impel Down. Sengoku began pacing the room, his demeanor troubled. Impel Down housed the most notorious pirates of the last 50 years, several of whom rivaled the 7 warlords of the sea, not to mention 2 legendary pirates. Should these individuals return to the seas, the consequences could be catastrophic. With the Straw Hat Crew's connection to Port Asti, Ace, their combined strength might lead to horrifying outcomes during the war at Marineford. In that moment, Sengoku felt his hair beginning to turn gray. Perhaps it is time for me to step down. The warlord Sengoku halted and dialed multiple numbers. As various factions began to converge rapidly, initially he notified the world government to dispatch additional support, followed by summoning the formidable individuals from the naval branches. The ominous Impel Down floated amidst the clouds. The cross-dresser King Ivan approached, his face etched with concern as he observed Luffy indulging in feasting among the crowd. After the ancient source uprooted Impel Down, Ivan and his subordinates were discovered by the ancient source. Upon learning that Luffy was the son of the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon, Ivan unhesitatingly joined Luffy's ranks. Controlling Impel Down demanded an immense expenditure of energy from the ancient source, resulting in a sluggish pace. Had the arriving Kizaru opted to pursue at that moment, he would have caught up swiftly. However, his pursuit would have been futile, for the area was teeming with masters. Apart from the Navy's full-scale assault, no solitary force could triumph over Impel Down. The Straw Hat Alliance had indeed formed. At Marine headquarters in Marineford Bay, over 200,000 Navy personnel congregated. The 3 admirals sat atop their thrones, while Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp stood beside the prisoner Ace. Below them, 6 of the 7 warlords, including Blackbeard, loomed on the walls, their formidable presence instilling trepidation among the lower-ranking Navy soldiers. Hundreds of thousands of eyes fixated on the distant expanse of the sea. Among them, Blackbeard seethed with frustration. His motives for capturing Ace and presenting him to the Navy were multifaceted. Firstly, he sought the Navy's protection, aspiring to become a warlord and thus gain access to Impel Down, where he could see some strong individuals to serve as his subordinates. Secondly, he aimed to incite a conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, seizing the opportunity to acquire his father's tremor fruit. Yet, his primary objective fell short as the Navy declared that Impel Down had been destroyed, denying him entry. Who would believe such an excuse? Consequently, he faced a dire situation devoid of allies, and soon he would confront the wrath of his father. It was painfully evident that the Whitebeard pirates would rally against him. He resolved to escape amidst the chaos. If not for that bastard Akainu keeping a watchful eye, he would have fled long ago. Blackbeard's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, encapsulating one word: anguish. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Here they come. They have appeared." A multitude of diverse pirate ships emerged on the horizon, the subordinate pirate crews of Whitebeard. The central lake of Marineford Bay began to bubble violently. Garp, arms crossed, remarked nonchalantly, "Is this truly the method employed? Quite impressive, Whitebeard." Suddenly, 3 enormous ships, enveloped in bubbles, erupted from the lake's depths. Whitebeard's Moby Dick. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, active in the New World, were also aboard. From the vast expanse of the ocean, a colossal ship emerged, upon which stood 16 captains led by the stoic Marco, known for his white beard. Marco, expressionless, gazed at the Navy forces arrayed before him, his outward calm juxtaposed with the tempest of emotions raging within. This cannot be right. Why so many troops? The Navy surely overestimates the Whitebeard pirates. This sentiment echoed in the minds of his fellow captains as well. With such a formidable naval presence, can we truly rescue Ace? The sound of heavy footsteps approached, each step causing the ship to quiver as if a mountain were in motion. Upon hearing this, the captains felt a sense of reassurance. After all, they had their father with them. Fear was not an option. The invincibility of Whitebeard had been instilled in them over decades, yet only Marco, fully aware of Whitebeard's condition, bore the weight of concern. A robust man, his head wrapped in a bandana, ascended the bow of the Moby Dick, which resembled the head of a whale. His rugged visage belied his 72 years, as time seemed powerless against him. A fierce aura radiated throughout Marineford, where 200,000 seasoned Navy soldiers, battle-hardened against pirates, felt their color drain in the presence of Whitebeard's overwhelming presence. Though towering at over 6 meters, he appeared diminutive among the vast army. Yet, the might he exuded made it feel as though a giant loomed above them. Is this truly one of the four emperors? Sengoku, standing at the execution platform, remarked with a stoic demeanor. Even in his old age, he still manages to create such an imposing aura upon his arrival. Unlike Marco and the others, the formidable Whitebeard instantly sensed the presence of hidden elites lurking in the shadows, including the Supreme Commander, Admiral Sengoku, and several candidates for the admiral position, whose latent power cast a heavy pall over Whitebeard. He felt both elation and anguish. The anguish stemming from the very real possibility that he might not be able to rescue Ace, while the elation arose from the fact that he had not succumbed to illness or time and could still partake in a grand battle before his end. In the shadows, Admiral Sengoku crossed his arms, contemplating. Whitebeard, you have indeed aged. Beside him stood 2 vice-admirals, the sharp, golden sword-like Tosaka and the seemingly unremarkable, disheveled Shinjo. Tosaka voiced his confusion. Whitebeard's condition has markedly declined. Why summon such a multitude of experts when his strength alone should suffice? Despite Whitebeard's initial display of formidable power, the true masters could discern the frailty beneath his exterior. Most individuals at 72 would be well past their prime, but Whitebeard had managed to maintain his vigor remarkably well. Tosaka, you may be unaware of the events surrounding Impel Down, he continued. Impel Down? The underwater prison? The city of Advance has succumbed to an assault by the Straw Hat Pirates and has been entirely carried away by the newly appointed user of the Float Fruit. It is highly likely that the formidable warriors within will join this battle due to the involvement of the Straw Hat crew. Upon hearing this, Admiral Peach Rabbit was taken aback. Many high-ranking naval officers who have close ties with the heroic Navy legend Carp are aware that Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, is Carp's grandson. Due to her connection with Vice-Admiral Tsuru, Peach Rabbit has maintained a close relationship with Carp and possesses knowledge of the Straw Hat's affairs. Whitebeard gazed at the throng of heads around him and suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, his arms gathering strength before crashing downwards. With a resounding roar, fissures of white light radiated from Whitebeard's fists, as if he were shattering walls, disrupting the very air around him. Sengoku promptly shouted, "The world's strongest man is about to unleash his power. Everyone, pay attention." The naval commanders below echoed in agreement. Whitebeard, a user of the Tremor Fruit from the Paramecia class, could effortlessly trigger earthquakes and tsunamis. A violent tremor and a thunderous roar reverberated, causing everyone to sway perilously. The sea surrounding Marineford rose hundreds of meters high without any wind to propel it, forming colossal waves capable of engulfing the entire Marineford. A tsunami. Many naval soldiers trembled in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. "This is terrifying," exclaimed Admiral Kizaru, seated on his throne, as he rubbed his lecherous face. Meanwhile, Admiral Akiji leaped from his seat, soaring into the air dozens of meters high. Ice Age. 2 ice pillars extended from Akiji's hands, instantly freezing the towering waves upon contact, leaving 2 immense ice walls standing resolutely on the ocean's surface. The naval soldiers below rejoiced. "It's the Admiral. Admiral Akiji has made his move. The Admiral is incredibly powerful." Whitebeard, witnessing Akiji's intervention, wore a grim expression. "You little brat." After freezing the sea, Akiji charged towards Whitebeard, wielding 2 icy spears with the intent to pierce through him. Whitebeard focused his energy and delivered a punch at the air before Akiji. In an instant, Akiji's body seemed to shatter like glass, scattering into ice shards that plunged into the sea, instantly freezing the inner bay of Marine Fort upon contact. The ice shards swiftly reformed and soared upwards, coalescing into a humanoid shape. Akiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The sight of Admiral Akiji injured left the entire navy in utter shock. Had a single attack truly wounded the admiral? One of the 7 warlords, Dracul Mihawk, slowly stepped forward, while the nearby Don Quixote Doflamingo looked on with curiosity. Are you ready to take the stage? The other 7 warlords cast curious glances. Among them, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world, tossed her head dismissively. Foolish man. The illustrious swordsman Dracul Mihawk, hailed as the world's greatest swordsman, adjusted his western hat slightly and remarked, I wish to ascertain the distance between myself and the strongest. With that, he unsheathed an extraordinarily large sword resembling a cross from his back and unleashed a towering wave of yellow-green sword energy that soared several meters high. Observing this formidable energy, Whitebeard remained motionless, while a colossal figure surged forth from behind, seizing the sword energy with a firm grip, gritting his teeth. The muscular giant hoisted the sword energy upwards toward the sky. I cannot allow you to harm father. A man, half of whose body shimmered like diamond, appeared beneath the sword energy. Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, a Paramecia-type user of the Diamond Fruit. Admiral Kizaru also leapt into action, his hand emanating a dazzling yellow light. Yada no Kagami. Countless light pellets surged toward Whitebeard. Suddenly, a blue and yellow flaming bird emerged, using its body to absorb all the light projectiles. Despite the fact that the light pellets struck their target, the firebird remained unscathed, as if it were swiftly regenerating. It was none other than Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Many of the Marines below quickly recognized him. It's Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Marines acknowledged in unison. Marco, the user of the mythical Zoan-type phoenix fruit. How terrifying, exclaimed Kizaru. It is indeed a mythical Zoan, even rarer than the Logia. The mythical Zoan devil fruits represent the pinnacle of the devil fruit hierarchy in the world of One Piece, being both exceptionally powerful and scarce. In terms of strength rankings among devil fruits, the mythical Zoan stands supreme, bestowing upon its user extraordinary attributes, enhanced physical capabilities, and various mythological powers. Their might is formidable, often surpassing even the most fearsome Logia fruits like magma, hurricanes, and lightning. Fruits such as the Tremor fruit, Float fruit, String fruit, and the Bounce fruit exhibit remarkable prowess primarily due to their users' innate strength. Even if they were to switch fruits, they would still excel. However, a mythical Zoan can transform even a mediocre individual into a master, rendering ordinary pirates incapable of contending. Witnessing such a fruit fall into the hands of pirates, Sengoku could not help but curse under his breath. Damn pirates, how could they possibly obtain such a fruit? Despite the Navy's high command being well acquainted with the members of the Yonko crews, they were always displeased to witness their display of mythical Zoan abilities, as Sengoku himself was merely a user of a mythical Zoan as well. As the high-end combat forces of both sides clashed, the captains under Whitebeard, along with their affiliated pirate crews, eagerly leapt onto the icy surface, engaging in fierce combat with the naval soldiers. The walls and artillery of Marine Fort were equipped with dozens of cannons, yet, astonishingly, they struggled to suppress the pirates dashing across the ice. These pirates, under the protection of Whitebeard, were seldom challenged, yet they resided in the perilous waters of the latter half of the Grand Line, a treacherous domain known as the Graveyard of the Strong, ruled by the 4 emperors in the New World. Having frequently battled the Navy, many had become adept at evading gunfire, resembling monsters in their agility. From a concealed vantage point not far from the battlefield, Trafalgar Law observed the fierce engagement and remarked, Truly, the Whitebeard pirates are formidable. Given the current state of the conflict, they have managed to hold their ground against the Navy, suggesting that even without our intervention, the Navy might find victory elusive. Kong, maintaining a serious demeanor, chose not to respond. He held a significant respect for Whitebeard's power. Yet he understood that the strength of a single emperor was insufficient to truly challenge the Navy. What truly incited his caution was yet to come. Meanwhile, Buggy and his companions peered over the edge of Impel Down, gazing into the vast ocean, where the outlines of an island began to emerge in the distance. We're almost there. Look, Captain Buggy. Buggy threw a punch in excitement. I see it. You fool. In a gathering of formidable figures such as Yuan, Luffy, Barrett, and the solitary Red, they were all acutely aware of the situation unfolding in Marineford. The people on the side of Marineford also noticed the colossal entity looming in the distant sky. What could that be? I once spent time aboard a ship bound for Impel Down, and if my memory serves me correctly, that is indeed Impel Down. At that moment, both pirates and Marines trembled in fear. The sheer enormity of this entity floating above them was daunting. Should it fall, the resultant tsunami alone would be enough to obliterate them, not to mention the catastrophic consequences if this floating Impel Down were to crash upon them. Whitebeard wore a complex expression. He discerned through his observation haki that the strong figures at the forefront of Impel Down did not include Shiki. For such a character could never remain hidden. The stoic Vice-Admiral Steelbone Kong bore a grave demeanor, as did the candidates for Admiral, Momonosuke and Tashigi, behind him. Luffy surged to the front, and upon seeing Ace kneeling on the execution platform below, his heart soared. He shouted Ace. His voice resonated through the skies, seemingly transcending time and space. Ace, witnessing the demise of his brothers from the Whitebeard pirates, bowed his head in tears, consumed by regret. Upon hearing Luffy's call, he abruptly lifted his gaze. Luffy, what are you doing here? This is no place for you. Meanwhile, Carp displayed no shock as in the original manga, for he was already aware of the Straw Hat Pirates' incursion into Impel Down. Luffy, daring enough to infiltrate Impel Down, was indeed audacious to approach Marineford. Carp's expression darkened as memories of Ace and Luffy in their childhood flooded his mind, causing him immense pain. Ace, Luffy, why won't you heed your grandfather's words? As they gazed at the floating Impel Down, the commander-in-chief, Steelbone Kong, revealed himself, unleashing a powerful wave of Conqueror's haki that surged into the sky like a deep blue energy pulse. Straw Hat Luffy, immediately remove Impel Down from here. I might still spare you. Though Kong yearned to subdue all the pirates present, he understood that a clash could yield unpredictable outcomes, potentially crippling the Navy and rendering them incapable of maintaining order across the seas. Witnessing Kong release his Conqueror's haki, the solitary Red stepped forward, unleashing a wave of dark red energy. The two energies collided, sending shockwaves that scattered the clouds above. Barrett, gazing at the elder ahead, wore a maniacal expression. This old man's Conqueror's haki rivals my own. How delightful it would be to shatter him. The gathering of formidable individuals at Marineford filled Barrett with unparalleled excitement. Kong gazed up at the solitary figure of Red, his complexion darkened with dismay. Compared to several decades ago, Red had aged significantly. His once vibrant hair now a cascade of white, and his stature hunched. Yet, his formidable presence remained undiminished, suggesting he was one of the few capable of maintaining a measure of combat prowess in his twilight years. Decades had passed. If he had emerged, why would he wade through these murky waters again? Would it not be better to find a place to enjoy a peaceful retirement? Kong gritted his teeth in frustration. Red Ladefield's smile, however, remained unwavering. As long as you are still here, how could I possibly retire? Although Red appeared composed on the surface, his heart was already crying out in anguish. Why, oh why, did his opponent, like himself, continue to possess such formidable strength despite their shared aging? The yearning for youth grew ever more intense within Layfield, bordering on madness. Yuan gazed down at the supreme commander of the three armies, Steelbone Kong, whose hair soared skyward like a spear, strikingly white, yet youthful, resembling a man in his 30s. Who could discern that this robust figure was an octogenarian? And who was that? Fool. It is the supreme commander, Steelbone Kong. But wait, look at the back. There is the esteemed general candidate, Lord Peach Rabbit, and Lord T-Pig. Moreover, high-ranking vice-admirals from various branches have also arrived. The naval soldiers present were flushed with excitement. Witnessing naval luminaries they had only ever seen in newspapers, their morale soaring. Marco unleashed his devil fruit powers, transforming his arms into vibrant yellow and blue fiery wings. Flapping in the air, his complexion paling, even he had never encountered such an extravagant naval assembly. The number of admiral-level figures and legendary pirates present alone could be counted on both hands, not to mention the presence of vice-admirals and captains below them. What an extraordinary spectacle! Vice-Admiral Weasel observed the figures stationed atop Impel Down, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. As one of the more formidable vice-admirals, he possessed considerable knowledge of classified information. His aide promptly approached, inquiring, "Vice-Admiral Weasel, what is the background of those pirates?" Weasel glanced at the attentive Navy personnel around him and shook his head in resignation. The information regarding these long-imprisoned pirates was not something the Navy or government would willingly disclose, leaving lower-ranked sailors entirely in the dark regarding such secrets. However, he pondered that once this incident unfolded, those pirates would undoubtedly gain notoriety, making concealment impossible. Weasel cautioned, "Pay attention to those pirates at the forefront." Monkey D. Luffy is the son of Revolutionary Army leader Dragon, an exceedingly dangerous criminal. The young man with black hair and yellow skin beside him is also a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, known as Jijias, whose surname remains unknown. He possesses the ability to steal others' devil fruit powers, currently known to wield formidable abilities such as the Thunder Fruit and the Float Fruit, making him one of the world's most perilous individuals, a nightmare for all devil fruit users. That towering figure resembling a small mountain is Douglas Bullet, a former combatant under the Pirate King Roger, boasting combat prowess on par with First Mate Silver's Rayleigh. He once single-handedly obliterated a nation and even dared to challenge the Demon Slayer, capable of annihilating an island. The elderly man who just exchanged glances with Commander Kong, demonstrating his conqueror's haki, is the infamous Redfield, a notorious pirate active long before Roger's era, who escaped after battling Commander Kong and was subsequently captured by Vice-Admiral Garp, another formidable legendary pirate. As Weasel introduced these pirates one by one, the surrounding Navy personnel appeared to glimpse an entirely new world, their faces paling in astonishment. Such monstrous figures had gathered together. As the Navy began to stir with the emergence of the advancing city forces, Sengoku swiftly approached the empty space beside him, exuding a formidable aura of conqueror's haki. He bellowed, "Kizaru, what exactly are your intentions?" Yuan gazed enviously at the towering figures around him, who effortlessly displayed the formidable conqueror's haki. He longed to possess such power, yet in his previous world, he had merely been an ordinary individual. After 5 years of immersion in the world of giants, his cautious and humble approach to development meant that even after gaining strength, he exhibited no significant change in mindset. He appeared devoid of the primal aggression typical of living beings. It was only after the events on Sabaody Archipelago, alongside Luffy and others, that he began to assert himself more boldly, perhaps in hopes of awakening the latent power of Conqueror's haki within him. In response to Sengoku's inquiry, Yuan replied coolly, "Your forces have captured Luffy's brother. Naturally, I am here to rescue him." Yuan certainly yearned to boldly proclaim the annihilation of the world government. However, such declarations could render him a target, jeopardizing his chance to acquire formidable fruit powers. Subtly, he cast a glance at Blackbeard. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, who was merely observing the spectacle, suddenly shivered, sensing an overwhelming malice directed at him. "Then let my life be the price." Sengoku's veins bulged, his body swiftly expanding, transforming into a resplendent golden hue, casting a radiant yellow-white light upon the earth. The mythical Zoan-type fruit, the Buddha form. With his legs slightly bent, he soared into the sky like a spring, his palm resembling a colossal mountain, crashing down towards impelled down. The electric light flickered around Yuan as he leaped down, his arms enveloped in a pitch-black armament, clashing violently with Sengoku. A thunderous sound echoed through the sky. The swirling winds sent waves of the sea retreating, and some less capable Navy soldiers were sent flying. Gasping in shock, Whitebeard observed the 2-meter-tall Yuan colliding with Sengoku's massive, godlike form, akin to a mere needle pricking the palm of Sengoku's hand, his eyes widening in astonishment. Quite impressive for a newcomer to the pirate world, he mused. The mere fact that this pirate could stand his ground against Sengoku without being immediately dispatched was a testament to his strength, a feat even his strongest son, Marco, could not achieve. As Sengoku made the first move, Barrett, filled with excitement, leaped onto the battlefield, sending a dozen Navy soldiers flying with a single swipe. A robust figure charged forward with remarkable speed. "Barrett, it has been quite some time," Carp exclaimed as he exchanged a powerful punch with Barrett, creating a vast, semicircular crater beneath them, sending nearby Navy and pirates soaring like paper in a gust of wind. Next came the solitary Red and Steelbone Kong, the former warden of the underwater prison, Reign of Hope, confronting the candidate for Admiral, Peach Rabbit. Meanwhile, Chibuta faced off against the former warlord of the sea, Jinbei. The 3 admirals engaged the elite forces of the Whitebeard pirates. Kings clashed against kings. The arena of battle among these formidable warriors transformed into a lethal zone for the Navy and pirate foot soldiers, serving as a dividing line on the battlefield. In an instant, the entirety of Marineford seemed to be cleaved in two, various edifices obliterated, colossal stones hurled into the sky. Kobe, Carp's apprentice and an early figure in the era of the Pirate King, a friend of Luffy's, had always aspired to become an admiral, despite being labeled as the Coward King by many. As he watched the titanic clashes between the powerful on the battlefield, It appeared as if the entire Marine Ford was being dismantled like a child's toy. With each strike, countless lives were affected, crushed beneath the overwhelming aftershocks of battle. Previously trained under the hero of the Navy, Vice-Admiral Carp, Kobe had believed himself transformed, but now, his worldview was shattering. Is this what a battlefield looks like? Is this what strength truly is? Just moments before, he had boasted of his aspirations to become an admiral. Were all admirals such monstrous beings? Could he truly achieve this? Boom. A colossal figure collapsed beside him, indenting the ground into a human-shaped crater. Kobe stood frozen in shock, oblivious to the calamity unfolding around him. When he finally discerned the identity of the fallen figure, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was Vice-Admiral John Giando of the Navy. In the hierarchy of the Navy, admirals represented the pinnacle, while vice-admirals were already well-known figures, etched in the memory of every soldier. How could this be? Vice-Admiral John, a member of the giant race, had been brought down? Before John, a charred shell crater manifested upon his chest, creating a profound indentation. In the distance, a cacophony of derisive laughter echoed, ha ha ha. The feeble vice-admiral, the giant race is hardly more formidable. With heavy footfalls, Kobe beheld a burly man, adorned with a horned iron helmet and exuding an aura reminiscent of Viking marauders, sauntering towards him while toying with a pitch-black shell in his hands. A surge of memories resurfaced in Kobe's mind, draining the color from his face as he instinctively recoiled. It was the World Destroyer. Bondi Wald, known as the World Destroyer, was a pirate who roamed the seas 3 decades prior, infamous alongside the likes of Whitebeard and Roger. He possessed the formidable Momo fruit, capable of magnifying the size and speed of objects 100-fold. Having long sought to overthrow the world government, he was ultimately ensnared and frozen through cunning machinations. Confined within impelled down. Initially, the ancient source intended to seize his fruit, but upon discovering his willingness to ally with the Straw Hat Grand Fleet against the Navy, he decided to refrain from action. Bondi was a formidable yet flawed powerhouse. Despite his immense strength, he lacked intellect, only truly realizing his potential when his astute brother accompanied him. He was a figure capable of easily overwhelming vice-admirals yet unable to contend with admirals. Primarily renowned due to the potency of his fruit, a trait shared by many. Bondi surveyed the diminutive Navy personnel before him, a malevolent grin spreading across his face, eyes alight with hatred, as he hurled the shell with great force. The sheer power propelled the shell through the air, causing it to expand rapidly like a balloon. Its velocity undiminished, even escalating. Kobe stood frozen before the colossal shell, shrouding the sky, unable to even muster a fearful expression, oblivious to the chilling sensation creeping upon him from behind. Glacial epic. The entire shell was abruptly encased in ice. Akiji wiped the sweat from his brow. That was close. Detonating that bomb would spell disaster. Although the commotion caused by Marine Ford was immense, it did not capture everyone's attention under normal circumstances. It would have drawn the concentrated fire of the Navy. At that moment, Marine Ford resembled a small vessel, upon which a multitude of martial arts masters engaged in fierce combat. Typically, even 2 skilled fighters clashing would suffice to capsize the entire ship, yet now there were over a dozen masters on board. On the battlefield, aside from a few formidable warriors, the remaining Navy foot soldiers and pirates were preoccupied with evasion, desperately seeking refuge, their minds too scattered to engage in battle. Kobe sat weakly on the ground, having done nothing yet feeling as though he had undergone a harrowing brush with death. His white uniform was already drenched in sweat. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure, a tall silhouette adorned with a straw hat, racing across the battlefield. Luffy was sprinting wildly, seemingly oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. His gaze fixed intently on Ace atop the execution platform. Due to the fierce melee among the strong, apart from a few Shichibukai who were merely coasting, the other Navy personnel were already caught up in the fray, leaving the execution platform's defenses alarmingly weakened. Ace, wait for me. I will rescue you, Luffy shouted. Just then, a familiar figure blocked his path. It was Kobe. What are you doing, Kobe? Step aside. I must save Ace. Kobe spread his arms wide, resolutely stating, Luffy-san, this time I will not let you pass. I will stop you. With a swift rubber punch, Kobe fell to the ground, unconscious and rolling his eyes. Ace, witnessing the carnage at Marine Ford, was already in tears, filled with regret and self-recrimination. Damn it. Damn it. If only I had listened to Dad. How could it have come to this? My brothers, my family. With no one to impede him, Luffy swiftly ascended to the execution platform. Luffy, it's useless. You don't have the key. You can't unlock the sea stone handcuffs. Luffy strained to hoist Ace onto his back, intending to carry him away. Sengoku and Garp clashed several times, weighed down by the gravity of the situation. The opposing force was imbued with an extraordinary strength that belied its 2-meter stature, resembling that of a giant, and the thick haki made them exceedingly difficult to contend with, accompanied by an array of bizarre devil fruit abilities. Yuan's hands billowed with steam as he endeavored to mend his wounds, his expression betraying a twinge of pain. Sengoku, wielding the pinnacle of combat techniques, entwined with the overwhelming prowess of Conqueror-S haki and the penetrating effects of flowing Sakura, engaged in an arduous clash. With each collision, Yuan sustained injuries. And it was only through the abilities of the Float Fruit and the Sound Thunder Fruit that he managed to hold his ground. As the battle progressed, Marineford began to crumble. Its original form barely discernible from the heights above, reduced to a landscape punctuated by the ruins of structures shattered by the aftermath of combat. Sengoku's spirits plummeted, his fury directed at Yuan. If this continued, the repercussions of the battle would far exceed the execution of Ace. With this thought, Sengoku cast a glance at the execution platform. Where is he? To his dismay, the platform lay in ruins, transformed into a heap of scrap metal. Ace's figure had vanished. Sengoku shouted urgently, "Where's the prisoner, Ace?" His words captured everyone's attention, and disregarding Yuan's obstruction, he charged back towards Marineford. Whitebeard knelt on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his body marred by the searing touch of magma, a gaping wound carved into his shoulder. His vision blurred, and he struggled to rise. Am I nearing my end? Has Ace been rescued? Before him, Akainu also endured great suffering. A massive fist-shaped imprint marred his right chest. His ribcage concaved as he lay gasping on the ground. Upon hearing Sengoku's desperate call, the still capable Akainu turned, scanning for Ace's whereabouts. To his astonishment, at the battlefield's edge, a diminutive figure donning a straw hat was straining to carry Ace, fleeing with all his might. It seemed as though some unseen force guided him. Akainu forced himself upright, his legs transforming into magma, propelling him forward like a cannonball. The hunt was on, in the skies above Luffy. Akainu transformed his right hand into a molten canine head and launched a devastating punch, seemingly intent on reducing both individuals to mere ashes. Ace, upon seeing Akainu, struggled fiercely on Luffy's back. Despite being constrained by sea stone, he summoned a latent strength born of desperation and hurled Luffy away. A solitary figure stood defiantly before Akainu. Luffy, propelled into a pile of stones, quickly regained his footing, eyes wide in horror as he beheld the impending torrent of red magma aimed at Ace. Akainu's colossal magma fist struck the ground with the force of a volcanic eruption, swiftly melting the earth beneath and causing it to explode in a tumult of steam and chaos. In an instant, thick smoke enveloped the scene, obscuring the unfolding events. Luffy stood frozen, gazing at the molten inferno that had consumed the area, fervently praying for a miracle. Whitebeard, panting, cast his gaze into the distance, while the captains of the Whitebeard pirates watched in disbelief at the hell Akainu had wrought. Carp, with bloodshot eyes, remained oblivious to the pain of his own wounds. Fixated on Akainu, through the Marine's broadcasted transponder snail, the world was rendered speechless by the earth-shattering battle. On Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh fervently drank from a metal flask. People across the globe watched the magma with trepidation, fearing the potential resurrection of the Whitebeard pirates' captain. Upon witnessing Ace being pursued by Akainu, Sengoku sighed in relief and retrieved a walkie-talkie. His voice resonated through the plaza and across the world's transponder snails. The criminal Ace. Not only is he a crew member of the notorious Emperor of the New World, but he is also the biological son of the former pirate king, Roger. The Navy has expended considerable effort to locate him over a decade ago, and this son of a criminal still walks among us. Now, this son of a criminal has been captured. Sengoku had previously withheld Ace's lineage due to the influence of Impel Down, fearing it might incite unforeseen complications. After all, the Pirate King Roger had many old acquaintances, and if Ace were not eliminated in this conflict, a power rivaling that of the four emperors could emerge. However, witnessing Ace, shackled and powerless, struck by Akainu, Sengoku felt it was time to disclose this secret to bolster the Navy's advantage. Upon hearing Sengoku's declaration, all combatants momentarily ceased their fighting. Ace is the son of the Pirate King, Roger. The revelation stunned all, even the few Shichibukai who had been idly watching. Doflamingo adjusted his glasses and chuckled maniacally. What an astonishing turn of events! Mihawk, with a swift stroke of his sword that felled an impel-down prisoner, directed his gaze towards Sengoku, pondering the true prowess of the Pirate King's swordsmanship. Meanwhile, People around the globe were either laughing or weeping. The furious Whitebeard rose from the ground, enveloped by a wave of white energy, preparing to strike directly at Akainu. Suddenly, the magma beneath Akainu erupted, sending a towering column of fire soaring into the sky. The immense shockwave forced even Akainu to block with both hands, propelling him backward. This astonishing spectacle captivated the attention of all, especially the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, who erupted in jubilant cheers at the sight of the familiar technique. It's Ace. Fire? It's Ace. Luffy, who had been lying on the ground, sprang to his feet in elation. Whitebeard's spirits lifted, and he laughed heartily, feeling as though his pains had vanished. Well done, Ace. On the Navy's side, however, their eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? That was Admiral Akainu's attack. The ground has turned to molten red sludge. Moreover, Ace was shackled with sea stone cuffs, which are known to nullify the powers of devil fruit users, draining their strength to the point of incapacitation. The sight of such resilience was astonishing. Doflamingo wore a mocking smile as he observed the Navy's predicament. A violent fiery whirlwind blazed fiercely, and within its eye stood a figure. When Luffy discerned Ace's appearance, he was taken aback. Ace's lips were stained with blood, and his chin was entirely crimson. Both hands and part of his forearms had vanished, the wounds cauterized by the intense heat, blood no longer flowing. He wielded the flames with his arm stubs, manipulating the fire. Ace. Your hands. Ace managed to force a smile. I'm fine. Whitebeard sighed. It's a miracle you're still alive. Akainu's expression darkened. Realizing the audacity of the pirate who had sacrificed his own hands to sever the sea stone cuffs with his molten magma. In the distance, Yuan observed in silence, astonished that his opponent had survived. In truth, he harbored no fondness for pirates, regardless of how admirable Ace's character was or how devoted he was to his comrades. The star power that top-tier pirates exuded was undeniably potent, and the proliferation of pirates weighed heavily upon the common folk. Conversely, the Navy served as the guardians of the sea. The majority of its members were fundamentally benevolent, emerging from the ranks of ordinary citizens who selflessly considered the welfare of the populace, with only a minority compelled to serve the celestial dragons against their will. The source of the people's discontent lay with the world government. In the conflict between the world government and the liberators led by Roger and Luffy, Yuan chose to align himself with Luffy, naturally dedicating himself to the rescue of Ace. He summoned the prisoners of Impel Down to join the fray, successfully leveraging their strength to restrain numerous formidable foes. Yet, when he realized that Ace could not evade his fate, he felt no pangs of guilt. He had already done more than enough. Despite the absence of several admirals, Whitebeard's side still could not triumph over the formidable Akainu, a situation that was simply unavoidable. However, it was only upon engaging with Sengoku that he truly sensed the authenticity of the manga world, where everyone possessed intellect that rivaled his own. Even after enduring 5 years in the world of giants, Yuan's mental age had reached 30, yet in the presence of the nearly 80-year-old Sengoku, his cunning seemed juvenile. Whenever he became distracted or entertained other thoughts, Sengoku's observation haki would seize upon him with unwavering focus. Without the instantaneous ability granted by his devil fruit, it would be impossible to navigate through the encirclement of such shrewd adversaries. Nevertheless, among Yuan's powers, only the float fruit and the thunderclap allowed for a semblance of rapid activation, albeit still requiring preliminary actions such as waving or emitting a blue light, which would undoubtedly alert Sengoku, whose speed and reflexes were maximized. At that moment, as everyone stood astonished and bewildered, Ace transformed his legs into flames and, in an instant, appeared above Luffy. Luffy quickly grabbed my arm. Luffy cried out, wrapping around Ace's back like an octopus. Ace. As Akainu noticed Ace attempting to flee, he instinctively reacted to pursue him. Suddenly, he found himself engulfed in shadow, realizing that Whitebeard had mysteriously appeared behind him. A heavy punch, imbued with the power of the tremor fruit, struck Akainu's head, shattering the ground beneath them. The very earth of Marineford seemed to tremble violently, as many of the precarious remnants of buildings crumbled under the force. Countless enormous rock fragments defied Newton's laws, soaring into the air. Breathing heavily, Whitebeard's gaze shifted from a state of violent agitation to unwavering determination. Akainu, trapped in the crater, could only feel a dull throbbing in his head, rendered immobile as if his body were beyond his control. Cursed Whitebeard, a remnant of the bygone era, exhibiting such speed. No one could have anticipated that the aged and gravely injured Whitebeard could unleash a velocity that even Akainu struggled to respond to. The other admirals and vice-admirals were preoccupied with high-level threats emerging from Impel Down, leaving only Kizaru free to confront Marco, also known as Little Marco. Observing Akainu's fall, Kizaru knew the charade could no longer continue. With a powerful kick enveloped in dense haki, he propelled Marco away before ascending into the sky. Yada no Kagami. Countless yellow energy projectiles surged towards Whitebeard, brimming with terrifying might. Without even lifting his gaze, Whitebeard raised a hand and shattered the atmosphere above him, unleashing an invisible shockwave that dispersed Kizaru and his projectiles in an instant. Kizaru was sent flying far away, landing in a pit of earth. The entire battlefield was subdued by Whitebeard's overwhelming display of power. Sengoku's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that despite his severe injuries, Whitebeard could still unleash such formidable attacks. Doflamingo, who had been watching the spectacle, gradually lost his smile. Initially dismissive of the frail old man, he now realized the gravity of the situation. So many powerful adversaries capable of challenging him had emerged on the battlefield. Whitebeard grasped the immobile Akainu and hoisted him aloft. To his crew and the Straw Hat Alliance, he declared, "Leave the rear guard to this old man." Upon hearing Whitebeard's proclamation, his sons stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. "Dad, no. We must leave together. Dad." Tears streamed down Ace's face like rain as he, alongside Luffy, came to a sudden halt. The formidable figures within the ranks of Impel Down, such as Barrett, felt a surge of discontent. "Old man Whitebeard, what do you mean by this? Do you think we cannot escape?" The prisoners, with their noses positioned above their eyes, had long harbored resentment while confined in Impel Down. Seizing this rare opportunity to vent their frustrations, they paid little heed to Whitebeard. "Old man Whitebeard, mind your own business." Some prisoners were utterly fearless, unbothered by the odds. Upon hearing their words, Whitebeard felt as though he might spew blood again. He could clearly see that these individuals were intoxicated by their newfound freedom. With the increase in the pirates' high-ranking combatants, the mid-level officers of the Navy were wreaking havoc without a care, blissfully unaware of the Navy's true terror. However, having dealt with the Navy for decades, Whitebeard possessed a profound understanding of their might. Although it appeared that the Navy's battle capabilities were at their zenith, it was merely the surface of their strength. If the fighting continued, the pirates without reinforcements would dwindle, while the Navy would only grow stronger. Just moments ago, he had witnessed numerous mechanical versions of the warlord Bartholomew Kuma within the Navy, each unleashing devastating lasers. The pirates on the northern front were on the brink of collapse. This situation deepened Whitebeard's concern for the fate of the Whitebeard pirates. He harbored little hope of leaving Marineford alive and could only wish for the safety of his sons. Yet, the Allied forces of Impel Down showed no inclination to retreat, leaving him powerless to ensure his children's escape alone. Contemplating this, Whitebeard cast a glance at the silent Yuan beside him. Although this man, named Jaces, was merely a combatant aboard Ace's ship, his formidable prowess compelled Whitebeard to instinctively regard him as the true leader of the Straw Hat Alliance. Yuan inherently understood the implications of Whitebeard. However, he had no intention of allowing these pirates to evacuate safely. In his perspective, only a few among the throng in Impel Down could escape the chaos of the Marineford War, while the vast majority were essentially trapped. He had no desire to manage these ruthless and heinous individuals. Although they swore oaths of loyalty upon their release, each was fundamentally selfish, with few willing to serve him faithfully. Rather than allowing them to return to the seas to commit further atrocities, it would be far better for them to remain here, dealt with by the Navy. Upon contemplating this, Yuan suddenly paused, recognizing his own transformation. As his power grew, so too did the evolution of his identity. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached a point where he could so easily relinquish the lives of so many, exhibiting an alarming indifference to life itself. Was this still the same man who hesitated to strike down Kaiju before devouring him? As the strong evolve, they gradually metamorphose into beings beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Their actions begin to starkly contrast with those of the common man, treating lives as mere pawns, disregarding existence. Such previously unthinkable behaviors are now coming to light, revealing that the humanity within these powerful individuals is gradually fading away. A flicker of vigilance arose within Yuan's heart. Initially, he believed that after augmenting his strength, he had not transformed into something peculiar or even mad, nor had he grown excessively proud. Yet, it seems that the evolution of his power is indeed subtly reshaping his very essence. Guyan gazed calmly at Whitebeard, uttering not a single word, seemingly indifferent to his presence and unwilling to extend any courtesy. Yet, Whitebeard did not display anger. He appeared to discern something, and silently advanced toward the Navy. A closer inspection revealed that he was gradually approaching Marco. All present could perceive the ominous intent surrounding Whitebeard, prompting the Navy to intensify their assault. Even the lesser soldiers fearlessly charged forward, stabbing their blades into Whitebeard's flesh. However, without the restraint of the admirals. Even the flesh-and-blood Whitebeard was not to be trifled with by mere foot soldiers. With a single tremor of his fist, an invisible whirlwind obliterated the bodies of the Navy grunts, scattering their remnants like confetti in the air. In the shadows, Blackbeard, one of the 7 warlords, observed Whitebeard's injuries with bloodshot eyes. Opportunity. The chance had arrived. Earlier, he had managed to avoid being caught in Whitebeard's frenzied onslaught, thanks to the presence of an individual possessing the peculiar powers of the Null Fruit. This man, a mere civilian, had eagerly joined the Blackbeard pirates upon hearing promises of wealth and beauty. Despite the Fruit's seemingly trivial ability to render the user invisible, it proved remarkably effective here. From the onset of the battle, he had remained unnoticed, as if completely forgotten by both the Navy and Whitebeard. Were it not for this power, he would never have dared to brazenly enter the war on the top. Sengoku, that wretched bastard, harbored no good intentions. He was fully aware of Blackbeard's betrayal of Whitebeard and still insisted on bringing him to the battlefield, clearly intending for him to perish. A colossal desire consumed Whitebeard's mind, with saliva dripping from his lips onto the ground. All that awaited was Whitebeard's grievous demise, followed by raucous laughter. Whitebeard continued to send wave after wave of Navy soldiers sprawling. As he drew near, Marco arrived at Whitebeard's side. "Father, your wounds." Seeing the gaping hole in Whitebeard's shoulder, caused by magma, and the multitude of injuries on his body, Marco felt his heart plummet. Throughout his time in Whitebeard's fleet, he had acted as the chief steward, displaying a steadiness that surpassed that of his brothers. Yet, in this moment, that composure shattered in the wake of his father's injuries. With a single hand, Marco transformed into blue and yellow flames, sweeping through the Navy and sending a multitude of grunts flying, trembling as they leaned against Whitebeard. "Oh no, father, let me heal you." Marco's mythical Zoan-type fruit. The Phoenix not only endowed him with formidable regenerative abilities, but also possessed certain healing powers. Within Whitebeard's fleet, he had always managed the medical team from the shadows. Whitebeard's formidable presence deeply unsettled the Navy, causing them to question whether he truly was a man in his 70s, whether he was indeed a dying man. "Marco, listen to me. I am secretly preparing to leave this place with my sons. Soon, I shall stop them all." Marco was taken aback by Whitebeard's words. He had just heard Whitebeard mention staying back, but since Ace's crew did not agree, the battle raged on. To his astonishment, their father truly intended to remain alone. Marco wished to say more, but Whitebeard had already dashed out. Observing the indomitable figure of his father, Marco was no longer the impulsive young man like Ace. With tears in his eyes, he transformed his hands into great wings and soared away in the opposite direction of Whitebeard. Feeling the stirring of Marco's departure behind him, Whitebeard sighed in relief. Marco was indeed the child he trusted the most. If he were to leave, Marco could lead the Whitebeard pirates family to continue living on. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Blackbeard was filled with confusion. What was happening? "Father, how can you still be so strong?" He must be forcing himself. "I will wait a bit longer." It must be said that Blackbeard was indeed a formidable figure, having waited for decades for the dark fruit. Now, even as Whitebeard neared death, he could patiently bide his time, like a venomous serpent in the forest. Sure enough, without Marco to restrain Kizaru, the one-on-one confrontation between Whitebeard and Akainu transformed into a two-on-one scenario against Whitebeard. With tremendous force, each swing of his Tsongyun blade cleaved deep fissures into the earth, compelling the two admirals to hesitate. That brat Akainu is truly a monster. How can he stand up after such injuries? He resembles the carp of years past. Akainu, who had been knocked unconscious by Whitebeard's full-force punch, staggered back to his feet. As the future fleet admiral, possessing the top-tier Logia fruit, Akainu had always been the most gifted among the monsters, currently surpassing the other two admirals in overall talent. Enduring the excruciating pain in his head, Akainu radiated intense heat, his body like an erupting volcano, spewing countless volcanic projectiles, all of which were shattered by Whitebeard's air shock waves. "Damn it, old man Whitebeard, why won't you die?" Kizaru, too, shamelessly unleashed a barrage of light projectiles from the sky. Truly, one of the most powerful pirates of the old era, even in such a state. He could still launch such attacks. How frightening. Just as everyone marveled at Whitebeard's might. Thud, thud. Whitebeard's heart suddenly raced violently, his movements halted, and his legs weakened. Leaning against his Songan blade, he barely steadied himself. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth. Whitebeard's sons cried out in unison, "Father!" On one side, the Navy rejoiced, while Blackbeard, lurking in the shadows, reveled in delight. Yuan sighed. Ultimately, Whitebeard could not withstand the passage of time. It is an inexorable force, a relentless blade that cuts through life, rendering even the strongest into mere relics of decay, helplessly observing their own corporeal deterioration. Ha ha ha. Old man, it's been a while. At that moment, the corpulent figure of Blackbeard emerged onto the battlefield, laughing maniacally. Sengoku gasped in astonishment. Blackbeard? Has he been here all along? Akainu and Kizaru, brows furrowed, silently observed without intervening. The very instigator of this summit war was Blackbeard. Had he not betrayed them and ultimately captured Ace, the Navy would have found it exceedingly difficult to confront the aging Whitebeard in the New World. The domain of the Four Emperors. Initially, the Navy's strategy had intended for Blackbeard to absorb Whitebeard's firepower. But it was unclear what means Blackbeard had employed to remain hidden until this moment. Now that he had revealed himself, it was fortuitous. Who could discern whether the seemingly gravely injured Whitebeard still possessed any strength? It was prudent for this wretched pirate to test the waters. Teach? You are unworthy to call me old man. With that, Whitebeard raised his sword, the Murakumajiri, and unleashed a powerful slash imbued with the tremors of the Guragura no Mi, sending a wave of destructive energy toward Blackbeard. Ha ha ha. Old man, do not be so heartless. Blackbeard raised his hands, conjuring ominous black smoke that spread across the ground like a flowing river. Dark hole. A black shield formed from the encroaching mist, absorbing Whitebeard's ferocious assault like a black hole. Whitebeard, taken aback, realized he had been outwitted, falling prey to Blackbeard's devil fruit abilities. Blackbeard brandished a pair of iron claws and a pistol, charging fiercely at Whitebeard. Old man, rest easy. I will take good care of your crew and your legacy. Due to Yuan's unexpected appearance, Blackbeard could not secure powerful allies within Impel Down and thus turned his ambitions toward Whitebeard's crew. Admittedly, most of Whitebeard's pirates were noble souls bound by loyalty, yet aside from a few captains who frequently stood by Whitebeard's side, many others were drawn to him solely by his unparalleled strength and character. Once Blackbeard presented himself with greater power and the allure of more significant rewards, a considerable number might defect to follow him. As a cunning rogue, Blackbeard deeply understood the darker facets of human nature. Should he obtain the strength of Whitebeard's remnants, he could potentially ascend to the ranks of the Four Emperors, wielding the power of 2 devil fruits alongside the territory of Whitebeard. In a flash, as Blackbeard lunged toward Whitebeard, the latter seized him by the head and smashed him forcefully into the ground, unleashing his devil fruit powers with full force. Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before him. Blackbeard appeared to be nothing more than a child in the presence of Whitebeard. The son, unable to surpass his father, foolishly believed he could confront Whitebeard, only to be swiftly subdued. Father! Father! No, please. The immense force jolted Blackbeard's consciousness, making him feel as if his very brain were on the verge of shattering. With his eyes rolling back and his body swaying unsteadily, he managed to rise, though his long nose was now broken, and several of his already sparse teeth had shattered. Damn Whitebeard, how could this be? Whitebeard, surprised that Blackbeard could still stand, noted that even Marco would likely not have risen after such an attack. By mere talent, Blackbeard had already surpassed Marco. It was a pity that he was merely a soulless wretch. Whitebeard intended to pursue, but suddenly felt his body betray him. Is it time? Has it finally come? A sense of melancholy washed over him. He was indeed aging, despite exerting all his strength. He hadn't even unleashed the techniques of his prime before he found himself unable to continue. However, a glance at Yuan brought him some solace. He had witnessed Yuan in battle against Sengoku, whose ever-evolving fruit abilities suggested a purpose for his presence in the war. Perhaps, if it were this individual, his remaining children might yet escape safely. Gasping for air, Blackbeard distanced himself from Whitebeard, fearful that one more movement from the latter could send him flying. Whitebeard stood resolute, leaning on his weapon, the Murakumajiri, utterly still. At that moment, everyone was left in a state of stunned silence, including Sengoku. Could it be that Whitebeard had fallen? Gujin shared the same bewilderment. Had Whitebeard truly perished? As Whitebeard remained motionless for an extended period, disbelief enveloped everyone present. The formidable Whitebeard, who had just displayed unparalleled might, was now lifeless? He had succumbed from exhaustion. A valiant naval officer, undeterred by the specter of death, approached Whitebeard to ascertain the grim truth of his demise. The remaining sons of Whitebeard were overcome with sorrow, weeping profusely. Even the powerful figures such as Barrett, Garp, Sengoku, and the solitary Red paused their battles, gazing silently at the towering figure in the distance, still standing tall even in death. A profound melancholy stirred within Sengoku's heart. Have you truly departed from this world? One by one, we relics of the old era are being cast aside by the march of time. Meanwhile, the severely injured Blackbeard reveled in his elation, abandoning all pretense as he charged towards Whitebeard's corpse. Ace and Marco were alarmed. What could Blackbeard possibly intend to do with their father's remains? Yuan's gaze sharpened as a brilliant golden lightning bolt descended, illuminating the earth with its radiant glow. Instinctively, everyone shielded their eyes. A resounding explosion erupted, giving rise to a towering mushroom cloud. The immense shockwave sent countless naval officers and pirates flying, sweeping away debris, shattered wood, and severed limbs. From thin air, a colossal skeleton materialized amidst the crackling golden lightning, the god of destruction, an extraordinarily large giant, towering at a staggering height of 120 meters. This behemoth emerged on the battlefield. Among the few formidable warriors untouched by the explosion, Sengoku stared in astonishment at the demonic figure illuminated by the blinding light. What was this? It surpassed even the monstrous Oz from the land of the dead in size. The giant's head lunged ferociously towards Whitebeard. Alarmed, Sengoku lost his composure upon witnessing the giant's movement. In the manga, had it not been for Shank's intervention, Whitebeard's corpse would never have been surrendered. Whitebeard's terrifying prowess had long since reached an exaggerated level, and entrusting his body to Vegapunk for scientific research would undoubtedly yield more potent technological weaponry. Despite his profound respect for Whitebeard as an adversary, Sengoku remained the highest commander of the Navy, prioritizing its interests over personal sentiments, unlike Carp, who often acted on emotional whims. However, Yuan was well prepared. The giant's body erupted with copious steam, enveloping Marineford in a thick, scalding fog. Numerous henchmen, previously dazed by the explosion, were jolted awake by the searing steam. Even Sengoku had to halt his advance to withstand the ensuing tempest. After Yuan consumed both Whitebeard and his blade, an overwhelming power surged within him, potent enough to threaten to burst his own body. As he disassembled Whitebeard's form within the void space, Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. The orb of Whitebeard's devil fruit was merely half the size of the float fruit, indicating that Whitebeard's mastery over his fruit was not particularly high, only slightly surpassing that of Enel. Observing the life energy within Whitebeard's body, which, despite being utterly depleted, remained immensely vast, it was clear that no one he had encountered could compare. It was evident that Whitebeard relied primarily on haki and physical prowess for combat, with the Tremor fruit serving merely as an auxiliary ability, akin to a signature skill that projected terrifying effects due to his formidable physique and haki. Now, due to age, he could no longer wield his former capabilities. Had an ordinary individual possessed the Tremor fruit, they would likely not achieve the same monumental feats as Whitebeard, given their lack of his monstrous constitution. In light of Whitebeard's fruit mastery, it was no wonder that Blackbeard, shortly after acquiring the Tremor fruit, could approach Whitebeard's level of power, as the fruits might seem to correlate with the wielder's strength. Yuan absorbed the life energy and physical essence of the Whitebeard, and a tremendous surge of heat cascaded into Yuan's body like a dam that had been suddenly breached. The ancient source, originally standing at approximately 2 meters in height, was swiftly elevated to 3 meters, enveloped in a radiant crimson hue and emanating waves of intense steam. His vision sharpened remarkably, and his mind became extraordinarily tranquil. As his observation haki unfurled, it felt as though the entirety of Marineford lay before him, without reliance on the thunderous fruit's abilities, rather than the mind's web. It seemed as if every facet of his being had been amplified severfold. In terms of sheer strength alone, he had increased many times over. If the former ancient source required the fruit's power to obliterate an island, now, even without the fruit, dismantling an island would merely be a matter of time. The life energy that previously failed to enhance his haki now seemed to have undergone a transformation, where quantitative change led to qualitative evolution. As his formidable physique continuously surged with power, should the ancient source employ his haki now, both its density and volume would surpass previous limits by several multiples. In confronting the former Sengoku, the ancient source could easily overpower him. With the expansion of his body, his haki surged correspondingly, observing the world of One Piece. Aside from Luffy, the solitary Red, and the diminutive Zoro, All other hockey masters are invariably towering, muscular figures or giants, suggesting that within the One Piece realm, substantial stature correlates with greater potential. Blackbeard slowly emerged from the rubble, witnessing the position once held by Whitebeard now occupied by a towering skeletal figure shrouded in steam. A sense of foreboding arose within him. Could it be? What on earth was happening? A small number of naval commanders had begun to recover from the explosion. For this was the world of One Piece, a place where resilience was commonplace, unlike the realm of giants where a mere gust of hot wind could scorch an individual. Among those present, only Blackbeard and Sengoku sensed the ominous shift. Trembling, Blackbeard approached the spot once occupied by Whitebeard. Curse it, this cannot be happening. Blackbeard had long been aware of the ancient source, having noticed him when he first revealed the powers of the multiple fruits. A revelation disseminated throughout the Grand Line by news agencies. When Blackbeard learned that the ancient source possessed the ability of multiple fruits, he was infuriated, recalling his own initial encounters with the Straw Hat crew. Had he known this information sooner, he would have seized that power for himself. Blackbeard's betrayal of his family in pursuit of the dark fruit is driven by the fruit's malevolent powers, which can strip abilities from other users upon contact and seize their powers. His ambition to possess multiple fruits' abilities propels him to covet the dark fruit, aspiring to become the world's first dual fruit user. However, he is dismayed to discover that someone has already outstripped him in this quest, highlighting the depth of his frustration. Upon hearing rumors that the ancient source possesses multiple formidable fruit powers and can contend with the admirals, Blackbeard buries his wicked thoughts deep within. Knowing he has his own methods to become a wielder of multiple abilities, his target is Whitebeard, having spent decades in his shadow. He is acutely aware of the immense strength of the Tremor fruit. Even without Whitebeard's exceptional talent, Blackbeard believes that with his innate resilience, he could master this fruit. Yet at that moment, a sense of foreboding grows within him, as if he has lost something of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Sengoku pushes aside a massive boulder obstructing his path. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he gazes at the nearby steaming remnants of a giant. He suddenly recalls that the information regarding the ancient source mentioned that the Straw Hat Pirates fighter, Jax, had exhibited the ability to transform into a giant multiple times in the East Blue, though this ability had since been overshadowed by the allure of dual fruits. How could Sengoku, with his wisdom, not realize that the enemy may have already usurped Whitebeard's ability? His body begins to swell, a radiant golden light erupting as he hurtles forward like a comet. Quick, we must stop him. The storm generated by the giant transformation spreads widely, and Luffy, alongside the armless Ace, emerges from the ruins. Upon seeing the giant, Luffy exclaims with excitement, "Wonderful! It's Jax! He is transformed into a giant. He might be able to bring Uncle Whitebeard's body back." Hearing this, Ace, who had been tense, relaxes slightly. He holds a deep respect for the ancient source's strength, acknowledging that he could not match the prowess demonstrated against Sengoku and the others. Yet, he remains somewhat uneasy about the ancient source, as it seems peculiar that someone with such formidable power would serve as a crew member under the reckless Luffy. As everyone approaches the remnants of the giant, a familiar yet terrifying sound arises. Beep. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound, though not loud, penetrates the ears of all present. Whitebeard had previously unleashed the Tremor fruit in anger against the minions, and the sound of his fists shattering the air and fracturing space had long been etched into the memories of everyone on the battlefield. Blackbeard's expression turns blank, then shifts to one of rage, his already grotesque visage contorting as he seems to emanate a red steam. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I will kill you. As the ancient source of the earthquake was unleashed, the entirety of Marineford began to shake violently. Cracks emerged, and from a high vantage point, one could observe that Marineford had shattered, with some floors abruptly rising while others plummeted. The once indestructible, specially crafted stone pavement undulated like the ocean, rising and falling incessantly. Countless Navy personnel and pirate prisoners were rendered unconscious by the tremors. Sengoku, witnessing the transformation of Marineford, a place he had inhabited for decades, into such a state, felt as though his heart was being torn apart. Curse Gages, you shall perish. A colossal golden palm imprint surged towards the ancient source with tremendous force. Even the nearby Akainu and Kazara joined in the fray. It seemed as if everyone was united in their desire to eliminate this individual, who could recklessly usurp the abilities of others. 8 Shaka KG. Meteor Volcano. The ancient source floated high above. The remnants of the once mighty giant skeleton long since shattered by cataclysmic tremors, observing the assaults from the 3 supreme powerhouses. There was not a trace of tension in the ancient source's gaze. Through the keen perception of observation hockey, such attacks were utterly insignificant. The ancient source of power subtly exerted itself, delivering a sudden punch into the air, causing white fissures to expand to a diameter of several meters. The air trembled. An invisible force effortlessly dispersed the combined attack of the three. Among the onlookers, even the wild and untamed rogues like Barrett and Shilio were struck with astonishment. Had he even stolen the might of Whitebeard? How intriguing! Sengoku's expression darkened. At this moment, he cast aside any concerns regarding other pirate figures. Acutely aware that if he did not eliminate the man before him, the latter's ambitions to overthrow the world government would inevitably escalate into a global conflict, leaving the populace in despair. Kapu, let us engage together. Carp silently thought, apologizing to Luffy. The classic duo of Carp and Sengoku emerged. But this time they were not alone. Alongside them were the severely injured Aokiji, who had triumphed over the World Destroyer, and the wounded Akainu, as well as a fully energized Kizaru. Had it not been for the need to remain wary of the formidable forces within Impelled Down, the entire high-ranking strength of the Navy would have undoubtedly been summoned. From a distance, Rear Admiral Tsuru gazed at the airborne ancient source, reflecting, in my recollection, only the one who challenged the celestial dragon's dominion, Rox, was afforded such treatment. As his physique strengthened and his power increased, his mindset underwent a profound transformation, and a sense of ambition seemed to burgeon within his heart. Yuan sensed a profound transformation within his body, an inexplicable force yearning to be unleashed. As his eyes widened with intensity, a surge of azure energy erupted like a tempest, engulfing the entirety of Marineford. Within this vast wave of blue energy, everything was swept away by the fierce currents. The sensation was akin to a primal instinct. With the enhancement of his innate gifts and formidable strength, Yuan's mindset underwent a profound shift, and an indescribable power manifested within him. This power, much like a natural impulse, could be released or restrained at will. Those like Sengoku and Garp, bathed in the overwhelming might of the Conqueror's haki, displayed little in the way of emotional response. Individuals possessing such immense strength were, in essence, among the elite of the world. They would soon recognize their standing, and thus, the forces of dominance and sovereignty would rise within them, giving birth to their own Conqueror's haki. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that Yuan could wield such power. Blue lightning crackled, countless rocky lion heads emerged, and a torrent of energy cascaded forth. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, and in an instant, they propelled themselves skyward like cold springs. A multitude of lightning bolts pierced through Yuan's storm, aiming directly at him. In that moment, Marineford erupted once more into a cacophony of battle, magma, flashes of light, ice, golden shockwaves, and an array of fierce strikes rained down upon Yuan. Amidst the astonished exclamations of the prisoners from Impelled Down, Shiru, cigar in mouth, gazed at the tumultuous clash above with eyes wide in disbelief. Is it truly wise for us to abstain from the fray? Barrett shot him a sidelong glance. Can you really bypass those individuals? Shilio gazed at the formidable figure of Steelbone Kong, who stood a short distance away with his arms crossed, his muscles resembling explosive devices in their terrifying bulk. Recently, Shilio had witnessed a confrontation with the solitary and aloof Red, and to be candid, among the individuals present at Impelled Down, none could truly rival Kong. Only Barrett seemed capable of facing him. Even the venerable Red had sustained severe injuries in their recent altercation. Kong stood before a multitude of Navy personnel, his eyes filled with apprehension. For the emergence of Yuan evoked memories of a legendary figure from decades past. Rox D. Zebek, the captain of the Rox Pirates, once harbored ambitions to overthrow the celestial dragons. Today, the four emperors of the sea, Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom, and even the recently resurfaced Shiki the Golden Lion, were former crewmates of Rox, individuals who had once commanded unparalleled respect across the seas. Figures like Whitebeard and Big Mom had been active in the Grand Line and the New World since their youth, and their survival through such tumultuous times marked them as extraordinary beings. The congregation of such formidable entities within this pirate crew illustrated the sheer terror of Rox's might. Kong, maintaining an impassive demeanor, cast a fleeting glance at the prisoners of Impelled Down, his impatience evident. Were it not for these wretched criminals, he would have already charged forth to confront Yuan. He held no concern that these miscreants might assist Yuan. They were inherently ruthless individuals, likely to aid him for selfish gains, but certainly not at the cost of their own lives. His mere presence here served as the most convenient excuse for these individuals to refrain from providing support. Gu Yuan was fiercely engaged with 5 formidable adversaries, possessing the extraordinary ability to wield multiple devil fruits simultaneously. This unique power allowed him to divide his focus and adeptly counter a multitude of assaults. Neither Carp nor Echina could instantaneously dismantle the attacks he unleashed, reflecting the pinnacle of confrontations in the realm of One Piece, where combatants of equal caliber often find themselves evenly matched, making it exceedingly challenging to determine a victor. It is precisely due to Gu Yuan's exceptional nature that he could contend with 5 such peak warriors on equal footing. Carp, feeling frustrated, landed heavily on the ground and spat vehemently. That brat guys was utterly insufferable. What kind of depraved powerhouse was this? Beside him, Akiji wore a similarly grim expression, nodding in agreement. From the onset of the battle, Gu Yuan had not engaged in close combat with any of the 5. He relied solely on the power of the Shadow Fruit for strategic repositioning, the Door Fruit for spatial manipulation, and occasionally summoned a Wind Lion using the Float Fruit, leaving his opponents in a state of utter discomfort. To the outside observer, the clash appeared intensely fierce and earth-shattering, yet in reality, none of them had landed a single blow on Gu Yuan. They remained locked in a stalemate. However, surrendering their pursuit of Gu Yuan was out of the question. They were resolute in their determination to eliminate him that day. As Gu Yuan unleashed a powerful shockwave, he managed to repel Sengoku and Carp. Yet a sense of fatigue gradually enveloped him. Maintaining a stoic expression, he felt an increasing urgency within. Engaging simultaneously with 5 elite warriors came at a significant cost. He was compelled to expend more mental energy to manage the situation. Akin to carrying 5 infants, 1 perched on his neck and 2 in each hand, constantly vigilant to prevent them from falling. This relentless strain would inevitably lead to exhaustion over time. Ultimately, it was solely due to the advantages afforded by his fruit abilities that he could manage to restrain 5 top-tier adversaries. Without such powers, Gu Yuan would be incapable of doing so through sheer strength alone. The power he had acquired from Whitebeard was sufficient to easily overpower a standard admiral. But facing 5 opponents simultaneously proved to be a daunting challenge. However, thoughts of the 2 celestial dragons secured within his dimensional space eased his tension somewhat. Although his significance was no less than that of the celestial dragons, he believed that Sengoku and the others would not abandon them in their time of need. Witnessing his grandfather and several admirals besiege Gu Yuan, Luffy felt an overwhelming urge to rush in and assist. He was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of his grandfather, Carp, and knew he would never allow harm to come to his comrades. Ace, with a single hand, conjured a wall of flames to block Luffy's path. Stunned, Luffy gazed at Ace, confused by the obstruction. Luffy, we cannot possibly stop the admirals. Charging in would only create chaos, Ace stated, his face stained with tears. His demeanor transformed into one of somber calm, as if the spirited youth he once was had perished. Hearing Ace's words, Luffy could only anxiously pace in place. No, I cannot ignore the enemy regardless of their strength. Jace is my companion, and as captain, I must stand at the forefront for everyone, Luffy declared with unwavering determination. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd along the shore. A colossal pirate ship was seen forging against the headwind, propelled by the fierce currents generated by the Battle of the Strong at Marineford. This immense vessel was defying the waves. What is that? The red-haired pirates! One exclaimed in shock. How could one of the 4 emperors be here? The ship's sail prominently bore the image of a skull with flowing red hair over its eye, unmistakably belonging to the notorious red-haired Shanks, one of the emperors of the New World. As the figure standing at the bow of the ship came into view, both pirates and marines along the shore found themselves paralyzed with fear. Although the man was barely 3 meters tall, and even shorter than some among them, he emanated a chilling and formidable presence. Hearing the commotion, Luffy rushed over, and upon spotting Shanks, he waved enthusiastically. Hey, Shanks, it's been a while. A moment before, Shanks had worn a serious expression, but upon seeing Luffy, his face broke into a wide smile. Ha ha ha, Luffy, it's been too long. The companions behind him immediately peeked out, eager to catch a glimpse of the mischievous lad from years past. Ace, standing beside Luffy, anxiously observed Shanks, uncertain of the reason for his presence here. Having encountered numerous formidable warriors in Marineford, Ace finally grasped the sheer power possessed by the Yonko-level fighters, and his demeanor towards Shanks was far from the calmness he once exhibited. Upon noticing Ace's severed hands, Shanks fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting, the captain's son, I apologize, Captain, for not realizing this sooner. Meanwhile, The crew of the red-haired pirates anxiously watched the fierce battle unfolding in the distance, aware that even for a Yonko, witnessing such a conflict was a rare occurrence. Fragments of rock floated ominously in the air, the sky was shrouded in ominous storm clouds, and the earth was strewn with ice and molten lava, transforming the Marineford battlefield into a veritable hellscape. Yuan was already showing signs of fatigue, his breath becoming somewhat steadier. Seizing the opportunity, Carp and the others charged forward to attack. It felt like the moment had nearly arrived. The resonant voice of Kong reverberated through the air. Red-haired, what brings you here? Clearly, the appearance of the red-haired pirates had also caught the attention of the Navy. Upon hearing Kong's voice, Shanks shifted his gaze from Ace. Observing the venerable elder, over 80 years of age, standing boldly before the Navy, Shanks's expression turned serious. I have come to put an end to this war. This conflict must cease. His voice, imbued with a powerful conqueror's haki, echoed across the battlefield. At that moment, gasps erupted from the battleground where Yuan faced Sengoku and others. It was then that two celestial dragons, their heads tilted and eyes rolled back, lay unconscious on the ground. Sengoku, who was poised to charge, abruptly halted. Damn it. I knew it would come to this. The celestial dragons, who had been under Yuan's protection, had long been a concern for the Navy. Their mysterious disappearance had placed immense pressure on the organization, and the five elders had repeatedly urged Sengoku to address the situation. The recent assault on Yuan was aimed at a swift resolution, to extract the whereabouts of the celestial dragons. Little did they know. The celestial dragons had remained in Yuan's company. Nearby, Akainu's anger had already ignited. His expression darkened as his right hand transformed into magma, droplets sizzling against the ground. Witnessing Carp, Sengoku, and the three admirals halt their advance due to the celestial dragons, a smile crept onto Yuan's lips, his mood considerably lightened. With the enhancement of Whitebeard's power, he felt confident in overpowering a single admiral, could potentially defeat two, might triumph over three, and possibly gain an edge against four. However, facing five admirals would result in a drawn-out struggle, akin to the present situation. Thankfully, he had a trump card left from earlier. Although he remained uncertain about Carp and the others' regard for the celestial dragons, seeing Sengoku's reaction reassured him that the forthcoming events would unfold favorably. With the arrival of red-haired Shanks, this wave of support made a successful retreat no longer a formidable challenge. Damn it, that worthless trash, stirring up trouble at this juncture. Carp fumed, acutely aware that they had all sensed Yuan's waning strength. With just a few of them, they stood a good chance of overcoming him. Zanko's expression was grave. Standing silently beside them, his eyes blazing with anger, revealing that he too was far from pleased. Suddenly, Sengoku's miniature Den Mushi emitted a sharp sound, causing his expression to shift. He was well aware of the identity of the caller. This miniature Den Mushi was a direct line to senior officials of the world government. Sengoku, rescue the celestial dragons. They must not suffer any harm. And quickly, deactivate the live broadcast Den Mushi. Guys is nearly within our grasp. Upon hearing the words of the world government's highest leaders, the Gorosei, Sengoku's expression darkened. And he hastily interjected, Sengoku, silence. Mere pirates are not a match for the world government. The celestial dragons are of paramount importance. Their status and authority are not to be challenged. Sengoku's statement was immediately interrupted. In the skies above, Keijin, utilizing his formidable observation haki, clearly overheard the conversation through the transponder snail. Though taken aback by the world government's decision to abandon the pursuit of him, he was still perplexed by their apparent contempt. Did the world government truly possess such unwavering confidence in their own strength? Were they utterly unafraid of the powers wielded by those with multiple devil fruit abilities? As Keijin sensed the world government's enigmatic aura, much of his earlier pride in his enhanced abilities waned. Sengoku's countenance was grim, as the fleet admiral. He was well aware of the world government's intentions. It was merely about preserving the fate of the celestial dragons. Having dealt with the celestial dragons for years, he understood all too well that the upper echelons of the world government wielded powers that mere mortals could never hope to surpass, making it effortless for them to manipulate someone like Keijin. However, they remained oblivious to the immense danger that releasing a pirate of Keijin's caliber into the seas would pose to ordinary citizens. These aristocrats of the world showed little regard for the lives of the common folk. Sengoku addressed the situation directly. Kages, what is your intention? Observing the celestial dragon sprawled on the ground in a disheveled state, Sengoku felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate the two of them on the spot. Yet he begrudgingly held back. Gu Yuan cast a glance at the distant red-haired Shanks, who stood defiantly against the steel skeleton. Let us proceed as Shanks suggests, and bring this war to an end. The son of the sinner, Ace, shall remain. The others may depart. Ace's fate is of utmost significance in this conflict with the Navy. Should he be successfully rescued, it would deliver a severe blow to the Navy's authority. Gu Yuan remained silent as a swift blade of wind severed the arm of Admiral Rosward. Cease this at once. Sengoku bellowed, his countenance ashen. The remaining formidable warriors stood in stunned silence. The incident at the Sabaody archipelago had long been shrouded in secrecy by the Navy, leaving everyone oblivious to Gu Yuan's past transgressions against the celestial dragons. Witnessing the nonchalant infliction of harm upon the world's aristocracy was staggering. Even the typically fearless Don Quixote Doflamingo was drenched in cold sweat, his lips quivering. What a monstrous being! Even Kaido of the Beast would likely not dare to undertake such an act. The swordsman Mihawk, singularly focused on the way of the sword, was equally taken aback. The pirate empress, renowned as the world's most beautiful woman, trembled uncontrollably. In the distance, the steel-bodied Sora rushed forward. Sengoku, please bring this to a swift conclusion. Red-haired Shanks implored, activating his Fruit S powers. Grant me this favor, Admiral Sengoku, and end the conflict. After all, it was merely a pirate who had lost both hands and a crew devoid of the Whitebird. There was no cause for alarm, Sora remarked nonchalantly. Sengoku let out a resigned sigh and declared, the war is over. Gu Yuan observed the compromise orchestrated by Sengoku and let out a sigh. The most significant gain from this battle was the power of Whitebeard, which had instantaneously elevated him to a realm far beyond that of ordinary individuals. As Sengoku's orders spread throughout Marineford, the Navy units in the outskirts, previously engaged in the pursuit of pirates or prisoners, abruptly ceased their activities. Gazing at the transformed landscape of Marineford, which had lost its original form, Sengoku appeared to age decades, sitting upon a massive stone. His once partially white hair, now gradually turning completely white. Carp leaned beside his old friend, chuckling. You've finally turned into a silver-haired elder. Among our group of old-timers, you were the last with dark hair. Now you're just like the rest of us. Yet, Sengoku could not share in Carp's laughter. This time, Carp was fortunate. Both of his grandsons had survived their perilous venture, which was a stroke of immense luck. However, Sengoku was consumed with worries about the future of the Navy. Perhaps it was time for him to retire. As he gazed at the remnants of Marineford, now reduced to rubble, a sense of resignation began to stir within him. Indeed, once retired, these troubles would no longer plague him. On the other side, the Whitebeard pirates, with the aid of the Yonko Shanks, had managed to depart safely aboard the Red Force. Luffy exuberantly embraced Ace, indulging in meat and drink. Observing Luffy's optimistic demeanor uplifted Ace's previously somber spirits. In this battle, the surviving crew members of the Whitebeard pirates were significantly fewer than those depicted in the manga. The fierce clashes among numerous peak-level fighters had left even Marineford in ruins, not to mention the fate of weaker pirates. Both pirates and Marines had suffered devastating losses, with the feeble left with no choice but to face death. The grievances within the Whitebeard pirates towards Ace dissipated with the demise of the lower-ranking pirates, as those who survived were the seasoned warriors who had long stood by Whitebeard's side and shared a close bond with Ace. These individuals bore no resentment towards Ace, yet he found it impossible to forgive himself. If only I had taken Father's place in death. Gu Yuan was somewhat astonished by Ace's profound change in demeanor, now shrouded in gloom. Indeed, when one is not the protagonist, it is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to emerge unscathed from such devastating blows. Not only did he lose his hands, but he also lost one of the most significant individuals in his life, and tragically, it was he who caused this demise. Ace bears an immense burden of grief. Perhaps existing is less favorable than succumbing to death. Conversely, Luffy finds immense joy in Ace's survival and even reunites with his former comrade, Shanks. The majority of the New World seas are exceptionally unique, fraught with imminent dangers. Had it not been for the exceptional navigators of the red-haired pirates, they would have long since perished in the depths of the ocean. Luffy and Sabo, who have never ventured into the New World, are met with a breathtaking spectacle. The group follows Shanks back to the homeland of Whitebeard, Sphinx Island, a truly serene isle. Gu Yuan sighed with a sense of nostalgia. Hearing this, the silent Marco spoke up. Of course, this is my father's homeland. He used to send money home secretly, and every time he returned, the typically frugal old man would generously treat us to lavish banquets. Marco's eyes were filled with memories. Observing the somber atmosphere, the red-haired crew remained silent. Gazing upon the emaciated corpse of Whitebeard, the Whitebeard crew felt a surge of anger. One of the captains, Izang, was about to speak when Marco immediately stepped forward, his stern gaze silencing the captains. Without Whitebeard, Marco was the strongest among them. The red-haired captain cast a deep glance at Yuan, taking in the frail form of Whitebeard. Luffy, shocked to see the once mighty Whitebeard reduced to this state, hesitated beside Yuan, struggling to find words but ultimately remained silent. Although Luffy was usually carefree, he possessed an acute awareness of the situation. He believed that without Yuan, the Whitebeard pirates would have suffered even greater losses. Yuan cast a fleeting glance at Izong. Ever since his strength had escalated, some facets of his former personality had shifted. Observing these feeble-minded individuals, he often felt a disinclination to engage with them, a stark contrast to his past self, who would have easily imparted a lesson. Marco and Ace, the two most powerful captains, remained silent as they personally laid Whitebeard to rest. In front of Whitebeard's grave, the crowd paid their respects and began to bid farewell. Ace flexed his simple mechanical wooden hand and addressed Luffy. Luffy, I intend to follow Marco to our father's homeland to care for the residents here. What about you? The brutal reality of the Marineford War had utterly shattered Ace's confidence. Having lost both hands, he no longer felt the desire to pursue adventures upon the sea. Luffy adjusted his hat and turned to Yuan, saying, I plan to have Shanks send word to our comrades, advising them to hold off on gathering for now. I wish to train for 2 years. Our strength remains insufficient. Yuan nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed Luffy's original decision, and he felt no surprise. Luffy, I intend to set sail in 2 years to address certain matters, but I shall return to seek you out, Yuan remarked. Luffy, gazing earnestly at Yuan, replied, Very well, my friend, we shall remain comrades, will we not, Jax? Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then he chuckled. Of course. With the enhancement of his abilities, he now possessed the strength to single-handedly confront Kaido of the 100 Beasts. He had no intention of remaining with the Straw Hat Pirates any longer. After all, he was a being capable of traversing the realms of manga, and it was impossible for him to stay in one place forever. His journey alongside Luffy and the others was nearing its conclusion, and to his surprise, Luffy had discerned his desire to depart. A year later, Luffy, blindfolded, stood beside Beckman, who was frantically brandishing a stick behind him. Yet, it seemed as though Luffy could see through all of Beckman's attempts. He evaded each strike with remarkable agility, even while blindfolded. Luffy, hurry, cried a plump figure, one hand clutching a newspaper and the other grasping a large piece of meat as he rushed to Luffy's side. Curiously, Luffy removed his blindfold and inquired, What is going on, Locky? The rotund Locky quickly unfurled the newspaper, and both Luffy and Beckman widened their eyes upon reading the headline, only to regain their composure swiftly. Indeed, this is his style. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. The newspaper boldly proclaimed, Kaido of the 100 Beasts defeated. The nightmare of devil fruit users strikes against the 4 emperors. At that moment, a cerulean dragon soared through the distant sky, gliding among the clouds at an astonishing speed, heading towards Wano country. From the vantage point of the colossal dragon, Yuan surveyed the world below, experiencing a sensation utterly distinct from that of floating in the air. Indeed, no member of the Yin Wang race is free from fantasies about dragons. An invincible force coursed through his being. With but a single thought, he could unleash calamity, obliterating an island in the blink of an eye. After bidding farewell to Luffy, the naval headquarters had relocated from the Grand Line to the New World, and momentous events began to unfold in rapid succession. Sengoku retired, and the new fleet admiral, Akainu, took command, while Akiji withdrew from the Navy. Subsequently, Fleet Admiral Akainu initiated a grand recruitment drive, drawing together the mightiest warriors from across the globe, with even formidable figures of the admiral rank joining the fray, thus displacing the original candidates for the 2 admiral positions. Meanwhile, the now significantly empowered Yuan began to contemplate the acquisition of the next formidable fruit. At long last, during one of Kaido's drunken escapades, he caught sight of the beast. In the presence of Yuan, who could suppress 2 admirals, Kaido's only advantage, his conqueror's haki, failed to yield notable results. Soon after, Kaido was swiftly vanquished. In the sky, ancient origins soar, pondering the unfolding events below. The news must have spread by now. Surely, the land of Wano is in disarray. A certain pink figure has yet to make an appearance. And if they were to learn of Kaido's premature defeat, their joy would be immeasurable. However, the land of Wano, emerging as a pivotal setting in the latter stages of the narrative, is renowned for being the realm with the highest concentration of mythical Zoan devil fruits. A veritable treasure trove of formidable powers. The ancient source has no intention of relinquishing its ambitions. Within the borders of Wano, as newsbirds scatter newspapers across the sky like confetti, the entire nation trembles in shock. Newspapers? Falling from the heavens? Wano, a land characterized by its peculiar environmental protections, seldom interacts with the outside world, and newsbirds rarely venture here. Kaido is dead. The Governor Kaido has actually perished? That monster, how could it be possible? It is utterly inconceivable. Kaido has ruled Wano for nearly 2 decades, embedding his authority deep in the hearts of the people. Even upon seeing the newspaper depicting Kaido's lifeless form, disbelief prevails. The former retainers of the Kazuki clan, once royalty in Wano, stare in wide-eyed astonishment. Although they harbor no fondness for Kaido, they must admit that the current Kaido is not someone who could easily be trifled with, as Kazuki Oden once did. Such a figure has actually met his demise. In Onigashima, beneath his mask, Jack's eyes widen in disbelief as he murmurs, "Impossible. Boss Kaido cannot be dead. He is Joy Boy." Even Queen, usually jovial and fond of singing and dancing, is drenched in cold sweat, rendered speechless. Jack, with bloodshot eyes, furiously crumples the newspaper in his hands. No way. I must set sail to find Boss Kaido. At this moment, only Queen, who typically maintains a light-hearted demeanor, can retain a semblance of composure, unable to fathom the chaos that will ensue in the Beast Pirates without Kaido. It is evident that no one remains unaware that Wano is on the brink of turmoil. Tama, crouching beside Kazuki Hiyori, trembles as they both gaze at the newspaper. As a former princess of Wano, Hiyori has long awaited Kaido's demise. Although the prophesied 20 years have not yet elapsed, the outcome has ultimately been realized. "My lady, the time has come. Command us, for the hidden samurai have awaited this moment for far too long," Tama exclaims, kneeling in excitement before Hiyori. Fire of vengeance gleams in Hiyori's exquisite, pale eyes. A battalion of samurai emerges from the shadows, a chilling aura enveloping the skies of Wano, leaving the residents of Flower Capital trembling in fear. An elderly man, donned in an elegant kimono, wipes the sweat from his brow as he observes the samurai in the streets, muttering, "Wano is about to undergo a transformation. I never imagined that the monster Kaido would actually die." The elderly gentleman is a wealthy merchant from Wano country, whose family has been active since the existence of the Kazuki clan. When Kaido of the Beasts mercilessly eliminated the foolish King Oden, he promptly aligned himself with the Beast Pirates, participating in the construction of numerous weapon factories across Wano. Many nobles like him, harboring ulterior motives, discreetly assembled private armies, signaling the ominous onset of a warlike era within the diminutive Wano. Meanwhile, at the residence of the current shogun, Kurozumi Orochi, a diminutive, pallid-faced man cackled maniacally in the hall. "Haha, that rascal Kaido is finally dead. Henceforth, all of Wano shall belong to me, Kurozumi Orochi." Amidst the chaos that engulfed the entirety of Wano, the Beast Pirates on Onigashima had split into 2 factions, embroiled in heated disputes. "We must set forth immediately to find that scoundrel Jack. We shall avenge our captain, Kaido." Jack's eyes burned with fury as he spat vehemently, seeming ready to tear apart anyone who dared oppose him. Meanwhile, Queen, leading a throng of subordinates, shouted, "Wano, conquered by Kaido, is descending into turmoil. If we do not act swiftly to quell the unrest, our 2-decade-long plans will turn to dust." "Shut your mouth, you fool, Queen. With Kaido gone, our presence here in Wano is of no consequence." As he observed the incessant bickering among the gathered men, the acting governor, Jean, felt a throbbing headache. He had yet to emerge from the sorrow of Kaido's demise, only to be thrust into the turmoil of such vexing matters. The cohesion of the Beast's pirates had always been tenuous, relying on brute strength to maintain order. While Kaido reigned, his overwhelming power kept the unruly factions at bay. But now that he was gone, their true colors were revealed. Kazuki Hiyori gazed into the mirror, donning her armor after shedding her courtesan attire, and took a deep breath. "Father, Mother, today, I shall reclaim Wano for the Kazuki clan." As Kinemon addressed the warriors outside, urging them to depart, the moment Kazuki Hiyori stepped out of the mansion, she was met with a sight of formidable samurai, their presence overwhelming every corner of the street. The thoroughfare was devoid of any wandering residents, each samurai's eyes glimmering with an exhilarating fervor. Ever since Kaido's arrival in Wano, the stature of these warriors had been significantly diminished. Once powerful figures capable of transgressing against women at will, they had been relegated to a status now deemed contemptible and explicitly forbidden. Their resentment towards Kaido had reached a visceral intensity, a fervent desire to see him slain and his flesh consumed. Kazuki Hiyori, taken aback by the sheer number of warriors in the street, found herself momentarily stunned. She had never fully grasped the extent of her family's influence. Unaware that the Kazuki clan had been obliterated, yet still had such a multitude of loyal retainers at their disposal. As a family that had ruled over Wano for over a century, the Kazuki lineage was steeped in profound heritage, akin to the resilient centipede that, though mortally wounded, refuses to succumb. This endurance was the fruit of generations of labor. Throughout the epochs of dynasties established by the descendants of Yin and Huang, every new unification bore remnants of the previous powers that were never entirely extinguished. However, a more pressing concern lay in the existence of the beast's pirates, which significantly obstructed the interests of Wano's native forces. These samurai were indifferent to the identity of their ruler, rather. They could not abide a monarch who disregarded the samurai code and encroached upon their rights. Kaido, an outsider, had yet to earn their recognition. Observing the multitude of warriors below, Hiyori felt a surge of courage, believing that even if Kaido were to confront them, victory might still be within reach. Suddenly, the previously radiant sky darkened ominously as ominous clouds gathered above Wano, shrouding the land in shadow. Thunder rumbled within the clouds, accompanied by gusts of wind that unsettled all present. What could be amiss? Although Wano was often beset by peculiar weather, the island itself had remained untouched. Hiyori's thoughts faltered mid-sentence as the clouds began to shift dramatically, the flickering lightning revealing a chaotic turmoil above. In an instant, a scaled creature writhed within the clouds, occasionally exposing a colossal claw. Despite the vast distance, the creature's enormity was palpably felt, a suffocating aura descending from the heavens. A massive dragon head, adorned in alternating shades of blue and green scales, emerged from the cloud cover. The thunder clouds enveloped all of Wano, and everyone beheld the magnificent form of the dragon. Kaido, Kazuki Oden and his companions retreated 2 steps in terror. Just moments ago, they had been contemplating the defeat of Kaido, but upon the sight of the dragon, their faces turned pallid with fear. An indescribable sense of despair enveloped them. Kazuki Oden had never witnessed such a scene before. Although he had glimpsed the prowess of his father, Kazuki Oden, in his youth, those memories had gradually faded with time. The warriors around him, capable of cleaving houses with a single strike, had already become esteemed guests among the nobility. The sight of the countless warriors lining the streets instilled a feeling of invincibility within him, but that illusion was instantly shattered by the emergence of the colossal dragon. Such an immense creature, even a slight movement could wreak havoc upon the earth. How could humanity possibly triumph? On Onigashima, Jack beheld the dragon soaring above and summoned all his strength to shout, "Boss, I knew you were still alive." The temporary governor, Inuarashi, unfurled his wings and approached Jack. "Be quiet, Jack. That is not Boss Kaido." Despair filled Inuarashi's eyes. Though he was reluctant to acknowledge it, this dragon, which dwarfed Kaido by twice his size, was likely not their leader. Kaido's full beast transformation, bolstered by his unique physique, was already significantly larger than that of an ordinary Zoan fruit user. To their astonishment, a form even more colossal existed. Could it be that their opponent belonged to a race of titans? How could one be so vast? Yuan gazed down upon the land of Wano, feeling an overwhelming sense of its diminutive stature and feebleness. Deep within, an instinctive sensation stirred. Should he choose to unleash his might, the entire realm would shatter like mere bubbles. Observing Wano was akin to peering into a child's swimming pool, and a sense of ennui began to envelop him. The individuals below, whether remnants of the beast's pirates or the samurai of Wano, appeared as insignificant as ants. Simultaneously, Kazuki Hiyori realized that their adversary might not be Kaido, but rather the man known as the Nightmare of the Paramecia, a devil who could arbitrarily usurp the powers of devil fruits. Upon witnessing the seemingly endless serpentine form of their opponent, Hiyori felt no spark of resistance. Her sole desire was to comprehend the intentions of this formidable figure. Surely, such a being would not be drawn to a place as trivial as Wano. Suddenly, amidst the scrutiny of all, a dark figure wreathed in flames surged towards the heavens. Who could it be? It was none other than the prominent member of the beast's pirates, Ashura. What could he possibly intend? Yuan gazed at the approaching figure of Jin, which was less than 10 meters in length, resembling a creature the size of a cockroach rushing towards him, yet his emotions remained utterly unperturbed. The enormous form seemed impervious to the sluggish speed of this baffling entity. With a sudden surge of power, Yuan dispersed the clouds around him. The pitch-black, formidable dragon claw descended with ferocity, colliding against the minuscule figure beneath it. Countless crimson-black bolts of lightning surged outward like waves of energy. And Yuan was taken aback by a faint sense of resistance emanating from the dragon claw. The conqueror's haki? To his astonishment, this gene had indeed mastered it. Alas, the disparity was insurmountable. In terms of skill, Yuan's strength dwarfed Jin's by an unimaginable magnitude. Such might render defeat for Jin an inevitability, especially considering Jin's techniques were likely inferior to Yuan's. Having engaged in battles with numerous formidable adversaries, Yuan had already comprehended the pinnacle technique of Conqueror's haki during his clash with Kaido. It was rare for an ordinary individual to treat those top-tier warriors as mere sparring partners. Generally, lesser fighters could barely endure a few rounds against those wielding the Conqueror's haki. Only a monstrosity like Yuan could withstand and learn from his enemy's techniques. Jin lasted not even 3 seconds before plummeting into the ground like a cannonball, shattering the surrounding earth into fragments that erupted around him. Jin lay in the crater, his mask shattered, revealing a white-haired visage stained with crimson. "Kaido, my apologies," he murmured. Quinn observed from a distance, astonished that the first to rush in after Kaido's incident was the typically composed Jin, who, fully aware of his disadvantage, still charged forward. It was hard to believe that this was the same Jin who managed all affairs of the Beast's pirates with such meticulousness. Yuan gazed at the unconscious Jin, withdrawing his attention momentarily. He had never pondered the thoughts that dwelled within the hearts of his adversaries. In an instant, his formidable observation haki, capable of enveloping the entirety of Wano country, pinpointed the striking figure of Kaido, adorned in resplendent traditional attire amidst the throng of samurai. The colossal dragon form began to contract at an astonishing pace, revealing a man, towering at 3 meters, his physique akin to that of forged steel, standing before the warriors. Kaido, with his calloused hands, deftly parted the samurai, advancing to the forefront with an ingratiating demeanor. "Lord Kaido," he inquired, "how may I, Kaido, be of service to you?" Yuan gazed indifferently at the repugnant clown before him, whose attire, despite being of the finest quality, failed to exude even a hint of nobility, instead reeking of the ostentation typical of a nouveau riche. "I wish to take your fruit ability. Can you assist me?" Upon hearing Yuan's words, the serpent's expression shifted dramatically, its heart plummeting to the depths of despair. "Ha ha ha. What jest are you making? Of course, if you desire me, I shall present myself to you willingly." The serpent forced a smile as it approached Yuan, who regarded the serpent's movements with a detached air, scarcely inclined to budge. When the serpent reached Yuan's side, its expression morphed unexpectedly. The grotesque grin instantly transformed into a flat, serpentine visage, with 8 identical heads erupting from its neck. Without employing any cunning tactics, the serpent charged toward Yuan with all 8 heads lunging fiercely. Yu scrutinized the form of the colossal serpent. Among its 8 heads, only one bore the resemblance of a blackened serpent, while the others resembled dragon heads. From the golden kimono draped behind it sprouted 8 tails, creating an appearance that was not only lacking in majesty, but also somewhat peculiar. Although the unseemly nature of the blackened serpent rendered the fruit's exterior less imposing, it did not imply that the fruit was feeble. As a legendary beast of Wano country, this fruit undoubtedly harbored extraordinary powers. The warriors behind him were equally startled by the sudden transformation of the blackened serpent into a monstrous entity. The blackened serpent, known for its indulgent lifestyle, seldom utilized the powers of the devil fruit, and many were unaware that it had even consumed such a fruit. Yuan gazed at the enormous serpent, which was yet to reach the height of a house, and shook his head in dismay. It was utterly weak. It was even less formidable than the common folk form that Chopper had developed. The serpent sank its fangs into Yuan, producing a sound akin to iron colliding. "Wow! How formidable!" Yuan stood unwavering as a bolt of lightning descended from the storm clouds. At that moment, the colossal black serpent truly transformed into coal, collapsing to the ground with the iconic wide-eyed gaze reminiscent of a pirate king. The warriors behind the fallen serpent, paralyzed by fear, crumpled to the earth, utterly devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Yuan gazed upon the warriors before him, recognizing their frailty even more so than that of the black charcoal serpent. Without uttering a word, he swiftly consumed the unconscious serpent in one decisive gulp. Just then, Keigetsu Hiyori, accompanied by a contingent of warriors from the Keigetsu clan, arrived on the scene, witnessing the astonishing spectacle of the serpent's defeat and subsequent consumption. "Swallowed it whole," Keigetsu Hayori exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Gu Yuan turned his head and was momentarily taken aback. Truly, she deserved her reputation as one of the three great beauties, Kazuki Hayori. Even Gu Yuan found himself astonished. Gu Yuan turned his gaze and was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she was none other than Kazuki Hayori, renowned as one of the three great beauties. Even someone as discerning as Gu Yuan was astounded. One Piece unfolds from the perspective of its protagonist, Luffy, and throughout his journey, he encounters numerous women, all possessing remarkable beauty, which has inevitably raised Gu Yuan's standards. The instant he laid eyes on Kazuki Hayori, even a man of his experience found himself momentarily entranced. Her allure was entirely distinct from that of Nami or Robin. Merely standing there, she exuded an irresistible charm, as if the very air around her was infused with a delicate fragrance. Lord Guys, I am the princess of this nation. How may I assist you? Kazuki Hayori's keen observational skills did not miss the fleeting moment of Gu Yuan's astonishment, and she mused to herself, indeed, men are all rather similar. Having spent years as an Oiran in the flower capital, she had encountered many influential figures, without exception. Any man who beheld her would transform into a creature driven by lust, brimming with greed. This man before her, possessing godlike strength, though his power was unfathomable, was still a normal man at heart. With this thought, Kazuki Hayori felt a sense of relief and hurriedly approached Gu Yuan to inquire further. Gu Yuan maintained an impassive expression, yet internally he grappled with a sense of distress. With the enhancement of his physical constitution, his thoughts had become increasingly impervious to the influences of both his body and the external world. However, the fragrant breeze brought forth by Keigetsu Haya's proximity stirred a tumult within him, causing his blood to surge. What a formidable woman she is! The unbidden effect she had on him was sufficient to evoke such a response. One could only wonder how she managed to protect herself with her seemingly frail abilities. You are quite esteemed in this land, are you not? I have vanquished Kaido, and his domain rightfully belongs to me. It is time for me to take control, Gu Yuan declared. Upon hearing his words, Keigetsu Haya abruptly lifted her head, her expression shifting dramatically. Her usual ability to deceive even the most discerning of nobles crumbling in an instant. A tempest raged within her heart. She yearned to confront Gu Yuan, to seize him by the collar and proclaim, Wano country is not the possession of people like you. It does not belong to you. It belongs to the Keigetsu family. It belongs to the people of Wano. Yet, clearly, she could not act on such impulses. Her delicate fists clenched beneath her ornate armor, despair engulfing her as she felt utterly powerless. This was the lament of the weak. Jinsource gazed at Kazuki Hayori, who bit her lip tightly to suppress her tears, feeling somewhat at a loss. How naive could she be? How had she managed to remain concealed beneath the very gaze of Orochi? Regaining her composure, Kazuki Hayori acknowledged the reality of Wano's change in leadership and spoke, My lord, Wano is still under the dominion of the Beast Pirates. There are numerous remnants of the beasts on Onigashima, and with their presence, your rule will encounter significant impediments. Gu Yuan stroked his chin and cast a fleeting glance at Kazuki Hayori. Despite being aware of the suspicions surrounding the possibility of betrayal, he felt emboldened by the fact that now, in Wano, no one could impede his actions. Sensing the frantic escape of the Beast Pirates' crew in the distance, Gu Yuan made a subtle motion with his fingers, causing the thunderclouds above to stir restlessly, unleashing a torrent of fierce lightning upon the sea. The crew, clad in animal skin coats, stood one after another on the deck, yearning to return to Onigashima. Suddenly, countless bolts of heavenly thunder descended upon the island, illuminating the sky with a blinding radiance. Just as one pirate attempted to speak, a bolt of lightning struck the ship. Witnessing the chaotic scene of lightning wreaking havoc on the horizon, it was clear to all present that Gu Yuan was unleashing his power. Hayori gritted her teeth, bowing her head, trembling uncontrollably. She could not comprehend why the fate of Wano had to be so fraught with adversity. First, there was the treachery of Korizumi Orochi, followed by Kaido's brutal reign, with countless weapon factories rising, plunging Wano's people into despair. Just as they had managed to endure Kaido's tyranny, a new figure emerged, one even more despairing than before. Yuan disregarded Kazuki Hayori's thoughts, instead contemplating his subsequent plans. He had intentions of seizing Wano, a notion that had sparked 6 months prior when his shoes, capable of traversing into the world of manga, once again glimmered with brilliance. The once invisible and ethereal form had materialized into a tangible entity, evidently indicating that it had completed its charging process. Compared to his experience in the world of giants, this time the recharging was significantly swifter. Yuan surmised that this was due to his enhanced strength, as it took merely a little over 2 years to complete, approximately half the usual duration. The erratic nature of the shoes, devoid of sentience, had long been a source of vexation for Yuan. Consequently, he resolved to depart. As both the One Piece world and the Giant world were realms that permitted repeated entries, he intended to establish a foothold in the One Piece world, ensuring that upon his return he would have a place to stay, while also fulfilling his unquenched dreams of emperorship and lordship as an ordinary man. Upon reaching Onigashima, the grand Japanese architectural complex came into view as Kazuki Hiyori guided Yuan to the base of the beast pirates. Observing the devastation wrought by thunder and lightning across the island, along with the opulent structures that, even besieged by flames, retained an air of extravagance, Yuan smiled and remarked, "Although Kaido is a brute, he certainly has a knack for indulgence." Hiyori, however, felt a pang of sorrow. Such grand edifices had been constructed by Kaido's oppression of the citizens of Wano, and preserving them could have provided shelter for many refugees. Yet, she dared not voice her grievances in Yuan's presence. On the entirety of Onigashima, only a handful of powerful presences lingered. As most pirates could not withstand Yuan's thunderous might, those who remained were undoubtedly the elite among the elite. "Damn it, you killed Captain Kaido, and I will avenge him." A charred figure, trembling as she emerged from the palace, revealed herself to be a strikingly well-proportioned woman, her voice hoarse with fury. Behind her, a similarly scorched young man clung to her ankle, pleading, "Nisan, don't go." These two were none other than the formidable members of the Beast Pirates, the Flying Six, namely the siblings, Black Maria and Page One. Yuan chuckled as he observed their singed appearances, yet lively demeanor. The crew of the Beast Pirates boasted commendable quality among the Yonko, with each member of the Flying Six being skilled practitioners of both types of haki. Yuan's earlier lightning had merely served to eliminate the weaker foes without truly harming them. "Just hold on to me tightly, Page. I fear I might truly charge ahead," Black Maria whispered. Page One, exasperated, retorted while maintaining his grip, "Sister, stop acting. You're clearly terrified, yet still want to rush out." Guyu, disregarding Runty and the two fellows Page One, strode directly into the palace. Koyuei glanced at Runty, observing her lack of response, and hurriedly followed after Guyu. Boom. The palace was engulfed in fierce flames due to the lightning strike, with several beams having already collapsed. Yuan furrowed his brow as a multitude of black shadows surged from beneath his feet, extinguishing the flames one by one. Under the veil of the Heart Network, Ghost Island revealed nearly all its secrets to Yuan. Aside from the Flying Six, were there only a few genuine contenders left? The terrain of Wano country was treacherous. Even the Beast Pirates would require considerable preparation to depart from this place, as explained by Kazuki Oden nearby. Suddenly, a heavy yet urgent sound of footsteps echoed. Thud, thud, thud. A figure donning an ominous demon mask and clad in a white kimono charged forth, brandishing a massive wolf fawn club and aiming a fierce strike at Yuan. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The obsidian-imbued club seemed to possess the power to devastate the very heavens and earth. Yet, despite the terrifying intimidation of the weapon, Yuan effortlessly blocked it with a single hand, resulting in a tremendous clash that generated a powerful gust of wind, propelling Kazuki Oden, despite his heavy samurai armor, against the wall. Recognizing the distinctive attire of the assailant, Yuan immediately identified her as Yamato, the daughter of Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates. An intriguing thought suddenly arose within Yuan. Dragon scales emerged upon his skin, and a dragon horn swiftly sprouted from his head, elevating his stature by several meters. The transformation into a hybrid form of a mythical beast, akin to a demon fruit, took place. The visage beneath the Yamato mask contorted into an unappealing countenance. Could it be that Kaido has truly met his demise? The colossal fist of Yuan, resembling a massive sandbag, struck fiercely against Yamato's form. Yamato, gazing upon the beastly visage of Yuan, found his body utterly unprepared for the onslaught. It was astonishingly swift. The towering figure of Yuan loomed like a giant, his fist enveloping Yamato's entire being, and upon impact, even the 2 slimes at his chest were flattened. With a thunderous crash, Yamato hurtled through countless walls, akin to a cannonball, before finally coming to a halt. Yuan approached slowly, gazing at the mask that had shattered, revealing a visage as pure as white jade. He couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Indeed, is it true that among pirates there are no unattractive women? Suddenly, Yuan snapped back to reality. Why have I been so preoccupied with the beauty of women lately? This is something I have never experienced before. What on earth is happening? From the shadows, Runti peeked out, astonished by Yamato's struggle to stand. Truly, he is the son of Kaido, enduring such a fierce assault yet still managing to rise again. I had long doubted Kaido, that scoundrel. Though he has imprisoned and confined me, he remains my scoundrel father, and I shall seek vengeance. At this moment, Yamato seemed to forget the identity of Kazuki Oden that he usually mentioned, dragging his injured body forward once more. Observing Yamato transform into a true filial daughter, Yuan flickered with lightning, noting that the speed of Yamato's Kanabo had long since diminished from its earlier ferocity, reduced to wild swings. Seeing the handcuffs on Yamato's wrists, Yuan suddenly devised a plan. Kazuki Oden, do you still remember that name? Upon hearing it, Yamato visibly faltered. This scoundrel Kaido not only plunders across the seas, leaving the common folk bereft, but also enforces a tyrannical rule over Wano, enslaving its people to construct palaces and weapon factories, polluting the land to the point where the commoners can scarcely afford a meal. Watching Yuan resolutely enumerate Kaido's crimes, Yamato was left momentarily speechless. I am the one sent by heaven to rescue Wano. Lying amidst the ruins, Kazuki Nico was rendered utterly speechless by Yuan's declaration. This man had recently claimed to be here to take over Kaido's territory, yet now he spoke of something entirely different. Yamato lowered his head, embroiled in a struggle of thought. Finally, he lifted his gaze, speaking with unwavering determination. The sins committed by Kaido shall be atoned by me, but I will undoubtedly seek my revenge. Observing Yamato's resolute demeanor, Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is this truly the same Yamato who had once joined Luffy and Momonosuke in their assault against Kaido? Or is this the original filial daughter? Why does this not seem like the genuine Yamato? As Yamato raised the Kanabo once more, preparing for an attack, Yuan noticed the handcuffs on his wrists and suddenly understood. Yamato, as Kaido's daughter, you regard him as your father. Yet, he does not see you as his daughter. Those handcuffs on your wrists are likely to explode, are they not? Yamato looked at the cuffs in confusion. Though they restrain my devil fruit abilities, they have also allowed me to adapt to a sensation of helplessness akin to being submerged in seawater. As for the explosion, I am uncertain whether the cuffs will indeed detonate. I have never tested it. How about this? I can remove the handcuffs without causing you harm, and then we shall discover whether they will explode. Realizing he was no match for Yuan, Yamato allowed him to approach. A swirling aura materialized above Yuan's hand as he murmured, "Room." An immense, invisible field of white energy rapidly unfurled. Yuan swiftly severed Yamato's arm with a precise strike. Upon witnessing this shocking scene, Yamato let out a terrified scream. Calm down, Yamato. As he took a closer look, he realized that the wound neither bled nor caused him any pain. Astonishingly, the severed hand was still under his control, allowing him to move its fingers at will. What could this possibly mean? Yuan remained silent, offering no explanation. This ability, known as the surgery fruit, is a highly sought-after devil fruit in the world of One Piece, often referred to as the fruit of immortality. It possesses the formidable power to sacrifice oneself in order to perform a surgery that grants eternal life, thus commanding the highest market price among devil fruits, reaching an astonishing 5 billion berries, equivalent to the bounty of a pirate king. The user of the surgery fruit is merely a relatively weak pirate, yet has adeptly developed the fruit's capabilities. Currently, Yuan's search for fruits is quite focused, particularly on those with advanced development, such as the float fruit, quake fruit, and surgery fruit, as well as those that significantly enhance combat power, like the thunder fruit. He has no intention of pursuing fruits with immense potential that require extensive development from the user, such as Kid's magnet fruit, as Yuan seeks to rapidly enhance his combat prowess. After securing the handcuffs onto Yamato, a profound change enveloped her. A chilling aura emanated from her as the handcuffs were safely removed. Yamato's form began to rise, small, elongated horns sprouting from her head, her hair transforming into a luminous white that radiated a holy glow, while icy mist swirled around her like flowing ribbons. Kazuki Hiyori exclaimed in astonishment. Is that the great god of the mouth? Yamato, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched her head and replied, To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what this ability entails. When I was a child, I was so hungry that I ate a peculiar fruit, which led to this transformation. Yamato took a deep breath, nervously focusing on the handcuffs. Guyan cast away the handcuffs from his hands. Boom. The air reverberated with a deafening explosion, accompanied by Yamato's furious roar. That colossal gorilla Kaido. He truly intends to kill me. Gazing at the enormous crater created by the explosion of the handcuffs, Yamato lay on the edge, pounding the ground as if it were Kaido himself. I thought that this gorilla was merely trying to intimidate me. I never imagined he genuinely wished to take my life. You scoundrel. You fool. Observing Yamato's profound anger, Guyan couldn't help but smile. A Navi child like Yamato, who had never ventured beyond his village, is the easiest to deceive. Although the explosive handcuffs Kaido had fitted on Yamato were indeed real, his intentions were sincere. He genuinely wished to nurture Yamato, albeit clumsily. For he was a rough man who lacked understanding of how to interact with a child. Yet, Guyan would not disclose this to Yamato. He hoped that Yamato would shine brightly for the land of Wano. So, Yamato, have you not always aspired to become Kazuki Oden and save this nation? I present you with this opportunity. I have decided to appoint you as the new general of Wano, to govern in my stead. Startled by Guyan's words, Yamato, still heartbroken and despondent, paused in disbelief. In the distance, Kazuki Hiyori was already drenched in sweat, unable to calm her nerves, and hurriedly approached. Lord Guys, she stammered. Our Kazuki family has long been the rulers of Wano with a wealth of governance experience. Her voice trembled with anxiety. Unable to comprehend how the beast pirates would be granted the position of general and the authority to rule. Would this not mean the Kazuki family would miss yet another opportunity for resurgence? Hiyori quaked in fear, but Guyan remained silent, simply waving his hand and stating, Yamato is Kazuki Oden. He is your father. How can you oppose his becoming general? Yuan is not one to be deemed foolish. The Kazuki clan's obsession with Wano is so profound that should they ascend to power, they might swiftly conspire with external forces to create turmoil for Yuan. In contrast, the innocent and endearing Yamato, who is eager to strive for the prosperity of Wano, appears to be much easier to manage. Sometimes, possessing strength brings immense comfort. And Yuan no longer needs to concern himself with the thoughts of the weak. Ignoring the resentful gaze of Kazuki Hiyori, Yuan continued his discourse. Yamato, you have yet to witness the weapon factories on the land of Wano, nor have you seen the villagers who struggle to find enough to eat. As the child of Kazuki Oden, you surely do not wish for your people to suffer from hunger and cold. Upon hearing Yuan's words, a sense of compassion stirred within Yamato, causing her to waver. Guyu gazed at Yamato, choosing not to elaborate further. He recognized that the situation was fundamentally secure, after all. At the age of 28, Yamato was nearing the prime of her life, akin to a golden saintess in the original world. Yet her mentality and insights were as innocent and naive as those of a young girl, making her quite susceptible to persuasion. As anticipated, Yamato soon made her decision. Her eyes resolutely fixed on Guyu as she declared, very well. I pledge to become the Grand General of Wano. I shall govern Wano with utmost diligence. Beside them, Kazuki Hiyori felt a pang of discomfort, akin to having consumed something bitter. She had not expected that Guyu would not personally oversee Wano, but instead appoint an intermediary to assist him. Nevertheless, it was disheartening that she, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Wano, had not garnered Guyu's attention. Within less than a day, despite the challenges of communication in Wano, news spread swiftly through the remnants of the Kazuki clan's influence that Guyu had been established as the daimyo, and Yamato had become the Grand General. Overseeing the political affairs of Wano, was the man named Jajis truly the formidable dragon that had soared among the clouds that day? Such a powerful being ascending to the role of daimyo would not be an exaggeration. Orochi's reign over Wano had yet to surpass 2 decades. And aside from the newly born, most inhabitants still retained memories of the Kazuki family's governance. Thus, they were more amenable to the notion of dynastic change and the replacement of rulers. However, numerous resistance factions still persisted, prompting Guyu to adopt Enel's governing strategies. By employing the observation haki that enveloped all of Wano, he effortlessly detected the murmurs of dissenters. Bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, obliterating all who dared to resist beneath the azure thunder. Kakakamisama, O Divine One. The villagers, witnessing the relentless lightning across Wano, believed it to be the wrath of a deity and fell prostrate, fervently bowing in fear. In merely half an hour, hundreds of insurgents were struck down by the bolts. And when Yamato, stationed in the Grand General's office, received the news, she hurried to confront Guyu. Jajis, what are you truly attempting to accomplish? Did you not vow to govern Wano well? Why this indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent? Furious, Yamato stormed up to Guyu, bombarding him with a barrage of questions. Observing Yamato's flushed face, brimming with indignation, Guyu felt a twinge of amusement. In stark contrast to Kazuki Oden, who had witnessed the myriad evils of humanity, Yamato exuded an extraordinary fearlessness, not merely in terms of strength but also in attitude, an individual remarkably akin to Luffy. Such a character has always captivated Guyu. For many ordinary individuals cannot abide the confidence and brilliance of others. The more exceptional someone is, the greater the resentment they provoke, sometimes leading to malicious intent. However, having traversed countless worlds, Yuan remained unscathed by such pettiness. Though he resided in hell, his heart soared toward the light, refusing to exploit those good-hearted souls who were easily bullied. General Yamato, he began, allow me to clarify. Those who have been slain are merely factions harboring ulterior motives. Their rebellion is not a result of our treatment of the common folk, but rather stems from our encroachment upon their status. Their concerns lie not with the populace, but with their own wealth and prestige. For the sake of these trivialities, they are willing to jeopardize the hard-won peace and incite war. Essentially, these individuals are no different from the beast pirates, who establish weapon factories and discharge toxic waste. Guyu, with his hands clasped behind his back, engaged Day in a spirited discourse, exuding confidence despite being an ordinary individual who had unexpectedly acquired power. His thoughts and spirit lagged behind his newfound strength. Had he been addressing a cunning strategist from the Warring States period, his words would have fallen on deaf ears. However, Day was different, like a blank canvas. She was susceptible to Guyu's influence. With time, her character would inevitably mold into his shape. After listening to Guyu, Day's initial fury gradually subsided. Yet, she was no fool, completely accepting every word he uttered. I will verify what you say. I wish to see if these warriors truly harbor such disdain for the happiness of commoners. With a flick of her head, her elegant high ponytail swayed as she confidently departed. After several days of tumultuous upheaval, many of the resistance movements within the land of Wa had been entirely eradicated, leaving only the more troublesome elements. Seated across from Guyu, Day lamented, it is exceedingly difficult. The land of Wa lacks talented commoners. Most knowledgeable individuals are either local nobles or affluent merchants. Appointing such people to key positions quickly leads to underhanded dealings. It is utterly despicable. Observing Day's distressed demeanor, Guyu maintained a facade of calm while secretly reveling in his decision. Pleased with his cleverness. To be an effective leader demands immense energy, and even the strongest individuals may struggle to endure such burdens. Thus, appointing Day as the de facto ruler of the land of Wa was a strategic choice, allowing him to enjoy material wealth and honor without incurring the steep costs typically associated with leadership. Foundationally, this was contingent on strength. Upon hearing Day's frustrations, Guyu began to reflect. Within the narrative of the One Piece manga, society was entrenched in a period of robust political power, wherein the aspirations of common folk were stifled. Unless one forsook their moral compass and turned to piracy, those who yearned for freedom would forever remain unfulfilled. Consequently, cultural talents were exceedingly rare, as opportunities for advancement lay solely within the realms of piracy, slavery, and arms production. Education and scholarly pursuits held no market value, and most rulers along the Grand Line were hereditary, learning only to preserve their power, wielding political acumen while tightly controlling production resources. Thus, Day's recent efforts to attract talent had met with failure, as she became increasingly burdened with managing both trivial and significant matters herself. The once vibrant girl, brimming with energy just days prior, now found herself sighing in despair. Yuan contemplated for a moment before speaking. The retainers of Kazuki Hiyori still possess utility. Although efforts have been made to eliminate rebellious factions, most of them merely consist of foolish suicide squads that have been thrust into the open. Numerous powers continue to lurk in the shadows. For instance, a few of the Akazaya 9 from the Kazuki clan remain hidden within Wano, displaying a degree of cunning. After Yuan demonstrated various capabilities, they prudently retreated into the corners, showcasing a wisdom far superior to that of ordinary samurai. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Yamato pondered slightly. The Kazuki family, you say? That could suffice. Having been indoctrinated by the tales of Kazuki Oden, Yamato harbored no disdain for the samurai or the Kazuki clan, thus exhibiting no adverse reaction to their involvement. Is that so? Exclaimed Kazuki Hiyori, covering her mouth in surprise. She had initially assumed that Yuan would disregard the Kazuki family entirely, only to find that circumstances had taken a turn. Seeing Kazuki Hiyori agree to participate in the role of acting governor, Yamato felt a wave of relief, contemplating a future with considerably less burden, and departed with a cheerful stride. Kazuki Hiyori, along with Kanjuro, one of the Akazaya 9 known as Kyushiro, watched Yamato's retreat. Kyushiro stepped forward and inquired, Your Highness Hiyori, the newly appointed governor's position is second only to that of the great General Yamato. Kazuki Hiyori disregarded Kyushiro's words, her eyes glimmering with an unusual light, suggesting she had conceived a special idea. Not good. General Yamato. Yamato furrowed her brow, gazing at her flustered subordinate. Yes, yes. The world government ship has arrived. They are currently positioned beneath the waterfall of Wano. Yamato's eyes widened in shock. The world government? What brings them here? Beneath the waterfall of Wano. A magnificent ship with a formidable exterior anchored steadily amidst the tumultuous waves, unaffected by the bizarre weather conditions capable of destroying ordinary vessels. A cadre of agents clad in white suits stood erect upon the deck. Captain, how do we enter this waterfall? One of the agents inquired, his lean figure and cascading white curls narrowing his eyes. I have prepared thoroughly with the intel on Wano. Wait, we shall soon gain our entrance, he replied. Suddenly, the waterfall began to split apart, revealing a passageway. Ah, so that is how it is, the seasoned agents murmured in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. The world government, indeed? Reflecting on the conclusion of the War of the Peaks a year ago, the Navy had conducted several attempts to encircle and suppress. Yet each endeavor was effortlessly thwarted by Yuan. In the final attempt, even formidable forces cultivated by the world government were summoned. Yet they still failed to apprehend Yuan. Observing the few trivial figures from Wano country, Yuan discerned that this time, it was likely not an encounter for combat. The New World Alliance? Yuan pondered, having listened to the lengthy discourse of the silver-haired captain of the Special Forces. He had come to grasp the intentions of the world government. It was a proposition of friendship and peace, contingent upon his survival. Should Yuan forge an alliance between his dominion, Wano, and the world government, they would recognize his legitimate authority, acknowledging Wano as his private territory, accompanied by a generous supply of resources. Indeed, if he were to deliberate on the matter, he could begin to contemplate the name of the nations. As the world government would swiftly declare the dissolution of Wano, supplanted by a new realm established by Lord Guise. Upon encountering a benefactor, Yuan disregarded all else and promptly acquiesced, for whether he would retract his words was entirely within his purview. Even if he did retract, the world government would find themselves powerless. Thus, it was decided Han Nation it would be. Reflecting upon the former world, Yuan recalled the Yamato people, and in contrast, the Han ethnicity came to mind, leading to the transformation of the erstwhile One Nation into the Han Nation. Yamato watched with a smile that never faded as the fleet of the world government departed. She had already learned that a substantial shipment of supplies was imminent, alleviating the hunger of the Han Nation's people, who had long suffered due to the contamination of vast tracts of land by Kaido's weapon factories, leaving the issue of food insecurity unresolved even to this day. As night fell, Yuan reclined comfortably on the tatami mat in a traditional Japanese style, his eyes half closed in serene repose. Following a rapid surge in his abilities, he found it increasingly challenging to manifest any significant changes through the consumption of the Gomu fruit, prompting him to indulge in moments of leisure. Suddenly, a figure entered his palace, Kazuki Hiyori, accompanied by another individual. This residence, once belonging to the Kazuki clan, was now the abode of Yuan, the ruler of Wano. Before him stood a woman of alabaster skin, her limbs long and graceful, with a delicate neck and a face where the skin was so thin that one could faintly discern emerald-like veins beneath. Her green hair, rather than detracting from her beauty, lent her an air of sanctity intertwined with an alluring contradiction. Yuan's gaze shifted slightly upon witnessing her solitary entrance into his domain. Could it be? A vision clad in an exquisitely adorned green kimono approached with measured grace. As the newly appointed governor and a member of the esteemed Kazuki lineage, Hiyori commanded considerable respect. The guards at the entrance bowed their heads in trepidation, allowing her passage into the palace. As Hiyori traversed the vast pavilion, a spark ignited in her eyes. Initially, she had believed that Yuan's arrival heralded the end for Wano. Yet instead, fortune had smiled upon her. Both Kaido and Orochi, the malignant forces, had vanished, allowing her to reclaim a position of power within the upper echelons of Wano. This unforeseen turn of events led Hiyori to ponder the possibilities. If her relationship with Yuan were to deepen, could she not surpass Odin in influence, thereby facilitating the resurgence of the Kazuki clan in a unique manner? The more she contemplated, the brighter the glimmer in her eyes became, quickening her pace. What brings you here? Despite his suspicions, Yuan maintained a stoic facade, exuding an air of authority. Hiyori, who had meticulously prepared various strategies in her mind, now found herself overwhelmed in the presence of Yuan. Unable to articulate her carefully crafted lines, she could only stammer nervously. I have come to discuss the new reforms with Lord Jaegis. Witnessing the once astute Kazuki Odin transform into a quivering quail, Gu Yuan could not suppress the mirth that danced upon his visage. He possessed the remarkable ability to silently envelop the entirety of Wano with his observation haki. Apart from a select few formidable warriors in Wano who wielded their haki with great finesse, the majority remained blissfully unaware of his clandestine gaze. At that moment, Kazuki Oden remained oblivious to the fact that his plans had long been uncovered, and he unwittingly adopted a demeanor of weakness in response to the pressure exerted by Gu Yuan. Observing this scene, Gu Yuan erupted into hearty laughter, finding great amusement in the spectacle of another performing for him. Kazuki Oden had inherited the exquisite beauty of his mother, Kazuki Toki, yet had not received the towering stature of his father, Kazuki Oden. In the realm of One Piece, a height of 170 centimeters was deemed merely average. Thus, this diminutive figure stood before Gu Yuan, whose enhanced physique loomed large, resembling a child at play. As he beheld Oden's flustered and clumsy antics, Gu Yuan could not contain his laughter. Gu Yuan stepped out of the room, and the sky outside had long since brightened. Gu Yu felt a profound sense of wonder. How could he, in his humble origins, ever have the opportunity to engage with a noble such as Kazuki Hayori? What astonished him even more was the revelation that this enchanting figure, who served as a courtesan in the land of Wano, possessed the most precious attributes. At that moment, Gu Yu could hardly fathom the incredibility of it all. Upon reflection, he began to comprehend that, although Nami, Robin, and Kazuki Hayori all shared the burden of tragic childhoods and had to navigate perilous environments at a tender age, their circumstances diverged significantly. Unlike Nami and Robin, who were limited by their humble backgrounds and lacked the means to confront the myriad dangers they faced, a mere survival was a considerable feat. Kazuki Hayori stood apart. Despite the relentless oppression from Kaido, the Kazuki clan's former retainers still lent her considerable strength and status, making her a formidable hidden noble amidst the rigid societal hierarchy of Wano. In this world, defying the established order was fraught with peril. Yet Hayori possessed the autonomy to reject any endeavor that did not align with her desires. The courtesans, often perceived as pure and sacred, were frequently shrouded in the filth of corruption, a stark contrast that Oda, the masterful storyteller, evidently relishes. At that moment, Kazuki Hayori leaned against the wall, her legs trembling uncontrollably as she staggered forth, embodying both grace and fragility. "Lord Guys," she called out. Kogen furrowed his brow, wrapping a blanket around himself before returning to the room. Keigetsu Hayori gazed at the warm quilt, her heart brimming with joy. To her, a woman's essence lies in her dependence on a man, thus, selecting a formidable partner is of utmost importance. Human nature inherently gravitates towards strength, a sentiment that is particularly pronounced among the women of Wano. Hayori has always held a disdain for the nobility of her land. Although Kaido holds the esteemed position of the new shogun, he is not only the accomplice of her father's murderer but is also grotesquely unattractive, rendering him unworthy of her regard. The thought that Kogen had engaged in a profound conversation with her sent a thrill through Hayori's heart. Gyu furrowed his brow as he recalled the earlier encounter with Kei-Gitsahai, whose swollen body was a troubling sight. A dull ache throbbed in his head. The sheer strength displayed was formidable, seemingly possessing an inexhaustible reservoir of power. Had it not been for Kei-Gitsahai's body, as fragile as silken tofu, which could be easily damaged with a mere touch, he could have fought tirelessly for several days. The agents of the world government had arrived, including Guys. In the residence of Gu Yuan, Date gazed in bewilderment at the figure of Guang Yue right behind Gu Yuan, pondering, how did she end up here? Upon hearing that personnel from the world government had arrived, Gu Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He possessed the ability to soar through the skies. Yet the world government did not share such capabilities. Could the surrounding environment of Wano simply be overcome? This time, the vessels of the world government were even more colossal, laden with a substantial cargo of supplies, as had been previously agreed. Due to the influence of the beast pirates, the conditions in Wano had deteriorated significantly, rendering self-sustainability increasingly challenging. Often, food supplies were insufficient, and upon witnessing these provisions, Dae's eyes sparkled like stars, brimming with hope. Before Gu Yuan stood an agent clad in a mask, whose physique, reminiscent of a barrage of cannonballs, suggested the formidable strength he likely possessed. Gu Yuan observed in silence. This individual was no less formidable than a general. From the depth of his imposing aura, it was evident that he possessed a remarkably profound mastery of domineering power. While his strength still paled in comparison to Gu Yuan's, it was clear that the world government intended to issue a warning. The implication was that, although we, the world government, approach you for dialogue, it is primarily because we hold you in esteem. Even an obscure individual such as yourself harbors strength comparable to that of a general. Should we choose to act, none would be able to impede us. The establishment of the Han Nation has already conveyed this message to the entire world. The Han Nation is now a member state of the world government. Gu Yuan gazed upon the establishment of the Han Kingdom in the New World newspaper, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction within. Soon, the world government departed. Gu Yuan's gaze was profound as he observed the departure of the world government personnel, a sense of trepidation settling within him. His current strength was such that it could not be trifled with by merely a single Yonko or admiral. However, the depths of the world government remained a mystery to him. As the saying goes, the more enigmatic something is, the more perilous it seems. Possessing the extraordinary powers akin to those found in comic books, Gu Yuan saw no necessity to assert his courage through direct confrontation with the world government. Time swiftly passed, during which Gu Yuan tirelessly dispatched individuals to track down the whereabouts of Momonosuke and others. He learned from external sources that Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, appeared to be covertly inquiring about him. When Gu Yuan became aware of this information regarding Hancock, he was momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, he understood. Although Hancock possessed a rather unique personality that made her difficult to approach, those familiar with the world of One Piece recognized that her demeanor stemmed from her past as a slave to the celestial dragons, leaving her with enduring childhood traumas. Even after becoming a formidable force, she refrained from seeking vengeance, harboring a profound fear of the world government. Yet, human nature dictates that the more one lacks, the more one yearns to possess. When witnessing another's embodiment of the courage one has long desired, it becomes challenging to foster feelings of disdain. In the days spent in Wano, although Kazuki Hiyori was exceptionally kind, her frail health often compelled Gu Yuan to cease their interactions prematurely. Ancient Source yearned evermore to venture forth, in search of new abilities associated with fruit. The human body exists in a state of equilibrium. As Ancient Source enhanced his physical constitution, the augmentation of his corporeal form provided a vessel for his formidable mental prowess. The two are intrinsically interdependent. However, the multitude of abilities possessed by Ancient Source necessitated a constant division of his mental focus to govern these powers. This is a consequence of wielding excessive abilities. The relentless drain on his mental faculties disrupted the balance within his body. When physical strength surpasses mental acuity, it becomes exceedingly challenging to maintain control over a robust physique. Ordinary individuals, who often indulge in late-night activities, may inadvertently compromise this equilibrium over time. Without a sufficiently powerful mind to govern their physicality, they may find themselves unable to rein in their impulses, succumbing to instinctual behaviors dictated by their genetic predispositions. The ancient origins are thus. The existence of the devil fruit has rendered the spiritual force incapable of restraining the primal desires of the flesh. The inherent instincts of living beings revolve around the cravings for sustenance and the drive for reproduction. If one cannot govern these instincts, akin to those of normal creatures, then what distinction remains between them and mere animals? Gu Yuan was deeply troubled and yearned to discover a solution to his predicament, seeking a means to enhance his mental fortitude. As he gazed at the faintly visible orange shoes adorning his feet, he found himself engulfed in a dilemma. The shoes were fully charged, and if he could traverse to another comic world, the challenge of bolstering his mental prowess would be effortlessly surmountable. However, the mechanics of the shoes eluded his understanding, leaving him uncertain whether his return to the world of One Piece would necessitate starting anew. After a brief period of contemplation, Gu Yuan resolved to depart from the One Piece universe. After all, he had already reaped the majority of its known benefits, and the remaining formidable fruits were well beyond his grasp. Furthermore, possessing multiple fruits came at a significant cost. The fruits he currently held had already plunged him into chaos, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain control. What would happen if he were to acquire even more? If he were to search within the realm of One Piece, it would amount to nothing more than a game of chance, relying solely on luck, devoid of any informational advantage. Thus, venturing into other worlds seemed the more prudent choice. In the ancient residence, gazing at the slumbering Kei Gets a high one nestled beneath the blankets, Gu Yuan adorned himself with orange shoes. With a gentle tap of his feet upon the ground, he effortlessly lifted off, liberated from the shackles of gravity, and gradually ascended into the sky. Gu Yuan felt as though everything before him shimmered like rippling water. Suddenly, the bright blue sky from the world of One Piece vanished, swiftly replaced by the dim interior of a rented room, akin to a rapid transition between images. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow in disdain at the rented accommodation. In the kingdom of Han, he resided in a luxurious palace alongside the obedient beauty, Guang Yueri. Here, standing at 3 meters tall, He found himself brushing against the ceiling with the slightest movement. In utter frustration, he resorted to manipulating the powers of the Gomu Gomu no Mi to reshape his physique. Gradually, his towering figure compressed to approximately 193 meters. Was it impossible to compress further? Within the confines of the Gomu Gomu space, Yuan gazed at his 193-meter form, feeling somewhat vexed. This height was indeed quite conspicuous. However, any further adjustments would necessitate a reduction in his physical strength, a notion Yuan could not abide. Simultaneously, he began to ponder why the abilities he had brought from the world of One Piece could be wielded with such effortless ease. Suddenly, a vast network of observation haki unfurled, sending rippling waves from Yuan's being, allowing him to perceive every minute detail of the bustling city. Old song, don't. You rascal. My boyfriend. Why are you hitting me, bro? Various cacophonous voices flooded his ears, capturing the essence of the city's myriad happenings. Then, an unusual sound piqued Yuan's interest. Yun Shiwei, your abilities are no longer usable, are they? In an abandoned factory, a group of men in black surrounded a girl who was ensnared in a golden aura. This radiant energy intercepted the bullets fired from the black-clad men's guns one by one, yet with each shot, the girl's expression grew increasingly pained. The smile on Yuan's face remained undiminished, suggesting that the original world of the magical comic shoes harbors its own extraordinary wonders. The ancient source of the doorstep fruit unleashed its power, manifesting a doorway upon the wall, behind which lay an abyss of boundless emptiness. As Yuan stepped forward, the scenery transformed instantaneously. The rented room morphed into the abandoned factory where those individuals from his mind resided. Yet, peculiarly, despite Yuan standing right beside them, they appeared oblivious to his presence, continuing to assault the girl with unwavering focus. Yuan gazed at the golden shield enveloping the girl, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The girl knelt upon the ground, blood gushing from the bullet wound in her arm, her face growing increasingly pale. Among the assailants clad in black, a youthful figure, evidently their leader, threw his head back in laughter, as if his plans had come to fruition. Ha ha ha, Yun Shiwei, surrender at once, you cannot hold out much longer. The girl, known as Yun Shiwei, gritted her teeth, meticulously surveying her surroundings. However, despair enveloped her, for the desolate factory offered no means of escape, nor any hope of rescue. It seemed she was lost in recollections of the past, surrendering to a sense of defeat. Suddenly, a voice resonated in the ears of all present. Is this magic? Yun Shiwei exclaimed, taken aback, while the black-clad leader shouted, Who? Who dares to hide here? In the air, a doorframe materialized out of thin air, creating an exceedingly surreal scene. The door swung open abruptly, revealing a man towering over 190 centimeters before the astonished crowd. The black-clad leader stood frozen in disbelief, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Opening a door out of nowhere? On the ground, Yun Shiwei stared in amazement at Yuan, having never witnessed such a power before. The imposing entrance and the man's rare height instilled a sudden sense of dread among the black-clad men. The leader's eyes widened in fury. Damn it! We were so close to success. How could such a formidable presence appear out of nowhere? What should we do now? Yuan cast a sweeping glance over the assembled crowd, his keen perception allowing him to discern the general attributes of each individual present. Both the cloaked figures and the girl endowed with extraordinary magic appeared fundamentally indistinguishable from ordinary humans. He felt as though he could extinguish them all with a mere squeeze of his hand. While a sense of disappointment lingered, he also felt a sigh of relief. The disappointment stemmed from the realization that these individuals were far too feeble to pique his interest. Conversely, he found solace in the fact that, despite the existence of astonishingly unique beings in this world, they were not as perilous as he had envisioned. Perhaps he had been overly cautious. Zhang Yongxian, who had long served as a logistician for an overseas assassin organization, returned home to find himself in high demand among various enterprises and families due to his past experiences. Although he had not been involved in any major events, he was well acquainted with the world, and this assignment involved catering to a prominent family. The target was the young girl before him, who, despite wielding powers beyond those of ordinary individuals, seemed unlikely to withstand a barrage of gunfire. He had anticipated an uncomplicated task, but unexpectedly encountered an individual of formidable presence. During his time abroad, he had encountered many such beings, all of whom were unfazed by firearms and ammunition. Sweat trickled down Zhang Yongxian's brow. The weather was not particularly warm, yet he found himself drenched. How should I address this gentleman? He pondered. Cautious as he was, he dared not adopt the same audacious demeanor he had shown towards Yun Shiwei earlier. Observing the individual command all the cloaked figures to halt and cautiously approach, Yuan felt a twinge of frustration. Why have you abandoned your earlier bravado? It makes me hesitant to act. Nevertheless, the immediate priority remained to uncover the source of the extraordinary powers possessed by the girl named Yun Shi-wei. Returning to the earlier inquiry, he asked, "Little sister, is this magic you wield?" Yun Shi-wei, still in a state of bewilderment, regained her composure upon hearing Gu Yuan's question. I. Before she could respond, Zhang Yongxian, leading the cloaked figures, hastily interjected, "That is not magic, sir. It is a form of sorcery, a Taoist technique for subduing demons and banishing corpses." Gu Yuan paused momentarily, struck by Zhang Yongxian's words. As a tumult of thought surged within him, could it be that others, besides myself, possess the ability to traverse between worlds? The absence of information regarding the original world left Gu Yuan feeling profoundly unsettled. In the comic realm, he had always enjoyed a wealth of intelligence at his disposal, granting him an inherent advantage that allowed him to deftly evade many dangers. Subsequently, Zhang Yongxian fell silent, seemingly believing that further elaboration was unnecessary. Gu Yuan felt a sense of frustration, pondering why the conversation had ceased. Yun Shi-wei, upon witnessing Zhang Yongxian effortlessly articulate all the intelligence regarding her abilities, couldn't help but display a troubled expression. Although she had discerned during the previous pursuit by the cloaked figures that they seemed remarkably well informed about her background, the realization that they could articulate her information so precisely darkened her countenance even further. Subsequently, Gu Yuan chose not to elaborate further. Noticing that neither side was inclined to continue the discourse, he decided against wasting any more time. The ancient source's gaze sharpened, and an invisible force surged forth, causing Zhang Yongxian and the black-clad agents behind him to collapse without warning. Yun Shi-mei stared in astonishment at the fallen figures, rendered speechless. Had they been slain? Gu Yuan paid no heed to Yun Shi-wei, effortlessly opening a door and disappearing into the shadows despite the girl's cries. As Yun Shi-wei surveyed the factory, now devoid of any standing figures, a sense of relief washed over her. Although the man's intentions remained a mystery, his disregard for her presence was, in fact, a welcome circumstance. She swiftly patted her body in a few places. The wounds inflicted by the bullets gradually ceased their bleeding. Enduring the excruciating pain, she approached Zhang Yongxian, testing the waters. It was astonishing that everyone here had merely lost consciousness. How had he managed to achieve this? Observing the relentless pursuer intent on taking her life, Yun Shi-wei felt an overwhelming urge to vanquish him on the spot. Yet, considering her current injuries, she could only rise with resignation and depart slowly. She cast a glance back at the factory, perhaps hoping to catch a glimpse of Gu Yuan, but no matter how many times she turned, his figure eluded her sight. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan was watching her from a unique space created by the door fruit, a realm invisible and untouchable to those outside. In a secluded Su residence, Gu Yuan sat leisurely at a stone table, sipping tea. After 3 days of following Yun Shi-wei, he had nearly unearthed the secrets she harbored. It became clear that over the years, numerous alternate worlds had gradually linked together, with many nations vying for dominance within these realms. However, establishing contact with these worlds proved exceedingly challenging. Within the Yuan family, of which Yun Shi-wei was a member, only a handful of alternate worlds were known. The Yuan family stands as one of the foremost clans in Yanqing. The patriarch, a former military division commander, was a figure of considerable renown. His descendants, leveraging his esteemed reputation, ventured into commerce and have since achieved remarkable success in both political and business arenas, with many prominent cosmetic brands and entertainment venues in the country originating from the Yuan family. As the number of descendants grew, each member became involved in various enterprises and wielded considerable influence, ultimately forming a colossal entity known as the Yuan family. Yet, even within such a prestigious lineage, not everyone is afforded the privilege of entering alternate worlds. Yun Shi-wei, as a legitimate member of the Yuan family, possessed this unique opportunity, unlike her other relatives. Accessing these realms was not merely an excursion but a chance to acquire extraordinary powers from beyond. However, according to Gu Yuan's knowledge, the Yuan family's entrance into the alternate world closely resembled the realm depicted in the cinematic work Mr. Vampire, where zombies and spirits roamed freely, giving rise to Taoist techniques aimed at exorcising demons and vanquishing evil. Despite the remarkable power these techniques wielded, very few among the Taoist practitioners could withstand modern weaponry. Furthermore, the elite and nobility among humans sought to monopolize this unique and potent power, ensuring that information regarding such extraordinary abilities remained strictly controlled. Even amidst this secrecy, The allure of formidable power tempted many to take risks. Among them was a certain individual from the Yuan family's collateral branch, the mastermind behind the plot against Yuan Shiwei. These side branches, often looked down upon due to lesser wealth and status, seized the opportunity when Yuan Shiwei appeared vulnerable, disregarding the risks and dispatching individuals to capture her. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Gu Yuan, under the influence of the mind network. The secrets of the Yuan family and indeed the entire city were laid bare before Gu Yuan. The ancient source, near the entrance to another world, has been observed. It is a site taken over and transformed by the military district of Yancheng. The entrance is a cave nestled within a small hillock, entirely encircled by massive steel structures erected by the authorities. Although Gu Yuan passed through the doorstep fruit, he was not visible. It seems that due to the use of the doorstep fruit, his body became disconnected from reality, resulting in Gu Yuan entering the cave without traversing to another world. As Gu Yuan could not enter this other world, he resigned himself to wandering through the entire steel castle, despite being surrounded by soldiers and priests clad in peculiar attire, some of whom were accompanied by numerous soldiers who offered them deference and respect. These individuals remained oblivious to Gu Yuan's presence. Gu Yuan gradually lost interest. Although these Taoists possessed incredible skills akin to magic, their abilities were ultimately designed to combat zombies and ghosts, and thus their power remained limited. The golden light shield previously utilized by Yuan Shiwei was already a remarkably practical and potent ability. If Gu Yuan were to ascend to the skies and unleash a bolt of lightning, the entire steel castle could be reduced to rubble. At that moment, a group of researchers clad in white lab coats approached. Sister Yan, your assistance is immensely appreciated. Truly, you are the space technology expert from the capital. And now the situation in the cavern has stabilized. The white-clad researchers continuously expressed their gratitude towards the leading woman in white. Su Yuyan, a descendant of the Su family from the capital, had possessed a unique ability since childhood, an acute perception of others' gazes. This sensation was exceptionally peculiar. Even when someone wielded a high-powered telescope, she could sense their scrutiny upon her. Coupled with her porcelain-like complexion and exquisite features, inherited from her mother's remarkable genes, she possessed a graceful figure akin to that of a ballet dancer, despite lacking any formal training in physical activities. This attribute had caused her considerable distress, as she had always loathed the feeling of being the center of attention. Consequently, upon growing up, she entered the research institute, becoming a reclusive figure who spent her days in the lab. Her current visit to Yangcheng was prompted by rumors of a new interdimensional portal, and leveraging her family's influence, she had come to explore this new world. Listening to the flattery from the researchers behind her, Su Yuyan remained composed. She had been hearing such words since childhood. Were it not for her curiosity about the new world, she would have been loath to leave her lab. Suddenly, she sensed a gaze fixated upon her. Instinctively, she glanced over, only to find the space empty. Merely a wall stood before her. Yet, she distinctly felt someone observing her. What was happening? Invisibility? Or perhaps X-ray vision? Though anxiety bubbled within her, she maintained an exterior demeanor of nonchalance. Had it not been for the presence of supernatural phenomena in this other world, she would have surely paused to investigate the cause. However, her upbringing as a member of a prestigious family enabled her to swiftly regain her composure. Nevertheless, while Su Yuyan's sensitivity was remarkable, Gu Yuan's perceptive abilities were equally formidable. In an instant, Su Yuyan's glance and subtle shift in demeanor captured Gu Yuan's attention. As Su Yuyan walked ahead of the white-clad researchers, she sensed the gaze had vanished, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Upon returning, she vowed to uncover the truth behind this mysterious occurrence. From the exterior of the steel castle, one might perceive a landscape devoid of beauty, a heavily guarded military encampment. Yet, upon entering, one is greeted by an ambience reminiscent of a luxurious five-star hotel. The passage to the other world is firmly under the control of the elite, and all who wander here are individuals of considerable stature. With Su Yuyan among the highest in rank, what appears to be merely a temporary resting chamber resembles a grand garden, replete with pools, bathing areas, and exquisite floral displays, adorned with treasures of great value at every turn. Upon entering the room, Su Yuyan visibly exhaled with relief, feeling a significant weight lifted from her shoulders. Finally, she was free from the prying gazes of those men, a sensation that was utterly discomforting. In a swift motion, she shed her garments, gliding into the bathing pool. Having grown accustomed to the awareness of others' scrutiny, she developed a habit of disrobing as soon as she entered a room, acutely attuned to whether anyone was observing her. Suddenly, she stiffened, sensing someone's gaze fixed upon her. Someone is watching me. Yet, she feigned composure as she stepped into the water, submerging herself until only her porcelain shoulders were visible. Nevertheless, her trembling form betrayed the turmoil within her heart. To her astonishment, a door over 2 meters high, appearing as an ordinary household entrance, yet reminiscent of the fantastical anywhere door from her childhood, materialized in the air. As the door swung open, Yuan emerged slowly from within. "I am quite curious," he remarked, "how it is that, amidst all these individuals, including those more powerful than you, none have discerned my presence, yet you have." Yuan was indeed curious. For the spatial realm created by the door fruit was akin to opening a dimension folded within reality, suggesting a separation from the world inhabited by others. In such circumstances, it transcended the domain of mere perception. Yuan gazed at the door behind Yuan, her heart plummeting to despair. She understood that her counterpart likely possessed the terrifying ability to traverse any location at will, leaving her fate precariously uncertain. In an effort to buy some time, she elucidated her unique constitution to Yuan. Although her family refrained from disclosing this ability to outsiders, it was not an entirely concealed secret, as many within the research institute were already aware of it. As she spoke with an urgency born of anxiety, Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Is that so? Such a remarkable ability indeed." He reassured her, "There is no need for alarm. I merely wish to pose a few inquiries, and once I have done so, I shall take my leave." Observing Yuan's complexion, which had turned pale rather than flushed from the warmth of the bath, Yuan could only encourage her to relax. She nodded earnestly in response. Yuan chuckled lightly. "Your desire for survival is quite strong. Well, I am curious to know, apart from this entrance to the other world, which others are you acquainted with?" Upon hearing the other person's interest in such information, Yuan was momentarily taken aback. How could someone wielding such extraordinary abilities be unaware of these matters? Surely, they cannot be a foreigner. Yuan glanced at Yuan's face. He was undeniably handsome. But upon reflection, he did not resemble a foreigner at all. Under the enhancement of the tunton fruit, Yuan's physique has attained perfection. Many ailments that once plagued him have vanished. With the addition of the conqueror's haki, he emanates a unique aura that easily stirs a deep-seated admiration for strength within living beings. As far as I know, there are over 30 alternate worlds, with only 8 of them located within the country: the zombie ghost sorcery world, the bountiful island world, the warring states martial arts world, the treacherous jungle world, the ruins apocalypse world, the desert of 100 nations world, the world of no land, and the true cultivation world. Among these 3 alternate worlds have yet to reveal any traces of humanity, remaining purely undeveloped territories. Through the intelligence gathered by Yuan has come to understand the circumstances of these alternate worlds. Except for the zombie ghost sorcery world and the true cultivation world, which possess complete legacies, the other worlds are all realms where modern weaponry can easily dominate. Upon receiving this information, Yuan's anxious heart found some semblance of calm. These worlds do not seem to be the exaggerated realms of immortal cultivation, divine beings, or cosmic galaxies, which is somewhat reassuring, as it suggests that no one could easily overpower him through martial arts. Yuan gazed at Yuan, her mind filled with confusion. Although such information is inaccessible to ordinary people, it is common knowledge among their families. How could Yuan, seemingly unaware of this intelligence, have attained such extraordinary power? Could it be that a new portal to another world has emerged?